Chapter 79. The mutated ability Chen Yang was abruptly awakened, his dream haunted by the sudden appearance of a mutated giant python that ensnared him, nearly suffocating him. After gasping for breath and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he glanced at the time on his metallic wristwatch, astonished to discover he had slept for a full 8 hours. Beneath the time display, several lines of smaller text had appeared. A quick perusal altered his expression dramatically. Members of the Winged Firesnake Squad had completed 3 horror films. In the upcoming horror film would see them encountering other reincarnation squads, engaging in team combat. Following this collaborative endeavor, the member with the most experience in horror films would automatically assume the role of captain. If multiple members shared the same level of experience, the one with the most rewards would become the captain and gain the associated privileges. The remnants of Chen Yang's drowsiness vanished instantly. Team combat implied an imminent confrontation with other squads within the terrifying narrative. After a brief wash-up, he exited his room. As before, the square was adorned with a banquet table laden with dishes, a customary gathering for the Winged Firesnake Squad following their returns from horror films. As he ate, Chen Yang relayed the information from his wristwatch, concluding, "It seems our previous speculations were correct. There exist more squads within the main deity's realm. In the next horror film, we will encounter other teams." Ma Ying and the others had also reviewed the information on the wristwatch, and the previously light-hearted atmosphere shifted to one of gravity. Ma Ying murmured, "Team combat. It appears the horror films we will face are ever more formidable." Zhou Maxin suddenly inquired, "In a team battle, how many reincarnation squads are we likely to confront in the next horror film? Furthermore, can we access information about these squads in advance?" At Zhou Maxin's question, Chen Yang felt a chill run through him. Upon initially viewing the details on the wristwatch, he had instinctively thought the upcoming team battle would involve just 2 squads, unaware that they might face more than one reincarnation team. With this realization, Chen Yang promptly positioned himself beneath the luminous sphere to communicate with the main deity. "Main deity, how many reincarnation squads will there be in the next horror film? Can we obtain their information?" "There will be 3 reincarnation squads: the Winged Firesnake Squad, the Baiyu Squad, and the Heart Moon Fox Squad. Aside from their names, no further information can be disclosed." The mention of 3 squads weighed heavily on Chen Yang's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What about the captain's privileges? Would possessing such authority grant access to these details?" "There are 2 privileges associated with being a captain. The first allows knowledge of the title of the upcoming horror film in advance. The second facilitates rapid inquiries into the items and abilities available for exchange within the main deity's realm." Knowing the title of the next horror film in advance would undoubtedly be a significant advantage, enabling targeted enhancements and preparations, and even allowing for strategic positioning beforehand. Severing the connection with the Master God, Chen Yang conveyed the newly acquired information to the others. Grabbing a chicken leg, he took a few hearty bites and remarked, "I initially intended to exchange for abilities suited for supernatural horror films, but it seems my plans must now be altered. In a sense, the members of the reincarnated team are more formidable than the monsters depicted in horror films. Regardless of the creatures that may appear in the next horror film, our primary targets must be the other reincarnation teams." Ma Ying nodded in agreement, stating whether it was the night demon or the mutated giant python, they were fundamentally set as the main bosses by the Master God. Although powerful, they fought alone and could not compare to the reincarnated teams. Despite lacking experience in team battles, everyone in the Winged Firesnake team understood that they were about to face the most significant crisis since entering the reincarnation world. This time, their main objective was no longer the monsters but rather fellow reincarnators. Pondering this, Chen Yang mused, "Everyone has likely seen the 3 kingdoms. In that tale, the Wei Kingdom was the strongest, and only through the alliance of Shu and Wu could they stand against Wei. The 3 reincarnated teams will undoubtedly vary in strength. Having only experienced 3 horror films, and now facing our first team battle, we are likely the weakest. We will probably need to ally with another relatively weaker team to confront the strongest one. However, human nature is unpredictable, even if alliances are formed. We must keep a backup plan in reserve." Knowing nothing about the Xinyu Fox team and the Baiyu team, they could not make any specific arrangements, but could only prepare as much as possible starting with strengthening themselves. The gathering soon concluded, and Chen Yang was the first to approach the luminous sphere, consuming the blood orchid. Almost immediately, his muscles began to swell, and the rapid cell division caused his hand bones to rupture through his skin. Enduring the pain, Chen Yang communicated with the Master God to initiate the repair of his body. Silver motes of light coalesced into Chen Yang's body, mending his tissues and even his cells. Before long, the mutations in his hand bones gradually receded. Surprisingly, he did not acquire any new abilities. Instead, he generated an evolution point within him. Although no mutant abilities emerged, Chen Yang distinctly felt his body become more powerful and agile than before. Even his sensory perception heightened significantly. Yet, this sensation, while palpable, was not overwhelmingly pronounced, lacking the clarity of a tiered enhancement. Ma Ying was the second to consume the blood orchid. After her transformation, she emerged quickly, her expression of astonishment revealing that she had undoubtedly gained some mutant ability. Noticing the attention directed toward her, Ma Ying declared, "I have acquired dim light vision, allowing me to see clearly in extremely low light conditions." Upon hearing of Ma Ying's newfound ability, the others eagerly took their turns under the luminous sphere, consuming the blood orchid one after another. The experience of bodily mutation followed by restoration truly tested their endurance. Not wishing to witness it further, Chen Yang closed his eyes, silently contemplating the enhancements he should choose. Previously, he had acquired 3 evolution points, and with the additional point generated automatically within the blood orchid, he now possessed a total of 4 evolution points. Allocating these points to elevate a singular attribute to the second tier was more than sufficient. After deducting the 800 reward points required for bodily restoration, he still had 3 620 reward points remaining, ample enough to exchange for 1 first-tier ability and 1 second-tier ability. Upon reviewing his enhanced attributes, he found himself endowed with second-tier mental power, first-tier strength, and first-tier perception. His abilities included a second-tier skill, Iron Will, alongside 3 first-tier abilities, the strength-related Bull's Might, the perception-related Hound's Scent, and a composite ability known as Wild Intuition. Furthermore, within the narrative realm of the Serpent's Calamity, he had also acquired 2 mutated abilities, color-changing Mimicry and Fear Inducement. From every perspective, his current enhancements appeared excessively singular, particularly with the impending horror-themed group battle. The absence of defensive capabilities and his sluggish speed might constitute a significant vulnerability, potentially even a fatal flaw. Contemplating whether to distribute the 4 evolution points across 4 attributes to advance each to the first tier, or to concentrate all points into a singular attribute, Chen Yang remained indecisive. At that moment, Zhang Jianfei and the others emerged from beneath the luminous sphere. As Chen Yang had anticipated, not every individual who consumed the blood orchid developed mutated abilities. Ultimately, aside from Ma Ying, only Li Feiqian and Zhang Min manifested such powers. Li Feiqian's mutated ability was a composite of agility and strength, dubbed Chaotic Slash, which enabled him to unleash 36 strikes in an instant, each capable of slicing through 100 sheets of cowhide, an exceptionally practical skill. Conversely, Zhang Min's mutation was a rare luck-based ability named Fortuitous Transformation. This revelation left Chen Yang slightly disheartened, as both Li Feiqian's Chaotic Slash and Zhang Min's Fortuitous Transformation enhanced individual capabilities, offering little assistance in the forthcoming group battle. The others had not acquired mutated abilities. However, like Chen Yang, the blood orchid had improved their physical constitution and generated an evolution point. This was precisely why the main god equated a single blood orchid to 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points. Having consumed the blood orchid and established the group's mutated abilities, the next step was to utilize the evolution points to enhance their attributes in exchange for ability syringes. At this juncture, Chen Yang resolved to acquire an ability conducive to group combat. After a prolonged examination of the options provided by the main god, he finally identified the most necessary ability at this stage, Virtual Radar, which allowed for a comprehensive 360-degree observation of the surrounding environment within a 100-meter radius, necessitating second-tier mental power and second-tier perception, costing 1,800 reward points. This ability was upgradable, capable of evolving from second-tier composite ability to a third-tier one, thereby expanding the observable range. With this capability, he could maximize the avoidance of ambushes and gain early awareness of both allies' and adversaries' positions. After evolving the perceptual attributes into a second-order virtual radar, Chen Yang was left with 2 evolution points and 1,800 reward points. After some contemplation, he allocated the 2 evolution points to agility and defense, subsequently expending 800 reward points to acquire an agility skill, and Scathe, which enabled him to maneuver deftly in confined spaces, requiring a first-order agility attribute. In a team lacking melee capabilities, Chen Yang positioned himself as a sentinel, akin to the lead goose in a flock, capable of anticipating potential dangers while also engaging in close combat when threats arose, thereby buying precious time for his comrades. Ma Ying continued her pursuit of enhancing her long-range sniping skills, distributing her 2 evolution points between mental acuity and strength attributes. She utilized 1,500 reward points to obtain a first-order ability named Mighty Strike, which amplified all her attack power by 50%, including the bullets fired from her weapon. With her remaining reward points, she acquired a Barrett sniper rifle. Chapter 80. Entering Zhou Machine continued to enhance her magical abilities. In the narrative realm, she acquired an evolution point, and upon consuming the blood orchid, another evolution point was generated within her. The 2 evolution points perfectly enabled her to elevate her magical attributes to the second tier. After advancing to the second tier, in addition to upgrading her basic healing spell to an intermediate level, she exchanged for a first-tier spell named Summon Elemental Giants, which allowed her to summon giants of the 4 elements: wind, fire, water, and earth. This spell could also be upgraded with each tier advancement. The number of summonable elemental giants would increase by 1. Ma Ying continued to strengthen her skills towards becoming a sharpshooter, while Zhou Machine focused on enhancing her healing magic, aligning with their respective roles within the team. This decision was also influenced by the scarcity of their evolution points, rather than weakly augmenting 2 first-tier attributes. It was more prudent to elevate their existing attributes by a tier. After listening to their choices, Chen Yang nodded and turned to Li FAQ Quan, inquiring, "You must have received a localized mutation ability, yet I see no visible changes on you?" Li FAQ Quan nodded somewhat dazedly, and then removed his upper garment. The sight of an unusual feature on his chest astonished everyone. There appeared to be an extra hand growing from his torso. Li FAQ Quan's lips twitched, his expression darkening as he seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. "I was born conjoined with my brother. We were Siamese twins. Unfortunately, he died at birth, and the doctors performed a separation surgery that was not entirely successful. His hand remained attached to my chest, and any attempt to sever it could endanger my life as well. Perhaps for this reason, I was abandoned at an orphanage by my biological parents, treated as a monster. As I grew older, this hand did not develop with me, remaining as it was in childhood. However, after acquiring the localized mutation ability, it astonishingly became identical to my other 2 hands." Chen Yang observed the 3rd hand on Li FAQ Quan's chest and noted that it could perform various movements just like a normal human hand. He clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "This could serve as your secret weapon. Imagine, in the heat of battle, suddenly having an extra hand emerge to strike at your opponent. What a surprise that would be." Initially, Li FAQ Quan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. After all, this hand had been the reason for his abandonment, and he had been labeled a 3-handed monster by peers since childhood. Consequently, he had long avoided mentioning it, let alone contemplating its use. However, at Chen Yang's words, his eyes began to shine with newfound possibilities as he considered the potential of this 3rd hand. After deep reflection, Li FAQ Quan decided to allocate his acquired evolution point to enhance his speed attribute, subsequently strengthening a skill known as Frenzy Dash. Frenzy Dash requires a first-tier speed advancement, rewarding 850 points. Upon activation, it increases linear speed by 30 and curved speed by 15, applicable in most horror scenarios. After exchanging for the ability of Frenzy Charge, Li Feiquan spent an additional 1,500 reward points to acquire a dagger known as the Tooth of the Underworld. This exquisite dagger possessed the rare attributes of dullness and corrosion. When it was Zhang Jinfei's turn, he found himself somewhat perplexed about which aspect he wished to enhance. As his previous exchanges, whether for petrified skin or damage reduction, along with the acquire mutation ability for defense augmentation, all leaned towards defensive traits. Upon hearing Zhang Jinfei's dilemma, Chen Yang pondered for a moment before offering two suggestions. One was to enhance agility, which would allow him to maximize his role as a tank. The other was to bolster intelligence. Advancing to the first tier of intelligence would enable him to acquire abilities akin to first-tier light weapon mastery and first-tier heavy weapon mastery, specifically designed to augment his shooting prowess. Given the early stages of their endeavor, the potential of firearms and ammunition was still considerable. After careful consideration, Zhang Jinfei resolved to pursue the second enhancement route. He first allocated an evolution point to intelligence, and then utilized 1,600 reward points to enhance both first-tier light weapon mastery and first-tier heavy weapon mastery. Subsequently, he assigned an attribute point to strength and exchanged 700 reward points for an M72 rocket launcher, along with 5 rockets. Zhang Jinfei evidently chose the path of a firepower specialist. On the battlefield, firepower specialists are secondary only to snipers as primary targets for engagement. However, with 3 defensive abilities already at his disposal, as long as he avoided direct critical hits, he faced minimal issues. Yisheng had 1 evolution point as well, which he similarly allocated to advance his intelligence, acquiring first-tier light weapon mastery along with a submachine gun. As for Zhang Min, she did not receive any evolution points during this horror experience. Under Chen Yang's guidance, she exchanged for a handgun and a bulletproof vest made from ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fibers. Finally, with only Mylan Shah remaining to undergo enhancements, Chen Yang inquired briefly, only to discover that the first-tier strength enhancement previously acquired by Quinn was wholly absent from her, meaning that Mylan Shah now entirely embodied the qualities of a night demon at the second tier. Chen Yang recalled having seen reports about a split personality disorder where the secondary personality suffered from diabetes while the primary exhibited no symptoms. At the time, he was skeptical, but now he was convinced of its authenticity. If a method existed, he would have preferred to induce a slumber in Mylan Shah as primary personality to revive Quinn S. However, given the unresolved nature of schizophrenia in terms of its origin and treatment, Chen Yang dared not act rashly, fearing unintended consequences. After consuming Blood Orchid, Mylan Shah acquired an evolution point. After careful deliberation, Chen Yang decided to have her invest this point into agility and subsequently strengthen a first-tier ability in Shadow Step, hoping that it would safeguard her life in critical moments. Once each member had determined their enhancement direction, the next phase involved relentless training. Only through practice could they master their newly acquired abilities with the finesse of a skilled artisan. Ultimately, 8 individuals survived, signifying 8 days of respite. While this seemed ample time, it slipped away like water through fingers, and before long, the moment arrived to plunge into the next horror experience. All individuals had gathered in the square ahead of time, meticulously inspecting each other's equipment and replenishing their ammunition and other supplies. Realizing that the power of a handgun was insufficient, Chen Yang exchanged it for a submachine gun more suited for urban combat. After ensuring everything was in order, the countdown on the metallic wristwatch dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. Zhang Jinfei gazed at the location where the time portal was about to materialize and suddenly inquired, "What do you think would happen if I were to refrain from entering the portal? Would it be akin to living happily in the realm of the main deity, as depicted in fairy tales?" Chen Yang, accustomed to Zhang Jinfei's whimsical musings, shook his head in exasperation and replied, "If you do not enter the portal, you will most likely be obliterated by the main deity. I would advise you against testing that theory." Amidst the intermittent chatter among the group, the portal, formed from converging points of light, swiftly manifested. Immediately thereafter, the solemn voice of the main deity reverberated. "Enter the portal within 30 seconds. Transmission target locked. Initiating connection to World War Z." Chapter 81. Mission visions reminiscent of World War Z incessantly surfaced in Chen Yang's mind. The walls of the temporal passage were alive with the frenzied, bloodshot eyes of zombies, their savage gnashing of teeth vividly projected. In an instant, it felt as though they had been transported into the very realm of a zombie apocalypse, instinctively clustering together. As the images around them ebbed away, everyone soon found themselves in a state of semi-consciousness. In this half-dreaming state, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet simultaneously fleeting. Eventually, Chen Yang regained awareness, slowly opening his eyes and rising from the ground. To his astonishment, he was not the first to awaken. Prior to his ascent, Milan Shah had already stood, quietly surveying their surroundings. This revelation left Chen Yang both surprised and puzzled. He had previously surmised that the higher one's physical prowess, the sooner one would awaken upon entering the temporal portal. Yet, how could Milan Shah, with her physical constitution, be the first to regain consciousness? Even her alter ego, Quinn, would not have been able to do so. A sudden thought struck Chen Yang, compelling him to scrutinize Milan Shah's eyes. Since his evolution to a heightened state of perception, his senses had sharpened significantly. For instance, his visual acuity allowed him to discern subtle differences in color. He had previously noted that when Milan Shah's primary persona emerged, her eyes were cerulean blue, while Quinn's presence manifested as a deep sapphire hue. However, now Milan Shah's eyes bore a grayish-blue tint, neither cerulean nor sapphire. After a brief hesitation, he tentatively called out, "Milan Shah?" To his confirmation, the little girl blinked and replied, "Sach, my name is Sach. Milan Shah is my sister." Despite his foreboding, Chen Yang could not suppress his astonishment. Milan Shah possessed not merely two personalities, but a third. Not long after Chen Yang's awakening, Ma Ying and Zhang Jianfei followed suit, and soon others began to stir as well. Though taken aback by the revelation of the hybrid girl's third persona, Chen Yang recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. He shifted his focus, quickly assessing their surroundings. They were enveloped in a green protective barrier, through which a somewhat obscured view revealed a long street cluttered with various vehicles. Occasionally, individuals could be seen peering out from cars, evidently curious about the situation ahead. It was clear that these vehicles were stuck for some unknown reason. However, judging by the reactions of those around him, the virus had yet to erupt, at least not on this street. It appeared that they had entered the narrative world at a fortuitous moment. Having traversed through 3 horror films, Chen Yang had come to a profound understanding of the significance of timing and location in such scenarios. Much like in the previous horror film, Anaconda 2, where they had been thrust into the heart of a tropical rainforest upon entry, leaving no opportunity for preparation, they were fortunate to have a moment to gather themselves now. At that moment, Ma Ying seemed to have spotted something frightening. She swiftly drew her gun, aiming it at the newcomer on the ground. Following the direction of her firearm, Chen Yang instinctively tightened his grip on his own weapon. Not far from him stood a disheveled figure, a pale visage adorned with ragged clothing and unkempt hair. A zombie, or so it appeared, with a ghastly pallor and a few drops of grimy blood at the corners of its mouth. The protective time had not yet elapsed, and the shield still shimmered. How could a zombie have infiltrated their midst? Suddenly, the creature grinned widely, exclaiming, "Hey, don't be alarmed." Upon hearing the zombie's unexpected speech, Chen Yang realized that, despite its chaotic appearance, the figure before him possessed lively eyes, indicating that it was, in fact, a living person. Thick white powder covered its face, and the blood at its mouth gave it an uncanny resemblance to a cinematic zombie. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his firearm, ready to speak when a young man, disguised as a zombie, scrutinized the guns in their hands and remarked, "Which film crew are you two from? Those prop guns look quite authentic. If I hadn't dabbled in prop guns myself, I might have been genuinely frightened. But what is the meaning of pointing a prop gun at me? I assure you that is not a prop gun," interjected a cold voice. The speaker was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, yet his scruffy beard and weary demeanor made him look much older, as though he had endured the ravages of time. The disheveled young man glanced at Ma Ying's handgun, then observed her poised stance, her right arm rigidly straight. "Your shooting stance is quite proper, and your shooting technique aligns with the fundamentals. However, it is evident that your instructor lacks a deep comprehension of this stance or has never participated in actual combat. If I am not mistaken, you must be a police officer?" Chen Yang was taken aback by the young man's observations. Before entering the horror film world, he had only fired a gun during military training in university, limited to understanding the principle of alignment. Although Ma Ying had explained some shooting stances, her knowledge was superficial, leaving Chen Yang to rely on cinematic portrayals for guidance, adopting whatever felt comfortable. The young man's ability to discern so much from a mere glance, and his previous words indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Hesitantly, Chen Yang inquired, "Are you a soldier?" His hesitation stemmed from the stark contrast between the disheveled young man before him and the image of a soldier he held in his mind, scruffy, unkempt, and languidly standing there, devoid of the disciplined aura typically associated with military personnel. A flicker of pain crossed the young man's eyes as he lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I once was." The zombie actor finally realized that the object in Ma Ying's hand was no mere prop gun. He hastily raised his hands in surrender, his face contorted in despair, exclaiming, "I am merely an extra from the zombie versus zombie production. I merely borrowed a mobile phone from that flamboyant leading lady. Officer, is it truly necessary to aim a gun at me?" It is uncertain whether the terrifying nature of this film, featuring 3 competing teams, contributed to the circumstance. But among the newcomers, there were only 3. The zombie actor, a disheartened young man, and a strikingly attractive young woman clad in revealing attire, sporting a face reminiscent of social media influencers. She surveyed her surroundings and, while filming with her phone, inquired, "No matter what you all are doing, please hold on. I'm about to go live." Chen Yang paid no heed to the young woman. The protective barrier enveloping them began to fade, and the distant sound of honking cars gradually permeated the air, signaling that the plot was about to unfold. In contrast to the previous horror film, Anaconda, where the newcomers displayed trepidation upon entering the world of terror, this trio appeared notably composed. The zombie actor, clearly a chatterbox, regained his demeanor as Ma Ying lowered her gun, curiously glancing around while asking questions in his thick Hunan accent, such as whether they were indeed filming a movie and how much they earned per day. Meanwhile, the disheartened young man merely glanced around before retrieving a small bottle of ergotu from his pocket, taking occasional swigs, while the young woman continued to snap pictures and chatter incessantly. Perhaps the environment contributed to their nonchalance. They had entered a bustling street filled with vehicles. Aside from the peculiar green protective barrier surrounding them, nothing seemed overtly dangerous. Growing increasingly impatient with the incessant inquiries of the loquacious zombie actor, Chen Yang fixed him with an icy glare. Having endured the trials of 3 horror films, he had developed an aura of resilience forged in blood and fire. Under his penetrating gaze, the zombie actor's voice diminished to a whisper, eventually falling silent. Chen Yang diverted his gaze, gesturing towards his own head. "All the information is lodged within your minds. However, there is no time for lengthy explanations. The plot is about to commence. To be succinct, this narrative unfolds in the realm of World War Z. Those familiar with it should recall the storyline promptly." As soon as Chen Yang averted his gaze, the zombie actor sprang back to life, clearly a creature of habit, exclaiming, "Is it World War Z 2? I'm an ardent fan of zombies. But this movie isn't even available online yet. Where did you see it?" Unable to contain his rising frustration any longer, Chen Yang abruptly pulled the trigger, causing a deep bullet hole to appear in the asphalt beneath the zombie actor's feet. "The most crucial aspect for newcomers is your mindset," he bellowed. "Remember, this is not a reality show, nor is it a game. There are absolutely no second chances. Now, declare your identities and specialties." The zombie actor, with a mournful expression, lamented, "Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes." Upon noticing Chen Yang's glare, he hastily corrected himself, speaking at a rapid pace. "My stage name is Xiang, a drifter in the entertainment industry. I began my martial arts training at the Shaolin Temple at the tender age of 6, and my aspiration is to achieve success as an actor, much like Wang Baoqiang." "Silence. This is not an audition," Chen Yang interjected, feeling an overwhelming impulse to seal the lips of this incessant chatterbox. Whether in the realm of reality or within the cycle of reincarnation, he had never encountered anyone so verbose. Ignoring the still, mumbling Xiang, Chen Yang shifted his gaze to the despondent young man before him. In contrast to Xiang, His expectations for this disheartened individual were exceptionally high. Lin Fiyu, a former member of the Armed Police Force 8620, had now retired. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, he felt a tremor from the metallic watch on his wrist. It signaled that the main deity had issued the task. He quickly raised his wrist to examine the watch closely. Protect Gary. Each team member who completes the task will receive 3 evolution points and 3,000 reward points. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 5,000 reward points for each team member. And should the reward points fall into negative territory upon returning to the main deity's space, it will result in immediate eradication. As soon as Chen Yang finished reading the task, a green luminescent appeared on the modest screen of the metallic watch, accompanied by the number 70. Beneath the number was a line of fine print. Do not stray more than 500 meters from Gary or face immediate obliteration. The green dot clearly indicated Gary's location, while 70 meters represented the distance between the group and Gary at that moment. To confirm his thoughts, Chen Yang attempted to move laterally a couple of times, and indeed, the number denoting distance on the metallic watch fluctuated accordingly. This particular narrative world operated under a team combat mode, with 3 reincarnation teams participating: the Winged Fire Serpent team, the Baiyu team, and the Heart Moon Fox team. Eliminating unadvanced members of other teams would yield 1,000 reward points. Killing advanced members would grant 3 evolution points and 3,000 reward points, along with a certain probability of acquiring the opponent's abilities. Chapter 82. The Temptation, a reward of 1,000 points is granted for the demise of a non-advanced member, a sum equivalent to the basic reward for enduring a horror film. Conversely, eliminating an advanced reincarnated yields 3 evolution points and 3,000 reward points, along with a chance to acquire the abilities of the fallen. Such a bounty surpasses that offered in Anaconda 2 by a considerable margin. It is evident that the Master God is compelling us toward a collective battle. At this moment, the others also caught sight of the task issued by the Master God. They exchanged glances, a palpable yearning igniting within them. If this group felt such a pull, one could only imagine the overwhelming desire among the members of other teams. Lin Fiyu scrutinized the task displayed on his metallic wristwatch, his pace deliberate and earnest. Upon concluding, he raised his gaze and remarked, "It appears this is your first experience with a team battle. Is there truly no possibility for peaceful coexistence among the 3 teams?" Chen Yang shook his head, uncertain. The rewards for a team battle are simply too enticing. Previously, we earned only 1,000 reward points for surviving a horror film, devoid of any evolution points. In contrast, the reward for vanquishing an advanced reincarnator is a staggering 3,000 reward points and 3 evolution points. If 2 reincarnation teams were evenly matched, a truce might be feasible. However, with 3 teams, the variables multiply exponentially, making peaceful coexistence exceedingly challenging. Moreover, our primary objective this time is to protect Gary. Following the Master God-S pattern, at least one team's mission will likely involve eliminating Gary. Should we fail, each of us will lose 3,000 reward points, and the same fate awaits the opposing team. None of us possess such a wealth of points, so we must not harbor any false hopes. A team battle is inevitable. As he spoke, the faint green halo enveloping them began to fade, and the surrounding sounds gradually permeated their awareness. Horns blaring, voices of discontent, and occasional curses grew louder and clearer. Ultimately, the soft green glow dissipated entirely, and the sensation of viewing everything through a screen vanished, marking the commencement of the narrative. Almost instantaneously upon the halo's disappearance, Chen Yang's attention was drawn to a group of individuals across the way. Their number was comparable to that of his own team, 7 in total. This gathering stood out distinctly. Among them were individuals of various ethnicities, black, white, and 2 of Asian descent. Most donned form-fitting combat attire, yet one individual was clad in a t-shirt and shorts, an incongruous sight. Upon beholding this diverse assembly, Chen Yang felt his heart race and pulse quicken. He gazed intently at the group from a distance, his muscles tensed and his hand instinctively resting at his waist. The sudden appearance of such a varied ensemble across the street could only signify one thing. They were, like his team, another reincarnation squad that had entered simultaneously. Chen Yang scrutinized their wrists. Although the majority were obscured by their attire, the newcomer in the t-shirt and shorts clearly sported a black wristwatch. The individuals across the street also noticed Chen Yang and his companions. The two groups exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became thick with tension. Everyone sensed the imminent danger. Yet none dared to make a rash move. Suddenly, Chen Yang's metallic wristwatch vibrated slightly. Maintaining his composure, he cast a discreet glance with his peripheral vision. Observing the small screen of the watch where a green dot representing Gary was gently shifting, while the accompanying numerical display was fluctuating. After a brief moment of oscillation, the numbers abruptly stabilized at 110, indicating that Gary was moving in the opposite direction. Although he had briefly glanced at his watch, Chen Yang's primary focus remained on the opposing team of reincarnators. He noted that at the very moment he checked his watch, some members of the rival team were also inspecting their wristwatches, particularly two newcomers clad in t-shirts and shorts, who seemed bewildered and almost instinctively raised their watches. They too had received the notification of Gary's movement. Chen Yang swiftly deduced the situation, his mind racing as he analyzed the unfolding circumstances. The narrative had only just begun. The overseer would likely not allow two opposing teams to encounter each other right away. The reason for the proximity of the two teams was likely due to their comparable strengths and identical objectives. Do not act recklessly. If I am not mistaken, our mission aligns with that of the opposing team, Chen Yang advised, turning to his companions. He then raised his hand gently, signaling his benign intentions, and began to traverse the flow of traffic towards the other side of the street. Observing Chen Yang's unguarded approach, Ma Ying promptly quickened her pace to follow him, while Lin Feiyu, appearing disheveled and despondent, absent-mindedly stroked his chin, taking a swig from his flask as he staggered behind them. The street they occupied was a 4-lane thoroughfare, a mere 20 to 30 steps wide. Navigating through the stream of vehicles, Chen Yang soon reached the opposite side. As he approached, the members of the rival team stirred restlessly, and a pale-faced young Caucasian man stepped forward from their ranks. Following him, a stout middle-aged African-American man, exuding an amiable demeanor, took a step closer. The middle-aged man extended his left arm, and a flash of white light erupted. Instantly, a transparent, circular shield materialized on his arm. The appearance of this shield caused Chen Yang's handgun at his waist to tremble slightly. It's a magnetic shield. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. The luminous shield on the man's arm was evidently a second-tier ability acquired from the Overseer's realm. Judging solely by this magnetic shield, the middle-aged man had clearly advanced to at least second-tier defense and second-tier magic. There's no need for such tension, the pale young man said with a slight smile, stepping past the middle-aged man. If I am correct, this friend from the Winged Fire Serpent team shares our mission. The protection of Gary, am I right? Upon hearing the pale-faced young white man promptly reveal his team name, Chen Yang felt a shiver run through him. This indicated that the Reincarnators team before him was evidently not inexperienced in team battles. They had likely encountered another Reincarnator squad, the Bai Yu team, which allowed them to discern his team's name. The young white man extended a hand toward Chen Yang, stating, I am the captain of the Heart Moon Fox team. You may call me William. This is my teammate, whom you can call Tyson. I am Chen Yang, he replied, bracing himself as he clasped hands with William. To Chen Yang's surprise, William showed no intention of contesting him, releasing the handshake almost immediately. A smile graced William's pallid face as he raised a finger to his lips, saying, My friend, allow me to share a piece of information with you. Free of charge. The next piece, however, will incur a fee. Remember, in the world of reincarnation, one must never reveal their true name. I am aware of at least 2 forms of dark magic that can invoke curses solely based on true names. Additionally, I have heard that the Southern sorcery can also act upon names. This was invaluable information. Chen Yang felt a slight tremor of apprehension and expressed his gratitude softly. William then adjusted his hair and continued. As is customary, when 2 non-hostile teams encounter one another in a horror film, they typically exchange experiences from their previous horrors. My friend, could you share what your last horror experience was? William's words seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment. Almost immediately upon his inquiry, Chen Yang felt an uncontrollable urge to respond. However, he quickly regained clarity, realizing that William evidently possessed abilities akin to hypnosis or seduction. Had it not been for his iron will, he might have fallen under William's influence. Noticing Chen Yang's prolonged silence, a fleeting look of surprise crossed William's face, which Chen Yang observed keenly. He understood that William was testing their capabilities, and this was merely the initial assessment. After deliberation, Chen Yang decided to speak truthfully. Anaconda 2. Anaconda 2? Is that horror film of such a low difficulty? A young Asian man with single eyelids and a pointed face mocked Chen Yang. Has the main god lowered the threshold for team battles so much that rookie squads like yours are being included? At this point, he suddenly licked his lips and suggested, killing an advanced reincarnator awards 3 evolution points and 3,000 reward points. Captain, why don't we eliminate this winged fire serpent team first before confronting the remaining Baiyu squad? Upon hearing the young man's proposition, the magnetic shield on the middle-aged black man's arm suddenly radiated brilliance, while the blonde woman standing behind William blinked, her longbow's string subtly trembling, indicating her apparent eagerness. William maintained a faint smile, yet remained silent. Chen Yang remained silent, casting a cold glance at the young man of Asian descent. Suddenly, his hair seemed to move without the slightest breeze, and the fabric of his clothing billowed as if stirred by a fierce wind. Almost simultaneously with Chen Yang's gaze, Mine also directed her attention towards the young man, activating her skills of Lock and Heavy Strike in quick succession. In the realm of the main god, they had previously experimented with combining their abilities to achieve a synergistic effect, yet this was their first time executing such a coordinated effort in actual combat. Fear Spell, originally a wide-area incantation, was significantly amplified by Ma Ying's guidance through Lock and the enhancement of Heavy Strike, allowing Chen Yang's Fear Spell to be intensely focused on the young man. Its potency more than doubled. Under the oppressive influence of the Fear Spell, confusion clouded the young man's eyes, and he began to tremble uncontrollably, instinctively taking a step back. Witnessing the young man's pitiable state, both William and his other companions were taken aback. Although they were unaware of the specific ability Chen Yang employed to induce such a reaction, it was evident that it stemmed from a mental prowess, which only added to their astonishment. It is worth noting that the previous harrowing experience of the Xinhua Fox Squad involved the horror film Juon. Anyone who managed to survive such a terrifying film would inevitably experience a growth in mental fortitude, potentially even advancing to a higher tier. Moreover, the young man had already reached first-tier mental capability prior to the ordeal. Thus, the fact that he was now utterly subdued indicated that Chen Yang wielded at least second-tier mental abilities. William took a subtle step forward, positioning himself like an impenetrable wall before the young man. An invisible current surged through the air, generating multiple waves of force. In an instant, the sound of the wind intensified, causing the sleeves of everyone present to flutter wildly. Chapter 83. The Chosen One. From a moment Chen Yang's gaze swept over him. The young man of Asian descent was engulfed in an overwhelming dread. Akin to the instant he first beheld the grotesque figure of Kayako crawling down the staircase in the narrative of Juon. His body became rigid, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger impossible. It was only when William stood before him that the paralyzing fear subsided. His face flushed crimson with rage as he glared venomously at Chen Yang, letting out a guttural roar. In the next moment, a bone whip extended from his back, slicing through the air towards Chen Yang with a fleeting shadow. Park Yongqiu, enough. William's calm words carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing his true name called, Park Yongqiu realized that William was not jesting. The last team member who had disregarded William's warning after hearing his name had met a gruesome fate, with limbs shattered and tossed into a horde of zombies. The memory of this grim lesson made Park Yongqiu think twice as he begrudgingly retracted the bone whip, his expression fluctuating between fury and apprehension as he shouted, "Captain!" Before Park Yongqiu could continue, William furrowed his brow and remarked, "A film of the caliber of World War Z is ill-suited for team battles, especially with 3 teams involved." The only reasons the main deity could have arranged it this way are twofold. Either a chosen one will emerge in this mission, or a member of the Bai Yu squad has injected themselves with zombie gene serum, acquiring a zombie lineage. Either scenario signifies that the difficulty of this horror film will surpass our previous expectations. Chosen One? Chen Yang took note of this term, which was entirely foreign to him. The zombie gene serum likely bore similarities to the werewolf gene serum, just as Chen Yang, upon injecting the zombie gene serum, would be automatically classified within the werewolf faction upon entering a werewolf-themed film. The reincarnators of the Bai Yu squad would also be categorized as belonging to the zombie faction due to their injection. However, what precisely did the term Chosen One entail? Though Chen Yang maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, William, ever observant, detected the fleeting expression of his emotions. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he remarked, "It appears you truly are a rookie team. You have yet to obtain the captain's authority, I presume?" Seeing Chen Yang fall silent, William's expression shifted to one of understanding. That constitutes the second piece of information, and it cannot be provided for free. However, if you possess any valuable information, I am willing to exchange. After contemplation, Chen Yang realized that his experiences in Human Skin Hotel and Night Demon bore little value for the current XINU squad. Ultimately, the only potentially valuable information he had pertained to the blood orchid. He deliberated and responded, "I possess information regarding the blood orchid, but apart from the details surrounding the Chosen One, I would also like to learn more about the gene serum, including methods of obtaining it and any additional pertinent information." Blood orchid? William hesitated for a moment before promptly nodding. Deal. Upon consuming the blood orchid, there exists a certain probability of manifesting a mutated ability, unconstrained by attribute tiers. Should no mutated ability arise, an evolution point will automatically be generated within the body. Upon hearing the mention of mutation abilities, William raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It appears you have garnered significant benefits from the serpent disaster. I presume you still possess some blood orchid?" Chen Yang neither confirmed nor denied it, remaining noncommittal. William then slapped his forehead and stated, "I see. This belongs to the second piece of information. Guinevere, please enlighten them regarding the gene serums and the Chosen Ones." The blonde woman standing behind William stepped forward and explained, "In the horror films of the reincarnation world, there exists a plethora of non-human monsters, such as werewolves, vampires, and even superhuman figures like Spider-Man. Completing tasks within such monstrous films grants a certain probability of acquiring werewolf gene serums or vampire gene serums, regardless of the type. Each gene signifies immense power. However, these genes often come with various defects. For instance, werewolves in blade fear silver, vampires in blood dawn are harmed by sunlight, and zombies in Resident Evil lose their intellect, driven solely by their primal urge to consume. Once these gene serums are utilized, they bestow great strength upon the reincarnator. Yet simultaneously, those who employ these serums must fully accept the inherent flaws associated with the gene. Furthermore, upon carrying a certain gene, when re-entering a similar horror film, the main deity will automatically classify the reincarnator within the same lineage, issuing tasks according to their faction until all genetic fragments have been completed through sufficient experiences in similar horror films. Guinevere's discourse, though brief, was laden with substantial information that corroborated Chen Yang's previous knowledge, leading him to preliminarily conclude that most of her assertions were indeed truthful. The existence of the main deity's space serves to identify the strongest individuals to be transported to the apocalypse as saviors. From this perspective, the presence of gene serums significantly enhances the reincarnator's capabilities. After a pause, Guinevere continued, "Each reincarnation team, after navigating through 3 horror films, will engage in team combat. The member who has experienced the most horror films will automatically ascend to the position of captain, a fact I trust you're already aware of. When a reincarnator qualifies to become a captain, the main deity will provide a prompt, allowing the choice between becoming a captain or a chosen one. Opting to become a captain grants captaincy privileges and the role of team leader. Conversely, choosing to become a chosen one results in leaving the team to venture into an unknown realm." The information regarding the chosen ones was astonishing. causing Chen Yang to ponder momentarily before inquiring. What if one chooses to become a chosen one, yet none of the remaining team members qualify to become captains? Before Guinevere could respond, William interjected, "The team will continue to reincarnate until the reincarnator squad meets the criteria once more." Chen Yang fell into deep contemplation. From the overarching savior plan, the initial 3 horror film worlds served as a grand selection process for the reincarnators. Surviving through 3 horror films and subsequently engaging in team combat would allow the strongest member of the team to qualify as a chosen one. Marking the second round of selection, what privileges await those who become chosen ones? William pondered for a moment and stated, upon becoming the chosen one will automatically acquire privileges typically reserved for a captain. Furthermore, every subsequent entry into a horror film will involve collaboration with other chosen ones or reincarnation teams. This implies that each mission will be as brutal and sanguinary as a team battle, which also suggests swifter evolution and more substantial rewards. Chen Yang remained silent for a while before inquiring. So, what we are facing this time are either reincarnators with zombie genes or chosen ones lurking in the shadows. William nodded in affirmation. He glanced at the metallic watch on his wrist and noticed that the green that representing Gary had not moved. He lifted his head, intending to speak, when suddenly a cargo van in the flow of traffic roared to life, careening through the street and colliding with the vehicles that obstructed its path, clearing a route amidst the congested roadway. Chen Yang's expression shifted. As one of the representatives of zombie films, World War Z was a horror film requiring meticulous study. He had certainly watched this movie, and the scene unfolding before him evoked a sense of familiarity. It mirrored the moment when Gary and his wife encountered a traffic jam while taking their daughters to school. The next sequence involved Gary driving behind the cargo van, indicating that Gary was on the verge of departure. William, too, recognized this realization. He scanned the surroundings, swiftly moving towards a minibus stranded in the middle of the road. With a powerful punch, he shattered the glass, opened the door, and forcefully yanked the driver down. Chapter 84. The sudden onset of battle, witnessing William shatter the glass with a powerful punch. A young African-American man with braided hair swiftly advanced a few steps before leaping onto a nearby mailbox. In an agile motion, he dove into the driver's seat, simultaneously shutting the car door behind him. Upon seeing the braided youth seated at the helm, Guinevere cursed vehemently, "Sean, you madman! I would rather walk than ride in a vehicle you're driving." The young man named Sean responded with a cheeky grin, sharply yanking the steering wheel and driving the vehicle directly onto the adjacent sidewalk, halting beside the gathering crowd. Reluctantly, Guinevere cursed again as she climbed into the van. And with all the members of the 2 squads on board, Sean slammed on the accelerator, propelling the minibus forward like an arrow released from a bow. Seated inside, Chen Yang felt his upper body lurch backward, although he could not see the dashboard. The rapid retreat of the buildings on either side provided ample evidence that the minibus was surging above 70 miles per hour. The speed at which Sean could catapult the vehicle was a clear indication of his enhanced driving skills. The minibus continued to accelerate under Sean's command. It exhibited the ferocity of a tank, racing forward with the velocity of a sports car down the pedestrian walkway. A pedestrian, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying, eliciting an excited shriek from Sean, who relentlessly pressed the accelerator. Regardless of whether they were people or refuse bins, nothing stood in his path. Though his methods were brutal, they proved effective. The numbers representing distance on the metal watch fluctuated rapidly, transitioning from 3 digits to 2. Soon, Chen Yang spotted a silver sedan closely trailing a delivery truck ahead, precisely the vehicle that the Gary family drove in the film. On the rooftop of a towering 30-story building flanking the street, several figures stood. Among them, a woman clad in black, her face painted in camouflage, aimed a matte black. Large caliber, sniper, rifle downward. Beside her stood a towering figure, a short-haired man with a nose ring, wielding binoculars as he surveyed the scene below. His robust physique dwarfed the slender woman, making her appear delicate in comparison. The binoculars in his grip seemed but a mere toy. In addition to the duo, a bald man stood at the edge of the rooftop railing. The high winds whipped through the air, causing his wide sleeves to billow like sails, his body swaying like a reed in the breeze. yet his feet remained firmly planted, as if anchored to the ground. Even when the gusts forced him parallel to the surface, he would soon straighten up, swaying once more as the wind gusted. The woman with the painted face glanced up at the swaying bald man and remarked, "Ken, had you been my target, you would have been a headshot long ago." "Ken!" The bald man grinned broadly and lightly leaped from the railing. His physique was well-proportioned, and his two furry arms, exposed to the outside world, appeared robust and powerful, exuding a palpable sense of strength. He popped a piece of gum into his mouth, chewing heartily as he sauntered over to the short-haired black man and inquired, "Where is Dong? Can you ascertain her location?" Among ordinary individuals, Ken's stature could be considered imposing. However, when compared to the short-haired black man, he only reached the man's chest, forcing him to tilt his head upward to engage in conversation. Before the short-haired black man could respond, a black woman interjected, "Ken, Dong possesses enhanced elven genes. If she were so easily detectable, she would have perished countless times by now. How could she possibly have survived until now?" As she spoke of elven genes, a slight unease crossed the black woman's face, revealing a mixture of jealousy and envy. The short-haired black man remained fixated on the telescope, adjusting it as he spoke. "A minibus is tailing Gary. There are 14 individuals aboard. For white individuals, 8 yellow-skinned ones, and 2 black men. Unfortunately, they're on the wrong side." The young black woman named Avel squinted one eye, continuously adjusting her sniper rifle while monitoring the minibus's interior through the scope. "It appears that the other 2 reincarnation squads have formed an alliance. Ken, hurry down to assist, but remember to only help from the periphery. Do not approach the captain, where you risk being attacked." With a single stride, Ken leapt onto the railing of the high-rise building and plunged down from over 30 stories. Just as he descended, 2 elongated black wings, imbued with a metallic sheen and spanning 2 meters, erupted from his back, propelling him downward. "Darlings, allow me to surprise you," Avel murmured, making slight adjustments to her rifle in tandem with the minibus's movement before gently pulling the trigger. Almost simultaneously with Avel's shot, William, the middle-aged black man, Chen Yang, and Lin Feiyu instinctively glanced upward through the windshield. The middle-aged black man, who had been standing behind Sean since they boarded, sidestepped, and a magnetic shield materialized on his forearm, positioned protectively in front of the driving Sean. The force of the bullet shattered the minibus's windshield, impacting the magnetic shield on the middle-aged man's arm. In that instant, it was as if time slowed down, and the golden bullet visibly morphed before ultimately being attracted to the magnetic shield. Having intercepted the bullet, the middle-aged man clearly felt the strain. A pallor crossed his dark face, and the magnetic shield trembled briefly before discarding the deformed bullet onto the floor of the vehicle. Witnessing the middle-aged man's successful defense, William's expression grew increasingly grave. He abruptly closed his eyes and shouted, "There's a sniper on the building ahead. Sean, aim for the left front tire. Guinevere, deal with that sniper." Sean's reaction was swift. Almost as soon as William mentioned the left front tire, he deftly lifted his left foot off the accelerator while maintaining speed, causing the minibus to momentarily tilt to the right. Astonishingly, it balanced on just 2 wheels, gliding forward. At that very instant, a bullet struck just beneath the left front tire, its tremendous force creating a gaping hole in the pavement, roughly the size of a basketball. With a resounding bang, the left side tires of the minibus hit the ground, jolting the passengers within, some of whom, unaccustomed to such terror, lost their grip on the handrails and were violently tossed, sustaining injuries. Guinevere, evidently endowed with heightened agility, leaped from the vehicle's window the moment it landed. In that fleeting instant, she grasped the window ledge, flipped herself onto the roof, and landed deftly. Once she steadied herself, she leaned forward, retrieving a longbow from her back, nocking an arrow with precision, and aimed at the towering building ahead. The minibus continued its forward momentum as she positioned herself, her feet firmly planted, arching her insteps to maintain balance. Her pupils dilated dramatically, almost doubling in size, reflecting the distant figure of Avel on the rooftop. With superlative vision and the wind arrow ability activated, Guinevere aimed to eliminate the sniper from the opposing team in one decisive strike. Meanwhile, atop the building, Abel spotted Guinevere on the minibus roof. Swiftly, she aligned her crosshairs on Guinevere, ready to pull the trigger, when a glimmer of silver flashed in her scope, magnifying exponentially until it obscured all else, leaving nothing visible but that radiant light. Chapter 85. Engaging the enemy within the scope of her sight. The silver-white arrow grew increasingly larger, allowing Ava to discern the intricate patterns etched upon it. She recognized it as a burst magic arrow exchanged within the autonomous divine space. A single arrow requiring 100 reward points. Beside her, a bald black man swiftly pulled Ava aside. The arrow twisted midair, tracing a graceful arc as it continued its trajectory towards Ava. The bald man shielded her in his embrace, bending at the waist, and at that moment, a surge of earthy yellow light emanated from his dark skin. The arrow's tip spun as it penetrated the man's back, but could not burrow deeper, subsequently exploding within him. The force of the explosion surpassed even that of the bullet Ava had previously fired. He let out a muffled grunt as a fist-sized hole erupted in his back. Remarkably, little blood flowed from the wound. Through the exposed flesh, one could see his muscle fibers quivering like high-tensile steel wire, and the visible bone exuded a metallic quality akin to iron. This bald man appeared to possess a physique of bronze and iron, as the explosive arrow that would obliterate an ordinary person merely left a shallow indentation in him. Seemingly enraged by the injury, he roared like a beast, slamming his massive fist onto the ground with a force that sent visible cracks sprawling across the concrete floor. He bent down, thrusting his hand into the fissures, retrieving a slab of concrete the size of a coffee table, and with a mighty swing, hurled it towards the minibus. Ava straightened, her long hair billowing in the wind, and raised her sniper rifle, aiming at Guinevere, who stood atop the minibus. The hefty concrete slab, mingled with debris, plummeted from the sky, blocking the sun and casting a formidable shadow over Guinevere. Weighing no less than half a ton, even a glancing blow could spell disaster for the minibus and its occupants. With gritted teeth, Guinevere swiftly drew 3 explosive arrows from her quiver. Knocking them to the bowstring, she aimed at the descending concrete slab. A glimmer of silver shone in her eyes, mingled with droplets of blood, indicating her strain in wielding her abilities. The explosive arrows detonated in rapid succession, shattering the concrete slab into countless fragments, which rained down like hailstones, striking the vehicles below with thunderous impacts. Many unfortunate souls outside were caught in the onslaught, sustaining grave injuries. Amidst the cloud of dust and debris, a golden bullet spiraled through the chaos, racing towards Guinevere like a flash of lightning. Guinevere's entire focus was on the massive concrete block. Despite her enhanced clairvoyance, she failed to detect the bullets concealed amidst the swirling dust and gravel until the distant, muffled sound of a sniper rifle alerted her to their presence. William, who had kept his eyes closed within the vehicle, jerked awake and urgently exclaimed, "Sean, the target of that shot is Guinevere." In response, Sean let out a furious roar, accelerating the minibus further. Guinevere, standing atop the vehicle, lost control of her body and fell backward, narrowly avoiding the bullet aimed at her. The bullet struck the minibus's roof, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. William opened his eyes, leaping from the window of the vehicle. 2 wings, reminiscent of a bat's, unfurled from his back as he soared toward a dark figure descending from the sky. Has the vampire gene evolved? Chen Yang nearly shouted upon witnessing William soaring through the air, but quickly realized something was amiss. In every horror film, vampires are known to fear sunlight. Yet here was William flying toward it without any apparent ill effects. Could it be that he had fully realized the vampire gene? Just as this thought crossed Chen Yang's mind, he shook his head, recognizing that if William had indeed completed the vampire gene, his combat abilities would far exceed those of any opponent lacking such enhancements, making it implausible for the Overseer to have placed him in this scenario. "It's the cannibal tribe," Ma Ying exclaimed, piecing together the clues. Just as William reached midair, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky, followed by a black figure adorned with metallic wings, who dove down, brandishing a large axe aimed at William. William's bat-like wings were evidently less agile than the black man's eagle wings, despite his desperate flapping. The man managed to sever a portion of William's wing with a single blow. Had it not been for his unique cannibal tribe gene, that strike could have incapacitated him. Realizing he was no match for the eagle-winged adversary, William promptly folded his wings and plummeted straight down. The eagle-winged man, with a powerful flap, pursued William closely. Before he could catch up, gunfire erupted from the speeding minibus, creating a hail of bullets directed at him. The eagle-winged man swiftly drew his wings around himself, the reinforced feathers withstanding the barrage of bullets that rattled against him, only shedding a few feathers in the process. He then performed a rapid maneuver, twisting like a spinning top, before soaring into the air and gliding away into the distance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From a moment the sniper fired until the eagle-winged man took flight, barely a dozen seconds had elapsed. At that moment, the cargo truck, which had been careening recklessly, finally collided with another vehicle at an intersection, flipping onto its side. Meanwhile, Gary's silver sedan seized the opportunity presented by the truck's path, surging forward through the congestion without hesitation. Originally, according to the plot, Gary was to be struck by a fire truck after he exited the intersection. However, before he could navigate through the junction, a black Ford suddenly surged toward him from the opposite direction, colliding head-on with the silver sedan belonging to Gary's family. The silver car hastily swerved, yet the rear was directly impacted by the black Ford, producing a cacophony of screeching sounds as it was forcefully pushed to the roadside before coming to a halt. With a resounding crash, the door of the black Ford was violently ejected from the interior, and a middle-aged black man clad in a white suit leaped out, striding directly toward the silver sedan. Chapter 86. Gary Sean emitted a strange cry as he yanked the steering wheel, causing the minibus to violently collide with the black Ford, sending it soaring through the air before crashing into a figure clad in white. The individual in the white suit was propelled over 10 meters, landing with a thud atop a nearby sedan, the tremendous force creating a significant dent in the vehicle's roof. Remarkably unfazed, he gracefully leapt down from the car's roof, continuing his charge toward Gary's family's silver sedan, even as the minibus had yet to come to a complete stop. Witnessing the white-suited figure racing towards Gary's silver car, Mine gripped the railing of the minibus with one hand while aiming her gun at his chest with the other, incessantly pulling the trigger. Bullets cascaded towards him like a torrential downpour. Unflinching, the man raised his right hand to shield his face. His arms and torso absorbed the impacts of the bullets, which merely caused him to sway slightly. Blood splattered across his pristine white suit, yet he appeared impervious to the onslaught. The intersection had become utterly congested with vehicles, halting the minibus in its tracks. The white-suited figure lowered his arm and cast a glance at the minibus, his eyes bloodshot and his expression eerily reminiscent of the surrounding zombies, radiating a sense of madness. Leaning forward slightly, he prepared to charge at the minibus. Observing this scene from a building with a sniper rifle scope, Avril's expression shifted dramatically. She seized the communicator and exclaimed, "Captain, our primary objective is to eliminate the Gary family. We must remain composed. Once we accomplish that, our mission will be fulfilled." Before her words could fully resonate, a chilling sensation crept over her, and her heart raced. She fell backward, collapsing onto the rooftop, just as a white feathered arrow and a bullet whizzed past the very spot where she had stood moments before. Hearing the voice through her earpiece, the white-suited man, who was about to charge at the minibus, experienced a momentary lessening of the bloodshot hue in his eyes. He cast a deep glance at those within the minibus before pivoting towards the silver sedan, his speed astonishing as he reached it in the blink of an eye. Raising his fist to strike the window, the occupants of the minibus barely had time to react, opening fire in unison. Bullets formed a barrage akin to a torrential downpour directed at the figure in white. He retracted his right hand to shield his head, staggering backward from the impacts. His once pristine suit quickly became saturated with blood from the wounds, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, his eyes growing even more bloodshot and his expression increasingly frenzied. Chen Yang's heart raced as he observed the man in white, who exhibited no signs of pain, clearly a product of the zombie gene evolution from the Baiyu squad. Alternate firing. "I'm going to rescue them," Chen Yang declared, casting a glance at Gary's silver car. He leaped from a minibus, landing atop a sedan parked by the roadside. The roof of the car emitted a distressing creak as his feet impacted, creating a substantial indentation. Chen Yang's legs were slightly bent, and with the rebound force from the roof of the car, he leapt gracefully onto the roof of the next vehicle. He deftly vaulted over the rooftops of 3 cars, landing in front of a silver sedan, where he swiftly yanked open the door. Just as he did, a fist came hurtling towards him. He tilted his face slightly, placing his right hand against the fist, and with a subtle exertion, pressed Gary back into his seat. Noticing Gary's intention to move, a cold glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes as he aimed his gun at the 2 girls in the back seat. Gary immediately ceased his movements, raising his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Do not harm them. If there's an issue, direct it at me. They are just children." Chen Yang replied easily. "Get out of the car immediately and head over to that minibus." "Who are you really? Why can that man not be killed? And who are those who just sprouted wings?" Gary, a former federal agent, despite having just fled in a vehicle, had keenly observed everything. Chen Yang glanced at the man in the white suit. Though he had lost some of his rationality, he had not completely devolved into a mindless state. Realizing he could not dodge the bullets, he took a few steps back, using the car for cover as he approached the silver sedan. "There is no time for lengthy explanations. I can only tell you succinctly, he is here to kill you, and I am here to protect you." Having been struck by the black Ford driven by the man in the white suit, Gary understood the nefarious intent and immediately jumped from the car. Then, as if recognizing something, he said, "Are you protecting me or our entire family?" Without waiting for Chen Yang to respond, Gary shouted, "If it's just for me, I absolutely will not leave." He gestured to the chaos surrounding them, declaring, "Leaving them here is no different from killing them. If you harm them, I would rather die than go with you." From this exchange, it was evident that Gary was a devoted family man. Such a response was hardly surprising. Chen Yang opened the back door and swiftly picked up one of the little girls, running towards the minibus. Gary then scooped up another girl, ushering his wife to follow closely behind him into the minibus. As soon as they boarded, Sean slammed on the gas, sending the minibus careening backward, colliding with 2 cars before executing a sharp turn and speeding toward a nearby square. Chen Yang handed the little girl he was carrying to Gary's wife, who clutched the child tightly, offering her comfort. Gary, holding the other girl, led his wife and daughters to the last row of seats. He placed them safely in their seats and stood protectively in front of them, taking a deep breath just as he was about to speak when the square erupted with a chorus of anguished screams. Through the windows of the minibus, they could clearly see scattered zombies emerging, lunging at the living. Anyone bitten would transform into a zombie within mere seconds, rising to continue the assault. Under the threat of the undead, the entire square descended into chaos, teeming with frenzied zombies and panicked people. Chen Yang furrowed his brow tightly, for it was evident that the virus had commenced a full-scale outbreak. In a remarkably brief span, this city would undoubtedly devolve into a realm of zombies. The minibus careened recklessly through the square, indiscriminately colliding with both humans and the undead alike, sending them flying in its wake. With each impact against a zombie, Sean emitted a chilling cry, growing increasingly exhilarated. Observing Sean's maniacal demeanor, Chen Yang frowned even deeper, while Gary could no longer contain himself, grasping the railing of the minibus and rushing forward, exclaiming, "Stop! You are committing murder!" Chapter 87. Supermarket. As Gary's words echoed, a sudden crash resounded, and a grotesque zombie with grayish eyes lunged from the crowd, violently smashing its head into the car window. Half of its body forced its way through the jagged glass, leaving it battered and bruised. Ignoring its wounds, it eagerly leaned out of the window, scanning left and right, while desperately trying to squeeze itself through the shattered opening. With a soft thud, a wolf fang pierced its neck, and with a swift twist, severed its head. The head tumbled within the vehicle, bouncing twice before rolling to Gary's feet, its gray eyes wide open, mouth closing and opening as if it had exerted its final strength before falling still. Gary, shaken, gazed at the zombie's severed head at his feet, kicking it aside as he inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Chen Yang, taking the opportunity, kicked the head out of the window and replied, "Surely you've seen Resident Evil. Can't you even recognize a zombie?" Momentarily taken aback, Gary exclaimed, "Come on, That's just a movie. How could this? He faltered, realizing that the creature that had just broken through the window could no longer be classified as human. In every conceivable way, it resembled the zombies from the film, indicating that the individuals in the square, previously termed rabid by the authorities, were not infected with rabies, but rather a zombie virus. Gary. Suddenly, Gary's wife called his name, clutching their daughter, her expression fraught with panic. Gary swiftly turned around to find his daughter Rachel pale and gasping for breath. A tight knot formed in his chest as he rushed her side, checking her complexion before asking his wife, "Where's the medication?" "I left the bag in the car," she replied, her face etched with worry. "I can't find the spare medication." Hastily, Gary approached the seemingly suffocating girl and urged, "Rachel, take deep breaths. You'll be all right." Rachel gasped for air, struggling to catch her breath. Chen Yang cursed under his breath, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. Rachel suffered from asthma, and the absence of her medication had triggered the dire situation. At that moment, a loud bang erupted from the roof of the minibus, causing it to sag ominously as if a heavy object had landed atop it. San, behind the wheel, paled and slammed on the brakes, hoping to dislodge whatever weight pressed down on the roof. Yet when the minibus came to a halt, nothing fell away. "Don't stop," William shouted, squeezing his eyes shut. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he cried, "It's a liquor from Resident Evil." How could there be a liquor? Before his words could settle, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, and a dark red tongue invaded the vehicle through the broken window, ensnaring the female broadcaster and yanking her outward. Caught off guard, the female broadcaster was suddenly pulled out of the window. In that fleeting moment as her body passed through the opening, she instinctively dropped her phone and clutched the window frame with both arms. The shards of glass remaining on the window pierced her hands, staining them with crimson blood, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, desperately trying to free herself. William was the first to react. He reached out, revealing a gleaming silver Desert Eagle in his palm. Instantly, blue gunfire erupted, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon the car roof. The close-range shots accentuated the Desert Eagle's penetrating power, creating 7 fist-sized holes in the roof, some of which emitted beams of light, while others oozed dark red blood. The broadcaster's body fell inside the vehicle, her head and shoulders entirely missing. The bite marks on her shoulder indicated that something had gruesomely severed her head from her body. Her phone lay on the floor of the car, still recording the harrowing events. William, eyes still closed and sweat beading on his forehead, shouted, "Everyone, stay away from the windows. Move to the center of the vehicle." Having witnessed the grim fate of the broadcaster, everyone retreated to the middle of the bus, watching the roof intently. With a tearing sound, the roof above the driver's seat was violently ripped open, and a pair of blood-soaked claws reached inside, targeting Sean, who was at the wheel. Just as it seemed Sean was about to meet his doom at the hands of the devourer, William extended his arm, unleashing a serrated gear that sliced through the devourer's claws, severing them at the root. The foul blood sprayed onto Sean, drenching him completely, wiping the blood from his face. Sean slammed the accelerator, but the tires of the minibus emitted clouds of smoke and the acrid scent of rubber, refusing to budge. Outside, a tree as thick as a bowl trembled, its trunk ensnared by a dark red tongue. Realizing that the devourer was atop the vehicle, the group raised their guns and fired. After a rapid exchange of gunfire, the minibus surged forward like a wild stallion, while behind it, a devourer, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, extended and retracted its limbs in hot pursuit. A silver-feathered arrow and a golden bullet flew out from either side of the minibus, as Guinevere and Maying, despite being first-time collaborators, demonstrated remarkable synergy, sealing off all angles of the devourer. A massive cavity emerged on the creature's colossal body, and it emitted a dreadful shriek, staggering from the tremendous force, its speed finally diminishing as it fell further behind the minibus. As the vehicle rounded a bend onto a wide 8-lane asphalt road, the devourer vanished from sight. Only when the ominous figure of the devourer was no longer visible did Chen Yang exhale in relief. The recent skirmish had unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet its peril surpassed that of any previous encounter. How could there be a devourer? Chen Yang inquired softly, glancing at William. What on earth is happening? William wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a faint smile, saying, the last horror film that team by Yu Wu encountered must have been Resident Evil. And within their ranks, there's a member who has evolved the summoning technique and has slain a licker. The recent licker was a manifestation of his summon. It is evident that the capabilities of the Master God space include summoning techniques. While Chen Yang felt a sense of relief, an overwhelming anxiety also gripped him. The combat prowess displayed by Yu Wu had already exhausted both of the smaller teams, and it was clear that this was not the entirety of Yu Wu's strength. At that moment, Rachel's breathing grew increasingly labored. Gary offered his daughter a few words of comfort before turning back to call out, please, find a pharmacy quickly. My daughter cannot hold on much longer. William's expression turned cold as he replied, our mission is to protect you. Others are not within our protection scope. Gary stepped back, visibly agitated, and exclaimed, listen, I don't understand why you're protecting me, but my foremost duty is to safeguard my family. If I cannot protect them, I would rather perish. Since you are here to protect me, I assume you're aware that I was once a federal agent. In the past, to keep secrets, I had 11 methods of suicide at my disposal, and now, to protect my family, those methods are still applicable. William's expression shifted. Gary's words might be true or false, yet the truth could not be ascertained in this moment. Both the XINU Fox team and the Winged Fire Snake team were incapable of bearing the burden of failure. Should the mission falter, each team member would incur a deduction of 5,000 reward points, signifying that, aside from a select few reincarnators, the rest would be directly obliterated by the Master God. Under Gary's guidance, the minibus halted before a large supermarket, perhaps due to the inertia of the plot. This supermarket was indeed the one where Gary procured medicine in the original narrative. Peering through the window, it was evident that, just like in the original story, the supermarket had completely lost its defenses. Panic-stricken individuals were rushing out with overflowing shopping carts, while many others surged inside, frantically seizing goods, or rather, engaging in pillaging. Uncertain whether reincarnators from Yu Wu were inside, Chen Yang decided against allowing Gary to disembark for safety reasons and inquired, what medicine do you need? I shall retrieve it. Without hesitation, Gary replied, showering. He glanced at his daughter Rachel, whose complexion was growing increasingly pallid, and added, Rachel's asthma is worsening. I need to take her inside to administer her inhalation medication swiftly. Chen Yang and William exchanged glances and nodded, stating, we will accompany you. The fee. You and Ma Ying head into the supermarket to procure necessary food and water. The others will remain in the vehicle. Once they exited the vehicle and entered the supermarket, Chen Yang quickly realized that the establishment had descended into utter chaos. Even the staff donned in supermarket uniforms were frantically stuffing supplies into shopping carts, clearly aware, despite the ambiguous news reports, that a large-scale viral outbreak was underway. After dispatching an armed robber with a swift motion, Zhang Jianfei and Ma Ying remained in the grocery section to gather food and water, while Chen Yang and William guided Gary and his daughter through the maze of shopping aisles, ultimately arriving at the pharmaceutical section. Gary gently placed Rachel on the ground and swiftly rummaged through the drawers. Chen Yang remained vigilant, constantly observing the surrounding environment. Before long, just as in the original narrative, a young man clad in a hooded sweatshirt emerged from behind a row of medicine cabinets, brandishing a handgun. Although the young man did not assault Rachel in the original storyline, Chen Yang did not dare to let his guard down. He raised his weapon, aiming at the young man before him, when suddenly the young man lunged forward, charging directly at Chen Yang. Chapter 88. Fierce battle. The young man's initial target was supposed to be Gary. However, with Chen Yang positioned squarely between them, his focus shifted to Chen Yang instead. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite the young man being an ordinary individual, Chen Yang sensed an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him. Observing the young man's gait with meticulous attention, Chen Yang immediately discerned something amiss. As the young man lunged forward, he instinctively spread his arms wide, a clear indication of being manipulated from behind, likely by a member of the Yu Wu Team's reincarnators. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang retreated, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion, while in his mind's eye, he conjured a three-dimensional model of the supermarket. Numerous figures materialized as red dots. and behind the red dot representing the young man, another red dot lingered ominously. The young man stumbled slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Yet he continued his relentless advance towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang continued to back away until he found himself pressed against the wall, unable to retreat further. At that moment, the young man's speed surged, propelling him towards Chen Yang in midair. Chen Yang squinted, the two red dots in his mind remaining closely aligned. Resolving to act, he fired a shot that struck the young man squarely in the chest. Almost simultaneously, a slender figure clad in black descended from his back, landing gracefully on the ground. She knelt, gliding across the smooth floor towards Chen Yang, her upper body nearly parallel to the ground. A flash of black caught his eye as she lunged a dark dagger towards his abdomen. With a swift motion, Chen Yang's elbows and knees bent in a reverse manner, enabling him to scale the wall behind him like a gecko, narrowly evading the black-clad assailant's dagger. Expanding his limbs, he leaped towards the ground where the black-clad figure was positioned, believing her attack to be certain. The assailant's striking features reflected a moment of surprise as Chen Yang's descent brought him face to face with her. Though he caught only a fleeting glimpse of her visage, he noticed her ears were strikingly pointed. In midair, Chen Yang raised his arm, bringing his elbow down with tremendous force, the motion slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet at that instant he felt a chilling grip seize his arm. A wave of cold coursed through his body, rendering his muscles rigid and disrupting his balance, sending him plummeting downwards. Simultaneously, the incandescent lights overhead flickered ominously, some even bursting outright. This brief interlude provided the black-clad figure the opportunity to arch her back, her hands touching the ground as she executed a graceful flip, vanishing into the shadows as the lights flickered back to brightness. It was only then that the icy sensation enveloping Chen Yang dissipated. As he descended closer to the ground, he pressed his hands against the floor, springing upward like a coiled spring. Upon regaining his footing, he glanced at his arm, only to discover several dark blue fingerprints marring his skin, suggesting that their owner was likely just a child. Chen Yang felt an unsettling chill as he utilized the virtual radar, yet the interface revealed no signs of any approaching presence. After flickering twice, the overhead lights in the supermarket finally returned to normal. Observing the fingerprints on his arm and recalling the icy sensation from the grip, coupled with the earlier abnormality of the lights, a shiver coursed through him. If his instincts were correct, he had just been grasped by a ghostly entity. On the virtual radar, the red dot symbolizing the figure in black swiftly retreated, nearing the edge of the radar's range. Just as Chen Yang prepared to pursue, a low, thunderous explosion reverberated through his earpiece, followed by Zhou Mo's urgent voice. "We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. The enemy is using flashbangs." Suddenly, her voice cut off, leaving an unsettling silence in the earpiece. A sense of foreboding enveloped Chen Yang as he grasped the communicator, about to respond, when a new red dot appeared on the virtual radar, rapidly approaching him. The speed of this dot surpassed that of an ordinary human, leaving him no time to warn William. With a thunderous crash, a nearby shelf was toppled, and a towering figure emerged. A muscular black man over 2 meters tall. Above him hovered a figure with metallic wings, the same eagle-winged individual he had encountered earlier. The wings stretched an impressive 2 to 3 meters, maneuvering effortlessly through the cramped aisles of the supermarket as they charged toward Chen Yang, one above, one below. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air as 2 circular saw blades, laden with serrated edges, hurtled toward the eagle-winged figure from either side. With a deft flap of its wings, the figure descended almost to ground level, narrowly evading the oncoming blades. The 2 saw blades collided midair with a resounding clang, then abruptly altered their trajectory, doubling their speed as they sliced toward the wings of the eagle-winged figure. The eagle-winged figure folded its wings protectively around itself, spinning in a desperate bid to deflect the blades. The circular saws seemed to possess a magnetic quality, accelerating each time they were deflected, relentlessly pursuing their target. The sound of metal striking metal echoed like a torrential downpour, the blades striking the eagle-winged figure repeatedly in rapid succession. By the time the saws were deflected, Their serrated edges were grotesquely deformed, with several teeth having broken off entirely. With a swift motion, the eagle-winged figure unfurled its wings, shedding a cascade of once glorious metallic feathers upon ground. One wing was grievously severed in the middle by the circular saws, hanging limply. A look of anguish crossed the eagle-winged figure's face as a deep gunshot suddenly rang out. William emerged from behind a row of shelves, brandishing a shotgun that resembled a weapon of formidable size, estimated to possess a caliber of at least 50 millimeters, far exceeding the typical 12 to 20 millimeters of conventional shotguns. The wings behind the eagle-winged figure folded forward, forming a protective barrier in front of him. William wielded a shotgun of tremendous power, unleashing a barrage of countless pellets upon the metallic wings with a relentless fury akin to the sound of a tempestuous downpour. The force of the shotgun's impact compelled the eagle-winged black man to retreat step by step, while William pressed forward, expertly leveraging the weapon's devastating close-range firepower. The pellets pierced the metallic wings, creating a multitude of small holes, with several projectiles even slipping through the gaps to strike the eagle-winged black man directly. As William exhausted the ammunition in his shotgun, the eagle-winged black man seized the opportunity to ascend into the air. However, William had anticipated this move. Two enormous bat-like wings unfurled from his back, allowing him to pursue the eagle-winged black man closely. Although William's speed was initially inferior, the damage inflicted upon the black man's metallic wings significantly hampered both his speed and agility, rendering their confrontation surprisingly evenly matched. Meanwhile, the battle between Chen Yang and the emerging black giant had reached a fever pitch. Upon seeing the black giant charge forth, Chen Yang began to retreat while firing his submachine gun, the bullets cascading like raindrops towards the formidable foe. The distance between them was a mere 5 to 6 meters, and at such proximity, even the fastest reflexes could hardly evade the onslaught. Yet, the black giant exhibited no intention of dodging. Instead, a dusty yellow aura emanated from his body, causing the bullets to slow considerably upon contact. By the time they penetrated the aura and struck the black giant's skin, they had lost all potency. The towering black giant covered the distance in a few powerful strides, swiftly enveloping Chen Yang in a bear hug. The giant's arms constricted tightly, causing Chen Yang's face to flush crimson, and even his bones creaked under the pressure. "Yellow-skinned monkey, your strength is truly lacking," the black giant began. But before he could finish, Chen Yang's arms swelled with unexpected power, gradually pushing the giant's arms apart. Then, with a powerful thrust, Chen Yang's head snapped back before crashing down heavily upon the giant's chin. The impact elicited pain from the black giant, igniting his rage as he forcefully hurled Chen Yang away. Chen Yang crashed through 2 rows of shelves before struggling to rise from the chaotic tangle of merchandise. Meanwhile, the black giant aggressively toppled the shelves in his path, bearing down on Chen Yang with menacing intent. As Chen Yang maneuvered through the supermarket aisles, utilizing the terrain to evade the relentless pursuit of the black giant, he rapidly devised a strategy. The giant's immense strength and near-impenetrable defense posed a formidable challenge. Unless he wielded something inherently sharp like a wolf fang, he doubted he could breach the giant's defenses. After navigating several aisles, Chen Yang's gaze fell upon a shelf laden with ropes and similar implements. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he swiftly grasped a coil of rope. In the eyes of the black giant, although Chen Yang appeared agile, he believed that by toppling every shelf in the vicinity, Chen Yang would soon find himself exposed and unable to evade. Everything unfolded as the imposing African giant had anticipated. After toppling all the shelves in the vicinity, Chen Yang indeed found himself devoid of cover. However, to his astonishment, Chen Yang suddenly vanished from sight. The giant roared twice, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of Chen Yang S-form darting before a half-collapsed shelf ahead. He emitted a low, guttural growl, channeling all his strength as he charged fiercely toward Chen Yang. Yet, just as he took a couple of strides, the African giant felt an unexpected tightening at his feet. In an instant, the world before him was inverted. One of his feet was ensnared by a rope, leaving him dangling helplessly in midair. his massive frame swaying back and forth. Despite his immense power, he found himself utterly impotent at that moment. Desperate to regain control, the giant attempted to bend his body. Convinced that if he could grasp the rope with his hands, he would undoubtedly sever it, even if it were astonishingly resilient. In his inverted view, he suddenly spotted Chen Yang, who brandished a submachine gun. Chen Yang let out a soft hum. The ordinary bullets fired from the weapon would scarcely breach even his skin. Yet he believed that once he freed himself from the rope, he would surely rend Chen Yang apart. Just as the giant bent to break the rope, Chen Yang fired his weapon. Although the standard rounds lacked the capability to penetrate the African giant's defenses, the force of the impact was sufficient to disrupt his movements. After being interrupted thrice by bullets, Chen Yang had already closed the distance, drawing his wolf-fang dagger and fiercely plunging it toward the giant's chest. Chapter 89. The Curse. The noose was ingeniously devised by Chen Yang, having observed the intricate traps set in the previous 2 horror films. Featuring the night demon and the headhunter, he had gleaned valuable insights into the art of trap setting. In addition to the simple snare, he had also arranged 2 concealed traps using rope. The distinct sound of a dagger piercing flesh resonated, and Chen Yang felt as though his wolf-fang had plunged into a thick mass of viscous mud. The sensation of compression emanated from the muscular form of the towering black giant, and the sharp wolf-fang embedded itself only halfway, resisting further penetration. The giant emitted a low grunt, one arm instinctively shielding his vulnerable neck while the other swung forcefully towards Chen Yang. With a swift movement, Chen Yang slipped back a step, narrowly evading the giant's sweeping arm. As the giant's arm passed, he advanced again, his hand firmly grasping the hilt of the wolf-fang. Chen Yang's footwork was deceptively simple, a mere retreat and advance, but executed with remarkable speed and precision. With a surge of strength, Chen Yang twisted the dagger, feeling the reverberations of its force, a testament to the giant's formidable muscle fibers. At that moment, a sudden sharp pain radiated from his temple. He instinctively rolled aside as a bullet struck the ground nearby, sending shards of tile scattering in all directions. Once on the ground, he performed a series of tactical evasive maneuvers, seeking refuge in a blind spot from which he could not be targeted. The virtual radar in his mind revealed no suspicious figures, indicating that the assailant was at least 100 meters away. Given the supermarket's complex layout, it was evident that the enemy possessed enhanced perception and mental acuity, allowing for long-range target acquisition. Only then did the gunfire reach his ears, a series of deep, rapid shots that seemed to blend into a singular roar. The ropes ensnaring the giant's legs snapped, followed by 2 shots that struck near Chen Yang's cover, effectively sealing off his path and thwarting any further assault on the giant. The low, resonant sound of the gunfire was characteristic of a sniper rifle, yet the speed at which the shots were fired suggested a rapid-fire capability akin to that of an assault rifle. Estimating the time between the bullets hitting the ground and the sound of the shots, it was clear that the shooter was positioned at least 300 meters away. The giant, recovering from the ground, rose to his feet, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson hue. He yanked the wolf-fang from his grasp and twisted its blade with a sudden surge of strength, contorting it into a spiral shape solely through the might of his arms. Casting the twisted wolf-fang aside, the giant roared and charged toward Chen Yang, but was abruptly halted by a voice crackling through his earpiece. "Tank, the captain cannot suppress the zombie genes within you. Mission aborted. Return immediately." With a final, frustrated roar directed at Chen Yang, the giant turned and retreated. The somber and continuous sound of gunfire echoed once more. This time, Aver's target was no longer Chen Yang. Instead, the shots were directed at William in the sky. The winged figure swiftly evaded William's grasp, soaring away from the supermarket, clearly slower than his previous pace. With one of his metallic wings severely damaged, William promptly retracted his bat wings, now marred by 2 gaping holes, revealing a cavity the size of a bowl in his chest, evidently struck by the recent bullets. Upon landing, William lunged towards the young Caucasian whom Chen Yang had just slain, sinking his teeth into the young man's chest. As he feasted, the wound on his own chest visibly healed at an astonishing rate. By the time he gnawed a hole into the young man's torso, His own injury had fully mended, leaving no trace of his prior affliction aside from some bloodstains. Chen Yang felt a chill of horror. It was evident that William possessed the terrifying genetic traits of the cannibalistic race. In the film The Cannibal, the monsters could replenish what they consumed, and William had evidently inherited this remarkable ability. Chen Yang returned to the pharmaceutical section in search of Gary. True to his reputation as a former federal agent, Gary, though not as physically adept as Chen Yang or William, demonstrated a keen awareness that perhaps surpassed theirs. The moment the chaos erupted, he instinctively sought a relatively safe corner with his daughter, utilizing the supermarket shelves for cover. Had it not been for the virtual radar displaying their locations, Chen Yang would have expended considerable effort to locate them. Just as Chen Yang found Shurening in the pharmaceutical section, his communicator crackled to life with Ma Ying's voice, which sounded somewhat feeble. Chen Yang, DeFei, may have been cursed. The mention of a curse sent a shiver down Chen Yang's spine as he glanced at the 3 distinct blue fingerprints on his arm. Ma Ying and DeFei had separated from Chen Yang upon entering the supermarket. Compared to the pharmaceutical section, the grocery area was teeming with people, creating utter chaos. Individuals frantically stuffed their shopping carts with food and water, some shelves completely stripped bare by earlier shoppers. In the scramble for the remaining supplies, violent clashes erupted between the desperate crowd. All semblance of order had vanished. Ma Ying witnessed a black police officer, clad in uniform, turning a blind eye as 2 young black men robbed an elderly white woman's cart, instead focusing on filling his own cart with provisions. Perhaps due to the sniper rifle on Ma Ying's back and the rocket launcher slung over Zhang Jinfei's shoulder, no one dared to rob them. In fact, upon seeing the duo, many turned and fled. As they maneuvered past a shopping aisle, an elderly Asian man, wearing a hat and sunglasses, suddenly emerged, pushing a shopping cart. At that moment, Zhang Jinfei felt a sharp pain on his scalp as someone yanked a hair from his head. He spun around abruptly, only to see the elderly man nonchalantly turn a corner and vanish behind a row of shelves. Noticing Zhang Jinfei's distress, Ma Ying hurriedly turned back. But before she could inquire, she saw Zhang Jinfei's face go pale as 2 long centipedes emerged from his nostrils. Strangely enough, Zhang Jinfei seemed utterly oblivious to the peculiar sensation on his face. Noticing a change in Ma Ying's expression, he instinctively touched his own visage. At that very moment, 2 centipedes, as if sensing something amiss, swiftly burrowed into his nostrils. Despite having endured 3 horror films, his psychological resilience far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Yet, upon witnessing such a terrifying scene, Ma Ying could not help but take a step back, pointing at Zhang Jinfei's face, momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment. "What is happening?" Zhang Jinfei inquired, feeling a numbing sensation on his face. Instinctively, he glanced at his fingers, only to find that the tips of the fingers that had just touched his face had turned pitch black. In that instant, Ma Ying's mind raced with countless thoughts, recalling films like The Art of the Demon she had seen in the main god space. Zhang Jinfei's current appearance mirrored that of individuals afflicted by curses in those movies, while the elderly Asian man they had just brushed past must have been the practitioner of such dark arts. Curses are incurable. Only the practitioner can break the curse. To save Zhang Jinfei, one must first confront the departing sorcerer. With this thought in mind, Ma Ying disregarded Zhang Jinfei, leaning forward to grasp her sniper rifle tightly. With a surge of energy, she dashed around the corner, just in time to catch a glimpse of the elderly man's figure disappearing around the bend of the shopping aisle. Turning back to glance at Zhang Jinfei, she witnessed him expelling a copious amount of black gastric fluid, within which countless tiny centipedes writhed in desperation. As they were expelled, they coiled together and, upon hitting the ground, frantically extended their antennae in all directions. Ma Ying pursued at her utmost speed. However, upon rounding the corner of the shopping aisle, a sharp pain pierced her chest. To her astonishment, the vanishing sorcerer stood poised at the corner, brandishing a triangular dagger, awaiting her arrival, an act that had effectively delivered her directly into the path of the weapon. With a swift motion, Ma Ying swung her sniper rifle, the alloy stock striking the sorcerer's ribcage with tremendous force. The impact echoed with a crisp sound of a bone fracturing as the sorcerer staggered back, taking 2 steps in retreat. A flicker of pain crossed his face as he bent slightly, glancing at the blood splattered on his hands. A smirk of triumph emerging as he rasped, "You are doomed." Removing his sunglasses and discarding them onto the ground, he revealed eyes devoid of color, then produced 2 strands of withered grass entwined together from his cloak. "This is called the Chinkoin curse. Even I cannot unravel such a curse. Now, no one can save you. These grasses will take root in your innards, draining your very essence until they burst forth from your body. Go to hell." Zhang Jianfei suddenly emerged from behind Ma Ying, the corners of his mouth still oozing a foul black liquid. Long centipedes continued to crawl from his nostrils, and even tiny larval centipedes peeked out from beneath his eyelids. Yet, he remained entirely unfazed, with a rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. The rear emitted a blue flame as a rocket propelled directly toward the sorcerer. The expression of the sorcerer changed dramatically as he swiftly retrieved a bronze mirror from within his robes, positioning it before himself. Under the reflection of the light, the mirror revealed a missile being launched from a rocket launcher. In the next instant, the missile's warhead astonishingly shattered through the mirror, hurtling forth into the air. The proximity between the two was perilously close. Before the missile could fully escape the confines of the mirror, 2 projectiles collided midair. The bronze mirror in the sorcerer's grasp was obliterated by the explosion, unleashing a thunderous blast accompanied by flames and shrapnel that scattered in all directions. His pallor shifted drastically as he coughed up a stream of blood, within which faintly emerged a translucent woman with closed eyes, her arms outstretched as if to shield him from the oncoming debris and shockwave. Although she successfully blocked the force and shrapnel, her ethereal form dwindled to nothingness, leaving behind only a fragmented visage that flickered in the air. Gradually, her tightly shut eyes began to open slightly, and as she spun in the air, her gaze fixated intently upon the sorcerer. Chapter 90. Divergence. The voodoo master felt a trickle of fresh blood escape from the corner of his mouth as he emitted a bizarre cry, his body surging forth from the supermarket like a gust of wind. Trailing closely behind him was a translucent visage of a woman, her remaining teeth gnashing together, snapping at his form. Earlier, after launching the rocket, Zhang Jianfei had discarded the launcher and thrown himself over Ma Ying, striving to shield her with his outstretched arms. When Chen Yang arrived, he beheld Zhang Jianfei, who was using his body as a shield for Ma Ying. Despite possessing 3 layers of defenses, they were insufficient to withstand the violence of a close-range explosion. Zhang Jianfei's back was riddled with shrapnel, blood staining his body, while from the embedded fragments, crimson centipedes crawled incessantly from the wounds. Gently moving Zhang Jianfei aside, Chen Yang discovered Ma Ying beneath him, her complexion ashen, a triangular dagger embedded deep within her chest, nearly to the hilt. Upon seeing Chen Yang, a fleeting spark ignited in her eyes before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Jianfei exhibited no signs of life. Chen Yang scooped up Ma Ying, sprinting out of the supermarket with the speed of a 100-meter dash. The glass surrounding the minibus lay shattered, yet aside from that, the vehicle bore no signs of assault. Upon witnessing Chen Yang emerge with Ma Ying, Zhou Maxin leapt from the window to greet them. As Zhou Maxin employed her healing powers on Ma Ying, Chen Yang had already elicited the details from Li Feiqian regarding the events that unfolded after he and William entered the supermarket. The zombie virus had yet to infiltrate this area. Aside from the chaos, nothing significant had occurred, save for a few flashbangs that had been thrown into the minibus just 7 or 8 minutes prior. At that moment, a realization struck Chen Yang. It was during this time that he had been attacked by the woman in black. What could be the intent behind throwing flashbangs into the minibus? On a flyover 1,000 meters from the supermarket, due to the terrain, countless vehicles were ensnared once the virus erupted. The drivers found themselves trapped. The occupants of the flyover nearly all succumbed to the zombie virus. Driven by instinct, the zombies frantically assaulted every living soul within reach, transforming those attacked into new zombies, perpetuating the cycle of violence. From above, The scene appeared as a grotesque tapestry of ravenous zombies, their minds lost to madness, converging like streams merging into a river. Two legions of the undead surging towards the apex of the flyover. At the summit stood a black-haired youth clad in urban camouflage, his height barely reaching 1.70 meters. In his hand, he wielded a dark, triangular military dagger, droplets of blood cascading from its tip. Surrounding him lay the corpses of zombies, each meeting their end with the dagger piercing their foreheads, all falling within a 10-meter radius of the youth, forming an eerily perfect circle when viewed from above. Once again, two zombies leapt from a car, one on each side. The young man with ebony hair exerted force beneath his feet, moving with the swiftness of a black panther. After a couple of strides, he pressed down on the hood of a nearby vehicle, driving his triangular military dagger into the forehead of one zombie, while simultaneously using his leg strength to topple another against the front of the car. Before the fallen zombie could raise its head, he withdrew the dagger and stabbed it into the forehead of the creature beneath him. Tremors resonated from the overpass. A multitude of zombies surging like a tidal wave, their footsteps reverberating through the bridge. Observing the encroaching horde, the ebony-haired youth leaped lightly onto the hood of an SUV, using the momentum to propel himself nearly 3 meters high, landing atop a 10-meter-long truck bed. Barely had he settled on the truck bed when the zombies flooded into the territory he had previously marked with his dagger, surrounding the truck and relentlessly battering the sides. What was the current situation? 3 individuals stood atop the truck bed, separated by a striking black motorcycle position between them. At the rear of the truck stood the formidable myriad, flanked by 2 others, a tall woman clad in black with pointed ears, and a young man in a traditional black tang suit. Both shared the same dark hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, yet maintained a distinct distance from myriad, gazing at her from afar, clearly delineated. As the ebony-haired youth ascended, myriad shifted her gaze away from the sniper rifle scope, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The tank and Iron Eagle have safely disengaged and are en route back. But Basong's spiritual descent has backfired. The woman in black glanced at the zombies below the truck and said, "Inform Iron Eagle to take the tank to the next rendezvous point. I will go assist Basong." Under the overpass appeared the figure of the shaman, drenched in sweat and looking utterly disheveled. Not far behind him was a grotesque face, half of which was missing, relentlessly pursuing him. Upon noticing the shaman, the young man in the black tang suit uttered a soft exclamation. At the center of his forehead was a singular eye, shimmering with a liquid light. Suddenly, it emitted a luminous arrow that struck the ghastly visage closely trailing the shaman. Like hot water poured over ice, the translucent face contorted in agony, fluttering briefly before dissipating into the air. The shaman, possessing a unique connection with the spiritual entities nourished by his own blood, felt the loss acutely. As the spiritual entity vanished, he was struck as if by lightning. Trembling violently, blood seeping from his mouth, ears, and nose. At that moment, a zombie suddenly sprang from a nearby burning truck, lunging at the shaman from behind. Its jaws clamping down on the arm, he raised to shield his neck. The woman in black, standing on the truck bed, executed a somersault and leaped from the overpass, brandishing a dark dagger. She fiercely slashed at the zombie's neck. The dagger met the creature's flesh, but left no trace of blood before any could spurt forth. The heat from a blade had already carbonized it. The woman clad in black executed a swift somersault, landing gracefully on her feet, and immediately yanked the fallen sorcerer from the ground, vanishing in a flurry of evasive maneuvers. On the overpass, the raven-haired youth had already revved the engine of his motorcycle, signaling for Avel to mount it. After a moment's hesitation, she complied, and the instant she settled into place, the black motorcycle surged forward, leaping off the overpass. The youth yanked the handlebars, and the rear wheel of the motorcycle crashed heavily onto the roof of a car, denting it severely before springing back, bouncing twice on the ground, and accelerating furiously down the road. Countless zombies, drawn to the roaring machine, sprinted frantically, yet the motorcycle swiftly outpaced them. 10 minutes later, the motorcycle barreled into the New York City police precinct. Amidst the viral outbreak, Rampant zombie attacks on the living had left most officers dispatched, while those apprehended had mostly succumbed to the infection, many having transformed into zombies themselves. It could be said that the precinct was one of the most virus-infested locations, second only to hospitals. As the black motorcycle burst into the precinct, it was immediately assaulted by a zombie clad in a police uniform. Perhaps due to its former life, this zombie was notably faster and stronger. The raven-haired youth remained unfazed. He lifted the motorcycle's front wheel, striking the zombie squarely in the head, sending it crashing to the ground. Without pausing, the motorcycle surged through the entrance, racing towards the staircase leading to the second floor, swiftly ascending to the rooftop of the third floor. On the rooftop, two groups faced each other, the woman in black and the three-eyed youth on one side, an Iron Eagle and Tank on the other. The sorcerer stood in the corner, observing the bite mark on his arm, where leeches had infested the wound, nearly burrowing into his flesh. The motorcycle emitted a grating screech, leaving two long white streaks on the concrete floor before sharply veering, as the raven-haired youth braced himself, halting at the edge of the third floor. Before the motorcycle could come to a complete stop, Avel leapt off, taking her place beside Tank, her gaze fixed with undisguised hostility upon the woman in black. Tank glanced at Avel and turned back, unusually addressing the woman by her full name, Dong Xinran. Their immediate concern should be locating the captain, rather than fulfilling their mission. Dong Xinran replied, "Once the mission is accomplished, the captain will naturally return to the main divine space." Avel scoffed, "Complete the mission? Where were you when the captain joined us to confront Gary? You clearly intended to have the other two teams eliminate the captain." Dong Xinran's expression remained unperturbed as she replied, "Is that so surprising? Given the chance, I would not hesitate to kill Ali. Do not forget, it was you who instigated the conflict. Had you not placed your trust solely in the black man, how could Chen have perished?" Avel hesitated for a moment, inhaling deeply. "That was merely an accident." "An accident?" Dong Xinran let out a cold laugh and remarked, "I do not place my trust in you. As per our customary agreement, we shall not interfere with one another. If you perceive the other reincarnators merely as mobile points of reward, feel free to eliminate them. My priority is to complete the task." After speaking, Dong Xinran glanced at the young man with black hair and inquired, "Qiao Yuan, what is your perspective?" The young man named Qiao Yuan smiled and replied, "We are all compatriots. I will follow whatever Sister Xinran decides. However, I am curious about what this banana person with three eyes thinks." The young man clad in a black tang suit nodded slightly, clearly preferring silence, and took a step toward Dong Xinran. The trio, united in their opinion, turned their gaze towards the figure standing in the center, Bong. Bong meticulously removed the leeches clinging to his wound, noting that the blood had finally turned red. He sighed in relief and stated, "Initially, I intended to remain uninvolved, but since Three Eyes and Xinran just saved me, I shall join forces with you this time." Chapter 91. Encountering the ambush, the minibus rolled away slowly, and Gary watched as his daughter swallowed the medication. With her breathing gradually stabilizing, he exhaled deeply and tentatively inquired, "I have a friend who works in the government. If I can get in touch with him, he might be able to assist us in escaping this place." Chen Yang understood that he was referring to the black official in the storyline. He exchanged a glance with William, recalling the aircraft carrier that lay far from the shore, and they both nodded in silent agreement. Gary produced his mobile phone and swiftly contacted the official. It was evident that their relationship was quite cordial, as there was little small talk before Gary directly stated that they were trapped and needed rescue. After a brief conversation, he held the phone and said, "We need to find a secure location, preferably on a rooftop, where a helicopter can safely land." Before Chen Yang could respond, William decisively interjected, "Tell him that we are in danger and must leave the city first. We can contact them once we are out." Gary hesitated momentarily, explained their situation over the phone, and then hung up. Night had fallen, and having lived in this city for many years, Gary was well acquainted with its roads. Under his guidance, Sean maneuvered the minibus along the path Gary indicated. Although it was not the shortest route out of the city, it was assuredly the quickest. After turning a corner, a wide thoroughfare emerged before them, teeming with zombies. As if they sensed the sound of the minibus, thousands of zombies began to shriek and surge towards it. The sight of the densely packed horde sent shivers down everyone's spine. Though they had seen zombie hordes in films, experiencing it firsthand instilled a profound sense of terror. The moment of desperation had arrived. The middle-aged black man in the passenger seat rose, retrieving a Gatling gun from beneath his seat. He smashed the windshield with the gun barrel, thrusting the dark muzzle out of the front of the vehicle, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets. The thunderous sound of gunfire echoed as bullets traced yellow arcs through the air, striking the zombies at an astonishing speed. Wherever the golden projectiles passed, zombies either had their heads blown off or were severed in half, collapsing like harvested wheat. Theoretically, the Gatling gun's firing rate could exceed 5,000 rounds per minute. However, for the sake of accuracy, the middle-aged man significantly reduced the speed. Even so, the yellow ammunition belt rapidly dwindled, and within a minute, he had exhausted the thousands of rounds he had brought. The once wide road was now littered with dismembered zombie limbs, with many half-bodied zombies propping themselves up with their arms, continuing to advance towards the minibus. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The Gatling gun had only taken down a fraction of those at the forefront, barely 1/10 of the total. As the gunfire subsided, the relentless tide of zombies once again surged to fill the roadway. Amidst the chaos, individuals hastily brandished their firearms. The relentless cacophony of automatic rifles and submachine guns reverberating through the air, punctuated occasionally by the detonations of high-explosive grenades. Before long, the minibus plunged into the throng of zombies. Despite the desperate onslaught of bullets from every direction, the undead in this cinematic portrayal of World War Z exhibited a far greater velocity than their counterparts in other films. These relentless creatures charged heedlessly towards the minibus, ramming their heads against its sides or clawing at the window ledges and any other reachable surfaces. Once a zombie grasped the window's edge, it would not relinquish its hold unless severed by a blade. Some zombies, unable to approach the minibus, resorted to dragging their fellow undead by the legs, leaving them to scrape along the ground. Even as the heads of those clinging to the windows were blown apart, their hands remained steadfastly grasping, and the number of zombies trailing behind the minibus continued to swell, causing the vehicle to tilt precariously. Cut off all those hands, Chen Yang commanded. His wolf-fang weapon twisted into a helix. Observing the multitude of zombies at nearly every window, he was reminded of the formidable knife skills of Li Feiqian. Li Feiqian responded promptly, drawing his blade with a flash of steel, swiftly severing the hands of the zombies clinging to the windows at the wrists. Time seemed to blur until, suddenly, Chen Yang sensed a lift in pressure. The swarm of zombies surrounding the minibus had significantly diminished. To his astonishment, the minibus had surged forth from the tide of the undead. Not only Chen Yang, but nearly everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief, collapsing back into their seats. At a nearby intersection, in an off-road vehicle, Dong Xinran meticulously filed her nails with a dagger, employing the sharp blade as a makeshift manicure tool. The vertical eye of the three-eyed man clad in traditional attire flickered to life as he turned his head towards Dong Xinran, stating, "Xinran, they have broken free from the horde. At their current pace, they will arrive here in no more than 3 minutes." Dong Xinran leisurely completed her final nail, then exited the vehicle. With a swift flick of her dagger, she pierced a zombie lunging toward her, driving the blade through its mouth and into the nape of its neck. Xiao Yuan followed suit, shaking his head in mild exasperation. "Sister Xinran, even if you harbor disdain for Ali, one cannot deny that the blood acquired from him can indeed deceive the zombie's sense of smell." Dong Xinran shook her head in refusal. "There is no need to persuade me. I will not use it, and you all should refrain as well." Xiao Yuan sighed in resignation, his body suddenly springing into action as he darted around, dispatching zombies with remarkable speed. We finally came to a halt. Not a single undead remained standing in the vicinity. It was only after Xiao Yuan had cleared the area that Ba Song emerged from the vehicle last. The wound on his arm, inflicted by a zombie bite, had not yet healed, but appeared to be effectively controlled, lacking the foul stench that typically accompanied such injuries. Ba Song regarded Dong Xinran and inquired, "Dong, do you have a plan?" Dong Xinran gazed thoughtfully at the intersection and replied, "Xiao Yu, have you buried your anti-tank mines?" Xiao Yu nodded and said, "It's all buried. I have examined it closely, Aside from this road, all others are blocked by vehicles. Unless they are willing to take a convoluted detour through this zombie-infested path, they have no choice but to take this route. Dong Shiran responded with an affirmative hum, stating, "Remember, Gary is positioned at the rear of the vehicle. Once their car is blown apart, I will distract those in front while you use a flashbang to clear the way. Rush in, eliminate Gary, and then retreat. Do you understand?" The three-eyed man hesitated and inquired, "What about me?" Dong Shiran replied, "Your close combat skills are insufficient. Just assist Xiao Yuan in accurately tossing the flashbang into the vehicle." The three-eyed man nodded and said, "But they are two teams of reincarnators, and there are only two of you. Isn't that a bit overly ambitious?" Dong Shiran smiled slightly and said, "Attack when they least expect it. Besides, our target is merely Gary. Now let's prepare." I can already see their minibus. The minibus moved steadily, guided by Gary, as it exited the urban area. The further they ventured from the city, the scarcer the vehicles became, and the zombies appeared less frequently, mostly in scattered numbers, easily dealt with by the group. After rounding a corner, they suddenly encountered an intersection where the traffic lights faithfully executed their commands, transitioning from red to yellow, then to green. However, perhaps due to the urgency of those fleeing, the area around the intersection was littered with crashed vehicles, and overturned or toppled cars lined the roads. Some vehicles were still ablaze, while others had been reduced to mere charred remnants. As the minibus approached the intersection, Chen Yang observed the dimly lit area due to the malfunctioning traffic lights and cautioned the driver, "Sean, be careful. Something feels off." Sean tapped the steering wheel, replying, "Are you being a bit too tense?" Chen Yang frowned. "Haven't you noticed? There are so many cars stopped here, yet not a single zombie in sight." No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled beneath them, followed by a dull explosion that split the minibus in two. The two newcomers seated in the middle were propelled into the air. As the minibus was severed, Chen Yang crashed into the roof, then bounced down before the half of the minibus landed back inside, causing a series of jolting impacts that left him disoriented and bloodied. Before he could rise, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the interior, compelling him to shut his eyes. Yet, even then, he felt a piercing pain, tears streaming from his eyes. A flashbang. Chen Yang's heart raced as he activated his virtual radar. On the radar, several green dots flickered erratically. Chen Yang lay still in the vehicle, gently sniffing the air. By correlating the positions of the green dots with the scent around him, he swiftly pinpointed Gary's location. Before he could make a move, a green dot swiftly traversed the virtual radar interface, approaching the minibus. The target was evidently Gary. Chen Yang calculated the distance between himself and Gary, quickly assessing the trajectory of the green dot's movement. With determination, he propped himself up and positioned himself along the inevitable path of the green dot, gripping his submachine gun tightly as he awaited silently. As the green light swiftly neared the center of the virtual radar, Chen Yang gently squeezed the trigger. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, who had just lunged through the window, felt a sharp pain in his chest. Alarmed, he exerted force with his legs, anchoring his feet on the window, his entire body diving downwards as he thrust the triangular military dagger towards Chen Yang's chest. Although his vision was obscured, Chen Yang discerned the direction of Xiao Yuan's assault from the sound of the dagger, slicing through the air and the intensifying scent that accompanied it. He rolled his body to the side, moving laterally until he collided with the interior of the vehicle, coming to a halt. The triangular dagger struck fiercely against the compartment, producing a resonant clang as it embedded itself halfway into the structure. Before Xiao Yuan could withdraw the dagger, Chen Yang had already pivoted the muzzle of his submachine gun, aiming directly at him. With remarkable speed, Xiao Yuan rolled to the side, grasping the gun barrel with his left hand and lifting it, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained upon the roof of the vehicle. Simultaneously, his right hand delivered a powerful strike towards Chen Yang's face, while his right knee bent in preparation for a more forceful attack. Chen Yang, pressed against the vehicle's interior, knew that to evade, he would have to move toward his opponent. Any attempt to dodge would result in Xiao Yuan's knee colliding with his chest or face, which would undoubtedly be more devastating than his punches. However, Chen Yang had no intention of retreating. He extended his toes to hook onto the edge of a seat, swiftly bending his leg to pull his body outward, then executed a lateral kick that struck Xiao Yuan directly on the head. Chapter 92. The Betrayal. Xiao Yuan, dazed from the blows he had received, nonetheless maintained his composure, drawing a spare multi-purpose combat knife from his waist. He aimed it in the direction Chen Yang was advancing, knowing that should Chen Yang choose to pursue him, he would inevitably collide with the blade. On the virtual radar, Chen Yang could only perceive a glowing point representing Xiao Yuan, unaware of his movements. However, he had no intention of continuing the pursuit. With a sharp intake of breath, he shouted, "Dagger at 3 o'clock, 1 meter on the ground." After a prolonged period of coordination, the members of the winged fire serpent had developed a profound tacit understanding. Although Li Feiqian could not see, Chen Yang's instructions were sufficiently detailed. He immediately launched into a furious charge, reaching Xiao Yuan in the blink of an eye. His weapon, the tooth of the underworld, plunging mercilessly into Xiao Yuan's chest. As the searing pain struck Xiao Yuan's heart, he retaliated, thrusting his dagger backward. At that moment, the corrosive and debilitating effects of the tooth of the underworld began to take hold. Although Xiao Yuan's movements remained swift compared to an ordinary person, they were at least 20% slower than before. When his knife pierced Li Feiqian's body, Li Feiqian had already swung the tooth of the underworld twice. A sharp pain surged through Li Feiqian's abdomen, yet he showed no inclination to evade. The flashbang had blinded him. Once disengaged, he found himself in a position where he could only endure the blows without retaliating. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several stabs, entangled like street brawlers, each delivering blows in turn. Li Feiqian's advantage lay in his speed, while Xiao Yuan excelled in clarity of vision, both hastily thrusting their knives towards each other's vital points. As Xiao Yuan's speed diminished, Li Feiqian continued to swing his knife until he sensed that Xiao Yuan had ceased to respond. Only then did he halt, stepping back to lean against the minibus, gasping for breath. "Watch out!" Chen Yang's warning rang out, but before Li Feiqian could react, a dagger pierced through the minibus's body, striking true into his back. With a fierce twist, it shattered his life force entirely. Li Feiqian gasped, blood frothing from his mouth, utterly unable to utter a single word. The dagger withdrew, and he slumped against the vehicle, collapsing to the ground. On the virtual radar, the green dot representing the assassin eliminated Li Feiqian without hesitation. Swiftly disengaging and crouching behind the vehicle to move towards Gary's position, Chen Yang crouched low, propelling himself forward with great force, driving his knee into the minibus, causing the body to bulge outward. The assassin, moving outside, was knocked off balance by the impact. Chen Yang pressed his hands against the edge of the window, lunging forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. In midair, he felt a sudden chill at his ankle as a cold arm gripped him tightly. The virtual radar displayed only the glowing point representing himself, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he glanced down at his ankle. There, a 2-year-old child, entirely cloaked in darkness, clutched his ankle with a small hand. This child bore none of the innocence or charm typically associated with infancy, only a visage of malice and ferocity. This time, Chen Yang was well prepared. He swiftly tore off a one-time protective talisman exchanged from the autonomous realm and affixed it to his body. Almost the moment it was applied, the yellow talisman ignited with a fierce blaze, and the black infant emitted a piercing wail, its icy grip immediately loosening. A point of green light suddenly flickered on the virtual radar. Although this green had been within the radar's range, it had not appeared before, indicating a unique method to absorb Chen Yang's dispersed mental energy. Chen Yang produced 3 high-explosive grenades and threw them in a triangular formation, with the central point directly targeting the suddenly manifested light. Amid the cacophony of explosions, Bong let out a horrific scream, his body torn apart like a rag. He had initially concealed himself, hoping to seize a bounty amidst the chaos, but he did not anticipate that the spirit he nurtured would be exposed by Chen Yang's assault. His defenses were merely at the first tier and could not withstand the detonation of 3 high-explosive grenades. 1,000 meters away, at a gas station near the intersection, the vertical eye on San Yan's forehead pulsated incessantly, scrutinizing the battlefield. The operation had initially progressed as smoothly as anticipated. The minibus had been split in two by an anti-tank mine, successfully dividing the two reincarnation teams, even though it had not caused an explosion. As soon as the mine detonated, Xiao Yuan charged in, using a flashbang to pave the way for the pursuit of Gary, while Dong Xinran created chaos in the other half of the vehicle with her flashbang, deftly eliminating the driver before heading to regroup with Xiao Yuan. However, before Dong Xinran could reach him, Xiao Yuan was already killed. Fueled by vengeance, she took down Li Feiqian, and the subsequent events spiraled completely out of San Yan's control. Upon witnessing Basong's demise, he could no longer restrain himself and immediately seized the communicator. Xinran, the operation has failed. Retreat at once. Before San Yan could finish speaking, he sensed something amiss around him. He turned sharply to see the bald black man, now clad in a fresh white suit. The previously fierce demeanor had transformed. A gentle smile graced his face, and his thick lips appeared particularly benign. A sense of dread washed over San Yan, yet he maintained an outward facade of calm. Addressing the man in white, "Captain, have you recovered?" The man in white continued to smile warmly. "San Yan, I would like to borrow your mental energy." A chill ran down San Yan's spine, prompting him to instinctively step back, his voice sharp. "Ollie, do not forget that killing a teammate from the same team incurs a deduction of 1,000 reward points, and you shall gain none of my abilities or evolution points." The man in white extended his hand, retrieving a transparent orb from his pocket, which he pinched between two fingers and shook. The spirit-gathering orb? San Yan's expression shifted at the sight of the translucent sphere. It was an item obtainable from the main divine realm, requiring a full 10,000 reward points, with the sole purpose of seizing an attribute ability from another reincarnator. San Yan realized the gravity of the situation, since Ollie had exchanged for the spirit-gathering orb. It was evident that he had been plotting for some time. His vertical eye shimmered, emitting a beam of silver light. Ollie raised his hands to shield his face, allowing the silver light to strike him. A layer of frosty ice spread visibly across his body, enveloping him in a shroud of frost. The three-eyed one was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ollie would remain steadfast, allowing the frost beam to strike him without flinching. Even though he had successfully encased Ollie in ice, he dared not let his guard down. The vertical eye flickered again, and another frost beam shot forth, enveloping Ollie completely in a frozen sculpture. Only then did the three-eyed one exhale a sigh of relief, his complexion pale, resembling a serpent that had purged its venom. Left weak and feeble, with a soft crack, Ollie, adorned with a flurry of ice shards, lunged towards the three-eyed one. Before he could react, Ollie seized him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The three-eyed one's feet flailed helplessly in the air. His vital points were restrained, rendering him utterly powerless. His struggles merely futile. Ollie gently shook his head, dislodging the thin layer of ice from his face, and cast a triumphant gaze upon the now flushed three-eyed one. "Have you forgotten? I possess zombie genes. Unless you can freeze my blood entirely, the low temperature of your frost beams cannot harm me." A flicker of determination sparked in the three-eyed one's eyes as he widened his vertical eye, directing it at Ollie. A chill coursed through Ollie, an instinctive sense of danger clouding his mind as he instinctively adjusted his grip, tilting the three-eyed one's head away from the direction of his gaze. Unlike the previous frost beams, no light emanated from the three-eyed one's vertical eye. However, as his gaze fell upon Ollie's shoulder, the left side of Ollie's shoulder and arm promptly vanished into nothingness, as if they had never existed. With a resounding bang, the deep report of a sniper rifle echoed, and the three-eyed one's head exploded like a watermelon. Ollie's grip slackened, and he dropped the lifeless body to the ground, casting a wary glance at his own left shoulder. Thanks to the zombie genes coursing through him, Ollie could entirely suppress the sensation of pain, yet he still felt a shiver of dread. Had he not been alert moments earlier, and if the three-eyed one had seen his head, it would have been his own body lying lifeless on the ground. With a fierce kick at the corpse of the three-eyed one, Ollie beckoned into the distance, and soon, Iron Eagle arrived with the tank. Upon witnessing the void where Ollie's shoulder should have been, both men appeared astonished, exchanging glances without uttering a word. It is the light of annihilation. Ollie discerned their thoughts. kicking the lifeless form of the three-eyed one. I suspected this fellow was untrustworthy. He was indeed hiding his true capabilities. After a moment of hesitation, the tank remarked, "Captain, is it wise to dispose of the three-eyed one like this? It may not sit well when Dong returns." Ollie gazed towards the distant intersection and replied, "We shall discuss it when she returns." Dong swiftly maneuvered like a streak of black lightning weaving through the vehicles on the highway. She tilted her head slightly, determined not to let her tears fall. The three-eyed one had clutched the communicator tightly until his last breath. She had heard every word exchanged between them clearly. A wave of new grievances and old resentments surged within her, igniting an impulsive desire to turn back and confront Ollie with reckless abandon. The conversation in the communicator continued, with Ollie's voice inquiring, "T-Ing, where's their next likely location?" T-Ing responded, "According to Gary's itinerary, they will next board a helicopter to a naval aircraft carrier at sea. However, locating them amidst the vast ocean will not be an easy task, and there should also be a fleet of escort vessels nearby." Although T-Ing did not elaborate further, both Ollie and Tank understood his implication. No matter how confident one might feel in their own abilities, it would be unwise to confront an entire fleet directly. The next destination should be South Korea, as the plot of the film suggests that shortly after boarding, Gary will be dispatched to investigate the origin of the first zombie virus infection. Let us head to South Korea and await their arrival. Once your injuries have healed, and I have fully absorbed the third-level psychic attributes of the three-eyed, we shall transform them into our reward points and evolution points. Chapter 93. At sea, Chen Yang gently rubbed his eyes, although he had not directly encountered the blinding light. They still felt a persistent sting, and any bright illumination elicited a tearful response. Noticing that the fuel nozzle in his hand had run dry, he cast it aside. Before him, the ground was awash with brown gasoline, flowing freely. He found himself at a roadside gas station, flanked by Gary's family and other team members. Compared to their initial entry into this horror show, their ranks had diminished by nearly half. Zhang Jianfei and Li Feiquan had perished in battle, and two of the newcomers, aside from Lin Feiyu, had also succumbed in yesterday's explosion. The Winged Fire Serpent squad was now reduced to a mere 5 souls. The Heart Moon Fox squad had suffered similarly grievous losses. All but one newcomer had been slain, along with a seasoned member, Sean, who had been driving. A pale light emerged from the eastern clouds, accompanied by a distant buzzing that grew steadily louder. In the far sky, a dark dot appeared, gradually expanding into the form of a helicopter approaching from afar. Observing the helicopter's approach, Gary produced a flare resembling a wooden-handled grenade, pulling the pin and tossing it to the ground. The dawn was still dim, yet the flare's red glow stood out vividly in the murky surroundings. The pilot of the helicopter quickly spotted the flare and began a direct descent toward their location. As the helicopter drew nearer, the sound of its rotor blades crescendoed, transforming the previously tranquil street into a frenzy. The cacophony startled the zombies, drawing them from their hiding places to chase the airborne craft. Some zombies, too, turned their attention to Chen Yang and the others at the gas station, altering their course toward them. The group was well prepared, opening fire to eliminate the approaching undead and providing cover for the helicopter's landing. As gunfire erupted, more zombies were drawn to the scene. In the first rays of morning light, the horde surged forth, clamoring to reach the group. Chen Yang glanced toward the direction from which the helicopter approached and fired a shot into the gasoline pooled on the ground. An enormous flame erupted, towering 7 to 8 meters high, forming a barrier before the advancing zombies. Guinevere knocked an azure arrow, releasing it with precision. The arrow detonated midair, sending gusts of wind swirling as the fire caught the breeze and surged along the flowing gasoline, resembling a colossal crimson wave crashing toward the oncoming horde. From above, the street appeared as a river of flames. Under the ferocity of the blaze, even if some zombies managed to breach the inferno, they would emerge engulfed in flames, quickly reduced to charred remains. Witnessing such an intense conflagration, even Chen Yang felt a momentary astonishment, prompting the helicopter to ascend slightly to evade the searing heat waves swirling in the air. Yet, the ferocity could not be sustained indefinitely. Before long, the flames began to dwindle, Looking around, the street was littered with charred remnants of vehicles and bodies, the air thick with the stench of burnt flesh. Occasionally, a fortunate few zombies, not entirely consumed by the flames, writhed on the ground, waving their scorched limbs in a desperate struggle, rendering the entire thoroughfare akin to a hellish purgatory. A Black Hawk armed helicopter circled the sky, larger in size and capable of accommodating more personnel than the one helicopter that had previously belonged to Gary's family. Two fully equipped Marines perched on the edge of the Black Hawk, their astonishment evident in their eyes despite the protective goggles they wore. Tasked with a rescue mission, they were prepared for a fierce battle, as the virus had spread across the globe, leaving only the skies and oceans as safe havens amidst a world overrun by zombies. To their surprise, almost before they could take action, those awaiting rescue had resolved the situation themselves. Their only task was to land and retrieve the survivors. The Black Hawk touched down, and the two Marines responsible for the operation leaped out, taking up positions to secure the area as Chen Yang and his companions swiftly boarded the helicopter. Apart from the crew, the helicopter could comfortably accommodate 11 fully armed soldiers. With 9 members from the 2 reincarnation squads, alongside Gary's family of 4 and the 2 Marines, it was slightly cramped yet sufficient for their needs. The helicopter ascended gently, rising into the sky, and amidst the hum of the rotors, the pilot methodically reported, "Personnel have been safely retrieved, currently in transit, altitude 3 to 5,000 meters. Heading 250. The sun had completely liberated itself from the horizon, bathing the earth in golden light. At an altitude of approximately 3,000 meters. The scene below revealed a city shrouded in thick smoke, with zombies wandering in every corner. The entire city had succumbed to chaos. Despite their safe escape, silence reigned within the helicopter. The cacophony of the rotors drowned out any conversation, and the mood left little room for dialogue. Apart from the crackling of electrical currents and the pilot's reports, the cabin was enveloped in an unsettling quiet. The helicopter sped along, and the city soon faded from view, replaced by an endless expanse of azure sea. Fleeting white dots emerged on the cerulean waves, which, as they drew nearer, revealed themselves to be a fleet in motion. Several small frigates surrounded a larger vessel like stars orbiting a moon, from which helicopters intermittently took flight, heading toward the coastline, evidently on a mission. As the Black Hawk approached the aircraft carrier, a series of crackling sounds preceded a clear announcement. Landing area clear, heading 040, wind speed 060. Chen Yang gazed down at the bustling deck, where a flurry of activity suggested a hive of industriousness. Yet among the bustling crowd, a few individuals stood out. Dressed in yellow guiding uniforms and appearing busy, they conspicuously bore bulging waistlines, clearly concealing weapons within. Chen Yang subtly nudged Ma Ying and Lin Feiyu beside him. Having collaborated for an extended period, Ma Ying and Chen Yang shared a profound understanding, while Lin Feiyu, a seasoned soldier who had faced the chaos of battle, swiftly recognized Chen Yang's silent signal. Following his gaze towards the deck, they immediately perceived the anomaly and discreetly alerted those nearby. During the brief interval as the helicopter descended, everyone received the crucial information. Clearly, as a former federal agent, Gary had cunningly conveyed his precarious situation of being half-held captive through some unnoticed signal. The helicopter gradually touched down on the deck, and as it came to a halt, a formally attired black official approached, embracing Gary tightly. The individuals Chen Yang had previously observed moved stealthily closer, subtly obstructing Chen Yang and his companions. The leader, a tall man with a scarred face, seized the fleeting moment as they brushed past, attempting to slash at Chen Yang's hands. Chen Yang's physical prowess now far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Before the scarred man could make contact, he accelerated, narrowly evading the attack. The scarred man struck as if hitting a mound of cotton, swaying momentarily before regaining his balance. In contrast to Chen Yang's effortless composure, the others were caught up in the tumult, either knocked over or subdued, leading to a chaotic scene. A cacophony of gun bolts being pulled back signaled the disturbance, as a contingent of fully armed Marines emerged from various corners, swiftly surrounding the area with their weapons drawn. Gary took a couple of steps back, spreading his arms in front of the Marines, exclaiming, "Wait! Although we are unaware of their origins, I believe they harbor no ill intentions. I think it would be prudent for you to engage in dialogue." Noticing the Marines remain tense, Gary turned to the black official, saying, "Listen to me, Thierry. They possess extraordinary capabilities, far surpassing any warriors I have encountered. We require their strength now." "Extraordinary?" Thierry scrutinized Chen Yang and the others with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Gary urged, "I suggest you review the surveillance footage from Fifth Avenue yesterday. Once you see the recordings, you will understand everything." Thierry shook his head, replying, "Gary, the president is deceased, for the 6 chief advisors are missing, and the streets of the capital have been overrun by zombies. The situation is spiraling out of control, with zombies lurking everywhere and gunfire echoing throughout." Before Gary could respond, Thierry addressed Chen Yang and the others, stating, "Gentlemen, to avoid unnecessary complications, please disclose your origins and intentions. As you can see, the situation is dire, with everyone in a frenzy over the unknown virus." "Zombies," Chen Yang coldly remarked. "What we are facing is a zombie virus." "A zombie virus?" Thierry appeared momentarily taken aback and remarked, "The earliest mention of the term zombie originates from a memorandum at the Hanfreys military camp in South Korea. However, we have since lost contact with them. How did you come by this information?" "The zombie virus transmits through blood, with bites and scratches being the most common vectors. Individuals who have been bitten or scratched will rapidly lose most human characteristics. They will no longer possess the sense of touch, feel pain, or experience fear. Driven solely by the instinct to consume, they become immensely powerful, attacking the living with frenzied aggression. There are only 2 methods to eliminate them: either destroy their brains or sever their spinal cords. Otherwise, even if only a single arm remains, they will still lunge at you to bite." Thierry's complexion shifted several times as he addressed the scarred giant. "Immediately report this to the captain. I believe you would find this information intriguing." Soon after, a middle-aged officer in his 50s hurriedly emerged from the ship's cabin. As he stepped out, the surrounding soldiers stood at attention and saluted, clearing a path for him. Clearly, he was the captain of the vessel and the commander of the fleet. The middle-aged officer approached Chen Yang directly and inquired, "From where did you obtain your information regarding zombies?" Without waiting for Chen Yang's response, he instructed the young soldier accompanying him, "Prepare a conference room for us and promptly notify Dr. Farsbach to join us there." Chapter 94. A new mission under the guidance of a middle-aged officer. The members of the 2 reincarnation squads followed him into the bowels of the ship. The interior of the cabin was now teeming with people, bustling with a crowd that, judging by their attire and demeanor, were evidently of considerable wealth and status. It was unsurprising, for in the face of such a global catastrophe, these elites naturally found themselves in the forefront, prioritized above the rest. As the captain led the group into the cabin, the throng immediately parted to create a path for him, with the soldiers standing at attention, saluting in respect. "Tier, please arrange for Gary and the others," he instructed. Upon his command, a soldier hastened ahead to unlock a small door, which led to a staircase ascending to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd level, they emerged onto the deck, where the captain strode directly to the railing, resting his hand upon it as he gazed out at the sea. Turning back, he regarded Chen Yang and the others with a calm expression, stating, "The conference room has been temporarily arranged as a shelter. This entire command vessel has only this one place where we can converse in peace. I trust you do not mind?" As soon as they stepped onto the 2nd deck, Chen Yang felt a prickling sensation across several points of his body. Upon careful counting, he realized that in that fleeting moment, 5 areas had been targeted. He subtly scanned his surroundings and quickly caught sight of scattered reflections of sunlight, indicating the presence of hidden observers. It was not only Chen Yang who noticed. He could sense that Ma Ying, Lin Feiyu, and Xin Yue Fox had altered their breathing patterns, some elongated, others quickened, as they too had recognized their precarious situation. Chen Yang cursed himself for his carelessness. Ever since he had enhanced his physical capabilities, he had developed a sense of arrogance towards the characters within cinematic narratives, particularly in the film World War Z. In that tale, there were no truly monstrous entities, not even the lick-spawning creatures from Resident Evil. The only threat to them was the zombies. And while he did not outwardly express it, he had underestimated the narrative's characters, failing to foresee the captain's cunning maneuver. Once everyone had exited, Chen Yang perceived a reduction in the number of crosshairs trained upon him, with only his chest and back still feeling the weight of scrutiny. Clearly, as other reincarnation squad members appeared, the concealed Marines had shifted their focus. The fact that only 2 individuals had their sights set on him suggested that the lurking Marines operated in pairs, each team tasked with a specific target. An unsettling silence enveloped the group, as if the very air had thickened. After a prolonged pause of 2 minutes, the captain broke the silence once more, stating, "Gentlemen, before you meet the doctor, it is imperative that we confirm your identities. I believe it would be prudent for you to voluntarily disclose your backgrounds to avoid unnecessary complications." "Are you referring to the troubles you mentioned?" Chen Yang smiled faintly, extending his right hand to form the shape of a gun, using his index finger to point towards the distance, saying, "There is a sniper over there and another on the bridge below and here." As Chen Yang's finger indicated each sniper one by one, the captain initially maintained his composure, but as all the snipers, including those on the adjacent frigate, were pointed out, his expression grew increasingly astonished. The snipers lurking in the shadows felt as though they were being targeted, with some unable to resist the urge to shift and reveal themselves. The captain gazed at Chen Yang with incredulity, stating, "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. I harbor no ill intentions. Those snipers are merely a precaution." Chen Yang coldly replied, "Do you expect us to believe that you mean no harm while being targeted at gunpoint?" The captain fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the Marines concealed in various locations to withdraw. As the hidden snipers discreetly retreated, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their previously tense bodies relaxing. In that fleeting moment, more than one individual had considered launching an attack, taking the captain hostage. But such an act would inevitably result in casualties among their ranks and exacerbate the situation. The current outcome was, perhaps, the best possible resolution. The captain spread his hands, saying, "Now you must believe that I mean no harm, right?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment. The secret of the main god space was something he could never reveal to the captain. Yet, he was at a loss for how to convey the identities of his group. After some contemplation, Chen Yang felt it necessary to provide the captain with an explanation. He cleared his throat gently and said, "Captain, you must have seen the Terminator series of films, correct?" The captain paused slightly, responding, "Of course I have." "What do you mean?" It seemed he had grasped something, looking at Chen Yang with a look of disbelief. During their escape, through discussions with Gary, Chen Yang had acquired a fundamental understanding of the plot of World War Z. This narrative world bore striking resemblance to the original reality, with even the leaders of various nations appearing identical. The only divergence began with the emergence of the zombie virus. Chen Yang noted, affirming, "Indeed, this zombie virus has nearly obliterated human civilization on Earth. Over 6 billion people have been infected and transformed into zombies, with only a scant few managing to survive. The remaining survivors cling to the last vestiges of hope for humanity in the extremely harsh climates of Antarctica and certain high-altitude regions. In such a brutal environment, a portion of humanity has begun to evolve, and we are the product of that evolution. Utilizing a time machine akin to that used in Terminator, we hope to preserve a fraction of the population and a glimmer of hope for humanity." It must be said that the American imagination is uniquely distinct, and while such a reality may be challenging for the average person to accept, the captain merely exhibited mild surprise before accepting it. He inquired, "Have you developed a vaccine to suppress the virus?" Regarding the vaccines for the virus, subsequent plot developments are involved, and Chen Yang cannot reveal any spoilers. He shook his head and remarked, "No. However, we have discovered that these zombies exhibit sluggish movement and delayed reactions in cold environments and at higher altitudes, making them easier to hunt. The zombie virus erupted globally almost overnight, and at this moment, no one knows the cause of its emergence. It is even uncertain whether it is indeed a virus. This is evidenced by the media referring to the zombie virus as a novel rabies virus, let alone a comprehensive understanding of zombies." The captain hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any possibility of curing humans infected with the zombie virus?" Chen Yang shook his head and replied, In a certain sense, zombies belong to a different species. They are left with only their basic desire to consume, voraciously devouring any living being they encounter. Our only recourse is to eradicate them, to annihilate them completely. The captain proceeded to ask further questions regarding the transmission of the zombie virus. From his demeanor, it was evident that his remaining doubts had entirely dissipated. He turned to his young aide, who had been following closely, and instructed, "John, immediately report this matter to the provisional government. The originally designated safe zone in northern Minnesota must be relocated, preferably to a highland or mountainous area with a sparse population." The aide saluted, fully aware of the significance of this intelligence, and promptly prepared to relay the information. Moreover, the captain called out to the officer who was about to depart, saying, "The identities and origins of these individuals are classified. This information must not be disclosed to anyone. I will personally report to the provisional government shortly. Also notify Dr. Fastbach to come to the deck immediately." Chen Yang had intended to remind the captain of this to prevent panic. But upon seeing that the captain had already recognized this point, he merely pursed his lips and remained silent. The aide responded affirmatively and hurriedly rushed into the ship's cabin to report the situation. Before long, a young man in his 20s with slightly curly hair arrived on the second deck. He evidently possessed the traits of a scientist. Not even glancing at the members of the reincarnation squad standing nearby, and directly addressed the captain. "Captain, John mentioned that you have the latest information regarding the virus?" The captain nodded, first introducing the young man to Chen Yang and the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Fastbach, a virologist from Harvard." After introducing the young man's identity, he conveyed the information Chen Yang had previously shared about the transmission of the zombie virus, pointing at Chen Yang and stating, "This information has been provided by them. Feel free to inquire directly if you have any questions." As the captain finished speaking, Chen Yang heard the solemn voice of the main deity in his mind. The first phase of the mission to protect Gary has been completed. The second phase of the mission is to protect Fastbach. Upon mission completion, each member of the squad will be rewarded with 3 evolution points and 3,000 reward points. Failure will result in a deduction of 5,000 reward points per member. Squad members returning to the main deity space with negative reward points will face annihilation. Observing the shifting green light on his metallic watch, Chen Yang discreetly glanced at the others. The expressions on their faces revealed that they had all received the Master God's notification. He offered a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. The current team of reincarnators seemed to be endlessly repeating a task of protecting hostages, and if he was not mistaken, the Bayua team should also have received the mission to eliminate Fosbark. "Do you have any updates regarding the virus? How did you acquire this information?" Listening to Fastbark's inquiries, Chen Yang cast a resigned look at the captain, who immediately understood and responded, "Dr. Fosbark, the source of this information is classified. However, you need not question its authenticity." Fosbark, somewhat distressed, ran his fingers through his hair and said, "Another classified source. Very well, I understand. Allow me to share my thoughts. I am now certain that this is indeed a virus. Based on the information we currently possess, I suspect it resembles the Spanish flu, which was only identified in 1918, and by 1920, it had claimed the lives of 3% of the global population." Before he could finish, Chen Yang interjected, "This information has appeared in the original narrative. With my current mental prowess, I can easily retain these details if I focus. Moreover, I am aware that scholars like Fosbark, who specialize in virology, often possess an inherent sense of superiority. To gain their recognition, one must exhibit sufficient expertise." Fosbark paused momentarily and replied, "Indeed, it appears you are already somewhat informed. Now that we have confirmed it is a virus, we can begin developing a vaccine. Our immediate task is to locate the origin of the first infection, the source of the virus. If we can ascertain where it began, we will have the opportunity to create a vaccine to suppress it." Chapter 95. The contest. The captain nodded at Fastback and said, "Based on the intelligence we have gathered, the first document mentioning zombies was a memorandum from the Humphreys military camp in South Korea, dated 11 days ago. This suggests that the Humphreys camp is likely the initial site of the virus infection. He had initially intended to request Gary's assistance for this investigation, but he believed they now had a better candidate." Turning to Chen Yang and the others, the captain remarked, Gentlemen, I trust you will not refuse this mission, will you? Even if the captain had not assigned Chen Yang and his companions to protect Fastback, Chen Yang would have volunteered, readily nodding in agreement. The captain, satisfied, affirmed, I will dispatch our most elite SEAL team to assist you in this operation. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang replied, Captain, I believe we possess sufficient strength to safeguard Dr. Fastback. Moreover, it is crucial to clarify that we are not the only ones returning from the future. There are also evolved beings among the zombies. In a certain sense, Captain Baiyu, who had acquired zombie genes, could indeed be regarded as an evolved being among the zombies, and Chen Yang's assertion was not without justification. Evolved zombies? The captain's expression shifted, realizing that the term implied they were significantly more formidable than ordinary zombies. Indeed, Chen Yang confirmed, following the widespread outbreak of the virus, evolved beings emerged not only among humans, but also among zombies. Their strength surpasses ours and is beyond the capacity of ordinary soldiers to confront. After a moment of contemplation, the captain stated, Colonel Schneider and his SEAL team will return in half an hour. They are our finest soldiers and will undoubtedly assist you effectively. Rest assured, I will send John to represent me and coordinate your operation. Chen Yang shook his head in resignation, hoping that the captain's assurance of deploying the best soldiers held true. When shall we depart? Fastback inquired, rubbing his hands with anticipation. The captain asked, when do you think will be suitable? Without hesitation, Fastback responded, the sooner, the better. The number of infected individuals is increasing exponentially. Every moment sees the emergence of new cases. The quicker we can develop a vaccine, the more lives we can save. The captain replied, very well, I will arrange for a transport aircraft to take you to South Korea as soon as possible. In the meantime, you have an hour to prepare. If you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. We need ample ammunition and supplies, Chen Yang stated directly, not one to be coy. Their previous ammunition had been nearly depleted due to consecutive battles, necessitating resupply. Furthermore, the background timeline of the zombie World War narrative is set in 2013, and the weapons employed by the U.S. military are comparable to those exchanged by Chen Yang and his companions in the main God space, all of which can be brought back into that realm. The captain pondered for a moment before summoning his aide, instructing, John, escort them to the armory to select their weapons. Also, notify the crew to prepare a transport aircraft immediately. In 1 hour, you shall depart with Colonel Schneider's team to assist in this operation. An hour later, a transport aircraft ascended slowly from the deck. Within the spacious cabin, aside from Chen Yang and his companions, were John and 8 Navy SEALs. The two groups sat facing each other, swaying gently with the vibrations of the aircraft, examining one another. Since the plane began its ascent, Ma Ying had grown pale, her heart racing, and instinctively clutched Chen Yang's clothing tighter. Chen Yang squeezed her cold hand and inquired, what's wrong? Ma Ying shook her head, indicating she was fine, and whispered, I suffer from a fear of flying. It's manageable in a helicopter, but in this enclosed transport, it becomes overwhelming. Well, what do we have here? Exclaimed a tall, robust Navy SEAL sitting directly across from Chen Yang. This lady has a fear of flying? I can't fathom how those officials would allow you to undertake this mission and have us assist you. Upon hearing the SEAL's remark, Chen Yang furrowed his brow and glanced at Colonel Schneider, the commanding officer. Colonel Schneider's eyes were half closed, seemingly asleep, while John, the aide responsible for this operation, looked at Schneider but did not intervene. Seeing Schneider's silence, the other SEALs began to murmur amongst themselves. The Navy SEALs, being among the most elite special forces in the United States, and indeed the world, harbored a certain pride. The prospect of executing a critical operation alongside what they perceived to be a ragtag group of individuals sparked discontent. Indeed, lacking a unified military uniform, exuding no semblance of military demeanor, and wielding an assortment of weapons, Chen Yang and his companions appeared to the SEALs as little more than armed civilians. Indeed, did you not notice? One among them is merely a child. What were they thinking, allowing a child to partake in such a mission? Are they scouts? Another SEAL scoffed. Do not think that merely wielding a firearm makes you a soldier. Remember to stay behind us when the time comes, lest you soil yourselves at the sight of those man-eating monsters. As Chen Yang listened to the scathing jibes from the SEALs, his furrowed brow deepened. He understood their sentiments. This was a life-and-death mission, where even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. As soldiers, nothing was more taboo than having an amateur command professionals. Despite grasping their perspective, Chen Yang knew he must assert himself. Otherwise, the two teams would operate independently, risking not only a lack of coordination, but also the potential for mutual detriment. Chen Yang was on the verge of action when he noticed Mylan Shah. No. At this moment, she should be addressed as he abruptly stood up and approached the most robust-looking Navy SEAL before him, extending his hand slowly. Are you challenging me? Kid, I have no intention of bullying someone as young as you. Hurry back to your mother, the SEAL scoffed. Chi's eyes remained steadfast, devoid of any flicker of emotion. As his hands continued to reach towards the SEAL's waist, his height barely reaching the SEAL's chest. The SEAL, infuriated and ready to retaliate, paused upon hearing Colonel Schneider, who appeared to be napping, gently cough. He suppressed his impulse, regarding Chi with a disdainful glare, the meaning behind his gaze unmistakable. He was immovable, and Chi was powerless against him. Gradually, Chi's hands grasped the SEAL's waist, and at that moment, everyone discerned his intent. He was clearly attempting to lift the SEAL off the ground. Do you intend to lift me? The SEAL exclaimed, astonished, bursting into laughter. The next instant, he emitted a bizarre squawk, akin to a chicken caught by the throat. As he felt himself being lifted, his perspective abruptly shifting to face downward, hoisted by the very child he had mocked. Witnessing this spectacle, the other Navy SEALs were rendered incredulous, and even Colonel Schneider, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes wide in shock. The struggle between the diminutive Chi, barely 5 feet tall, and the towering SEAL, resembling a massive bear, was akin to a contest between an antelope and an elephant. To everyone's astonishment, the victor of this contest was none other than the antelope, achieving a resounding and unquestionable triumph. The SEAL, now elevated by Chi, felt his face flush crimson, ignoring any potential reprimand from Colonel Schneider. He realized that although Chi held him by the waist, his arms were free. In a fit of rage, he swung his fists, each the size of an ordinary person's 2 fists, toward Chi's back. James, stop! Schneider called out urgently, having previously pretended to sleep while allowing the SEALs to provoke one another. His motives were twofold. He harbored the same rebellious spirit, desiring to assert dominance over the team, and he sought to gauge the depths of Chen Yang and others, as well as John's boundaries. He had contemplated 3 methods of resolution during his feigned slumber, but never anticipated such an outcome. By the time he intervened, the enraged SEAL was already beyond control. Do not harm him. Chen Yang's voice echoed in the SEAL's ears, leading him to believe it was directed at the suspended James. However, Chi understood that the words were meant for him. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, Ji abruptly began to spin in place. His speed was astonishing, rendering James, who weighed over 100 kilograms, akin to a large rag doll in his grasp, utterly unable to control his own body. His arms flailed helplessly in the air, and the punch he directed at Ji's back inevitably missed its mark. Fortunately, they were within the spacious confines of a transport aircraft. Otherwise, Ji would have lacked the necessary room to execute such rapid rotations. After spinning dozens of times, Ji came to an abrupt halt, as sudden as a spiraling top that ceases its motion, imparting an overwhelming sense of surprise. He gently placed the dizzy James on the ground, who, engulfed by rage, recklessly lunged at Ji with a punch. However, the moment his fist extended, his body began to sway, and soon his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Ji stood there calmly, his complexion unflushed and breath steady, exuding an air of nonchalance. In stark contrast to James, who, though still nearly as tall as him, sat defeated at his feet, the disparity was evident. The crowd's expressions were filled with astonishment. None could have anticipated that such a seemingly frail and diminutive figure could unleash such formidable strength. Even Chen Yang was taken aback by Ji's flawless display. Compared to the second persona, Quinn, of Mylan Shah, Ji, the third persona, was undoubtedly more powerful and astute. Ji turned to the right, quietly observing Colonel Schneider. Under Xi's unwavering gaze, Schneider finally spoke. I apologize for Soldier James's reckless behavior. Please forgive him. John, with a knowing look, replied, You should consider yourself fortunate. Noticing the confusion on Schneider's face, John recounted the remarkable performance of the 18 Marine soldiers concealed in the shadows, stating, Colonel Schneider, their origins are classified, and I am not at liberty to disclose them. However, I can assure you, should you survive this battle, you will feel honored to have fought alongside them. The recent events had already compelled Colonel Schneider to re-evaluate his understanding of Chen Yang and his companions. Hearing John's high praise for them, though he remained perplexed, Schneider could surmise that they were indeed of extraordinary lineage. After addressing Schneider, John turned to Chen Yang and remarked, Gentlemen, forgive me for not intervening earlier to prevent Soldier James's reckless actions. Soldiers respect the strong. With this minor episode, I believe they will show you the respect you deserve and cooperate more effectively in executing your mission. Chapter 96. Descent indeed, as John had remarked. This minor interlude significantly enhanced the atmosphere that followed. The military is a peculiar entity, characterized by a distinctly hierarchical structure within human society. Yet the only force capable of transcending rank and status is the might of the individual. They hold the powerful in reverence, while they dismiss the weak with disdain. This is precisely why a member of the Navy SEALs would provoke, and similarly, when she displayed sufficient prowess, the SEAL's demeanor towards him transformed from arrogance to respect. Those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chi, such as Chen Yang, naturally garnered the same esteem. The aircraft glided smoothly through the skies, and the ambience within the cabin grew unprecedentedly harmonious. From time to time, the Navy SEALs recounted their past experiences in warfare, and Chen Yang soon realized that these SEALs had each served for no less than 8 years, with the majority having participated in the Iraq War, marking them as seasoned veterans. Amidst the group, Fassbender appeared notably subdued, quietly seated in a corner, seemingly lost in contemplation. Chen Yang shifted to a seat closer to Fassbender, observing him intently. It was evident that Fassbender was somewhat anxious. He frequently pressed his lips together, then relaxed them, only to tighten them again. In the original narrative, this young virologist was regarded by the military as a beacon of hope in solving the zombie virus. Yet regrettably, his mental fortitude was lacking. Shortly after disembarking the transport plane, he had panicked due to a sudden zombie attack, resulting in a misstep that led to his firearm discharging fatally. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Fassbender turned to meet his eyes and smiled, saying, Your companion is remarkable. I have never encountered someone so diminutive yet so powerful. Thank you, Chen Yang replied. After the plane lands, stay right behind me. Rest assured, we will keep you safe. Fassbender rubbed his hands together and nodded. I believe in you. Chen Yang acknowledged him with a sound, reflecting on the subsequent events of the film, then cleared his throat. Remember, upon disembarking, it is imperative to remain silent. The zombies are highly sensitive to sound and will converge towards any noise produced. As Chen Yang spoke, the nearby Navy SEALs gradually fell silent, well aware of the significance of intelligence. Armed with such knowledge, they might just preserve their lives. Are you suggesting we cannot use firearms? Inquirit Colonel Schneider. Chen Yang nodded. It is preferable to neutralize them with melee weapons. If firearms must be employed, it is advisable to attach suppressors, for once a gunshot rings out, all zombies within earshot will be drawn to the source. Schneider nodded in understanding and silently retrieved a suppressor, affixing it to his weapon. Chen Yang continued, furthermore, while striking the body will slow them down, if you wish to deliver a fatal blow, aim for the head or the top of the spine. It is crucial to avoid being bitten or scratched. A Navy SEAL, noticing that Chen Yang had paused, could not help but inquire, what should one do if bitten or scratched by them? Chen Yang cast a glance at him and replied, if you are bitten or scratched, the most prudent course of action is to immediately end your own life, targeting the head. Otherwise, even in death, you might eventually transform into a zombie like them. He then emphasized the gravity of their mission. Our objective is to ensure the safety of Dr. Fassbark while he identifies the first known virus carrier, enabling the development of a vaccine to prevent the zombie virus. Therefore, I insist on safeguarding Dr. Fassbark at all costs. Colonel Schneider furrowed his brow at this, questioning, "Is developing a vaccine truly feasible?" Dr. Fastbark nodded eagerly, perhaps invigorated by the relevance of the discussion to his expertise. Nature is akin to a serial killer. None are more formidable or creative. Yet, like all serial killers, it harbors an irresistible desire to be captured, without someone to apprehend them. What satisfaction could those astute criminals ever derive? Growing animated, Dr. Fastbark gestured as he spoke. It always leaves behind traces. The most arduous part is that you might spend an eternity sifting through the fog to uncover the clues. Sometimes, what you discover is the virus's most brutal aspect, which ironically reveals its vulnerability, cloaked as strength. He concluded his thoughts with a coarse remark, declaring, "It is a truly wretched entity." Although Chen Yang did not memorize every detail of Dr. Fastbark's theory on the virus as a serial killer, he retained its essence. Engaging in conversation can alleviate anxiety. And Chen Yang's intent in speaking so extensively to Dr. Fastbark was to ease his tension. Observing that the latter had relaxed somewhat, Chen Yang gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, you will succeed this time. Our destination is Korea. The journey will be lengthy, so take the opportunity to rest now, as there may be no time for it once we disembark." The aerial distance from the United States to Korea is approximately 5,000 kilometers, and even by plane, it requires several hours. Having conveyed the essential information and considerations, they consumed some compressed biscuits and canned food before reclining against the cabin, closing their eyes to rest. Whether they were reincarnators or Navy SEALs, they all understood the importance of self-regulation before battle, ensuring they were adequately rested for optimal performance. Since entering the narrative of the zombie world war, Chen Yang had been under constant tension. The night spent at the gas station was fraught with anxiety, always prepared for a zombie confrontation, leaving little room for proper rest. However, now, high above the ground and devoid of the zombie threat, he finally relaxed, soon emitting soft snores. Chen Yang was jolted awake by a sudden jolt. He opened his eyes wide, instinctively reaching for his weapon, only to remember that he was currently inside the aircraft cabin. He relaxed abruptly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Taking out a bottle of water, he drank a few sips before approaching the oval porthole to gaze outside. All he could see was an expanse of darkness. However, through the faint light outside the transport plane, he could distinctly observe strands of rain slicing through the hazy mist. Before long, the cabin lights flared to life, prompting Chen Yang to instinctively shield his eyes. The once slumbering reincarnators and SEAL team members immediately awakened, realizing without any prompting that they were nearing their destination, and began to check their weapons and gear. "Everyone, please wake up. We are approaching the Humphreys military camp. It's pitch black outside, and there is no one in the control tower to guide us. Our fuel is nearly depleted, and we have no choice but to land the aircraft. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for descent." Upon hearing the pilot's announcement, Chen Yang leaned against the porthole to look down. In the darkness, 2 rows of white indicator lights stood out conspicuously on the ground. After a brief sensation of weightlessness caused by the rapid descent, he felt the plane gently bounce as it touched down. It then slid forward a short distance before coming to a halt. The ramp at the rear of the transport plane, wide enough for a tank to pass, slowly lowered, gripping the infernal tooth left behind by Li Feiqian. Chen Yang was the first to disembark, accompanied by Mying. One wielded a virtual radar, while the other possessed low-light vision and telescopic capabilities, maximizing their chances of avoiding a surprise attack from the zombies. The rain had evidently been falling for some time, creating puddles all over the ground. The fine droplets pattered against the earth, forming rippling circles. The only sounds were the gentle patter of rain and the soft footsteps of the group. Despite the cloak of darkness, the airport's lights illuminated the scene outside the perimeter fence, revealing numerous corpses strewn about, with zombies gnawing on them. The chilling sound of their gnashing teeth permeated through the rain, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. In Chen Yang's virtual radar, a rapidly moving green dot appeared. He lifted his feet quietly toward the dot. In the darkness, the SEAL team members could only hear a faint thud as a body collapsed, followed by an eerie silence. Moments later, Chen Yang returned from the shadows, droplets of fresh blood cascading from the infernal tooth in his hand, swiftly washed away by the rain upon contact with the puddles. It was only at this moment that the SEAL team members comprehended what Chen Yang meant by resolving matters with cold weapons. They exchanged glances. While using firearms seemed more manageable, relying solely on daggers would inevitably require close encounters with the zombies. None dared to assert they would be immune to bites or scratches in such a combat scenario. Chen Yang patted Colonel Schneider on the shoulder, signaling him to lead the way. Schneider, recovering from his shock, glanced at Chen Yang with a complex expression, finally grasping John's intent. In addition to Chen Yang's virtual radar and Ma Ying's low-light long-range vision, William evidently possesses an ability to sense the whereabouts of the zombies. The trio glided along the periphery of the group, silently hunting the approaching undead. The landing site of the aircraft was not far from the Humphreys military camp. This was evident as the soldiers were able to arrive at the airport in a remarkably short time after the gunfire echoed in the film. Progressing along the main road for approximately 500 meters, the stars and stripes of the Humphreys military camp came into view. At this juncture, there was no longer any need to conceal their presence. Chen Yang and his companions ceased their peripheral hunting and quickened their pace to join the group. As their footsteps hastened, the sound of their boots striking the ground became uncontrollable, echoing like splashes against the surface. With the increase in noise, more running sounds emerged from the surrounding darkness, and indistinct figures of countless zombies surged toward them from all directions. Chapter 97. The answer as the first gunshot echoed. A cacophony of gunfire ensued, and the foremost zombies collapsed in droves. The members of the reincarnation team had replenished their ammunition in the armory, while the Navy SEALs were equipped with an ample supply of rounds. In theory, with sufficient firepower, the zombies should not be able to approach. As they drew nearer to the Humphreys military base, an unsettling stillness enveloped the area. Viewed from afar, the base shrouded in darkness resembled a vast tomb, devoid of any light or sound. A sense of foreboding stirred within Chen Yang. But time was of the essence, as the horde of zombies continued to swell, leaving no room for contemplation. Colonel Schneider took the lead, forcefully striking the base's gates before swiftly raising his weapon to dispatch a zombie that was leaping down from above. The gates creaked open, revealing a narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. As Colonel Schneider leaned to enter, he seemed to glimpse something horrifically alarming, causing him to instinctively retreat. At that moment, it was too late. Countless arms surged through the gap, grasping at him and dragging him into the depths of the base. The sudden turn of events caught everyone's attention, focused as they were on the zombies outside. None anticipated the calamity that had befallen the soldiers within the Humphreys military camp, who had all transformed into zombies. By the time the realization dawned, Colonel Schneider found himself encircled by a throng of undead, each one gnashing at him like ravenous beasts. The nearest to Colonel Schneider was a middle-aged African-American member of the Sheen UF Fox team. He forcefully pushed aside a SEAL attempting to grasp Schneider and pressed his shoulder against the base's gates in a desperate attempt to close them. If the gates were fully opened, the reincarnation team would be caught in a pincer movement, assailed from both sides by the zombies. As the middle-aged man braced against the gate, his peripheral vision caught sight of a zombie squeezing through the crack, its body flickering with a faint red glow. Clearly, it bore a bomb. Reacting swiftly, he dropped to one knee, curling his body into a tight ball. A radiant shield materialized on his left arm, rapidly expanding to envelop his entire form. With a deafening explosion, the bomb-laden zombie was obliterated. A shower of blood and flesh mingled with shrapnel raining down upon the magnetic shield. Although the shield's glow dimmed considerably, it held firm, safeguarding the middle-aged man. The base's gates, forged from steel, bore the scars of the blast, their once smooth surface now pockmarked and jagged. Colonel Schneider and the nearby zombies were reduced to unrecognizable forms, while the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood permeated the air. The middle-aged man shook the debris from his magnetic shield, dislodging the fragments onto the ground. Just as he prepared to rise, his expression shifted dramatically. Amidst his curses, a rocket propelled from the gate's crack, arcing gracefully before striking his chest, propelling him forward before erupting in a fiery explosion. The rocket propelled directly towards the middle-aged black man, tearing him asunder. William's eyes twitched twice, his expression contorted in a semblance of anguish. Though the middle-aged man was not one for words, he had always been the steadfast shield of the Shin-Uf Fox team, absorbing countless blows to protect his comrades. It was unfathomable that he would meet his demise at the hands of a surprise rocket attack. William hastily advanced a few steps, eager to breach the entrance. But before he could make it through, he retreated with even greater speed as a yellow bullet whizzed past, almost grazing his nose. The heat emanating from the bullet was palpable against his skin. Had it not been for his acute senses, he might have suffered a fatal blow. Much like the earlier rocket, this bullet also traced a graceful arc through the air, emerging from the gap in the door, revealing that some members of the Baiyu team were undoubtedly adept in curved ballistics. The violent explosion attracted a swarm of zombies, and on Chen Yang's virtual radar, countless green dots began to materialize, converging from all directions. The sheer volume of lights nearly transformed the entire radar into a murky green expanse, with no avenue for retreat. The only recourse was to charge into the base. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yang took a couple of running steps before launching himself forward, sliding across the ground into the facility. A bullet zipped above him, the assailants clearly unprepared for such an unconventional entrance, their aim faltering significantly. Chen Yang made no attempt to rise. Instead, he pressed his hands against the ground, propelling himself upward like a spring, delivering a series of forceful kicks to the base's door, forcing it open from within. As the door swung wide, William and the others, blazing a trail with their bullets, rushed inside. To their astonishment, the interior of the base was devoid of any living souls, save for a gruesome array of dismembered limbs. Before the zombies could flood in, the group worked together to slam the base door shut. One zombie, attempting to force its way through the gap, flailed its arms desperately, only to be caught by the door, producing a chorus of cracking bones. The creature was squished like dough, its putrid blood pooling on the ground. After meticulously searching the base, they found no trace of their assailants, who had seemingly vanished into thin air. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, Ma Ying raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and cautiously ventured deeper into the facility, clearly having discovered something. After advancing a dozen steps, they encountered a few makeshift cells surrounded by iron bars. Ma Ying halted before one cell, her gun trained on the interior. "Do not shoot, I am not infected," came the voice of a middle-aged man clad in an orange prison uniform, his face adorned with a scruffy beard. He stood in the corner, hands raised high, his expression betraying sheer terror. The middle-aged man clad in a yellow prison uniform had previously made an appearance in the original narrative. Captured for trafficking arms to North Korea, he found himself incarcerated. Yet fortune favored him as he became the sole survivor of the entire Humphreys military camp. His survival was attributed to his confinement. The zombies were unable to breach the prison walls. Chen Yang gently tapped Ma Ying's hand, signaling her to lower her weapon, and inquired of the man in the prison garb, "What transpired here? Did you witness anything?" A flicker of trepidation crossed the inmate's eyes as he replied, "It was them. They unleashed the zombies, causing the demise of everyone." "Who are they?" Chen Yang pressed. "One has metallic wings, another resembles a bear, and there's a woman among them. They're nothing short of demons." "Only 3 individuals?" "Indeed, just 3. The capability to fire with a parabolic trajectory could not be attributed to the zombies from the World War of the Undead. It could only be the reincarnation squad of the Baiyu team, a notion Chen Yang had already suspected, and the inmate's words only corroborated this theory. "Where are they now?" "They have departed, leaving only that woman behind. She possesses the ability to phase through walls. She slipped away the moment you charged in." Chen Yang pondered for a moment. The appearance of only 3 members of the Baiyu team, with the absence of the rest, including their leader, clearly indicated that they did not regard this location as the final battleground. "Aside from you, are there any other survivors?" John, standing beside Chen Yang, pressed the middle-aged inmate for answers. The inmate shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he gestured to the surrounding iron bars. "No one survived. Had I not been confined here, I too would have perished by now." John furrowed his brow, stating a memorandum was issued from here 11 days prior, mentioning zombies. Are you aware of this? The inmate shook his head, responding, I have been imprisoned here for nearly half a year. They would not inform me of such matters. John struck the iron bars forcefully, his expression reflecting profound frustration. The arduous journey to arrive at such a disheartening conclusion was evidently difficult for him to accept. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged inmate suddenly said, However, I did overhear them mention zombies. The first one here was the camp's doctor. He was bitten while attending to patients outside and brought the virus back to the base. At this point, Fakabas had regained his composure from the earlier panic and leaned forward, asking, Do you know whom the doctor was treating? Who was the first infected? The inmate shook his head, pointing at the iron bars before him. Could you let me out first? I do not wish to starve to death in here. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang reached out and pulled apart 2 adjacent iron bars, creating a gap wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The middle-aged inmate stared at Chen Yang in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to step out. This exceeded his comprehension. Chen Yang gestured for him to exit, and the inmate finally closed his mouth and stepped out. Upon stepping outside, the middle-aged prisoner took a deep breath, displaying an expression of sheer ecstasy as he remarked, The taste of freedom. Reveal all that you know. The middle-aged prisoner nodded and replied, I believe the answers you seek may lie in Israel. John inquired, Israel? What is there? The middle-aged prisoner responded, Before the zombie outbreak, the Israelis had already sealed off the entire nation. They were the first to be informed and to take action, commencing the construction of high walls as early as 2000. And they completed all the work just a week ago. Do you not find this somewhat peculiar? John furrowed his brow and asked, Are you suggesting that the Israelis foresaw this viral outbreak back in 2000 and began their preparations? The middle-aged prisoner affirmed, precisely. Thus the answers or the individuals you seek are likely in Israel. Chapter 98. The heist. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged prisoner, John cast a glance at the driver, who nodded in understanding and replied, The fuel has been depleted. We must refuel. John furrowed his brow and inquired of the prisoner, Do you know where we can replenish our fuel? The middle-aged prisoner responded affirmatively, stating, There is a fuel truck at the base sufficient for your needs. John nodded and said, Please tell me your name. I will petition the commander to allow your participation in this operation. Upon successful completion of the mission, I assure you that your past transgressions will be expunged. The prisoner displayed no overt joy, replying flatly, My code name is Vulture. The higher-ups will know once you report. In the original narrative, Gary had failed to find answers in Israel and had nearly lost his life there. Watching John retreat to a corner to communicate with the captain via satellite phone, Chen Yang considered speaking but hesitated out of fear of revealing the plot, ultimately remaining silent. Before long, John concluded his call, and through the dim yellow light, his pallor was evident. He struggled to articulate, Today, Washington has fallen. The captain demands that we find a means to contain the zombies at any cost, and we must hasten to Israel. The fall of the capital was unprecedented since the founding of the United States, and at this juncture, even Chen Yang recognized the gravity of the situation. The SEAL team members stood resolutely, their expressions grave. Chen Yang exchanged glances with William and proposed, Let us divide into 2 teams. My squad and the SEALs will advance to the aircraft and clear the zombies in the vicinity. You will escort Vulture to the parking lot to retrieve the fuel truck. What do you think? Seeing William nod in agreement, Chen Yang leaned closer to the lookout hole of the base to survey the surroundings. The zombies that had once encircled the base had dispersed due to the absence of targets, presenting an opportune moment for their strike. Remember, just as we did upon arrival, everyone must tread lightly and minimize noise. Recalling the scene in the film where Gary's satellite phone inadvertently attracted zombies, Chen Yang added, Also, ensure all communication devices are turned off. With a gentle push, Chen Yang opened the base's main door and stepped outside first. Once William and the others emerged, he gestured cautiously towards the sky, signaling William to remain vigilant of the concealed by Yuwu team. William nodded in acknowledgement, and the 2 teams swiftly diverged towards their respective objectives. Perhaps due to their prudence, they managed to avoid alerting the zombies along the way. Occasionally, Chen Yang neutralized any approaching zombies with his weapon, and the group arrived unscathed at the aircraft. The plane sat silently on the tarmac, raindrops pattering softly against its fuselage. Chen Yang stepped aboard, instinctively sniffing the air, only to halt abruptly. A faint fragrance lingered in the atmosphere, not of perfume, but rather the subtle scent of a woman, a fragrance he had encountered in the previous base. As Chen Yang observed Fastbark approaching the aircraft, he hastily seized him, disregarding the potential alert to the zombies, and shouted, "Stay away from the plane." Although the reason behind Chen Yang's sudden outburst remained unclear, everyone instinctively vacated the cabin. Members of the winged fire serpent squad, as well as the SEALs, after witnessing Chen Yang's fervent reaction, retreated in earnest. Mere moments after they had distanced themselves by several paces, a thunderous explosion erupted within the cabin, sending flames soaring dozens of meters into the air. Chen Yang swiftly pressed Fastbark to the ground, shielding him beneath his body. Once the surrounding heat began to dissipate, Chen Yang cautiously raised his head to survey the scene behind him. The aircraft that had been stationary on the runway had transformed into an enormous fireball, illuminating the area for dozens of meters around as if it were midday. On the periphery of this blinding light, an innumerable horde of zombies twisted and contorted their bodies, converging upon them. "Hurry," Chen Yang urged, yanking Fastbark upright as they sprinted towards the parking lot where William and the others had gone. The intense explosion would undoubtedly rouse zombies within a vast radius. They needed to reunite with William and the others as swiftly as possible. Their options were either to escape in vehicles or return to the base to fortify their position. Should they fail to act before the zombies amassed, even their formidable skills would be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the undead. After dashing a few dozen paces, a brilliant light pierced through the drizzle ahead. A fuel truck barreled toward them, crashing through the zombies that obstructed its path, and then circled around them to proceed alongside the group. On the truck, Guinevere stood at the front, drawing her bow to shoot down the zombies charging ahead. Her arrows possessed tremendous power. Even if the zombies were not struck in a vital area, the limbs that were hit would explode, rendering them immobile. William balanced atop the truck, his body swaying gently with the motion of the vehicle. One hand gripped a thick fuel hose, continuously spraying the flammable liquid into the air, filling the surroundings with the acrid scent of fuel. In the passenger seat, Park Yong-cheol gestured forward, declaring, "Follow our vehicle. The Vulture has informed us that there is a plane ahead, and its crew and passengers have all turned into zombies. We just need to clear them out to make use of it." Chen Yang, who had been feeling somewhat despondent, felt invigorated and asked loudly, "Is there a plan?" William, while still spraying fuel, replied, "No specific plan. If I had to describe it, it would be to empty the fuel tank to create a fire barrier and transform this truck into a massive bomb." Gunfire rang out incessantly, with both the reincarnation squad members and the SEALs carefully avoiding the direction of the fuel truck. The aircraft behind them continued to burn fiercely, drawing a considerable number of zombies and alleviating some of the pressure on Chen Yang and his companions. Thanks to the illumination from the burning plane, they could faintly discern a silver aircraft quietly stationed at the end of the runway, where zombies occasionally appeared at the exit. As the distance to the aircraft dwindled to less than 300 meters, the relentless horde of zombies behind them grew ever closer, as if fueled by an unquenchable energy, sprinting towards the group with the speed of a 100 meters dash. The gap between the two parties diminished rapidly, compelling the group to turn and fire in an attempt to slow their pursuers. However, this action only impeded their own progress. One Navy SEAL, while retreating and firing, was suddenly tripped by a fallen corpse and was swiftly engulfed by the oncoming swarm of undead. Realizing the urgency of their situation, with only about 200 meters left to the aircraft, Park Yong-cheol maneuvered the fuel truck across the path, leaped from the cabin, and a long bone spike protruded from his back, puncturing the tank with dozens of small holes. Fuel gushed forth like a fountain, and as they sprinted forward, the group turned back to fire at the tank. Suddenly, the tank exploded, flames shooting skyward, igniting the fuel that William had previously spilled on the ground. The fire spread rapidly, resembling a fiery dragon that consumed the zombies closely trailing behind them. Most of the zombies were in pursuit of Chen Yang and his companions. The accumulation of water on the ground hastened the movement of the fuel, and this inferno claimed at least half of the undead. Many others struggled to escape the flames, inadvertently igniting their companions. In that moment, the pressure on Chen Yang and the others diminished significantly. They took turns providing cover, dispatching the scattered zombies that continued to chase them. After 2 minutes, they finally reached the underside of the aircraft. Inside the aircraft's cabin, darkness enveloped everything, resembling a great beast, with the entrance appearing as its gaping maw. Chen Yang surveyed the surroundings. Zombies from all directions were converging towards this spot. Although the recent blaze had eradicated a considerable number of the undead, the count had nearly doubled in the mere 2 minutes since their arrival beneath the aircraft. It was evident that the longer they lingered, the more zombies would accumulate. To prevent breaching the cabin, Chen Yang stowed his firearm and unsheathed the abyssal fawn. He took a few running steps, his toes barely touching the boarding ladder, leaping 4 or 5 steps at a time. In no time, he stood at the entrance of the cabin. Just as he steadied himself, 2 claws suddenly shot out from within the darkness, reaching for him. Without shifting his feet, Chen Yang drew in his abdomen and chest, thrusting the abyssal fang forward, slicing through the shadows and drawing forth a line of blood. Though he could not see the zombies in the darkness, Chen Yang had slain over 100 of them in the past 2 days, with at least a third falling to the abyssal fang. Armed with such extensive experience, he quickly deduced the position of a zombie's neck from the angle of its arms, delivering a swift cut that severed its collarbone along with its neck. While zombies exhibited enhanced strength and speed, their decayed bodies rendered them more fragile than ordinary humans. Thus, Chen Yang's strike, which might have only grazed the neck of a living person, cleanly decapitated the undead. On the interface of the virtual radar, 2 green dots rapidly approached from opposite sides. Chen Yang held his breath. Just as the 2 green points were about to collide with him, he took a bold step forward, pivoting on his right foot. His body spun sharply back. Guided by his keen sense of smell, he plunged his blade into the eye socket of one zombie. With a swift motion, he twirled around, withdrawing the blade of Hades while simultaneously slicing across the neck of another zombie. Due to their predilection for feasting on the living, the most repugnant part of zombies' body is its mouth. By focusing on this location, Chen Yang was able to swiftly construct a 3-dimensional model of the head in his mind, allowing him to target the vital areas with the blade of Hades, such as the eye sockets and temples. Armed with the advantages of virtual radar and his exceptional olfactory senses, coupled with his enhanced agility and the first-tier skill he had acquired, Chen Yang was nearly invincible in this moment. The interface of the virtual radar displayed a rapid decrease in the green dots representing the zombies. Chapter 99. Jerusalem. The aircraft glided slowly along the runway, its nose gradually lifting as it ascended into the sky. Inside the cabin, the remnants of countless corpses lay strewn about, the air thick with the putrid stench of decaying flesh. The SEAL team maneuvered among the lifeless bodies, and upon observing that nearly all of the zombies had been dispatched with a single lethal strike, they exchanged furtive glances at Chen Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed. In a mere 2 minutes, he had cleared the cabin of dozens of zombies, prompting a renewed respect for his formidable prowess. After a brief effort to tidy up the grotesque scene, the team settled down on the opposite side to rest. The journey from South Korea to Israel spanned over 3,000 kilometers, and at the current speed of the transport aircraft, it would take approximately 10 hours to reach their destination. Chen Yang fashioned a rudimentary mask from a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose. His acute sense of smell rendered the already foul odor nearly unbearable, akin to a form of torment. As time passed in quiet solitude, the aircraft soared through the sky, occasionally jolted by shifting air currents. Gradually, the team succumbed to slumber, and Chen Yang, too, closed his eyes, striving to rest in preparation for the battles that awaited them. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chen Yang finally drifted into a hazy sleep. Upon awakening, he found that daylight had broken. Golden rays of sunshine streamed through the porthole, momentarily disorienting him until the pilot's announcement snapped him back to reality. He realized they had flown over Israel. Since boarding, John had been serving as co-pilot and now opened the small door to the captain's cabin, stepping into the main cabin. "I have communicated with the Israeli authorities," he informed them. Mossad will send an intelligence officer named Jurgen to liaise with us. He is responsible for investigating the zombie outbreak. Curious, Ma Ying inquired, what is Mossad? Before John could respond, Lin Feiyu interjected, Mossad stands for the Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, established in 1948. It is regarded alongside the CIA, MI6, and the KGB as one of the world's 4 major intelligence organizations. In our country, we typically refer to such entities as the National Security Bureau. Why not just say spies? Ma Ying muttered, slightly annoyed by the lengthy explanation. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang turned to John and asked, is it possible to meet with the leaders of the Israeli military? If feasible, we should arrange such an audience. John, being one of the few privy to Chen Yang's background, immediately grew uneasy at the suggestion. According to Vulture, Israel has constructed formidable barriers along its borders. With such extensive preparations, the zombies should be unable to breach their defenses, correct? Chen Yang pondered briefly, aware that discussing plot-related matters required caution. He replied slowly, to my knowledge, the Middle East has been severely afflicted by the zombie virus, with no nation escaping its grasp. John nodded gravely. Since the year 2000, Israel had been preparing for the outbreak of this viral catastrophe. If any nation could withstand the onslaught of this virus, it would undoubtedly be Israel. With astute management, Israel could potentially play a pivotal role in the unfolding crisis. Gazing out from the airplane's window, the tranquil expanse of Jerusalem lay beneath, devoid of wandering zombies. Instead, bustling crowds filled the streets. Such scenes were once commonplace. Yet in stark contrast to the rampant zombie virus outside, this place now resembled a veritable paradise on Earth. The aircraft gradually descended towards the airport. Perhaps informed by John about the considerable number of passengers aboard, the Israeli authorities had not dispatched the jeep from the original narrative, but rather a minibus, with the short-haired soldier from the prior storyline still responsible for the welcome. Seated quietly in the passenger seat, the short-haired soldier seemed to be under strict orders, for no matter the inquiries posed to her, she remained enigmatic and unresponsive. Realizing that further questioning would yield no results, Chen Yang ceased his efforts and settled into his seat by the window, observing the surroundings. Every few minutes, helicopters traversed the sky, while military checkpoints intermittently appeared along the streets, creating a palpable tension. Nevertheless, the majority of citizens appeared cooperative, for Jerusalem was the only city in the world successfully keeping the zombies at bay beyond its walls. The minibus meandered through the narrow streets before finally halting beneath a 3-story building, where the passengers disembarked in sequence and followed the short-haired soldier upstairs. In an office on the 3rd floor, they encountered Jurgen from Mossad, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with graying hair, indistinguishable from countless others seen on the streets. Upon meeting, John eagerly inquired, how did you foresee the outbreak of the virus and construct the high walls in advance? As he poured John a glass of water, Jurgen replied, for most individuals, the refusal to acknowledge the potential for calamity persists until it occurs, at which point they are filled with regret. This is not a flaw or weakness, but rather human nature. Holding the water, John fixed his gaze upon Jurgen's eyes and asserted, I did not come here to discuss human nature. Every minute, countless individuals are bitten and transformed into zombies outside. If we can find a solution even a minute sooner, we may save hundreds of lives. After a moment of contemplation, Jurgen responded, we intercepted intelligence from the Indian military indicating that they're engaged in combat with the Russians. Translated, it refers to zombies, technically described as the living dead. John's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly articulated, as an exemplary member of Mossad, I trust you are a composed and efficient individual, not one prone to impulsiveness. You began constructing high walls 13 years ago simply because you heard the term zombie in a piece of intelligence? Sensing that their conversation might continue in this vein, Chen Yang cleared his throat twice, prompting John to shift the topic. Who is currently responsible for the defense of Jerusalem? I demand an immediate audience with him, as I possess crucial intelligence to report. Jurgen regarded John with a hint of confusion, asking, what crucial intelligence? Although John was unaware of Chen Yang's true intentions, the trust built along their journey compelled him to assert, it concerns the security of Israel. I must meet with the commander at once. Jin appeared somewhat hesitant and remarked, Prime Minister Netanyahu is currently in the city, but you should be aware that he is quite occupied. A significant influx of civilians has surged into the city, leaving an overwhelming amount of work to be done. John interjected bluntly. The task of accommodating civilians hinges upon the security of Jerusalem. If Jerusalem falters, all efforts will be rendered futile. Jin seemed incredulous, responding, How could that be possible? The walls we have constructed stand 50 meters high. Unless those zombies sprout wings, how could they possibly breach such formidable barriers? For many, disbelief in potential calamities persists until the moment they become reality, a trait not of folly or weakness, but of human nature. Chen Yang echoed Jin's words verbatim, inquiring, You do not intend to forget what you just said, do you? Jin gazed deeply at Chen Yang, seemingly wishing to imprint his visage in his memory. As an adept Mossad agent, he possessed knowledge of most American military and intelligence personnel. For instance, he had encountered the relevant profiles of the Navy SEALs before him. Yet he knew nothing of Chen Yang and his companions. While 1 or 2 individuals might be excusable, the presence of at least 8 before him was indisputable. Jin retrieved a satellite phone, dialed a number, and inquired briefly, stating, Prime Minister Netanyahu is currently near the Gate of Redemption. He places great importance on the intelligence you are to provide and requests that you proceed there immediately. The mention of the Gate of Redemption sent a jolt through Chen Yang. In the original scenario, the zombies had surged over the walls from that very vicinity into Jerusalem. Hastily descending the stairs, he boarded the minibus, which set off towards the Gate of Redemption. The minibus swayed as it traveled, prompting Fazbach to take 2 quick steps forward and ask Jin, You still haven't disclosed where you obtained the detailed intelligence. Jin continued with his previous narrative. In the 1930s, Jews did not believe they would be sent to concentration camps. In 1972, I too did not believe we would be slaughtered during the Olympics. Prior to October 1973, despite observing movements from Arab forces, we did not perceive them as a threat. A month later, the Arabs nearly drove us into the sea, compelling us to reconsider. After listening for so long without any mention of the zombie virus, Fazbach grew impatient and interrupted Jin, asking, What precisely do you wish to convey? Furthermore, since you constructed these walls, you must have gathered intelligence from India, correct? Do not rush, young man, Jin replied calmly. Since then, we have devised a system known as the 10th Man Protocol. If 9 of us observe the same information and draw the same conclusion, the responsibility of the 10th individual is to dissent, regardless of how implausible it may seem. The 10th person must assume that the other 9 are mistaken and initiate an investigation. A spark of realization illuminated Fazbach's mind as he inquired, Are you the 10th man? How did your investigation in India unfold? Jin remarked, I am aware of your desire to locate the original patient. However, I would advise against it. India is a black hole where you will yield nothing. As he spoke, the minibus arrived at its destination. The crowd disembarked in succession, undergoing a security check before being guided by a guard to the rooftop of a building. There, a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, stood engaged in discussion with a group of officials. Upon noticing the guard leading Chen Yang and the others, he turned and stood still, inquiring, I have heard that you bring significant intelligence. From the rooftop, one could clearly observe a bus entering Jerusalem, where survivors disembarking from the vehicle expressed their profound relief at having narrowly escaped death. Some knelt in prayer, while others vocally extolled their deity. John saluted and was about to speak when Chen Yang stepped forward, stating, Your Excellency, the noise may attract nearby zombies. I urge you to immediately impose military control and a curfew in Jerusalem. Furthermore, effective immediately, close the city gates and evacuate the civilians gathered at the entrance. The Prime Minister glanced at Chen Yang and replied, We have constructed walls of sufficient height. The zombies cannot breach such barriers. Moreover, for every individual we rescue, we prevent another from becoming a zombie. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to your demands. As more people joined the revelry before the city gates, the cacophony of the crowd grew louder. Chen Yang, feeling a sense of despair, scanned his surroundings, and noticed a distant skyscraper nearly aligned with the towering walls. Without further persuasion of the Prime Minister, he dashed toward the distant building and leaped directly to the top of the wall. Upon landing atop the wall, Chen Yang beheld countless zombies forming a human ladder, climbing towards the summit. The foremost zombie was now less than 3 or 4 meters from the top. Chapter 100. Deterioration. As Chen Yang observed the impending ascent of the zombies upon the towering wall, his initial instinct was not to eliminate them with gunfire, but rather to pivot his weapon and swiftly dismantle the few loudspeakers that emitted the most cacophony. The top of the wall measured approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in width. Had it not been for the sheer height of 50 meters, even an ordinary individual could traverse it with remarkable speed, let alone Chen Yang, who had evolved to a first-tier agility. With alacrity, Chen Yang maneuvered along the wall while unleashing a barrage of fire from his assault rifle towards the relentless zombies that clambered upward. The sheer volume of the undead was overwhelming. His 30-round magazine was expended in no time. Releasing his grip on the foregrip with his left hand, he deftly controlled the weapon with his right, swiftly retrieving a new magazine with his left, forcefully inserting it into the rifle's magazine well. As the spent magazine fell away, he pulled back the charging handle to chamber a new round and resumed his assault. The rifle discharged at a steady pace. Had one closed their eyes, they would hardly perceive that Chen Yang had just reloaded, as if he wielded a mythical weapon from a video game, replete with infinite ammunition. This rapid reloading technique, known as one-handed magazine change, was imparted to him by Lin Feiyu at the gas station. In military circles, this maneuver is often deemed taboo due to the risk of accidental discharge, practiced only by select special forces soldiers in private. The technique reportedly originated during the Sino-Vietnamese conflict, gaining notoriety through a video filmed by Canadians in 1994, which mythologized it. In truth, with sufficient agility and coordination, it is not particularly challenging to master. And Chen Yang had honed this skill after merely 2 hours of practice. With an unwavering cadence, his assault rifle unleashed a torrent of bullets within a mere 2 minutes. He had exhausted all 10 magazines he carried. Yet the zombies, undeterred by fear, continued their relentless climb. For every one that fell, several more ascended. Even with the unceasing fire from Chen Yang's weapon, their advance was merely delayed. As the last magazine neared depletion, 3 zombies surged onto the wall's edge. Clawing at the surface, poised to leap down. Suddenly, a silver-feathered arrow shot forth from behind Chen Yang, piercing the temple of the first zombie, traversing through its cranium without pause, and embedding itself into the neck of the second. The arrow continued its path, penetrating the waist of the third zombie, ultimately causing a violent explosion that obliterated the 2 that had just leapt from the wall. Chen Yang's 2 minutes of delay finally bore fruit. That brief interval was sufficient for the other members of the cycle team to ascend the towering wall. Lin Feiyu, employing an unknown method, managed to transport the heavy machine gun from the outpost near the Gate of Redemption to the top of the wall. With a barrage of gunfire unleashed, they shattered the makeshift human ladder constructed by the zombies at the base, causing those clinging precariously to the middle of the wall to lose their footing and tumble down. The sound of helicopters grew increasingly pronounced as 6 aircraft rushed in from various directions to aid Jerusalem, ultimately stabilizing the situation. Simultaneously, the Prime Minister in charge of operations within the city came to realize the gravity of the circumstances. Following his command, soldiers began to meticulously and urgently evacuate civilians from the vicinity of the wall into the city, clearing a buffer zone approximately 20 meters wide at the base of the wall, while establishing a rudimentary defensive line. This ensured that should any zombies breach the wall, a buffer zone would be available. Observing the zombies below the wall once again meandering aimlessly, many were drawn to the low-flying helicopters, frantically pursuing them. Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Though the skirmish had been brief, the peril was unprecedented. Returning to Prime Minister Netanyahu, the leader's demeanor had shifted noticeably. He stepped forward, shaking hands with Chen Yang and his companions, saying, "On behalf of Jerusalem and all the people of Israel, I extend my gratitude." Chen Yang replied, "Mr. Prime Minister, I must reiterate my earlier request. please order the immediate closure of the Gate of Redemption and impose martial law in Jerusalem, concentrating all resources within the city, including fuel, ammunition, food, and water, in preparation for the impending protracted conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Netanyahu acknowledged, martial law does indeed appear necessary. However, the individuals currently heading toward Jerusalem are primarily local Israelis. Closing the Gate of Redemption would equate to abandoning them, even leading to their demise. This is a war between humanity and the undead, Chen Yang retorted coldly. You are jeopardizing the lives of all Israelis in Jerusalem. The Prime Minister's expression shifted, and he summoned a nearby guard, instructing, notify everyone to allow those currently outside the gate to enter, and then lock the Gate of Redemption immediately. As his words echoed, a surge of commotion erupted near a recently arrived off-road vehicle at the gate. The crowd surrounding it frantically surged outward, rapidly clearing a wide area around the vehicle. A sense of dread enveloped Chen Yang. Although the original narrative did not include zombies breaching the Gate of Redemption, the intervention of himself and his companions cast uncertainty over the story's trajectory. Most concerning was the hidden presence of the Bayou team. From their perspective, allowing zombies into the city would undoubtedly serve as a highly effective strategy. As Prime Minister Netanyahu was about to send his guards to inspect the situation at the Gate of Redemption, a sudden explosion erupted from an SUV parked at the gate. The vehicle, laden with an unknown quantity of explosives, tore a massive breach in the high wall nearby, sending several SEAL team members standing on the wall soaring into the air. Even Park Yong-cheol of the Heart Moon Fox team was hurled to the ground, face down, his fate uncertain. The zombies, which had been lingering near the high wall, surged through the newly created gap like a tide of darkness, flooding into Jerusalem and rapidly spreading in all directions. Anyone caught in this onslaught would swiftly become a part of the relentless horde. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, but Chen Yang, having sensed the impending chaos, was the first to react, shouting at the others, "Run! Quickly! Jerusalem can no longer be held. We must head to the airport and leave this place." At that moment, William, disregarding the shock of the situation, unfurled his wings and soared over the high wall, grasping the stunned fastback and heading toward the airport. Chen Yang sprinted a few paces, quickening his speed, and leapt onto the roof of a minibus parked below. He rolled off the roof and executed a somersault, landing deftly on the ground, relying on his recent memory to dash toward the airport. William, now in midair, abruptly halted and descended rapidly, dropping fastback in front of Chen Yang before soaring back up. In the distance, a dark figure was speeding toward them. It was the enhanced black soldier of the Bayou team, equipped with metallic wings. As the zombies breached the makeshift defenses erected by the soldiers, they began to bite at them. Within mere seconds, the bitten soldiers transformed into zombies, rising from the ground to join the relentless tide of the undead. Prime Minister Netanyahu's face turned pale, and he swayed slightly. Had it not been for his guards catching him, he would have collapsed. Seeing Netanyahu in disarray, a guard swiftly grabbed a satellite phone to issue commands. Immediately send a helicopter to the Gate of Redemption. Prime Minister Netanyahu is currently trapped. Repeat, send immediately. No one attempted to drive the minibus. Unlike the wide, straight avenues of suburban Philadelphia, the streets of Jerusalem were narrow and winding, filled with panicked civilians who had no idea which direction to flee. They instinctively moved with the crowd, rendering the minibus unable to navigate through the chaos. Even with Chen Yang's physical prowess, he was swept along by the throng, having lost contact with the others amid the turmoil of the explosion when they were separated. After turning a corner, the horde of zombies pursuing Chen Yang swelled in number, surging like tidal waves, each wave crashing relentlessly upon the next. The foremost zombies, hindered by the abrupt turn, slowed down, only to be toppled by their relentless companions from behind, trampling over them in their frenzied rush. At that moment, Chen Yang had hefted his FASBK onto his shoulders. He forcefully kicked open an iron door adorned with railings belonging to a 3-story building, and as he entered, he swiftly kicked the door shut behind him, securing it with a lock. Just as he fastened the lock, the leading zombie lunged toward him with its jaws agape. Chen Yang's hand retracted quickly, causing the creature's teeth to crash against the iron railing, shattering into a myriad of fragments that scattered upon the ground. Oblivious to its own loss, the zombie continued to gnash at the iron bars, while behind it, an ever-growing throng of zombies lunged toward the door with reckless abandon. As Chen Yang navigated the staircase's bend, he retrieved a high-explosive grenade while glancing back at the iron door. He observed that the foremost zombies were being tightly pressed by those behind them, their faces grotesquely contorted against the door. The sheer weight of the throng had exceeded the iron door's capacity, causing the hinges embedded in the wall to warp at a visible pace, until with a resounding crash, the door collapsed to the ground. With a delicate toss, Chen Yang released the grenade from his grasp and took cover behind the wall of the stairwell. The grenade spun several times upon impact with the floor before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Before the smoke had begun to dissipate, another sharp sound rang out. Having ascended to the second floor, Chen Yang hurled another grenade. This grenade was perfectly timed and angled, landing squarely amidst the second wave of zombies. Upon reaching the second floor, he found himself in a long corridor, lined with rooms on one side and windows on the other. After dashing a few steps down the hallway, a tremendous crash echoed through the air as a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall black man, burst through the window, wrapping his powerful arms tightly around Chen Yang. Chapter 101. The boxing gloves. The formidable black man tightened his grip around Chen Yang's body, delivering a heavy blow to his head. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Nestled in his embrace was unmistakably a corpse. This shocking revelation compelled him to exert his strength, forcefully pushing the zombie away. In the process, Chen Yang, wielding the abyssal tooth, slashed at the black man's arm, eliciting a spray of crimson. He then executed a swift backflip, narrowly evading the black man's punch, while his left hand deftly retrieved the pistol lodged in his leg, aiming it at the black man's chest. The black man showed no inclination to evade, his entire being radiated a sepia glow, causing the bullets to decelerate upon contact with this strange aura. The pistol's bullets, already lacking in power, suffered further diminishment in speed and kinetic energy, ultimately striking the black man's body with little more than a faint red mark, failing even to pierce his skin. Upon inspecting the wound on his right arm, the black man noted the blackish blood seeping from it, accompanied by a peculiar, numbing sensation. Clenching his fists together, he emitted a sound akin to a whip cracking through the air, rotating his neck as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yang. Yellow-skinned monkey, you have successfully incited my wrath. With a thunderous roar, the black man's muscles began to swell, his physique expanding dramatically. He adjusted the belt around his waist, which instantly revealed multiple boxing gloves. He swiftly donned 2 crimson gloves, launching a flurry of punches. The black man's explosive power was formidable. His fists cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, while blue electricity crackled ominously across the surface of the red gloves, hinting at the presence of electrical currents. Aware of the glove's peculiar nature, Chen Yang refrained from a direct confrontation, relying on his enhanced agility to deftly evade the onslaught of punches, weaving through the storm of blows. Employing a boxing style reminiscent of a tempest, the black man attacked without pause, forcing Chen Yang to retreat until his back pressed against the wall. Just then, the black man's right arm faltered, revealing an opening. Chen Yang's heart leapt with joy, recognizing the effect of the abyssal tooth's attributes of lethargy and corrosion. He propelled himself off the wall, launching like a cannonball into the black man's embrace, aiming the abyssal tooth directly at his vital chest. Though the black man was confident in his sepia aura, he harbored some trepidation towards the abyssal tooth. He raised his left arm to shield his chest while his right arm swung downwards to strike Chen Yang's back with tremendous force. Yet, before the punch could connect, Chen Yang suddenly dropped, slipping between the black man's legs and countering with an upward slash of the abyssal tooth, leaving a deep gash along the black man's thigh. A towering figure, a muscular man of African descent, emitted a thunderous roar, his eyes ablaze with fury. With hands encased in crimson gloves, he struck the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a surge of blue electricity that coursed into the earth, chasing after Chen Yang, who was sliding helplessly across the ground. Chen Yang felt a jolt of paralysis run through him. The hair on his body stood on end as the electric current stimulated his nerves. sending waves of pain throughout his frame, causing his muscles to spasm violently, nearly wrenching them from his grip. The man, evidently straining from the exertion of channeling the current through his red gloves, gasped for breath, swiftly removing the gloves and fastening a pair of black ones to his belt. Seizing this moment of respite, Chen Yang managed to rise, battling through the dizziness and nausea that followed the electric shock, retreating to put distance between himself and the formidable adversary. The colossal man, his stature nearing 3 meters, approached Chen Yang with deliberate steps. A menacing grin plastered across his face. "Yellow-skinned monkey," he taunted, "you must be enjoying the sensation of my electric gloves. What lies beneath is even more exhilarating." With each powerful thrust of his fists, an ominous vortex began to form between his hands, compressing the surrounding air into lethal blades of wind that hurtled toward Chen Yang. Although the man could generate these wind blades with his black gloves, he lacked control over their trajectory, resulting in a chaotic barrage as his strikes intensified. Chen Yang felt the cutting wind slice through his arms and waist, prompting him to flee, activating his virtual radar to gauge the distance between himself and the giant. As the green representing the man neared on the radar, Chen Yang propelled himself upward, leaping onto a nearby windowsill, executing a backflip over the giant's head, while simultaneously grazing the man's back with. The man lunged forward, narrowly avoiding a deeper wound, and Chen Yang lamented the missed opportunity for a more severe strike. Growing increasingly agitated by his injuries, the giant shed his black gloves once again, donning a pair of fiery red ones. "You have successfully enraged me, yellow-skinned monkey," he declared. With a swift slide, he closed the distance to Chen Yang, throwing punches from a mere 2 or 3 meters away. Uncertain of the rationale behind the man's decision to strike from such proximity, Chen Yang instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Yet, he could still feel the intense heat radiating from the red gloves, akin to an invisible wall of fire propelled by the force of the giant's punches, singeing the edges of his combat suit. At that moment, Chen Yang felt as if he were ensconced within a colossal furnace. The temperature soared rapidly, distorting the air around him and making each breath increasingly labored, as though he were struggling to draw in oxygen amidst the oppressive heat. The imposing figure of the African man grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike, bellowing, "Savor the taste of my fiery gauntlets. You will find yourself parched, your body's moisture depleting until you resemble a desiccated corpse. Have you ever encountered a mummy? You shall soon find yourself akin to one." Chen Yang glanced at his hands. And indeed, as the African man had proclaimed, the skin on his hands had visibly dried under the intense heat, leaving only a thin layer on the back of his hands. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yang sprang into action, leaping against the glass. As he fell, he expertly hooked his toes around the ledge outside the window, using the leverage to shift his body sideways before bending and resting his hands on the windowsill. "You damned yellow-skinned monkey. Are you merely going to evade? Can you not fight like a true man?" The African man roared, shattering the glass with a punch and leaping onto the windowsill. Chen Yang pressed down hard with his hands, propelling himself upward, his weapon, the tooth of the underworld, slicing directly from the man's abdomen to his chest. Wounded, the African man, enraged, seized Chen Yang's legs without a second thought and hurled him against the wall. Instinctively, Chen Yang shielded his head with his arms, yet the impact left him in excruciating pain. The African man, pulling Chen Yang back as he jumped down from the windowsill, aimed to slam him into the opposite wall. Chen Yang, however, used the momentum to bend his body, and with the tooth of the underworld, struck like a bolt of black lightning across the man's wrist. Despite the African man's heightened physical prowess, he remained human, still susceptible to pain. The injuries to his wrists diminished his strength, allowing Chen Yang to execute a swift maneuver, flipping in midair and sending the African man crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, both combatants hit the floor, leaving Chen Yang dizzy. He bit down on his tongue to regain focus, staggering back 2 steps while leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. The African man knelt on one knee, wiping the blood from his mouth with his arm, and donned a pair of silver gauntlets. The two clashed once more, quickly separating, but the African man, intending to switch gauntlets again, suddenly felt his left hand empty. Looking down, he realized he had exhausted all 4 sets of gauntlets, leaving only the final mismatched yellow one. Chen Yang shook off the ice clinging to him and smiled at the African man, whose expression shifted dramatically. Each of his 5 gauntlets represented a unique skill, capable of unleashing power through his fists, yet each use required a period of recovery. In their previous encounters, he had only managed to utilize 3 sets at most, but this battle had unwittingly led him to deplete all his gauntlets. The crimson gloves symbolize lightning, the ebony gloves embody the blade of wind. The fiery red gloves represent flames and searing heat, while the silver-white gloves signify the numbing chill of frost. Despite the utilization of these 4 distinct pairs of gloves, the yellow-skinned primate before him remained unyielding, leaving the robust African man battered and bruised, for the first time experiencing the urge to flee. Throughout the battle, due to the overwhelming dominance of the African man's gloves, Chen Yang had not inflicted any critical damage upon him. Rather, the accumulation of injuries had led to a qualitative change. As the wounds multiplied, the effects of the infernal fang's dulling and corrosive properties increasingly took their toll, causing him to sense a marked decline in the speed of his strikes. Slowly donning the yellow gloves, he flexed his wrist, preparing to unleash an attack on Chen Yang. Having previously experimented with the abilities of 4 different pairs, Chen Yang surmised that the yellow gloves must possess their own unique power. He took 2 steps back, resolved to allow the African man to exhaust the capabilities of the yellow gloves before he launched his counteroffensive. The African giant let out a mighty roar, but instead of targeting Chen Yang, he struck the adjacent wall. Chapter 102. Ambition. Chen Yang remained vigilant, closely observing the movements of the burly black man. As he witnessed the man strike the wall with his yellow gloves, he instinctively distanced himself, suspecting that the gloves might possess some electric attack capabilities. However, the ensuing events took Chen Yang completely by surprise. The formidable black man shattered the wall with a single punch and leaped through the opening, making a daring escape. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the imposing figure would flee in such a fashion. Just as the black man descended from the building, a silver-feathered arrow shot towards him like a silvery bolt. With no time to evade, the black man raised his arms to shield his face. Just as the arrow was about to strike, a golden bullet from several meters away collided with it, resulting in a blinding flash of white light. The explosion generated a shockwave that swept the dust off the ground, revealing a polished surface beneath. The black man staggered back, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his back. And then he was lifted off the ground. Behind him stood William, now transformed into a terrifying cannibalistic state, with his tail piercing the man's back. William's legs were reduced to mere stumps, relying solely on the power of his wings to remain airborne. His arms had elongated, darkened, and he seized the black man's head, crushing it with brutal force, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. With a sinister grin, William grasped the black man's legs and devoured them. As he consumed, the severed portions of his own legs began to regenerate at a visible rate. This was the unique genetic trait of the cannibalistic tribe. They could replenish what they consumed. As long as the heart remained unscathed, any lost part of the body could be restored through feeding. A dark speck appeared in the sky, growing larger as it approached. None other than the iron-winged black man from the Bayou squad. William's cannibalistic form exhibited far less agility than the iron-winged black man, and despite his attempt to evade, he was caught mid-air and slammed against the wall, creating a human-shaped crater. Simultaneously, the iron wing on his back unfurled, its iron feathers standing upright, spinning at high speed like a fan activated on full power, slicing into William's sides. In mere moments, deep gashes exposing bone appeared along William's ribs, while the iron-winged black man relentlessly slashed at him. Suddenly, the rapidly rotating wings were seized at their base by a pair of hands. With a powerful throw, the iron-winged black man was cast aside. William quickly ducked to avoid a bullet that whizzed past him from a distance, then flicked his wrist, sending droplets of blood flying. The iron-winged black man struggled to rise, supporting himself with his bloodied wings, his chest heaving as he surveyed the surrounding reincarnators. Under the guise of 2 wings, the iron-winged black man stealthily retrieved 2 flash grenades, tossing them to the ground while shielding his body with his wings. He spun around, yearning to ascend into the sky. Before the flash grenades even touched the ground, they suspended in mid-air as if grasped by an invisible hand, emitting a brilliant light before being extinguished. The iron-winged black man, now airborne, whirled incessantly but found himself unable to gain altitude, merely treading water in place. Unperturbed, he was convinced that he had soared high into the sky. Upon abruptly unfurling his wings, he was struck with the realization that he remained encircled, his body scarcely 3 feet above the ground. A mix of shock and fury surged within him when, with a resounding bang, a corpse was hurled before him. It was Avel, lying in ambush from a distant dwelling. Her eyes were wide open, and the mortal wound on her chest was inflicted by an arrow that had pierced through, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. The wound bore no traces of blood, charred as it was. The iron-winged black man trembled slightly, his iron feathers quivering. He threw his head back and roared, "Ollie, is this your grand design? How long must we wait for your appearance?" At the mention of Ollie's name, an instinctive alertness gripped those around him. After all, Ollie was the reincarnated being enhanced with zombie genes and the most formidable member of the Bayou squad, contrary to everyone's expectations. Despite the iron-winged black man's frantic calls, Ollie did not materialize. A knowing expression crossed the iron-winged black man's face as he remarked, "I have long known your ambition to become the chosen one. Since the moment you assumed command, that desire has consumed you. But did you truly need to sacrifice everyone in your pursuit?" William pressed a hand against the wound beneath his ribs, tasting the blood on his fingers. "Eliminate him, then take down their captain. Even with his enhanced zombie genes, he is but one man. Killing him signifies the end of this skirmish, and we can swiftly return to the main divine realm." Since William and his companions had arrived, Chen Yang had taken fastback to the second floor, activating a virtual radar for observation, both to ensure fastback safety and to guard against the lurking Ollie. Observing the iron-winged black man's expression of profound rage, Chen Yang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He shouted a warning as the reincarnated team members approached from all directions. However, it was already too late. The iron-winged black man's iron feathers began a countdown, and with a flick of his wings, they detached, most hurtling towards William, while a smaller portion aimed at the others. Clearly, in his mind, William represented the greatest and most perilous target. Thousands of iron feathers now resembled a multitude of sharp daggers, given their proximity. William had no time to evade, hastily raising his arms to shield his heart and protect his vital areas. In the blink of an eye, William was pierced by iron feathers, resembling a hedgehog, while the other reincarnated team members with lesser defenses met immediate demise. Miraculously, Zhang Min, standing beside Yi Sheng, seemed untouched, whether due to her distance or an unexpected stroke of fortune. In stark contrast, Yi Sheng succumbed to several iron feathers that struck his chest and head, resulting in his instant death. William's body twitched violently. As he shook, the iron feathers embedded in him fell away, clattering onto the ground with a sound reminiscent of iron striking stone. The expulsion of all his iron wings was evidently the last resort of the iron-winged black man, who now appeared akin to a plucked rooster. A sinister grin spread across the face of the transformed cannibalistic figure of William as he reached towards the iron-winged black man. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly. This tremor occurred once every second, growing in intensity, akin to a colossal beast traversing the earth. A 2-story building was shattered, and from the debris emerged a nearly 10-meter-tall licker, its body covered in irregularly arranged black scales, resembling a haphazard application of glue. Ari, resplendent in his pristine white suit, stood atop the licker's head, surveying the scene below, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the iron-winged black man. Upon witnessing Ari's appearance, the iron-winged black man exerted every effort to rise from the ground, locking eyes with him and inquiring, "According to your plan, you were supposed to appear long ago. Why have you only shown up now?" Ari smiled faintly and replied, "I always believe you to be an intelligent individual. Why pose such a question?" The iron-winged black man let out a bitter laugh, stating, "I have long informed Avril that your goal is to become the strongest chosen one. Yet she refused to heed my warnings. Ari's gaze flickered momentarily over Avril's lifeless form, a fleeting sadness crossing his eyes as he slowly remarked, "The only path to becoming the strongest chosen one is through the death of all those around me, absorbing their abilities and evolution points. Thus, I have no alternative." "No alternative," scoffed the iron-winged black man, his face reddening in anger. "This is precisely why Dong Shinran severed ties with you, isn't it? She saw through your intentions. Which is why you have remained, using a theory of black lineage to deceive us, correct?" Ari merely nodded gently, stating, "Everything is part of a ruse. I have awaited this day long enough. You and the other 2 teams of reincarnators shall serve as my nourishment, propelling me to become the strongest chosen one." The liquor beneath Ari continued to sniff around restlessly. With a cold chuckle, the iron-winged black man revealed, "In truth, I harbor a secret I have never disclosed to you. During that horror show in Japan, while I was alone, I completed a hidden quest and acquired the ability to create clones from an elderly woman." Ari's expression remained unchanged as he simply acknowledged with a soft hum. "Have you ever pondered why the difficulty of that horror film has escalated? It is simply because I discreetly accomplished a hidden narrative quest. I must admit, Japan is a rather eccentric nation. Even the special abilities derived from the storyline's characters are quite bizarre." The iron-winged black man roared, "My eyes shall transform into explosives. My blood shall become a potent acid. My teeth shall morph into blades." As his thunderous cry echoed, his eyeballs and teeth suddenly fell away, hurtling toward Ollie. In quick succession, his limbs began to disintegrate, with 2 arms and 2 legs, streaked with crimson, striking Ollie from all angles. Chapter 103. The Cursed Arrow in an Instant. The iron-winged black man transformed from a living being into dismembered organs and limbs. Yet, these severed parts appeared to possess their own consciousness, seemingly inheriting the will of the iron-winged black man in his final moments, all frantically assaulting Ollie. Even the blood splattered on the ground seemed to continuously slither toward him. Witnessing the iron-winged black man's technique of creating avatars to slay his enemies, Ollie, despite his formidable strength at that moment, could not help but turn pale. His face devoid of any trace of mirth, replaced instead by an unprecedented gravity. Ollie lightly stepped on the liquor beneath him, causing it to suddenly rise upright, completely enveloping his form. A torrent of fresh blood first drenched the liquor, which, as the iron-winged black man had claimed in life, had transformed into a highly concentrated acid. Even the resilient body of the liquor could not withstand such corrosive power. Any skin splattered with blood was rapidly eroded, causing the liquor to howl in agony, its scales trembling uncontrollably. A normal human body contains approximately 5 liters of blood, around 11 bottles if filled with a standard 500 milliliter container, or 3 bottles using a fast food soda bottle. It may not seem like much, yet this very blood was sufficient to corrode the liquor's abdomen, revealing a chaotic mess of blood vessels and intertwined muscles within. Despite this, the liquor steadfastly shielded Ollie on its back, its long, thick tongue suddenly lashing out and wrapping around one of the iron-winged black man's arms. However, it had forgotten that this arm now possessed its own consciousness. As it was ensnared, the 5 fingers immediately clenched tightly around the liquor's tongue. Though merely an arm, it perfectly inherited the strength of the iron-winged black man in life, rendering the liquor momentarily unable to retract its tongue. With its tongue ensnared and mouth unable to close, organs such as lungs and kidneys from the iron-winged black man seized the opportunity to invade the liquor's mouth, descending down the throat. The liquor's eyes widened in horror, and its body flipped onto its back, limbs convulsing violently as torrents of black viscous fluid mixed with blood poured from its mouth, clearly indicating it had met its demise. Even before the liquor had flipped, Ollie had gracefully descended from its back, quietly observing the eyes of the iron-winged black man suspended in the air. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and declared, "Do you truly believe that possessing the ability to create avatars will enable you to slay me? Even if you cannot kill me, I shall ensure you suffer. The other members of the reincarnation squad await your injury. Should I wound you, they shall be poised to vanquish you." The voice of the iron-winged black man's echoed erratically, resonating with countless reverberations. With his eyes still shut, Ali abruptly opened them, his body launching forth with remarkable speed, akin to a cheetah on the prowl. In the blink of an eye, he covered several dozen meters and fiercely grasped the iron-winged black man's heart, which was bizarrely dancing in the air, crushing it explosively. The voice of the iron-winged black man resonated once more, laced with a palpable tone of mockery. Ali, my art of duplicating and slaying possesses no weaknesses. My consciousness can attach itself to any part of my body, be it a single hair or a fragment of skin. While I may be unable to revert to my original form, you shall not so easily extinguish my existence. Ali's expression darkened to an extreme, and he coldly retorted, if that is the case, I shall obliterate every part of your body and see where your consciousness can cling. With those words, Ali unsheathed a dagger and inflicted 2 slashes across his own visage, evenly smearing the blood upon his forehead and cheeks. He then unleashed a thunderous roar, and from above his head, a spectral image of a black panther began to materialize, clawing and poised to pounce, seemingly intimidated by the apparition of the Black Panther. The iron-winged black man ceased his verbal taunts and resorted to a frenzied assault with his limbs. After suffering several piercing strikes from Ali's hair, he could no longer restrain himself. Pointing a finger skyward, the phantom panther lunged forth with astonishing speed, evading the iron-winged black man's evasive maneuvers. In the blink of an eye, he was left with naught but 2 eyes and 1 leg. Chen Yang and the others had been quietly observing the battle, initially content to watch the conflict unfold. However, upon witnessing the iron-winged black man's imminent demise beneath the phantom panther, they could no longer remain passive, and each sprang into action. Guinevere was the first to act, her silver arrow striking the phantom panther. The once substantial figure became significantly more translucent, emitting a roar as it charged towards Guinevere. With a resounding bang, the barret in Ma Ying's hands jolted violently, a frost bullet striking the phantom panther's midsection, rendering it even more transparent. Then, like a soap bubble floating in the air, it gently burst, leaving no trace behind. In that fleeting moment of the panther's disappearance, Ali's body trembled violently, his eyes blood-red, fixated on Guinevere, who stood on the second floor, drawing her bow. A shiver ran through Guinevere as her hands trembled slightly, releasing the silver feathered arrow. Yet, due to her haste, the arrow lacked both power and precision, posing no threat to Ali, who swiftly sidestepped the projectile. Guinevere hastily retrieved another arrow, this one entirely obsidian, its sharp tip glimmering ominously, clearly not an ordinary item. With a rapid whoosh, the black arrow, moments ago resting on Guinevere's bowstring, now appeared before Ali. He opened his mouth wide and bit down fiercely on the arrowhead, which continued to spin relentlessly, producing a jarring sound against his teeth. Ali clenched his jaws, severing the black arrow into 2 pieces, forcefully spitting the tip onto the ground. Guinevere's complexion paled slightly, and the others recognized that Ali's target was her, prompting them to open fire in her defense. William unfurled his wings and soared directly towards the fray. Gunnewire fixed her gaze upon Ali's eyes, not daring to relax for even a moment. At that instant, Ali resembled a predator keenly observing its prey. Any sign of weakness would invite a lethal strike. As Gunnewire watched Ali approach step by step, she could clearly see his silhouette. At such a distance, her confidence was unwavering, yet her intuition warned her that this arrow would not wound Ali. Her hands, strained from holding the bowstring for too long, began to tremble slightly. Gunnewire squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the sweat that had dripped into them to escape. This time, she was not using a silver-feathered arrow nor a black-feathered one. Instead, she had drawn a paper arrow. Although crafted with exquisite artistry from high-quality rice paper, it remained a paper arrow at its core. Nonetheless, both Gunnewire, who drew the bow, and Ali, who was targeted by the arrow, bore an unprecedented seriousness. As Ali drew closer, now within 20 paces, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Gunnewire's eyes, and she released the paper arrow from the string. The arrow danced through the air, tracing a wondrous trajectory akin to a leaf carried by the wind, landing right before Ali. He extended 2 fingers, poised like a blade, and sliced through the paper arrow, cleaving it in 2. The arrow floated to the ground, from the severed end oozing bright red blood. Ali shifted his feet, narrowly evading a bullet, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. Despite knowing the arrow was extraordinary, he had not anticipated that slicing through it would feel as though he had cleaved his own chest. Gunawire's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet her eyes shone brighter. She swayed slightly, steadied herself by propping the longbow against the ground. Ali now stood merely 10 paces from her, and William, suspended in midair, felt his vision blur with intensity, perceiving the world around him slow to an agonizing crawl. The short distance of mere meters seemed interminable in that moment. A smile reemerged on Ali's face, akin to a guest from afar finally meeting his host, filled with delight. What manner of arrow is this? Why does harming it feel like harming myself? Gunawire replied softly, "It is a puppet paper arrow. Once aimed at you, you become a puppet, and to injure it is to injure yourself." Ali's face reflected a dawning comprehension as he discarded the severed paper arrow onto the ground, gently stating, "Then you may die." Gunawire gasped twice, drawing the longbow once more, yet this time no arrow rested upon the string. Only her fingers held the taut line. Ali advanced a step, leaving more pronounced footprints. Gunawire gently closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her attire began to sway as if caught by an unseen wind, rustling audibly, while her long hair billowed. To others, she appeared to have grown taller in an instant, dominating their field of vision. Ali halted, silently observing the longbow in Gunawire's grasp, then glanced at the empty string. Suddenly, he turned and retreated hastily. Gunawire let out a furious roar, and the bowstring in her hand snapped with a resounding crack. Ali, retreating in haste, clutched his chest and glanced back at the fallen Gunawire. Then, propelled by an urgency greater than before, he rushed towards her and inquired, "What kind of arrow was that?" "It is the arrow of curse, also known as the arrow of intent. When wielded with benevolence, it bestows blessings upon its target. Conversely, if wielded with malice, it ensnares the recipient in a web of curses." Gunawire replied softly, but she could no longer bear the strain. Her body leaned backward and, like a butterfly with broken wings, she plummeted from the rooftop. Chapter 104. The elemental giant William flapped his wings and caught the falling Guinevere from the air. At that moment, Guinevere had her eyes tightly shut, sweat dampening the hair on her forehead, giving her the appearance of slumber. Yet William knew that she was already lost. The cost of using the cursed arrow, or the blessed arrow, was that one soul would be forever ensnared in eternal slumber. Trembling all over, William glanced at Ali, shrouded in black smoke, then looked down at Guinevere in his arms, and softly spoke, "I had intended to avenge you, but it seems that wish may no longer be attainable. Do you recall our earlier conversation? You expressed a desire for me not to grieve after your death. But how could one not mourn?" Cradling Guinevere, William gently soared to the rooftop of a building, overlooking the scenes below, continuing to whisper in her ear, "Since that fateful day, I exchanged for a skill that cost me 6,000 reward points. You would surely scold me as a fool if you knew. This skill is called Kiss to awaken the Sleeping Beauty. Do you remember the tale of Sleeping Beauty from the Brothers Grimm? As long as a person's soul remains unscathed, even in death, this skill can awaken the deceased. However, the price is that all abilities and attributes exchanged in the realm of the divine would be stripped from both individuals, remaining forever in this horror-filled world. You would undoubtedly refuse, wouldn't you? Yet, I find myself at a loss for any other means to save you. Forgive me for failing to protect you, and forgive my selfishness. In this world of terror, I am uncertain of what reason I have to continue without you. I shall awaken you, and I hope that upon your return to consciousness, you will not blame me." Tears fell drop by drop from William's eyes onto Guinevere's smooth visage, trickling down her chin. Through tear-blurred vision, William gently pressed his lips against hers. The wings on his back gradually retracted, all the terrifying traits of the cannibalistic tribe swiftly vanishing, returning him to his true form. In his embrace, Guinevere exhaled a breath and slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing William for the first time, Guinevere paused, glancing around and recalling the cursed arrow she had unleashed, realizing why she still lived. Did you use the kiss to awaken the Sleeping Beauty skill? The tears at the corners of William's eyes had vanished as he quietly regarded Guinevere, nodding in affirmation. Guinevere sighed, calling him a fool, and then fell silent. She straightened herself, shifting her position to sit beside William at the edge of the rooftop. Gently, she kicked off her shoes, watching them tumble downwards. William, do these shoes resemble us? William reached out to retrieve the falling shoes, only to remember he was now an ordinary person. Silently, he removed his own shoes, tying their laces together, and tossed them down. This is us, he declared. Guinevere swayed her feet back and forth, saying no more. Gently, she embraced William's waist and murmured, I do not wish to become a zombie. It is simply too unappealing. William nodded in agreement, glancing at the approaching zombies. He tightened his grip on Guinevere's hand and leaped into the air. From above, they appeared as two shoes bound together, destined to remain inseparable until death. The members of the Heart Moon Fox squad had all perished, and in 24 hours, they would begin their cycle anew. Upon hearing the main deity's announcement, Chen Yang, who had just evaded Ali's strike, felt a jolt of shock. William's current strength would pose a challenge even for Ali. How could he have suddenly met his demise? Ali, too, had evidently received the main deity's message, and for him, such news was undoubtedly a boon. At that moment, Guinevere's cursed arrow, which had put her soul to sleep, had halved several of his key physical attributes. Even in his transformed zombie state, he found his power and speed lacking compared to his previous form. Chen Yang panted heavily. Ever since William had taken Guinevere away, Ali's movements had become sluggish, hindered by the cursed arrow. Seizing the opportunity, the iron-winged Blackman attacked, inflicting numerous injuries, even severing one of Ali's arms with a knife at the elbow. Severely wounded, Ali transformed into a zombie form. He abandoned his previously erratic attack style and fully capitalized on the characteristics of his zombie state, opting for a tit-for-tat approach to destroy the Iron-Winged Blackman's remaining arm and 2 legs. Although the Iron-Winged Blackman retained several organs, he could no longer inflict harm on Ali, with even his eyes seemingly having vanished. Having incapacitated the Iron-Winged Blackman, Ali turned his attention to Chen Yang. He disregarded Chen Yang's attacks, adhering to his own rhythm. In a mere encounter, Chen Yang found himself clawed across the abdomen, while his infernal tooth inflicted several wounds on Ali. It was evident that they posed little threat to Ali in his zombie form. A barrage of gunfire erupted as Lin Feiyu wielded an assault rifle, relentlessly firing at Ali. Despite lacking any weapon mastery skills acquired in the main deity's realm, Chen Yang observed that Lin Feiyu's marksmanship had evidently reached a second-tier level, regardless of Ali's evasive maneuvers. Bullets found their mark, at times appearing as if Ali had collided with the projectiles himself. Clearly, Lin Feiyu was a natural sharpshooter, not only possessing exceptional shooting skills, but also excelling in trajectory prediction, which explained the peculiar occurrence of Ali seemingly colliding with bullets. Though the bullets failed to inflict any mortal wounds on Ali, they effectively slowed his pace, allowing Chen Yang to distance himself from the threat. Ali raised his hand to block the bullet aimed at his face and cast a fleeting glance towards the window of a nearby residential building. Although the distance rendered his view unclear, he could sense the presence of a sniper rifle trained on him from that vantage point, compelling him to divert a portion of his attention to the unseen marksman behind the window, constantly preparing to evade incoming shots. At the window, Ma Ying was drenched in sweat, her index finger tightly gripping the trigger, yet she hesitated to pull it. Each time she readied to fire, Ali would momentarily slow down or speed up, slipping from her sight. Since the onset of the battle, she had not discharged a single round. This sensation was unprecedented for Ma Ying, and the perpetual state of heightened tension drained her stamina rapidly. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Feiyu's bullets striking Ali, which slowed his momentum, Ma Ying finally took her chance and pulled the trigger. The hefty Barrett rifle shuddered violently as a bullet whizzed toward Ali. Ali abruptly glanced up, catching sight of the muzzle flash emanating from the window. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. The moment Ali's form dissipated, Ma Ying's aim became futile. The bullet struck the wall, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin, showcasing its destructive power. Shifting her gaze from the scope, Ma Ying activated her long-range vision and, to her astonishment, discovered that Ollie had inexplicably appeared several dozen meters away, right in front of Lin Feiyu. He swiftly pressed down on Lin Feiyu's assault rifle and, with a smirk, sank his teeth into Lin Feiyu's neck. Though Lin Feiyu possessed superior physical attributes compared to the average person, he had never undergone enhancements in the main god space. Moreover, Ollie's sudden appearance caught him off guard, and before he could fully comprehend the danger, Ollie had already embraced him, using his sharp fangs to sever a portion of his neck. Then, Chi's diminutive figure emerged, moving silently like a phantom as he approached Ollie with a few nimble jumps, a transparent thread in his hand. He swiftly wrapped the thread around the space between Ollie and Lin Feiyu. However, before he could complete the circle, Ollie had already sensed his presence, vanishing once more and leaving only Lin Feiyu's lifeless body behind. With a faint sound, Lin Feiyu's upper body slid from his waist and fell to the ground, soon followed by the lower half. The area where the transparent thread had encircled his waist revealed a smooth, clean cut, illustrating the sharpness of Chi's filament. Upon witnessing Ollie's sudden disappearance, Chi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping into the air and pulling the transparent thread taut. Ollie stared in astonishment at the severed segment of his finger on the ground, his eyes reflecting unmistakable surprise. He could discern that Chi bore no signs of enhancement. The previous confrontation had been purely instinctual. At that moment, Chi was also in a precarious state, his complexion pale and one shoulder slightly drooping, blood trickling steadily from his fingertips. Instantaneous movement. He had utilized instantaneous teleportation. This time, Chen Yang observed with clarity, recalling a certain ability he had once seen at the realm of the Master, teleportation. Teleportation is classified as a fourth-tier composite ability, which can only be acquired after a reincarnator's defense has advanced to fourth-tier speed and fourth-tier magic. At that time, due to Chen Yang's insufficient attributes, he merely glanced and moved on without further consideration, never anticipating that the figure before him, Ollie, would wield such a skill. Teleportation permits movement solely in a straight line, and there must be no obstructions along the path. Quick, hide behind the wall. Upon hearing Chen Yang's urgent warning, Zhou Mo immediately retreated a step. She glanced at Chi, who stood facing Ollie, and delicately gestured in the air with her fingers. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ollie's feet collapsed, and a towering earth elemental giant, nearly 4 meters in height, erupted from the depths, its arms, formed of sand and stone, roaring as they swung menacingly towards Ollie. Chapter 105. The Apocalypse. The earth elemental giant, composed entirely of sand and stone, was rugged and resilient. Its tireless nature and utter lack of fear forced Ollie into a retreat, ultimately backing him against the wall of a modest dwelling. With a heavy step, the giant swung its robust arm, and Ollie, crouching low, propelled himself between its legs, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Be careful," Chen Yang shouted as he hurried towards Zhou Maxin. If the perspectives were to shift, he was certain that his primary target would be Zhou Maxin. Thus, upon witnessing Ollie's sudden disappearance, he instinctively assumed that she was the intended target. Chi shared a similar thought. Upon seeing Ollie vanish, he rushed towards Zhou Maxin. However, as he took his first step, he sensed something amiss, but found himself unable to change course. Gritting his teeth, he straightened the transparent thread in his hand and cast it forward. In the next instant, Ollie materialized before him, the transparent thread now wrapped around his wrist. With a swift motion, Ollie severed Chi's remaining hand at the wrist. Unfazed, Ollie thrust the severed limb forward, impaling Chi's abdomen like a spear, before sinking his teeth into Chi's neck. Life drained from Chi's eyes as he clutched the transparent thread, powerless to inflict harm upon Ollie. Ollie withdrew his severed arm, gently pushing Chi's body to the ground, and then turned his gaze towards Ma Ying, a smile creeping across his face. Ma Ying, peering through the scope of her rifle, perceived Ollie's expression and felt a chill run down her spine, nearly pulling the trigger. Yet, in the next moment, Ollie vanished from her sight. Suddenly, he reappeared beneath the building where Ma Ying was concealed, effortlessly scaling the wall as if it were the very ground beneath him, reaching her window in just a few strides. As Ollie emerged before her, Ma Ying instinctively attempted to retreat, only to feel the ground beneath her vanish and an overwhelming force pulling her towards the wall, distorting her perception of the world. The moment her body met the wall, Ollie leaped through the window. With his entrance, the gravitational pull on Ma Ying dissipated, leaving her unanchored, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Ollie laughed maniacally. "How do you like my gravity control?" Ma Ying scrambled to her feet, desperately attempting to lift her Barrett rifle. Yet, before she could straighten up, Ollie stomped her back to the ground, then used his foot to lift her body, delivering 2 swift kicks to her chest. Blood spewed from Ma Ying's mouth. But instead of being propelled away by his blows, she fell into Ollie's embrace. With a soft sound, a bloody blade pierced through her chest, aiming directly for Ollie's face. Ollie's forehead was pierced by a blade, yet his reaction was swift. He immediately retreated, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick aimed behind him, targeting Ma Ying. A shadowy figure, none other than Dong Xinran, who had vanished for some time, was propelled into the air by Ollie's strike. A flicker of seriousness crossed Ollie's gaze as he deftly maneuvered his feet, the gravitational forces around him shifting unpredictably, pulling at Dong Xinran's form. Fortunately, in her elfin state, she adeptly adjusted her orientation, fully utilizing her agility to counteract the changing gravitational pulls. Suddenly, Ollie halted, his figure vanishing once more. A glint of determination flashed in Dong Xinran's eyes as she thrust the blade of her sword against her own neck, executing a swift counterattack that pierced Ollie's cheek upon his sudden appearance. The blade penetrated deeply, though it was clear from the sounds behind her that she had not struck a vital point. With a twist of her hands, she drew a crimson line across her neck, simultaneously slicing through Ollie's cheek, severing half of his nose in the process. Ollie abruptly raised his arm, forcefully pressing the elbow of his remaining limb against the sword's blade. A faint crimson line began to surface on Dong Xinran's pristine neck. She relinquished her sword, reaching to touch her neck, and a thin stream of blood erupted from the red line with a sharp hiss. Weak and drained, she slowly sank to the ground, motionless. Though Dong Xinran had perished, her sword remained lodged in Ollie's head. Just as he contemplated how to dislodge it, a figure flashed before him. Chen Yang, gripping the sword tightly, twisted it forcefully, cleaving Ollie's head in two. The announcement echoed in his mind. Eliminate the zombie gene carrier to double the rewards, granting 6,000 reward points and 6 evolution points. The entire Baiyu Wu team had perished, and after 24 hours, they would begin anew. Both the Baiyu Wu team and the Xian Yuhu team had fallen in battle, concluding the skirmish, while the Yihuashi team would return to the main divine space within 30 seconds. The solemn voice of the main deity resonated in Chen Yang's mind, delivering a series of notifications. Upon hearing the news of Fastback's demise, a chill coursed through him. He leaned out of the window, catching sight of Fazback, who had been lurking in the shadows, now leading a horde of zombies, evidently transformed into one of them. The lower levels were completely overrun, with zombies lurking in every direction. The Yihuashi team emerged as the sole survivors of the battle, meeting the conditions for survival and returning to the main divine space. Time became an indistinct blur, and when Chen Yang awoke from his stupor once more, the first sight to greet him was the expansive plaza within the main divine space, crowned by a colossal luminous orb above. Upon awakening, Chen Yang instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he was the sole occupant of the desolate square, floating silently within a beam of light. The absence of any other presence was striking. Was he truly the only one to survive? A mixture of shock and anger surged through him. He distinctly recalled seeing Zhou Maxin and Zhang Min before losing consciousness. Yet they were nowhere to be found. This time, Chen Yang's injuries were far less severe than before, and he was able to recover in less than 10 minutes before descending from the light column. As soon as he touched the ground, he immediately stood beneath the luminous sphere and began to communicate with the main deity, inquiring about the status of his teammates. Li Faqian, a member of the winged fire serpent team, had perished at the hands of the elven assassin Dong Xinran from the Baiyu Wu team. As he scanned through the names, he abruptly halted upon seeing Zhou Maxin and Zhang Min's names, which were accompanied by a grim note. The Reincarnator-S return to the main deity S space resulted in negative reward points, obliteration. Standing beneath the light sphere, Chen Yang felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Out of the original 8 members, he was now the only survivor. The Winged Fire Serpent team had essentially been annihilated. Having traversed 3 horror films and completed a team battle mission, the Reincarnators automatically qualified for leadership. Before assuming the role of captain, team members could opt to become fated ones. Gazing once more at the desolate main deity space, Chen Yang nodded resolutely. Without the companionship of his teammates, what value did it hold to be a captain? Rather than assume a title devoid of substance, he preferred to embrace the path of the fated one and depart from this place. Choosing to become a fated one would thrust him into an apocalyptic environment. With 10 seconds to enter a time-space portal, stepping into the swirling portal of light. This time, there was no change within the passage. It merely accelerated the flow of light as Chen Yang entered. Soon, he found himself in a state of semi-consciousness, ultimately losing awareness. When Chen Yang next opened his eyes, he found himself standing before an Adidas store. Indeed, it was an Adidas outlet, though it had long since lost its former vibrancy. The glass facade was riddled with holes, and the interior lay in disarray, with mannequins toppled and clothes strewn about haphazardly. Marks and traces of blood adorned the walls, hinting at chaos. This was evidently a pedestrian street, lined with various boutiques, the central path littered with toppled umbrellas, devoid of any vehicles. Yet, what struck Chen Yang as truly eerie was the complete absence of any human presence, whether alive or deceased. Cold raindrops pattered against him, sending a tingling sensation across his skin. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky, which was shrouded in thick, oppressive clouds, unlike any he had seen before. The clouds were a heavy gray, dense and immovable. The term radiation clouds surfaced in his mind, a concept he had never encountered firsthand. Yet upon gazing at the ominous gray above, he instinctively knew that this was indeed radiation clouds. Although it was daytime, the thick layer of radiation clouds obscured the sun, casting a pall of dust over the entire street. The once vibrant neon lights had lost their color, rendering the world a mere palette of black, white, and gray, monotonous and stark. Chen Yang reached down to lift the fallen parasol, but as soon as he exerted himself, he sensed something amiss. After enhancing his strength to the first tier, such an action should have been effortless, yet now he found it laborious. Releasing the parasol, he attempted to move his limbs a few times and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His physical condition had evidently reverted to that of an unenhanced individual. Upon realizing he had returned to the frailty of an ordinary person, Chen Yang regained his composure. He stripped the fabric from the parasol, leaving only the stainless steel handle, which was conveniently around 2 meters long and perfectly suited for his grasp. Chapter 106. Entering the apocalypse, grasping the stainless steel umbrella handle in his hand. Chen Yang waved it slightly. Although it appeared somewhat elongated and was hollow, he found himself at a loss for a more suitable weapon. Thus, he had to make do, for the prompt from a master god had thrust him into an apocalyptic environment, and he was but an ordinary person in terms of physical prowess. Pushing open the door to the Adidas store, Chen Yang sought an outdoor jacket. The raindrops falling around him evidently carried radiation, leaving a tingling and itchy sensation upon contact with the skin, which also developed red spots after being struck by the radioactive rain. While these radioactive rains posed no immediate threat, it was safest to avoid them whenever possible. The ground was strewn with shattered glass, and as he stepped inside, a series of crunching sounds emanated from beneath his feet. The surrounding silence rendered these minor footsteps alarmingly loud. Suddenly, a fitting room door, adorned with glass, was flung open, revealing a pale-faced, hollow-cheeked boy with yellow hair. Upon seeing another person, Chen Yang felt a surge of joy, instinctively greeting him, reminiscent of encountering a fellow traveler in the remote depths of Shangri-La. He believed that the hospitality of the plateau, as ethnic minorities, stemmed from the vastness and sparse population of their homeland. After days of solitude, one naturally felt an overwhelming warmth upon encountering another soul. However, as soon as he exchanged pleasantries, Chen Yang sensed something amiss. The moment the boy emerged from the fitting room, he was hit by an overpowering stench, reminiscent of the foul odors he had encountered in the world of World War Z, yet far more repugnant, akin to a piece of pork left to rot in a power outage refrigerator for weeks. The yellow-haired boy emitted unintelligible sounds, his gait uneven, with one shoulder higher than the other, but his pace quickened as he lunged toward Chen Yang. A zombie, compared to the creatures in World War Z. This one moved at a significantly slower pace. Despite being merely an ordinary person, Chen Yang had the psychological advantage of experience from the story world of World War Z, which emboldened him in this singular confrontation. He twisted the umbrella handle in his hands and thrust it forward like a spear, upon transforming into a zombie. A series of changes occur in a human body, the most evident being muscle decay and reduced bone density. The stainless steel umbrella handle pierced through the boy's forehead, emerging from the back of his skull. The yellow-haired boy struggled momentarily before succumbing, lifelessly suspended from the umbrella handle. Just as Chen Yang dispatched the yellow-haired zombie, he heard a cacophony of footsteps from deeper within the store. Ignoring the extraction of the umbrella handle, he swiftly grabbed a hardwood baseball bat hanging on the wall and turned to exit the store. The sounds behind him grew increasingly louder, and as he glanced back in fright, he was taken aback by the sight of a dark horde. Though he could not ascertain the exact number, it was evident that at least 70 to 80 zombies were relentlessly pursuing him. Not far from an Adidas store, a young woman adorned in gothic makeup admired her handbag in the mirror of an LV boutique. Behind her stood 7 imposing figures clad in black, armed and alert. The tallest among them noticed Chen Yang sprinting down the street and addressed the young woman, saying, "Madam, there's zombies pursuing a survivor." The young woman frowned slightly and retorted, "I told you to call me mistress. How can you not remember?" Observing the stoic expression on the tall man's face, she sighed in exasperation. "What a stubborn fool. Go save him. You might as well clear out the remaining zombies on this pedestrian street to avoid disrupting my shopping." With a swift motion, the tall man signaled to the others, and 5 of them promptly brandished their weapons and stepped outside. From the moment the first gunshot rang out, Chen Yang noticed the 5 figures emerging from the LV store. Seeing their firearms, he felt a mixture of displeasure and alarm. He refrained from charging directly at them, knowing it would likely lead the horde of zombies right to them, potentially provoking their lethal intent. Instead, he veered slightly to create an arc in his run, placing the pursuing zombies squarely in the line of fire of the 5 armed men. The young woman raised an eyebrow, observing, "It seems he possesses some intelligence." A barrage of gunfire erupted, and the zombies fell like cut wheat, quickly reducing their numbers to merely 20 or 30. Suddenly, the remaining zombies abandoned their pursuit of Chen Yang, lunging instead at the black-clad assailants who were firing relentlessly. The young woman narrowed her eyes, remarking, "It appears the dead man was not mistaken. Over time, these zombies are indeed evolving." The burly man expressed admiration, stating, "The mistress is astute. She foresaw this evolution and commanded us to clear this pedestrian street, allowing her to shop freely while eliminating potential threats." Just as the young woman was about to speak, she suddenly gasped, her gaze fixed on a small, agile zombie that was maneuvering behind its companions for cover. "Giant Stone, assist!" she commanded. The man named Giant Stone understood that the mistress had detected something amiss and wasted no time in moving out. At that moment, however, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Initially, the 5 men had been alternating their fire, preventing the zombies from closing in, but they evidently lacked proper training. As the zombies drew nearer, panic ensued, and they unleashed their firepower indiscriminately, depleting their ammunition and leaving a critical gap in their defense. In an instant, this lapse proved fatal. The agile zombie surged forward, moving almost twice as fast as its counterparts, and before long, it had breached the ranks of the 5 men. Just as it entered their midst, its elongated claws slashed across the throat of the foremost black-clad figure. The man clutched his throat and collapsed, and in that fleeting moment his eyes glazed over, turning a ghostly gray. Almost immediately, his body twisted and stood once more, lunging toward his former comrades who had been fighting alongside him. The proprietress's lips quivered as she murmured, "The speed has reached a level of agility, and the virus has also evolved. It transforms into a zombie in less than 10 seconds. No antidote can be effective. This is what it means to be an awakened one among the undead. The thunderous gunfire echoed incessantly. The first bullet from Jusher shattered the infected figure clad in black, while subsequent shots pursued the mutated corpse. However, the mutated zombie moved with remarkable swiftness, and Jusher's shots only managed to graze one of its shoulders. The silver handgun in Jusher's hand was evidently modified, delivering a tremendous force that nearly obliterated half of the mutated zombie's shoulder, causing its body to stagger and halt its forward momentum. Yet, the inherent flaw of the handgun's limited magazine capacity soon became apparent. Jusher exhausted his ammunition, and the mutated zombie, after a brief retreat, lunged at him with even greater speed, landing directly on Jusher, its remaining right hand clawing at his back. The tactical vest on Jusher was torn asunder, yet not a single drop of blood marked his skin, leaving only a few white imprints. The claws of the zombie appeared grotesquely disfigured. Jusher's right hand gripped the mutated zombie's throat, keeping its sharp fangs at bay, and coldly stated, "I have fortified my defense with a second-tier ability of steel skin. Do you truly believe you can pierce my flesh?" Regardless of whether the mutated zombie could comprehend his words, Jusher exerted force with both hands, twisting its head until it snapped, causing the zombie's body to go limp and fall. As Jusher dispatched the mutated zombie, one of the remaining 4 black-clad figures was besieged by the horde, while the other 3 seized the opportunity to reload, shooting down the remaining dozen or so zombies. Unfortunately, the besieged black-clad figure was bitten, revealing his skull, clearly a fatal wound. A young woman emerged from the boutique, standing beside Jusher and inquiring, "So, how many evolution points did you acquire?" Jusher inhaled deeply and replied, "1 evolution point." The proprietress furrowed her brow and asked, "Did you invest it all in defense again?" Jusher nodded, stating, "With 2 more physical evolution points, I can elevate my steel skin to the 3rd tier." The proprietress sighed, "Given your physique, you ought to allocate your physical evolution points towards speed or skills. At this rate, you will truly become nothing more than a massive shield." Jusher's expression turned solemn as he declared, "To serve as a shield for the proprietor, I would die without regret." The proprietress moved her lips thoughtfully and suddenly remarked, "Perhaps. He is not a savior sent from above, or rather, the savior is not solely him." Jusher shook his head, asserting, "He descended upon us in our most perilous hour. If not a savior, what else could he be?" The proprietress sighed, falling silent thereafter. After Chen Yang evaded the zombies, he did not join the group that was exterminating them. He sensed that when the 5-man team initially raised their weapons against the zombies, they had not considered him. One bullet had even left a long mark on his arm. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals ultimately saved him. Logically, Chen Yang ought to express his gratitude. However, an instinctive intuition warned him that this group might pose a greater threat than the zombies themselves. Concealed atop a 3-story building, he observed as the 5-member team paid the price of 2 lives to eradicate all the zombies, particularly noting the astonishing speed with which they dispatched the mutated ones and the seemingly unyielding skin of the burly man, which left a profound impression on him. As the rain intensified and the sky darkened, flashes of white lightning sporadically emerged from the depths of the radioactive clouds above. Watching from a distance, he saw the black-clad warriors swiftly clean up the battlefield before turning to depart, prompting Chen Yang to trail behind cautiously. Having been thrust into this apocalyptic world by the Master God, Chen Yang was overwhelmed by the plethora of knowledge he needed to acquire. The number of survivors in this realm, the various monsters beyond the zombies, and a multitude of other unknowns. Consequently, despite the palpable danger exuded by the group before him, he followed them without hesitation, recognizing it as the most expedient means to comprehend the realities of his new world. The radioactive rain was both icy and painful, stinging against his skin. He pulled the hood of his jacket over his head, maintaining a safe distance from the black-clad warriors. For reasons unknown, the warriors opted to walk rather than utilize any vehicles, allowing Chen Yang to follow them at a comfortable pace. The black-clad figures appeared to be well acquainted with the surrounding terrain, swiftly departing the pedestrian street and veering into a narrow alleyway. The alley twisted and turned, prompting Chen Yang to quicken his pace to avoid losing them. After rounding a corner, he suddenly froze. A chill coursing down his spine as he stood motionless in the cold, radioactive rain, beads of sweat forming on his back. Two armed warriors in black faced him, and between them stood a young woman clad in a violet-printed qipao, one hand holding an LV handbag and the other sheltering under an umbrella, resembling an ordinary housewife returning from a shopping trip. Chapter 107. The alien Chen Yang gazed coldly at the young woman before him, internally cursing his own carelessness. It was evident that this group of individuals was far from ordinary, and with his current physique, he could not hope to conceal his presence from them. Ultimately, it was his mindset that had yet to revert to that of an ordinary person. He continued to perceive everything from the perspective of an evolved being. A flash of white lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the expression on the young woman's face. Her lips curled slightly, bearing a semblance of a smile intertwined with a hint of mockery. A heavy thud resonated from behind, prompting Chen Yang to slowly turn around, just in time to witness a massive boulder descending from above the alleyway, looming like a moving wall, splashing rainwater with each step it took, drawing closer with relentless determination. Chen Yang tensed every muscle in his body, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from the colossal rock. As it approached, he continuously adjusted his stance, preparing for any potential attack. Although he currently possessed the physique of an ordinary person, his past combat experience and keen instincts remained intact, allowing him to discern the intentions of the boulder clearly. The advancing boulder emitted a soft sound of surprise whenever it readied itself to strike. The opposing figure would subtly alter their posture. These minor movements, such as shifting footwork or angling the body, effectively obstructed any potential openings for attack. It halted, inquiring, "Are you an awakener? What abilities have you evolved? Mental, physical, or perceptual? Would you consider joining us?" There was an unmistakable urgency in the boulder's voice, highlighting its regard for awakeners, while simultaneously exuding a sense of goodwill. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of tension. "Beware!" Thick clouds of radiation billowed forth, erupting with flashes of electricity. Amidst the flickering light, Chen Yang finally grasped the source of the imminent danger. Above and slightly behind the boulder, a pitch-black creature clung to the alley wall, its mouth filled with long, menacing fangs, a clear indication that it was an alien. The sudden burst of lightning illuminated the alien in stark detail, revealing even the drool dripping from its maw. Its razor-sharp teeth gleamed ominously under the flashes, exuding an aura of primal terror that struck fear at first glance. While Chen Yang had managed to maintain his composure upon encountering zombies, the appearance of this alien shattered his calm. After all, these creatures had never graced Earth, even in cinematic narratives. What manner of apocalypse was this? Before Chen Yang could finish his thought, the alien's scorpion-like tail shot forth like lightning, aiming for the boulder's vulnerable back. The boulder's combat expertise was evidently profound. Upon hearing Chen Yang's warning, it refrained from looking back and instead executed a swift S-shaped dash. However, the alley was too narrow, and given its massive size, this tactical maneuver only allowed it to evade a critical strike. As he charged forward, the exposed skin of the giant glimmered with a metallic sheen, evidently having awakened its latent powers. However, the force unleashed by the alien was overwhelming. Its pitch-black, razor-sharp tail pierced through the giant's left shoulder, and astonishingly, his iron-like skin could not withstand the assault. It was an alien. Violet let out a gasp as two cloaked warriors raised their weapons, preparing to fire at the creature. Yet, it was clear that there was not just one alien lurking in the shadows. Just as one of the warriors lifted his weapon, a tooth-laden tongue from an alien emerged from behind, impaling him through the skull. The other warrior quickly turned to shoot, but the distance was too short. As the bullets struck the alien, they also splattered its corrosive blood onto him, eroding his body in an instant. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. When Chen Yang heard the anguished cries of the two warriors and turned around, the alien had already closed in on Violet, only to halt abruptly in its tracks. Seeing Violet in peril, The giant let out a furious roar, drawing his tactical knife and slicing through the tail that was embedded in his shoulder. The alien emitted a grotesque shriek and lunged at the giant, pinning him to the ground, its maw agape, revealing a tongue bristling with teeth. The giant turned his head aside and attempted to thrust the tactical knife into the alien's head, only to discover that the blade had been corroded to mere half its length. With a resounding thud, the alien's robust tongue struck the giant's cheek and slammed down, shattering the bluestone tiles beneath. Discarding the now useless tactical knife, the giant's right hand moved with lightning speed, seizing the alien's tongue, while his left hand plunged into the creature's mouth, exerting tremendous force to extract the tongue. The alien's tongue, along with a mass of internal organs, was wrenched out with brute strength, accompanied by a torrential spray of its acidic blood, drenching the giant in the process. Though the giant possessed the second-tier ability of steel-like skin, it was not true steel, and the alien's corrosive blood could erode even metal. A hissing sound akin to hot oil filled the air, as plumes of white smoke rose from the rain-soaked ground. In an instant, the giant's entire body, including his face, was corroded to the bone, which too was emitting smoke. With the last vestiges of his strength, the giant drew his handgun, but as he raised his arm, it fell limply to his side. In mere seconds, the ambush had taken down the giant. One of the two attacking aliens was slain, while the other was ensnared by Violet's mysterious skill. Now, only Violet remained among the cloaked warriors, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Though Chen Yang was merely an ordinary person, his keen sight and experience remained intact. As the giant collapsed, he rolled over, retrieving the handgun from the fallen giant's grasp, aiming it at the alien across from Violet. The distance between Violet and the alien was barely 1 or 2 meters. Even if he could shoot the alien dead, its splattered acidic blood would severely injure Violet. Chen Yang wiped the rain from his face and called out loudly, "Can you take 2 steps back?" Violet took a slight step back, and the creature before her immediately shook its head, causing her to instinctively move forward again. She fixed her gaze on the enormous being, remarking without turning her head, "This creature is too large. The effective range of my hypnosis is too short." Chen Yang swiftly calculated his options and declared, "On the count of 3, you must run back. Can you do that?" Upon hearing Violet affirm, he gripped his guns tightly and loudly counted to 3. As he uttered the final word, Violet suddenly retreated, instinctively raising her umbrella in defense. The tremendous recoil jolted Chen Yang's arms, revealing the formidable power of the modified handgun. He struggled to keep the gun steady, firing off all the bullets in one breath, forcing the creature to stagger back and collapse with a roar. Gasping for breath, Chen Yang felt a surge of evolutionary energy within him as the creature fell. Although he was aware that evolution points could be generated during combat, experiencing this phenomenon for the first time left him hesitant to use it immediately. Given the uncertain situation, it seemed wiser to conserve this point. Violet discarded her umbrella and approached the colossal rock. Its head had been nearly eroded to mere bone. Even the skeletal remains distorted, occasionally releasing ominous yellow bubbles, evoking a sense of horror. Staring blankly, tears streamed down her face, mingling with the rain. After a moment of silent weeping, she seemed reluctant to gaze any longer, wiping her face and looking skyward, allowing the radioactive rain to drench her. Chen Yang tucked the modified handgun into his waist and pulled his hands back into the sleeves of his tactical jacket. Reaching through the fabric, he attempted to retrieve some ammunition from the rock, which bore 3 magazines. However, the magazines were splattered with the creature's corrosive blood, rendering most of the bullets visibly degraded, while a few intact ones were slightly deformed. Such ammunition was clearly unusable, and not only risked failing to eliminate the enemy, but also posed a danger of misfire. Disappointed, he discarded the compromised magazine and began inspecting the remaining 2. After thoroughly examining the last magazines, he managed to find 5 intact and undamaged bullets. He removed the magazine from his modified handgun, meticulously loading each bullet one by one. Just as he stood up to leave, he suddenly noticed a round ornament hanging from the creature's neck. At first glance, Chen Yang mistook it for a dog tag, but upon closer inspection, he discerned something unusual. Dog tags serve as effective identification for soldiers whose bodies are severely damaged, typically inscribed with details such as blood type and name, and crafted from high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloys. In stark contrast, the round ornament around the creature's neck was sculpted from a piece of jade, which remained unscathed by the creature's corrosive blood, with its intricate patterns clearly visible, suggesting it was indeed a remarkable artifact. A sudden rustle of footsteps echoed through the air, and at that moment, Violet had evidently regained her composure. She cast a fleeting glance at the disfigured boulder on the ground before turning away. Chen Yang, unwilling to linger, swiftly removed the jade pendant from around his neck and hastened after Violet. Violet, having undergone a transformation, exhibited remarkable agility, although her absolute speed was not particularly swift. She flowed through the winding alleys like a fish navigating through water, scarcely pausing at each turn. Chen Yang exerted every ounce of his strength to keep pace with her. The narrow alleyways branched off in every direction, twisting and turning. Initially, Chen Yang endeavored to remember the route, but as Violet continued to twist and turn, he ultimately surrendered to the futility of the task. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the labyrinthine alley and onto a broad street, where Violet came to a halt in front of a building that marked the local detention center. The walls of the detention center loomed 5 meters high, and the entrance was fortified with heavy steel plates. Above the entrance, the structure had been converted into a machine gun post, where armed guards in black stood vigilant. Violet's status was evidently significant. Upon seeing her return alone, accompanied only by the unfamiliar Chen Yang, the guards exchanged curious glances but refrained from questioning her. Instead, they promptly opened a small side door to the detention center. Before stepping through the small door, Violet slowed her pace, casting a glance at Chen Yang. A complex expression crossed her face as she formed a cautious gesture with her lips. Chapter 108. Reality? Dream. Upon witnessing Violet suddenly form such a shape with her lips, Chen Yang felt a chill run through him. Although he was unaware of the specific reason behind Violet's caution, it was evidently a warning of potential dangers lurking within the confines of the detention center. For some reason, or perhaps due to certain reservations, she was unable to elaborate further. The response of the black-clad warriors at the entrance made it clear that Violet held a significant position. The individual who instilled caution in her evidently held a rank above her. Thus, the implication became almost palpable. Her warning to Chen Yang was directed at the boss mentioned by the giant stone. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option for Chen Yang. He had to remain vigilant and meticulously observe the surrounding terrain. It was apparent that the interior of the detention center had undergone extensive renovations. Behind the main gate, a low wall had been erected, accompanied by a trench that extended 2 meters in length. From within the trench, a faint scent of oil could be detected, indicating that these measures were put in place to prevent a breach at the main entrance. As he proceeded, Chen Yang frequently encountered black-clad warriors accompanied by their black-backed hound. Merely traversing the less than a kilometer stretch from the entrance to the detention center building, he observed 2 groups of such warriors, each consisting of 3 black-clad soldiers paired with a single hound. This arrangement underscored the meticulous caution exercised by the controllers of this facility. Following Violet to a conference room on the 3rd floor of the detention center building, Chen Yang finally met the boss referred to by the giant stone. Indeed, the actual overseer of this detention center. Contrary to Chen Yang's expectations, the boss was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, his face adorned with a constant smile, resembling a congenial businessman welcoming patrons. Li Guofu, the middle-aged man, extended his hand to Chen Yang, sincerity emanating from his eyes as he expressed gratitude, saying, "I'm aware of the events that transpired. Thank you for saving my wife." Upon locking gazes with Li Guofu, Chen Yang was immediately enveloped in a sense of disorientation. The man's eyes were like a deep well, drawing him in profoundly. When Chen Yang opened his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The familiar upper and lower bunks, the unmistakable odor of worn socks. Astonishingly, he had suddenly returned to his student dormitory. It was afternoon, and the warm winter sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping him in a cocoon of warmth and lethargy. Could it be that he was merely dreaming? Chen Yang pinched his arm, instantly feeling a sharp pain. The sensation of pain confirmed that everything before him was not a figment of his imagination. The horrifying torture chambers of the human skin, the spine-chilling traps within the night demon, the monstrous serpents that devoured the living during the Python catastrophe, the terrifying zombie hordes of the World War Z. Were all these merely illusions birthed from his mind after the avalanche? Or was the so-called main god space merely a nightmarish reverie triggered by the shock of that avalanche? Lost in contemplation while seated on his bed, it was only when the sun dipped behind the clouds that Chen Yang finally leapt off the bunk, donned his shoes, and opened the dormitory door to step outside. As Chen Yang traversed the spacious campus, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation that he was the subject of numerous pointed fingers and whispered remarks. Yet, whenever he approached to inquire, the students would scurry away as if they had encountered a specter. Even his familiar classmates exhibited the same unsettling behavior. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to retrieve his phone to check his social media updates. At the moment he extracted his device, an odd feeling washed over him, as if he had forgotten something significant. However, he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Shaking off the sensation, he logged into WeChat. Upon opening his friend's circle, he was met with a barrage of posts proclaiming the arrival of a real-life Grim Reaper. 11 survivors had met with inexplicable deaths, and the details were laid bare with chilling precision, every cause of death accompanied by photographs. His hand trembled slightly as he clutched the phone, momentarily transported back to that fateful snowy afternoon when his friends had perished one after another. After meticulously reviewing the posts, Chen Yang was struck by a disconcerting realization. His name had appeared only once on the list of avalanche survivors, and thereafter it was conspicuously absent from the discussions. Was it a mere oversight by the poster, or was there something more sinister at play? As he pondered this, he noted with alarm that 4 days had slipped by without a trace in his memory. Lost in thought, Chen Yang sensed an unusual presence drawing near. He turned abruptly to find a slightly, portly middle-aged man approaching him, bundled up against the winter chill, complete with hat and gloves. The man paused, seemingly taken aback by Chen Yang's sudden movement before resuming his stride. Chen Yang's gaze fixed on the man, who, in stark contrast to the avoidance he had faced from everyone else, was making his way toward him. The man introduced himself as Li Guofu, the captain of the municipal criminal police, displaying his credentials as he spoke. I am a colleague of Lu Feiyu, and I would like to request your assistance in clarifying some matters. The name Li Guofu stirred a faint recollection in Chen Yang. He sensed he had encountered it before, yet the source eluded him despite his efforts to remember. Noticing Chen Yang's silence, Li Guofu remained unperturbed, speaking gently. I merely ask for your cooperation in understanding certain details. Please accompany me to the police station. Chen Yang, instinctively tucking his phone into his pocket, extended his hands together in a gesture of compliance, quipping, Should I prepare to be handcuffed? Li Guofu paused momentarily, then assumed a stoic expression as he produced handcuffs and secured them around Chen Yang's wrists. Chen Yang fell silent again, following Li Guofu to the police car amidst the curious stares and whispers of his peers. It was not until Chen Yang was placed in the police car, seated in the rear compartment, that Li Guofu exhaled softly, starting the engine. As they drove away from the campus, Chen Yang, unaware of the location of the criminal police team, sensed something was amiss. Li Guofu's intentions were evidently clear as he drove straight through the city and halted at a dammed lake on the outskirts. Glancing at Chen Yang's expressionless face through the rearview mirror, Li Guofu relaxed completely and chuckled, remarking, A novice is just a novice, even after enduring a horror film. You remain a novice. I truly wonder how you survived in a world of annihilation like Final Destination. Upon hearing the phrase world of plot, Chen Yang felt a jolt of fear surge within him. Were those horror film worlds he considered nightmares truly real, or merely a dream? Who then? Was Li Guofu before him? Li Guofu opened the car door and stepped out, abruptly pulling the anxious Chen Yang from the vehicle. With a casual shove, Chen Yang stumbled, rolling down the slope to the icy surface of the lake. Fortunately, due to the prolonged cold, the surface had frozen solid. Though Chen Yang cracked the ice with his fall, it did not break completely. With his hands cuffed, he could only kneel on the ice, struggling to rise. What was normally a simple action now became exceedingly arduous. It took him 3 attempts to finally regain his footing and stand upright. In those moments of struggle, Chen Yang observed his surroundings clearly. A chaotic pile of shattered ice blocks lay less than 5 meters to his left, showing faint signs of melting under the sunlight. The city Chen Yang inhabited was in the north, where locals had a tradition of ice fishing during winter, and that mound of ice was evidently the result of breaking ice for fishing. Li Guofu nimbly approached the surface of the lake, observing Chen Yang's awkward attempts to rise with amusement. "Kid, tell me how you managed to evade death pursuit and hand over your reward. I might let you off the hook." Despite his confusion over the events that had transpired, Chen Yang recognized the ill intentions of Li Guofu. He feigned ignorance, taking a few steps back and asking, "What do you mean by death? What reward?" "Officer Li, have you made a mistake?" Li Guofu grined sinisterly, stepping forward to lift Chen Yang with a swift motion. He quickly patted Chen Yang down, inspecting him thoroughly, leaving no area unchecked, even those beneath his waist. After meticulously searching Chen Yang, Li Guofu found nothing suspicious, and his expression darkened further. His gaze scrutinized Chen Yang's body, cold and piercing, as if he intended to dissect him to uncover hidden secrets. With a wry smile, Chen Yang asked, "Officer Li, what exactly are you searching for?" Li Guofu suddenly grinned. "Kid, do you know what drug dealers most favor for concealing their substances?" In a world inundated with information, Chen Yang had naturally heard of the news regarding drug dealers trafficking substances through their own bodies. As he gazed at Li Guofu, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Li Guofu let out a sinister laugh, and from his previously empty right hand, 5 sharp metallic claws materialized. With a flick of his index and thumb, he propelled the iron claws toward Chen Yang's abdomen. Chen Yang rolled backward twice, narrowly evading Li Guofu's lethal grasp. With a disdainful snort, Li Guofu advanced towards him with heavy strides. Silently counting Li Guofu's footsteps in his mind, Chen Yang launched himself forward at the count of 3, colliding forcefully with Li Guofu. Taken by surprise, Li Guofu staggered back 2 steps, landing squarely amidst a chaotic pile of ice blocks. The ice beneath Li Guofu cracked ominously, and before he could regain his composure, he felt himself weightless, plunging into a suddenly formed ice hole. Instinctively, he spread his arms wide, bracing himself against the icy surface. Chen Yang exhaled deeply, reaching to touch the 5 gashes etched into his arm, though he had fought valiantly, sending Li Guofu tumbling into the abyss. He too bore the marks of Li Guofu's iron claws. Even with his thick clothing, he had sustained 5 bloody welts. "Do you think this can confine me?" Li Guofu taunted, propping himself up on the ice. His once fair complexion rapidly withered, revealing 2 sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. Suddenly, a loud crack resonated from beneath his ribs, and 2 black wings unfurled from his sides. At that moment, Li Guofu bore an uncanny resemblance to the vampires depicted in the film Blade. Chen Yang inwardly cursed his misfortune, just as he attempted to rise and escape. He noticed the clouds in the sky growing increasingly luminous. In an instant, the sun broke through the clouds, its dazzling rays cascading onto the ice, glimmering like a multitude of golden serpents across the lake surface. As Li Guofu, now transformed into a monstrous vampire, let out a blood-curdling scream. The blackened flesh began to melt away from his outstretched wings, cascading down like wax. In a fleeting moment, Li Guofu's vampiric form became riddled with wounds, plummeting from the sky like tattered rags after a barrage from a heavy machine gun. With Li Guofu's vampire form reduced to smoke beneath the sun's unforgiving glare, the ice lake where Chen Yang stood suddenly fractured. The sun dimmed rapidly, and the entire world was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 109. The dual dreamscape with a startled cry. Chen Yang abruptly awakened from a nightmare. As he surveyed the library, he noticed the surrounding individuals regarding him with expressions of incredulity, and he realized he was, in fact, in the school library. As usual, the library was teeming with students. Many had no seats and were forced to stand while reading, perhaps due to his sudden outburst. Numerous gazes were now fixed upon him. Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead took a deep breath and rose from his seat to approach the bookshelves. It was not until he reached the newspaper stand that he regained his composure, only to be engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Had he truly just experienced a nightmare? Why had it felt so vivid? Moreover, how had he come to be in the library? Fragmented images flashed incessantly in his mind, yet he could not piece them together. He was uncertain if he was still dreaming. Grabbing the newspaper at the top of the stack, Chen Yang was struck by an odd sensation. The date on this paper must be 4 days after the avalanche. Glancing at the date confirmed his suspicion. It indeed indicated a time 4 days subsequent to the calamity. Chen Yang, as he perused the newspaper, a rotund fellow searching for books caught sight of him through the gap between the shelves and exclaimed joyfully. His loud voice immediately drew the ire of those nearby, who turned their attention toward him. The chubby boy, known as Xiao Wanhong, quickly recoiled, hastening to Chen Yang's side and lowering his voice. "Where have you been? I thought you had been claimed by the Grim Reaper." Xiao Wanhong's name was poetically inspired, yet he bore no resemblance to anything poetic. He occupied the upper bunk of Chen Yang's bed and was one of his few close friends. Oddly enough, gazing at the boy's goofy grin, Chen Yang felt as if he were in a different realm. Noticing Chen Yang's silence, Xiao waved his hand in front of him. "What's wrong? Have you lost your spirit?" Chen Yang brushed aside Zhao's hand, urgency in his voice. "Tell me, what transpired after the avalanche?" Upon hearing the mention of the avalanche, a shadow flickered across Xiao's greasy face as he sighed. Their bodies were uniformly cremated and interred at the Bing Temple Cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Everyone has bid them farewell. You were there too, weren't you? I was. Chen Yang scratched his head deep in thought. Suddenly, he seized Xiao by the collar. What on earth happened in these 4 days? Tell me everything you know. Their conversation, oblivious to the others, soon drew discontent from those around them. A burly student abruptly stood up, declaring, "If you wish to speak, take it outside. Can't you see everyone is trying to study?" Chen Yang, desperate to uncover the truth from Xiao, felt his anger flare at the interruption. He turned, glaring fiercely at the loud student. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the brush with life and death that followed the avalanche, Chen Yang suddenly erupted with an aura of murderous intent, astonishingly fierce. The burly young man, under Chen Yang's piercing gaze, felt a jolt of fear and instinctively took a step back. I'm sorry. The plump boy hastily apologized, pulling Chen Yang along as they made their way outside. Chen Yang took a deep breath, acknowledging his own fault, and thus fell silent, following the plump boy out. The burly young man, having lost face in front of others, sported a face that had turned a deep shade of purple with rage. At that moment, he caught sight of the long-haired girl he admired, who was regarding him with a mocking glance, and his fury ignited. He rushed out after them. "Stop right there," he shouted, reaching out to grab Chen Yang's shoulder in an attempt to pull him back. Without even turning his head, Chen Yang seized the burly young man's hand, twisting and flipping it, sending him tumbling to the ground. Surprised by his own actions, Chen Yang furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, unable to recall how he had executed such a move. Meanwhile, the plump boy's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Chen Yang, where have you been honing your skills these past few days? You must teach me this move. It's simply too impressive. Chen Yang, how about I become your disciple? I absolutely must learn this move to take revenge on that pretty boy from Taekwondo. You have no idea. That guy's been pestering Yin Yu all day long. I've been itching to teach him a lesson." The Yin Yu mentioned by the plump boy was his girlfriend, representing a perfect contrast of beauty and brawn. Yin Yu, charming and attractive, had indeed captured the plump boy's heart. Chen Yang could only smile wryly and shake his head. The twist and flip had felt like an instinctive response from his body, executed effortlessly, yet he remained oblivious to how he had done it. The plump boy, however, was relentless in his pursuit of learning Chen Yang's so-called ultimate technique. "For where did you emerge?" A sweet voice chimed from behind. Chen Yang stiffened momentarily, then turned in astonishment to find a refreshing girl clad in sportswear, her ponytail bouncing with each movement. She possessed an outstanding figure, standing nearly at Chen Yang's height, and her bright smile easily won the plump boy's affection. He eagerly approached her, grinning, "Beautiful lady, are you speaking to me?" The girl gently shook her head, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Yang as she inquired again. "May I ask, did you also come from that place?" Having learned from the experience with Li Guofu in his dream, Chen Yang remained vigilant towards all strangers. He cast the girl an indifferent glance and retorted, "What place?" Taken aback by his counter, the girl hesitated momentarily. Ignoring her, Chen Yang turned to leave, but she gritted her teeth, took a few steps forward, and caught up with him, placing her right hand on his shoulder. Chen Yang let out a cold snort, mirroring his earlier action by gripping the girl's hand, twisting and flipping her effortlessly. Unlike the burly young man, the girl did not fall to the ground. Instead, as her body soared through the air, her right leg shot out, the tip of her foot aiming directly at Chen Yang's temple. Chen Yang swiftly ducked to evade a flying kick from the girl, but was struck on the shoulder by a subsequent downward kick from her rear leg, causing him to stumble back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Seizing the advantage, the girl unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks, relentlessly targeting Chen Yang. The library, a favored gathering spot for students, soon attracted onlookers who, captivated by the girl's impressive legwork, began recording the spectacle on their phones and cheering at the thrilling moments. Her kicking technique was remarkably fierce. In the blink of an eye, she executed a barrage of over a dozen kicks, showing no signs of fatigue. Chen Yang was forced to retreat until he found himself backed against a pillar, with no further room to escape. A glint of determination flickered in the girl's eyes as she launched a flying kick, utilizing the momentum to then execute a sudden downward strike aimed at Chen Yang's face. Despite her rapid transitions, a slight opening remained before her leg could descend. Chen Yang collided with her, sending her flying backward. Fortunately, due to her extensive training, she adeptly performed a mid-air somersault, absorbing much of the impact before landing, though she stumbled back several steps until bystanders caught her to prevent further retreat. Before the girl could regain her composure, Chen Yang moved swiftly to part the crowd and exit. His mind was a tumultuous mess. He was bewildered by the sudden manifestation of such remarkable agility within himself and sensed that he had lost a significant fragment of memory. "Hey, Chen Yang, wait for me," puffed the chubby boy behind, struggling to keep pace. Upon hearing his friend's voice, Chen Yang paused, realizing he had inadvertently pulled ahead by several meters. In that fleeting moment, he scanned his surroundings, feeling an unsettling awareness of being watched since he stepped out of the crowd, yet no one appeared to be observing him. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, shrouding the long street in a hazy veil, obscuring visibility. The chubby boy caught up with Chen Yang, gasping for breath. "Damn this weather. It was just clear, and now it's snowing?" Chen Yang's tension heightened. Since the snowfall began, the sensation of being watched intensified. Then, unexpectedly, the chubby boy delivered a forceful punch to Chen Yang's chest, leaving him breathless. "I didn't mean to," the boy exclaimed as he launched another punch toward Chen Yang's abdomen. This time, Chen Yang was prepared and dodged the blow, retorting angrily, "You fatso, if you keep this up, I'll hit back." The chubby boy, with a pained expression, insisted, "I swear it wasn't intentional. My arm just lifted on its own." Chen Yang, intrigued, took a few steps back for a closer look and immediately noticed something amiss. The chubby boy appeared to be recoiling, yet his fist seemed to strike as if controlled by an unseen force, as though an invisible entity was manipulating his hand. Mental control. Chen Yang's heart sank. Mental control was far more challenging to master than mere low-level charm or hypnosis, belonging to the realm of third-tier abilities. This led him to deduce that the seasoned individual lurking in the shadows undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, particularly in terms of mental prowess, far beyond what he could currently contend with. Upon realizing this, Chen Yang found himself increasingly perplexed. How could he recognize this as mental control? Had he encountered it before? In a moment of desperation, his portly companion exclaimed, "Knock me out." It seemed he truly believed Chen Yang to be a martial arts master. Chen Yang silently scoffed. Rendering someone unconscious without inflicting harm was indeed a skillful endeavor, far removed from the cinematic ease of a mere strike. The back of the head is one of the body's vital areas. Too gentle a touch would yield no effect, while excessive force could result in serious injury. Chen Yang retreated a dozen steps, increasing the distance between himself and his companion. During this withdrawal, he found that his focus was not solely on the portly figure. Rather, he immediately noticed a striking difference. As he stepped back, the edge of the icy world receded in tandem with his movement. Chapter 110. Awakening from the dream, casting a glance around, the students outside the realm of ice and snow appeared utterly oblivious to the unfolding events within. Strangely, some ventured into the flurry of snowflakes surrounding Chen Yang, only to vanish the moment they crossed the threshold, re-emerging after a brief interval from the opposite side. Calculating the dimensions of this frozen world with remarkable speed, Chen Yang surged forth like a cheetah, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Jabs, hooks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, headbutts, and eye gouges. Within mere moments, he had executed a frenzied assault of over 10 blows against the empty space ahead. The rotund companion, startled by the display, was astonished to discover that with each of Chen Yang's attacks, the force compelling him vanished instantly. At the center of this icy realm stood a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, blood streaming from his nose and crimson seeping from the corners of his mouth. His chest was slightly concaved, and where his eyes once were, there were now only 2 hollow voids, staring vacantly in Chen Yang's direction. "How did you discover me?" he rasped, the pain of fractured ribs piercing into his lung evident in his struggle to articulate even this brief inquiry. Chen Yang gestured to his head, stating, "Calculation. I am uncertain how you conjured this expanse of ice and snow that others have overlooked, yet it is evident that its area is limited, making it relatively easy to discern. Moreover, it is centered around you. With a modicum of calculation, your position becomes apparent." The middle-aged man grimaced, managing a pained smile as he uttered, "Even if you breach my inner world, you cannot escape the outer one." At this juncture, he could speak no further, his body slowly collapsing to the ground, leaving a stark crimson stain upon the blanket of snowflakes. Terrified, the stout companion trembled, stammering, "Chen Yang, what was happening? You killed him?" Chen Yang offered an apologetic smile, raising his right hand as if to pat his companion's shoulder. However, midway through the gesture, his hand transformed into a palm strike, brutally slashing at the man's throat. Clutching his neck with one hand, the stout man pointed at Chen Yang with the other, yet no words escaped his lips. Chen Yang waved his bloodied hand, an icy smile gracing his features as he declared, "You are the overseer of this outer world, are you not? You are not Xiao Wanhong. Your true name must be Li Guofu." The stout man's throat gurgled, as if attempting to speak, but the damage rendered him incapable, producing only a series of incomprehensible sounds. Chen Yang reached out to catch a snowflake drifting through the air. It landed in his palm, retaining its perfect hexagonal shape. Casually discarding the snowflake, he remarked, "The abilities you wield in this dual-layered world are likely borrowed from the skills of Silent Hill, are they not? Such powers, when confined to dreams, seem a waste. Or perhaps your capabilities are insufficient to manifest in the real world. Thus you rely on dreams to wield them?" The stout man regarded Chen Yang with a gaze filled with astonishment, as if he were bewildered by Chen Yang's ability to perceive the truth. Chen Yang continued, "In truth, when I first arrived in this realm, I almost accepted it as reality. Alas, you forcibly implanted a fabricated memory of Xiao Wanhong in my mind to convince me of the world before me, while deliberately orchestrating the presence of provocative boys and girls to distract my attention. It was their emergence that sparked my doubts about the unfolding events. The most significant distinction between dreams and reality lies in the absurdity of dreams. They are mere amalgamations of countless fragments of memory or imagination. Yet this amalgamation resembles something glued together. The stout man's eyes widened, dimming gradually, until he slowly knelt upon the ground. At the moment he collapsed, the world before Chen Yang crumbled like a stack of blocks, the blue sky fragmenting and revealing a black abyss beneath. In the blink of an eye, the world had transformed into a desolate ruin, engulfed by an endless void of darkness. Initially, Chen Yang was enveloped in darkness, only to be met with a sudden brilliance. He abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was still within the confines of the detention center's office building, albeit now lying on the cold, hard floor. Before him lay Li Guofu, sprawled on the ground, emitting even breaths of snoring, evidently lost in slumber. Chen Yang cautiously rose from the floor, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Indeed, everything around him mirrored what he had witnessed after meeting Li Guofu, prompting him to exhale a sigh of relief. It appeared he had finally returned to the realm of reality. Li Guofu was evidently skilled in mental manipulation, possessing the ability to induce slumber in others, reminiscent of Freddie Frommage's nightmare on Elm Street. Moreover, the dreams he conjured were exceedingly vivid, as one could experience normal sensations of pain within them. Had it not been for this, Chen Yang would not have narrowly escaped being ensnared in that dream. However, Li Guofu's nightmarish abilities were not on par with Freddie's. Despite the realism of the dreams, he was not nearly invincible. By eliminating his manifestation within the dream, one could escape its confines. Chen Yang retrieved a modified pistol acquired from the boulder, pressing the muzzle against Li Guofu's temple and firing, obliterating his head. He then exited the office building, striding toward the detention center's entrance. Throughout his journey, Chen Yang remained vigilant, yet was astonished to find the black-clad soldiers and the fierce guard dogs absent, leaving the expansive detention center in an eerie silence. Not a single soul was in sight by the time he reached the main gate. Even more perplexing was the fact that the heavily fortified entrance stood wide open, devoid of any guards. Just as he was about to step beyond the threshold, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him. He hesitated, retracting the left foot he had raised. Chen Yang swiftly pivoted, casting a glance at the still, silent detention center, his brow furrowing in concentration. He sensed something amiss, yet could not discern the source of his unease. Gazing at the desolate guardhouse for an extended period, Chen Yang's complexion suddenly turned pale, as if he had come to a realization. He swiftly drew the modified handgun from his waist and fired a shot into the empty expanse before him. With a resounding bang, the bullet soared from the barrel, only to return at the same velocity back into the chamber. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, a flicker of understanding crossed Chen Yang's ashen face. He touched the jade pendant around his neck, feeling a gentle chill emanating from it. Taking a deep breath, he allocated a fragment of the evolution points he had acquired from slaying the alien to enhance his mental prowess. This single point of evolution allowed Chen Yang's mental strength to ascend to the first tier, while the coolness from the jade penetrated his being, enabling him to perceive the emergence of a new ability, the power to see through illusions. The entrance of the guardhouse gradually faded into nothingness, and the surroundings became ethereal. Chen Yang closed his eyes and reopened them, only to realize he had unknowingly approached the edge of the windowsill. One misstep would send him plummeting from such a height, an impact that could likely result in severe injury, if not death. His recent self had merely been ensnared in a dream. In an instant, the truth dawned upon him. He spun around abruptly and, indeed, beheld the figure of Li Guofu, whom he had just shot in the head. Li Guofu maintained a disarming smile, showing no sign of surprise even as Chen Yang aimed the gun at him. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "What?" Before he could finish, Chen Yang squeezed the trigger, and a bullet struck Li Guofu squarely between the eyes. Li Guofu's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if he could scarcely fathom how effortlessly Chen Yang had pulled the trigger. Holding his shooting stance, Chen Yang fixated on Li Guofu's corpse, relieved to see it did not vanish as before. He finally exhaled deeply. The sound of the modified gunshot had evidently alerted the guards, as hurried footsteps soon echoed from outside the door. The first to rush in was none other than Violet, who had warned Chen Yang to be cautious. Upon seeing Li Guofu's lifeless body on the ground, Violet was initially taken aback. Then a look of delight crossed her face before she promptly shut the door with a resounding thud. Barely had the door closed when a cacophony of footsteps approached, halting at the entrance, accompanied by inquiries about Li Guofu's whereabouts. "It's fine. Everyone retreat," Violet spoke in a tone eerily reminiscent of Li Guofu's voice, prompting Chen Yang to glance at her with curiosity. Unfazed, Violet responded in her true voice, creating a curious rhythm that made it sound as if she were conversing with Li Guofu. Only once the black-clad soldiers outside had departed did Violet scrutinize Chen Yang, asking, "Did you shatter his nightmare?" Chen Yang nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your warning. Otherwise, I might have fallen into his trap." Violet remained non-committal, inquiring. He can now create triple-layer dreams. How did you return from the realm of nightmares? Chen Yang nodded at Violet, and, amidst her astonished expression, remarked, I have witnessed your ability to hypnotize alien beings. Given your prowess in that regard, it stands to reason that hypnotizing humans would pose little challenge. The master spoken of by the giant must possess formidable mental strength. Otherwise, they would be mere playthings in the hands of others. Thus, upon your suggestion, I allocated the evolutionary point gained from defeating the alien towards enhancing my mental faculties, resulting in the automatic generation of a capability called piercing illusion. Violet gasped. You can generate abilities automatically? Have you emerged from the realm of the main god? At the mention of the realm of the main god, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement, momentarily believing her to be another chosen one selected by that realm. However, Violet shook her head and gestured towards the figure of Li Guofu on the ground, indicating that he was the true chosen one. Although he has said little, he was the first person I encountered upon my arrival in this world. I recall him mentioning that name, and I understand that only those who emerge from the realm of the main god can generate abilities automatically, while we, on the other hand, must rely on genetic serums to acquire our powers. Chapter 111. The ambush. As he entered the apocalyptic environment, Chen Yang vanquished the Chosen One, activating his physical attributes, which were restored to their state prior to the onset of the apocalypse. With the divine prompt resonating within him, Chen Yang felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, brimming with vitality, confirming the words of the deity. His strength had indeed been revitalized. Violet seemed to sense the change in Chen Yang, scrutinizing him with keen eyes, yet she could not articulate the nature of his transformation. Chen Yang rummaged through the belongings of Li Guofu on the ground, but found nothing of value. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he inquired, Have you encountered anyone else emerging from the divine space besides myself? Violet shook her head and replied, Aside from you, there are no others who have come from the divine space. Those individuals typically congregate in the city of the Chosen. Rarely does anyone venture into the wilderness. The city of the Chosen? This was the first time Chen Yang had heard such a name, yet he could deduce from it that this city must serve as a hub for the Chosen Ones. Violet nodded, stating, The city of the Chosen lies over 300 miles from here. I have visited it once, and all of its inhabitants are Chosen Ones returned from the divine space, their abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. With a hint of confusion, Chen Yang pointed to Li Guofu on the ground and asked, If the city of the Chosen is a gathering place for the Chosen, why did he not go there? Violet slightly shook her head, responding, I do not know. I have heard that he must complete a trial task before he can proceed to the city of the Chosen. Otherwise, he would only be courting death. Pondering this, Chen Yang realized that the trial task Li Guofu referred to was undoubtedly the act of killing a Chosen One. Only through such means could one regain their original attributes. At this thought, he silently rejoiced, recognizing that Li Guofu, like himself, had not fully restored his physical capabilities. Otherwise, Chen Yang would have stood no chance against him. The rule that required a Chosen One to slay another to restore their attributes clearly coerced them into mutual destruction. As for the situation within the city of the Chosen, one could only speculate. With his attributes restored, Li Guofu's guards in the watchtower posed little threat, and with Violet's assistance, Chen Yang swiftly gained control of the outpost. However, his disappointment grew as he searched every bedroom and study belonging to Li Guofu, uncovering nothing of worth, save for a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, which he deemed valuable. Strapping the Barrett to his back and discovering a Harley motorcycle in Li Guofu's garage, Chen Yang bid farewell to Violet, embarking on a swift journey towards the city of the Chosen, guided by a hand-drawn map crafted by Violet. Throughout his journey, Chen Yang encountered a myriad of peculiar monsters. In addition to the zombies and aliens he had previously encountered, he came across mutated zombie wolves and other bizarre creatures. Remarkably, he even utilized his skill to see through illusions and spotted a completely transparent ghost. Had it not been for the rapid acceleration of his Harley motorcycle, coupled with the protection of 2 talismans and the ghost's apparent disinterest in him, he might have succumbed to its sinister grasp, as he possessed no means to confront such a malevolent spirit beyond the talismans. As he continued on his path, Chen Yang chanced upon two Tyrannosaurus rexes reminiscent of those from Jurassic Park, which truly underscored the peril of the wilderness. The current apocalyptic environment resembled a cinematic menagerie of monsters, where creatures from various films could potentially manifest. After evading a swarm of mutated killer bees, Chen Yang was confronted with a massive pit on the highway, clearly a meteorite crater. However, it was uncertain whether any remnants of the meteorite had sunk into the depths, as no traces were visible from above. Peering over the edge of the crater revealed only an abyss of darkness below, punctuated by strange calls and flickering green flames emanating from its depths, illuminated by the eerie green light. Chen Yang estimated that the crater could easily accommodate a structure as grand as the Jimao Tower. With the relentless radiation rain continuing to fall, the roads on either side had turned to muck, rendering his Harley inoperable after only a short distance. Left with no choice but to abandon his vehicle, he hoisted his Barrett rifle onto his back, removed his helmet, and donned a cap to shield himself from the biting rain as he cautiously navigated around the crater. Fearing that some monstrous entity might emerge from the depths, Chen Yang refrained from walking too close to the crater's edge, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters. Although this increased the circumference of his detour significantly, the precaution was deemed worthwhile. The soil at the crater's edge had become a quagmire due to the incessant radiation rain, creating a series of small pits and, in some places, enormous fissures extending over 10 meters. Each time he encountered these crevices, he activated his virtual radar, and upon detecting a multitude of moving green dots, he promptly altered his course, navigating the treacherous terrain while constantly redirecting his path. Chen Yang spent 2 hours traversing only half the distance, having moved from the western side of the crater to its southern edge. Taking a moment to rest on a stone, he replenished his food and water supplies, cleaned the mud from his combat boots, and then continued onward. According to the hand-drawn map by Violet, he had merely a little over 10 miles left to reach the chosen city. Provided he could circumvent the crater and the remaining route remained intact, he should arrive before nightfall. As Chen Yang maneuvered around another crevice, he prepared to leap over a small pit measuring about 1 cubic meter. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, and his body instinctively shifted from a jump into a sideways fall, disregarding the rain-soaked ground as he plunged into the pit. Almost at the very moment Chen Yang leaped into the small pit, a dark feathered arrow, mingled with the torrential rain, sliced through the air above his head, impaling itself forcefully into the muddy earth. The arrow, nearly a foot in length, sank deep into the soil, leaving only a few inches of its fletching exposed above the ground. Even while standing in waist-deep radioactive rain, Chen Yang could not suppress a cold sweat that broke out across his back. Had it not been for his primal instincts alerting him, this arrow, aimed with lethal precision, would have pierced his lung, leaving him to suffer a slow demise. The virtual radar displayed no moving green dots aside from the direction of the meteorite crater, indicating that the archer was at least 100 meters away. At such a distance, amidst the relentless radioactive rain, the shooter must possess either enhanced vision akin to that of an eagle or some form of psychic ability. Regardless of the scenario, it was disheartening news for Chen Yang. Cautiously, he peered out, half of his head exposed, scanning the direction for which the arrow had come. However, the sky was shrouded in radiation clouds, and the incessant downpour reduced visibility to merely 20 or 30 meters. Beyond that, only the ceaseless strands of rain could be discerned. Gently, he extended his Barrett from his back, utilizing its scope for meticulous observation, yet he found nothing. Suddenly, the ground beneath him quivered subtly. Although faint, Chen Yang's heightened senses detected it with stark clarity, as if some colossal creature were approaching from afar. Yet, the virtual radar remained devoid of any indication. The tremors intensified, growing more pronounced. Chen Yang pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently before abruptly raising his Barrett, the barrel directed at his feet. From beneath the earth, a slick and icy appendage erupted, ensnaring Chen Yang's legs. Almost simultaneously, he pulled the trigger with fervor. The Barrett's formidable power manifested, the bullet churning the water into a spray of waves while creating a gaping hole in the ground. Rainwater swiftly cascaded into the pit, allowing Chen Yang to discern the source of the attack. A strikingly beautiful woman, her arms transformed into tentacle-like appendages measuring nearly 2 meters in length, had emerged from the depths to seize his feet. The force of the Barrett was devastating, obliterating the woman's body into fragments, leaving only her 2 tentacles and head intact. Remarkably, she still clung to life, her face twisted in malice as she gazed up at Chen Yang, suddenly opening her mouth in a silent scream, devoid of any sound. Despite the absence of noise, Chen Yang felt as though his eardrums were on the verge of rupture, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. This was evidently a form of infrasound attack, a wave of pressure that reverberated through the air. In response, Chen Yang brought his foot down heavily upon the woman's face, and in doing so, he felt a measure of relief. A piercing scream from a woman was abruptly interrupted as Chen Yang was struck by a sudden realization. He swiftly extended his hand to support himself on the edge of the pit, twisting his body like a serpent as he crawled forward a short distance. Behind him, 2 arrows whistled through the air, embedding themselves into the very spot he had just occupied. Had he not emerged in time, he would have surely been impaled within that confined space. After a careful examination of the angles at which the arrows had struck the ground, Chen Yang quickly deduced the general location of the archer. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang from the ground and sprinted away, frequently pivoting on his heels. If one were to time his movements, they would note that each abrupt change in direction coincided precisely with the moments the arrows struck the earth. Having altered his course more than 10 times, Chen Yang managed to cover a mere 50 meters, yet the virtual radar displayed the presence of his adversary. With determination, he raised his firearm, aiming at the charred trunk of a tree that loomed behind him. Almost simultaneously, as he steadied his aim, a black arrow sliced through the rain-soaked air. Chen Yang deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the arrow while simultaneously pulling the trigger of his weapon. The deep rumble of the Barrett's gunfire reverberated across the desolate landscape, and the scorched tree erupted in a violent explosion. In the wake of this chaos, a creature, half man and half horse, collapsed to the ground. Despite having been severed in 2 by the force of the shot, its tenacity was remarkable as it continued to writhe, desperately attempting to raise its longbow. Chapter 112. Fierce battle in the rain. 2 minutes later, Chen Yang approached the charred tree, observing the centaur creature still struggling for life upon the ground. The torso of a centaur had been struck by a Barrett, leaving a gaping, horrifying wound that nearly severed its upper human form from its lower equine body, much like the tentacled monster that Chen Yang had vanquished moments ago. This centaur exhibited remarkable vitality. Despite its grievous injuries, it had not succumbed entirely and even attempted to draw its longbow upon noticing Chen Yang's presence. With an impassive expression, Chen Yang fired a shot, obliterating the centaur's head before retrieving the nearly 2-meter-long black longbow from its grasp. The bow was evidently crafted from superior wood, heavy in his hands, adorned with intricate and inscrutable patterns that subtly glimmered with a phosphorescent hue. Chen Yang attempted to draw the bowstring. With his current first-tier strength, it proved somewhat strenuous without the aid of his bull power. The further he pulled, the more resistance he encountered, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not fully draw the bow into a complete arc, particularly under the downpour. Releasing his grip, the bowstring snapped back into place with astonishing silence, a fact that both surprised and relieved Chen Yang. The weight of the bow suggested formidable power, and its noiseless release would render it exceptionally difficult for adversaries to anticipate its trajectory, even at close range. Scattered around the centaur were several long black arrows, measuring approximately 80 to 90 centimeters, clearly positioned for immediate use. Upon extracting one from the ground, Chen Yang noted that the shafts were crafted from a metallic substance, lighter than iron, yet still substantial, granting him a more tangible understanding of the centaur's arm strength. After gathering the arrows and binding them into a bundle upon his back, Chen Yang continued his journey towards the city of the Chosen. Half an hour later, he circumvented the meteorite crater and returned to the roadway. Briefly clearing the mud from his combat boots, he proceeded along the road step by step. Before long, the distant roar of engines reached his ears. Furrowing his brow, he deduced that in such inclement weather, The arrival of others could only be linked to the recent ambushes by the centaur and the tentacled creature. Without hesitation, he leapt from a road into the drainage ditch, crouching low and awaiting the unfolding events in silence. Soon, a red Ferrari roared into view, its thunderous engine echoing in the distance. In the real world, this Ferrari indisputably symbolizes status and wealth. However, its slender frame offers no protection in this apocalyptic environment, rendering it utterly impractical for outdoor use. From his perspective, the driver of the Crimson Ferrari must either possess extraordinary prowess or be a fool oblivious to the dangers surrounding him. Chen Yang leaned towards the latter, for in such a dire setting, the audacious fools would likely have perished long ago. As the Ferrari screeched to a halt, its tires emitted a cloud of black smoke against the backdrop of the relentless rain. Once stopped, a tall black man emerged from the passenger seat. Nearly 2 meters in height, he wore an open denim jacket that exposed a profusion of chest hair, presenting an imposing figure. Yet, his act of leaning against the car and retching diminished his formidable image. A petite woman leapt from the driver's seat, brandishing an assault rifle. With surprising strength, she pushed the Ferrari down the crater's edge and, grabbing the black man, urged him to sprint forward around the crater. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. It was evident that someone was pursuing them. Yet, judging by their agility, they were no weaklings, especially the tall woman. Despite the Ferrari's weight of over 1,000 kilograms, managed to push it alone, suggesting she possessed at least second-tier strength. The pursuers were evidently no ordinary adversaries. Before long, 2 military green Humvees approached along the road. 7 soldiers clad in black camouflage combat uniforms disembarked, among them a middle-aged officer bearing the insignia of a major. Though of average build and appearance, the deference displayed by the other soldiers hinted at his extraordinary capabilities beneath his unremarkable exterior. One of the soldiers inspected the spot where the Ferrari had just halted and reported, pointing in the direction the pair had fled. They must have pushed the Ferrari down here and abandoned it to evade us. Shall we pursue? The major gazed intently in the direction of their departure before nodding. The genetic chain of that woman is invaluable to us. With her sample, we could obtain a formula for at least 4th-tier abilities. Therefore, we must acquire it at all costs. The soldier saluted and summoned a young private with a rank of private first class, saying, "Miller, can you sense their location?" The young soldier nodded, closing his eyes slightly. Before him, a bizarre 3-dimensional map materialized, intricately detailing the terrain surrounding the crater. Chen Yang, who was covertly observing, felt an unsettling chill run through him. The young soldier evidently possessed some sort of perceptive ability, enabling him to sense Chen's location. At that moment, there was no turning back. Chen abruptly stood up, swiftly knocking a black metal arrow onto his silent longbow, and released it towards the young soldier who was engrossed in manipulating the simulation graphics. The arrow, shrouded by the rain, went unnoticed by those lacking enhanced perception. Although the young soldier had heightened sensory abilities, his application of them appeared to be insufficiently practiced. It was only when the arrow was nearly upon him that he uttered a startled cry, and instead of evading, he instinctively turned to face the direction from whence it came. The major, who had been observing the simulation, was the first to react. He waved his hand, gathering the falling rain into a water shield before the young soldier. With a resounding crash, the water shield shattered, and the metal arrow, still with formidable momentum, pierced through the young soldier's chest, spilling forth a torrent of crimson that splattered those nearby. The middle-aged major wiped the blood from his face, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang's location. He lunged forward with remarkable speed. His robust physique seemed almost ethereal, as if propelled by the wind. With each step, small whirlwinds formed beneath his feet, propelling him faster until he covered several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, arriving at the massive stone behind which Chen had concealed himself. However, the stone was now devoid of any presence, save for a pair of distinct footprints in the mud, betraying that someone had recently occupied the spot. The major scrutinized the clear tracks, narrowing his eyes. Apart from these prints, the muddy ground bore no other signs. The impressions were evidently left by the archer, whose powerful release had rendered him unable to control his strength. Furthermore, the shooter was unmistakably astute. Having fled immediately after releasing the arrow, to the extent that the Major suspected the assailant had not even checked whether he had hit his target. Otherwise, with the Major's speed, he would certainly have caught a glimpse of his retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, other soldiers arrived, glancing at the footprints before turning their gaze to the middle-aged Major, remaining silent. The Major's countenance darkened. The act of killing his subordinate right under his nose felt like a blatant mockery. The thought of what his colleagues might say behind his back if he failed to apprehend the culprit filled him with rage, a sentiment that now eclipsed his original objective. All gear lightened, he commanded, bring only the essential equipment and 2 standard loads of ammunition. John, you have enhanced auditory perception, correct? Lead the team in tracking the prey. I will maneuver from the side and eliminate him. Upon hearing the orders of the middle-aged Major, the soldiers, though harboring doubts, dared not defy his commands openly. Without a moment's hesitation, they discarded their unnecessary gear, provisions, and water. Led by a soldier bearing the insignia of a corporal, they pursued the direction from which Chen Yang had just departed, while the Major took a circuitous route, advancing with caution. Breathing heavily, Chen Yang felt the radioactive rain cascading upon him, rising in wisps of thin smoke, a clear indication of his elevated body temperature. Despite having anticipated the strength of the soldiers, he was unprepared for their tenacity. Judging by their ranks, apart from the Major, the highest insignia among them were merely 2 corporals. Yet, this very group relentlessly pursued him, their silhouettes faintly discernible through the rain at an alarming proximity. The ability to track him so effectively in the radioactive downpour suggested that they had skilled trackers among them. If he did not eliminate this threat, escape would be an elusive dream. With this thought in mind, Chen Yang maneuvered around a large boulder, leaned his black longbow against it, and retrieved the Barrett from his back. Chapter 113. The chosen city Barrett's deep voice resonated with an unsettling heaviness, even amidst the torrential downpour. The soldier at the forefront of the formation, despite his heightened vigilance and immediate tactical response to the sound of gunfire, was struck in the shoulder by a bullet. The Barrett, firing a 12.7 round, transcended the conventional definition of a firearm. Even without a fatal hit, the soldier at the vanguard succumbed instantly, his body erupting into a gruesome spray of crimson. Fragments of his flesh littered the ground, a sight too harrowing to bear. This contingent of soldiers exhibited remarkable training. The death of their comrade did not instill fear, but rather propelled them to increase their distance and press forward with fervor. In the wilderness, only another sniper could counter a sniper, and the sniper within their ranks had already been felled by a shot before he could fire a single round, leaving the remaining soldiers with no option but to close the distance in a desperate bid to eliminate the marksman. To scatter would only lead to their demise, as the hidden sniper would systematically pick them off one by one. Chen Yang felt his shoulder throb from the immense recoil of the Barrett. Adjusting his stance, he had just acquired another soldier in his crosshairs when he heard the sound of rapid footsteps. Turning his head slightly, he beheld a middle-aged Major, having broken from the formation, charging towards him with astonishing speed, already within a perilous 100-meter range. In the realm of reality, the fastest sprinter could cover 100 meters in merely 9.58 seconds, and a human evolved for speed would undoubtedly be swifter. Chen Yang quickly assessed that he could fire only a single round before the Major closed in. He could already envision his fate. Once the Major drew near, other soldiers would swiftly converge, leaving him with only death as his grim companion, his only distinction being whether he could take 1 or 2 souls with him. Retracting his sniper rifle, Chen Yang turned to flee. Though his speed was evidently inferior to that of the Major, the distance between them diminished swiftly, making it merely a matter of time before he was overtaken. Yet, Chen Yang remained unperturbed, maintaining a steady pace as he passed a pile of rubble spanning over 10 meters. Suddenly, he gestured with his empty left hand as if to launch an attack towards the stones. Just as he navigated past the debris, the middle-aged Major pursued closely, entering the heart of the rocky mound. At that moment, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. A flicker of blue emerged in the dim wilderness, twisting in the air and morphing into a radiant blue beam that ensnared the Major's body. Upon perceiving the blue light, the Major heightened his alertness. Before the beam could fully constrict him, his form expanded abruptly, stretching the blue light into a longer, thinner strand. The once formidable beam, now elongated, dwindled to less than an inch in width, its vibrant hue dimming, clearly on the verge of being ruptured by the Major's brute force. Concealed within the pile of stones, a burly black man let out a muffled grunt, while the petite woman alongside him flashed a fierce glint in her eyes as she pressed the detonator in her hand. With a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath the middle-aged Major disintegrated, transforming into a deep pit several meters wide. The Major, who had been valiantly resisting the encroaching azure beam, found himself powerless against the onslaught and plummeted into the abyss. The relentless radiation rain had already eroded the edges of the meteorite crater, creating a labyrinth of ravines. The shockwave from the explosion caused the soil at the pit's perimeter to collapse, and the Major descended through the newly formed gap into the crater. What had once been a silent void erupted into a cacophony of fragmented sounds, converging towards the spot where the Major had fallen. The petite woman who had set the explosive device was evidently skilled, having meticulously calculated the force and trajectory of the blast, thereby ensuring the Major's descent into the crater. Despite achieving this, the burly black man and the slender woman showed no inclination to linger. They immediately sprinted in the direction from which Chen Yang had departed. Originally, they had intended to remain hidden, and the traps they had laid were merely precautionary. However, Chen Yang's gesture amidst the rubble, an unmistakable signal, alerted them to his awareness of their presence. Should they delay any longer, he would undoubtedly expose their location, throwing the situation into chaos. The series of intense battles had left Chen Yang slightly fatigued, and he took the opportunity to regulate his breathing while slowing his pace, allowing the duo to catch up. Soon, the black man and the petite woman were at his heels, yet an unspoken understanding kept them at a cautious distance, each wary of the other. As they ran, Chen Yang scrutinized the petite woman, sensing a familiar aura emanating from her, an essence unique to reincarnators in the cycle world. This recognition emboldened him to assist her without hesitation. The woman cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yang and suddenly proposed a ticket to the first installment of Resident Evil. In exchange for your help in our escape. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. The tone of her voice indicated that this ticket was of considerable value, as it seemed to pain her to offer it. He had anticipated that upon entering this apocalyptic realm, he would no longer traverse the worlds of horror films. Yet the ticket she mentioned was undoubtedly a means to access the narrative of Resident Evil. Observing Chen Yang's expression, the petite woman mistakenly assumed he found her offer insufficient. She glanced back, quickening her speech. Completing the Resident Evil series grants access to a complete zombie gene serum. The first storyline within the 6-part saga is the easiest, making its ticket the hardest to obtain. This one ticket is worth 2 tickets to ordinary horror film worlds. If you can assist us in escaping this place, I will gladly give you this ticket. What do you say? Chen Yang remained silent, and the petite woman failed to recognize that he was a newly minted reincarnator in this dystopian environment. Should he speak, any inquiry could potentially unveil his ignorance. Indeed, upon observing Chen Yang's indifference, the petite woman clenched her teeth and proposed, "Let us add another condition. Should I encounter you in the narrative world in the future, I shall unconditionally assist you. What say you?" Realizing that the petite woman had no further cards to play, Chen Yang inquired, "Who are the soldiers pursuing you? Why are they after you?" Taken aback by Chen Yang's question, the petite woman, initially mistaking him for a mere wilderness hunter based on his attire and weaponry, began to reconsider upon hearing his inquiry. Hesitantly, she asked, "Are you newly immersed in this apocalyptic environment?" Chen Yang remained non-committal, merely insisting, "Answer me." The petite woman hesitated slightly. Only after eliminating another chosen one could the electors regain their former qualities in this apocalyptic milieu. Chen Yang's demonstrated abilities clearly indicated he had restored his attributes, which led her to perceive him as a wilderness hunter averse to constraints. It was based on this assumption that she had proposed her terms. However, from Chen Yang's 2 prior questions, she had ascertained that he was not one of the chosen from the city of the elect. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Yang refrained from urging her, given the current circumstances. The petite woman had little choice left. After a brief pause, she responded, "These soldiers belong to the indigenous army of the apocalyptic environment. In this world ravaged by nuclear radiation, survivors have evolved various abilities, albeit with greater difficulty than we chosen ones from the divine space. The sole shortcut lies in utilizing genetic serum. The most expedient method to produce such serums is to extract genetic fragments from us chosen ones, subsequently developing the corresponding genetic serum. Once produced, they can mass-produce individuals with abilities. A sudden realization struck Chen Yang, prompting him to ask, "What exactly is the City of the Elect?" The petite woman smiled bitterly and replied, "The City of the Elect is the largest city occupied by those indigenous armies. Upon discovering the existence of the chosen ones, they deliberately adopted this name to lure electors into the apocalyptic environment, seeking to extract genetic fragments from them to formulate genetic serums." At this juncture, Chen Yang comprehended the situation entirely. The so-called City of the Elect was not the rumored sanctuary for chosen ones, but a trap set by the indigenous army. The military pursuing the two individuals before him was evidently after the genetic fragments possessed by the petite woman. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the burly black man, whose aura clearly did not belong to a chosen one. The reason for their escape together remained a mystery. Understanding Chen Yang's unspoken thoughts, the petite woman clarified, "Tain is a good person. Had I not encountered him after entering this apocalyptic environment, I might have already been consigned to a laboratory in the City of the Elect." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. It was evident from the black man's gaze toward the petite woman that it was filled with admiration and affection. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the meteorite crater. The middle-aged major, who had just fallen into the pit, sprang forth with blood covering his body and his left arm hanging limply. Yet, his presence was more formidable than ever, resembling a drawn sword amidst the torrential rain of radiation. He let out a piercing howl to the heavens and strode forward, pursuing Chen Yang and his companions. The petite woman's face lit up with delight as she swiftly exclaimed, "His name is Vaughn. He possesses a Tier 3 defense, Tier 2 speed, and Tier 2 strength. His expertise lies in the elemental powers of earth and water. As for the abilities of wind and fire, no one has ever witnessed him wielding them, so it remains uncertain whether he has mastered those elements." Chen Yang nodded, halting in his tracks while signaling the others to continue without pause. The petite woman was momentarily taken aback by Chen Yang's resolute agreement. As she ran, she glanced back and observed that the wilderness was devoid of anything but a charred tree trunk struck by lightning. Chapter 114. The Hive amidst the incessant radiation rain. A middle-aged major named Vaughn moved with remarkable swiftness, darting through the terrain. Despite sustaining injuries in the crater, his agility had seemingly increased, enabling him to swiftly approach the charred forest recently traversed by a slender woman. Suddenly, Vaughn reduced his speed, having observed that after Chen Yang and his companions arrived, their number had dwindled to 2. It was evident that one among them was lying in ambush nearby. Vaughn tensed every muscle in his body. His highest evolved attribute was defense, which had reached the 3rd tier, rendering him impervious to ordinary bullets under normal circumstances. Additionally, his speed and strength had both advanced to the 2nd tier. If indeed someone lay in wait, he was confident he would surprise them. As he neared the edge of the charred woods, Vaughn maintained a state of heightened vigilance. If you're the one ambushing, the optimal moment to strike would be now, for once he exited the forest, the advantage of the ambusher would dissipate. However, to Vaughn's astonishment, even after leaving the last charred tree behind, no attack materialized. With a long exhale, Vaughn glanced in the direction the slender woman had fled. The delay had allowed her to vanish from sight. Taking a deep breath, he was about to accelerate when he suddenly sensed something unusual behind him. His extensive combat experience warned him not to look back. He pushed off with force and propelled himself forward. Chen Yang squinted, his black longbow drawn taut, resembling a crescent moon. He released the bowstring, and the metal arrow shot forth like a streak of black lightning, piercing Vaughn's back and embedding itself in the ground. Vaughn stared in disbelief at the arrow that had punctured his chest. He pressed his hand against it, his lips parting as if to speak, yet no words escaped. Chen Yang retained his bow-drawn stance, astonished by the power of the black longbow. Although the remaining soldiers were of decent quality, They were like weeds without roots. Lacking their core, their leader, Vaughn, with the slender woman's assistance, Chen Yang systematically eliminated the soldiers one by one using his Barrett rifle. It was only at this moment that Chen Yang discovered the slender woman's name was Lan, whose abilities predominantly lay in agility. Prior to the apocalyptic environment, she had been a member of the Rabbit Squad. Compared to Chen Yang, Lan had been in this dire scenario for nearly a month, entering directly into the so-called Chosen City. Had it not been for the imposing black man beside her, she would have long been sent to the laboratory of Chosen City. And even now, she had yet to encounter other chosen ones, let alone regain her powers. Realizing that Lan had little knowledge to offer, Chen Yang lost interest in further discourse. He took the admission ticket for Resident Evil from Lan's hands, hesitated for a moment after stepping back, then decisively clicked to use it. After a fleeting sensation of drowsiness, Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. The location he found himself in was unmistakably an office, where a group of men and women clad in professional attire busily attended to their respective tasks. An office? Chen Yang felt a twinge of curiosity as he rose from the cold ground, surveying his surroundings. The office before him bore a striking resemblance to those in the real world, with a cacophony of ringing phones and overlapping conversations creating a sense of disarray. At that moment, a synthesized female voice echoed through the speakers. All Umbrella employees must wear identification badges at all times. All radiation markers will be collected by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Shortly after the announcement, a series of alarms began to blare from the corners of the room, and a heavy weight settled in Chen Yang's heart. He had realized where he was. Judging by his surroundings, he was situated in the underground hive of Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City, precisely at the moment when Alice's faux husband, Spencer, had unleashed the T-virus. This meant that the T-virus was already disseminating through the ventilation system, infecting the entire hive. It was precisely for this reason that Red Queen had sealed off the hive and commenced a massacre. It wouldn't be long before the personnel within the underground hive would meet their demise via water, toxic gas, power outages, and other deadly measures, only to rise again as zombies. As the alarms blared, the glass door of the office emitted a loud crash, automatically closing from both sides. The employees inside initially appeared startled, but soon panic ensued. One young woman in professional attire, clutching a phone, covered the receiver with her hand and exclaimed, "It's nothing. It must be a fire drill." Gazing at the woman in professional attire, Chen Yang felt a sense of familiarity, yet he couldn't immediately recall who she was. Just then, the fire alarm had been triggered, and Red Queen was about to unleash her lethal tactics. He had no time to ponder the identity of this young woman. Instead, he raised the Barrett in his hand, aiming at the glass door. With a resounding bang, the glass door shattered under the force of the bullet. The occupants of the office were startled by the sudden gunfire, yet none dared approach Chen Yang. Only the woman in professional attire shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen Yang fixed his gaze on her, and a spark of recognition ignited in his mind. He finally remembered who she was. She was Matthew's sister from the movie, the very individual who was supposed to rendezvous with Alice. Seizing her arm, Chen Yang pulled the woman out of the glass door. Almost simultaneously, a faint sound echoed as white gas erupted swiftly from the sprinkler in the corner, filling the air with a pungent odor that made Chen Yang feel lightheaded even after exiting the office. As they made their way down the corridor, Chen Yang soon heard the sound of frantic tapping against glass. A blonde woman in a white lab coat was desperately banging on the glass, her mouth moving as she shouted something. Unlike the office where Chen Yang had just been, the room occupied by the blonde was flooded, with water rising to her thighs. Due to the excellent sound insulation of the glass, the voice of the blonde woman was completely muffled. However, her lip movements clearly indicated that she was in distress. Chen Yang took a step back, and with his Barrett rifle pressed against the glass, he fired a shot that shattered it. As the glass splintered, a torrent of water burst forth from the room, flooding the entire corridor. The blonde woman was swept away by the current, her head striking the wall, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. Observing the unconscious blonde woman in the water, the woman in professional attire exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? And who are you?" Chen Yang replied swiftly, "If I'm not mistaken, the T-virus has leaked." Red Queen has initiated emergency protocols, intending to eliminate everyone in the facility to prevent the virus from spreading. Therefore, we must leave this place immediately. T-Virus? The woman in professional attire, who was preparing to rendezvous with Alice, was well aware of the T-Virus, and her expression shifted with concern. The T-Virus has always been contained within a laboratory. How could it have leaked? Was there an accident? Chen Yang, uncertain if the leak would incur the same repercussions as before, shook his head to indicate his ignorance and said, "Our primary focus now is to escape. Do you know the exit route from here?" The woman in professional attire nodded and replied, "There's a train within the facility that leads to the outside world. We could take that train." After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "If the T-Virus has indeed leaked, we may already be infected, and we must find an antidote as soon as possible." Having watched horror films like Resident Evil, Chen Yang was aware that in the original storyline, the antidote had been stolen alongside the T-Virus by Spencer, who, due to the flaws in his plan, had also inhaled the gas and lost his memory. Under the guidance of the woman in professional attire, Chen Yang pressed forward, using his bear to break through any locked doors they encountered. After passing through one such door, they arrived at the location where the train was stationed. The woman in professional attire was slightly out of breath, likely due to her sedentary office lifestyle, which left her less physically capable than an average person. Were it not for Chen Yang's support, she might not have been able to continue. Chen Yang nodded and forcefully pushed open the large door. Almost simultaneously, a violent tremor reverberated beneath their feet, and they saw a train's engine in the distance start up. However, as it had only just begun, its speed had yet to reach its peak. "This is bad," Chen Yang exclaimed as he hoisted the woman in professional attire onto his shoulder, summoning his strength to sprint at full speed. Remarkably, due to the train's recent startup, he managed to keep pace with it. Seeing the train's doors wide open, he first tossed the woman into the carriage before leaping aboard himself. Chen Yang fell onto his back, allowing his heart rate to stabilize. Had he been even a moment slower, they would have missed the train entirely. In contrast to Chen Yang, the woman in professional attire exhibited a far superior demeanor. She clambered up from the carriage, intending to assist Chen Yang to his feet. Suddenly, her body shuddered, revealing a bloodied blade protruding from her chest. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yang sensed something amiss and recalled the storyline involving Spencer, who had also boarded the train while stealing the T-Virus. He swiftly activated his virtual radar and, to his astonishment, detected a third green dot positioned directly behind the woman in professional attire. Without hesitation, Chen Yang sprang from the ground and collided forcefully into the woman. Spencer, standing behind her, had not anticipated Chen Yang's decisive action and was caught off guard, instinctively reaching out but only managing to grasp the woman's arm. Together, they tumbled off the swiftly moving train. Chapter 115, The Hunt for Alice. Almost simultaneously as the two tumbled down from the carriage, a chilling voice echoed in Chen Yang's mind. The Chosen One's mission has commenced. Each member of an unevolved reincarnated squad killed will earn 1 evolution point, while the demise of an evolved reincarnator squad member awards 3 evolution points. It is mandatory to eliminate at least 1 evolved squad member in every mission world. Failure to do so will result in obliteration. The main storyline mission within the realm of the biohazard narrative has been activated. Eliminate Alice, with the completion of the task yielding 3 evolution points. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chen Yang. Until now, the missions assigned by the deity had always aligned with the protagonist's interests, yet this time, the directive stood in stark opposition, demanding the assassination of Alice. Furthermore, the obligation to eliminate evolved squad members was an unequivocal requirement. Prior to entering the biohazard narrative world, Chen Yang had contemplated the nature of the tasks that might be bestowed upon him as a chosen one. However, he had never anticipated such a dire assignment. Clearly, as a chosen one selected by the deity, Chen Yang faced a far more intricate and daunting predicament. He was not only required to remain vigilant against the zombies and lickers that inherently populated the biohazard world, but was also positioned directly against Alice and the reincarnated squad. Finding himself besieged from all sides, striving for survival amidst perilous circumstances. His sole advantage lay in the fact that the reincarnator squad was likely still unaware of his existence. As Chen Yang pondered the pros and cons of the current task, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision. He strained to keep his eyes open, yet felt his eyelids grow heavier, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard the deity's voice, "System initialization, returning to the hive, entry point random." For hours after Chen Yang fell into oblivion, within a building above the hive, a woman with golden hair, dressed in burgundy, emerged slowly from the bathroom. Suddenly, a door was thrust open, and she was yanked inside. Almost immediately, a squad of soldiers clad in black combat gear and gas masks burst through the windows, pinning the white male who had seized her to the ground. This scene mirrored the events that unfolded after Alice awoke in Biohazard. The soldiers in black were part of a small team dispatched by the Umbrella Corporation. Yet among this team, a few individuals donned attire that starkly contrasted with the others, each sporting a black metallic wristwatch. Time passed unmeasured, and when Chen Yang regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself no longer in the carriage. Shaking his still heavy head, he suddenly recalled the deity's prior words, "System initialization, returning to the hive, entry point random." Did that mean he had returned to the hive? Observing his surroundings attentively, he noted that he now occupied a long, corridor-like space, dim and damp, with various pipes crisscrossing overhead, occasionally dripping water downwards. Chen Yang pondered carefully and finally recalled the location. This must be the sewers of the hive. In the original storyline, Alice and her companions had traversed this underground passage, which was infested with a multitude of zombies. Slowly rising from the ground, Chen Yang glanced at his metallic watch, which indicated that just over 4 hours had passed since he had lost consciousness. By this time, Alice and her group had already entered the hive. After inspecting his gear, Chen Yang cautiously advanced, mindful of the fact that zombies primarily relied on their hearing and sense of smell to track prey. It was prudent to avoid startling them in such a confined underground space unless absolutely necessary. As he passed a barbed wire fence, Chen Yang carefully peered behind it, confirming that no zombies lurked beyond. With utmost caution, he removed the wire, detaching a rusted strand that had become entwined, and quickly set up 2 rudimentary traps on the ground. He was uncertain whether these traps would prove useful, but given the circumstances, any preparation was invaluable. They might very well save his life at a critical moment. In addition to the traps fashioned from wire, Chen Yang also utilized the overhead pipes to create a simple setup, wrapping a piece of the fixed wire around his hand. With only a Barrett rifle and a black longbow to his name, he possessed no melee weapons. Thus, this wire could potentially alleviate numerous complications if employed wisely. After some contemplation, he concealed the Barrett behind a pipe, taking only the black longbow with him. Not long after he resumed his journey through the passage, he stumbled upon a ladder affixed to the wall. Ascending it, he exerted a slight force with his arms to push open the overhead cover, peering around to ensure the area was clear before cautiously emerging from the underground tunnel, subsequently lowering the cover back into place. Upon emerging, Chen Yang was met with a faint tremor. He swiftly turned around to witness a pallid zombie staggering out from a nearby room. In stark contrast to the zombies from the World War Z, this creature moved much slower, allowing Chen Yang to dispatch it with nothing more than his bare hands, swiftly twisting its neck. Just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted violently. Having spent considerable time in the main god space, Chen Yang had become familiar with various firearms. From the cadence and frequency of the shots, he discerned that at least a dozen weapons were being discharged simultaneously, ranging from handguns and submachine guns to assault rifles, shotguns, and sniper rifles. Interspersed with the gunfire were distinct explosions, unmistakably the sound of grenades. Treading lightly, Chen Yang hastened toward the source of the gunfire. After navigating around 2 corners, the cacophony intensified. He approached a door, gently pushing it ajar to peer outside. Directly in front of the crack was a box connected to a tube. A chill ran down Chen Yang's spine as recognition dawned upon him. This was the cultivation chamber for the liquors developed by the Umbrella Corporation. This indicated that behind the door lay the Umbrella Corporation's laboratory for breeding liquors, precisely as depicted on the map marked as the B Cafeteria. A shadow darted through the crack of the door, followed by a resounding thud as it collapsed onto the ground. It was a zombie missing half of its head, its body convulsing twice before the remaining half of its skull abruptly tilted to one side, facing Chen Yang. Despite having endured numerous horror films, Chen Yang's heart raced as he locked eyes with the headless creature. Outside, the gunfire was relentless, with zombies being shot down one after another. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of zombies, the sounds of gunfire converged at a distance, moving away from the door. Chen Yang cautiously pushed the door open a crack, hiding behind a petri dish, peering outside for a glimpse. The B restaurant was teeming with zombies, and amidst them were not only the pair of mercenaries and Matthew, who had disguised himself as a police officer, but also 3 additional individuals. Among these newcomers were 2 men and 1 woman. Both men stood around 1.6 meters tall, while the woman was slightly shorter, measuring approximately 1.5 meters. Although they were not particularly tall, their agility and coordination were remarkable, wielding high-powered weapons. One brandished a shotgun, another held a submachine gun, and the last was equipped with an assault rifle, which had a grenade launcher attached. Their firepower was formidable, and despite being encircled by a multitude of zombies, the creatures could not breach their defenses. The towering man with the assault rifle pulled the trigger, launching a grenade that obliterated over 10 zombies. He let out a strange cry, exclaiming, "Why haven't they returned yet? I only have 3 grenades left." The petite woman with the submachine gun scoffed coldly, suddenly stowing her weapon and drawing out a chain-link dart. With a swift motion, she lunged into the throng of zombies, her dart dancing through the air like a venomous serpent. With each strike, a zombie was impaled through the skull, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Her proficiency with the dart and her agile movements suggested she had at least enhanced her agility to the first tier. Meanwhile, Chen Yang gripped his black longbow, quietly knocking a metal arrow and taking aim at the woman. At that moment, a fresh volley of gunfire erupted from outside, and the zombies surrounding them fell like cut wheat, revealing the arrival of Alice and her companions. To Chen Yang's astonishment, not only were Alice and Taiplan present, but the previously presumed dead bald leader and 3 other mercenaries had also miraculously emerged unscathed. In addition to these narrative characters, 3 individuals are interspersed within the scene. A towering warrior clad in armor wielding a katana, a slender woman dressed in black, and a handsome man holding a folding fan. Except for the slender woman, who brandishes an assault rifle, the other 2 are unarmed. The imposing warrior swings his katana with ferocity, each strike resulting in a zombie collapsing to the ground. The handsome man, meanwhile, merely brandishes his fan, remaining in the midst of the group without any intention to engage. It is evident that these 3 are members of the reincarnation team, and the entire squad from Umbrella has returned safely through the laser passage, evidently thanks to their efforts. Chen Yang ceased his hesitation and released the bowstring. The metal arrow shot forth like a streak of black lightning, piercing the forehead of the diminutive woman who had just dispatched a zombie with her shuriken. The petite woman, having just slain a zombie, did not even attempt to evade as she was struck down by the arrow. Witnessing the sudden fall of the small woman, both the characters from the Umbrella Squad and the reincarnators were momentarily stunned. The handsome man, who had maintained his composure, suddenly changed expression, quickly glancing towards the direction from which the metal arrow had come, just in time to see a figure dart behind a door. Chapter 116. The ambush. As the figure responsible for the demise of the petite woman faded away, a trace of sternness appeared on the handsome man's face. He abruptly launched his folding fan into the air, where it unfurled, releasing a flurry of sharp blades that spiraled around him before returning to his grasp. As he retracted the fan, the horde of over a dozen zombies surrounding him collapsed to the ground, their necks nearly severed by the swift arc of the fan's blades. The moment he made his move, all the characters present, including Alice, were rendered speechless. Despite the zombies' relatively sluggish movements, the mere flourish of the fan had dispatched them in an instant, showcasing the formidable power it contained. With the handsome man's intervention, the zombies in the B restaurant were swiftly eradicated. He then gently closed the fan and approached the petite woman, placing a hand softly upon her forehead. He closed his eyes and began to murmur rapidly, as if reciting a sacred incantation. Witnessing this scene, the lead bald mercenary initially thought the handsome man was mourning the loss of his comrade, remembering how he had just rescued himself and 3 teammates from the laser corridor. He couldn't help but take a step forward, intending to offer some words of comfort. Yet, before he could utter a sound, he noticed that as the handsome man's voice grew louder, a translucent figure suddenly emerged from the lifeless body of the petite woman. Though the features of this spectral apparition were somewhat blurred, it was unmistakably identical to the deceased woman, both in visage and demeanor. She appeared to have just awakened from a deep slumber, her gaze momentarily bewildered, but upon recognizing the handsome man before her, she instantly regained her composure. After exchanging a few words with the petite woman, her ethereal form dissipated into the air like a soap bubble. The mercenaries stood in stunned silence, their understanding of reality shattered. The lead bald mercenary stammered, "Qing Ming, what? What just happened? Was that the young lady's soul?" The handsome man nodded slightly, saying, "That was indeed Huazi's soul. She has conveyed everything that transpired before her passing." As he spoke, his fingers deftly performed a series of gestures before he gently closed Huazi's eyes and proceeded towards the door through which Chen Yang had vanished. As he walked, he subtly moved his throat, yet his lips remained sealed. With each motion, his voice resonated through the communication devices of the other 4 reincarnation team members. The one who killed Huazi must be the chosen one. Everyone, proceed with caution. A woman clad in a tight black suit inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Qing Ming, what is the chosen one? Are they formidable?" The handsome man replied, "Miss Matsushima, your experiences with horror films are still insufficient, hence your ignorance of the chosen one. In simple terms, only the strongest members of the reincarnation team are deemed worthy of becoming the chosen ones. Once they ascend to this status, their paths diverge entirely from ours. The specifics elude me, but I can only surmise that their emergence places them in direct opposition to the reincarnation team. Moreover, since the Master God has pitted a chosen one against a reincarnation team, it stands to reason that their strength is formidable." Although Matsushima harbored lingering doubts, she recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. She listened as the handsome man spoke through the communicator. "The chosen one who killed Hanako wielded a black longbow. It appears they possess considerable enhancements in strength and agility, and likely have abilities corresponding to these attributes. Everyone, exercise caution." Matsushima inquired, "Should we alter our strategy?" The handsome man pondered for a brief moment before responding. "The plan remains unchanged. Our primary objective is to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Master God and ensure the safe departure of these mercenaries from the hive." No sooner had he finished speaking than the tall warrior vehemently opposed him. "Abe no Saimai, blood debts must be repaid in blood. If we do not slay that chosen one, how can we appease Hanako's spirit? You focus on protecting those narrative characters while I seek vengeance against the chosen one." Abe no Saimai, alarmed, urgently interjected, "Yamamoto-kun, do not act impulsively. You are playing into the chosen one's hands." The tall warrior's expression was grave as he slowly sheathed his sword, which glimmered coldly, and retrieved a blood-red strip of cloth to bind around his forehead, stating coldly, "Only blood can cleanse hatred." With that, the tall warrior dashed through the door from which Chen Yang had vanished. Abe no Saimai, unable to stop him, maintained his composure as he snapped open his folding fan with a flourish. Observing the worry etched on Abe no Saimai's face, Matsushima addressed the still-swaying door, saying, "Saimai-san, Yamamoto-kun is highly skilled, having advanced to the 3rd tier of strength, and he recently acquired the ability to perform a windward slash. Even if he cannot defeat the chosen one, he should be fine, right?" Abe no Saimai's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow as he rapidly fanned himself before replying. "Yamamoto Ichiki is hot-headed, possessing courage but lacking wisdom. Regardless of his prowess, he cannot contend with the chosen one. Matsushima-san, your ninjutsu is most suitable for this environment. I must trouble you to follow him and ensure his safe return. I will have the show lead the way." He swiftly stowed his fan and produced a small paper effigy from his robes. With a breath, he sent the effigy into the passage ahead, and upon landing, it transformed into an armored female warrior. The warrior knelt gracefully before Abe no Saimai, then glided smoothly away, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Yamamoto Ichiki had disappeared. Matsushima hesitated for a moment before trailing closely after the figure of the female warrior. In the sewer, Chen Yang stood silently within the wall cavity he had previously excavated. The size and shape of the earthen hollow were meticulously crafted to accommodate his physique, allowing him to stand flush against the wall. Furthermore, the dim lighting of the sewer, combined with his strategic positioning to avoid the scan illumination, rendered him virtually undetectable from the outside. Hearing a faint sound emanating from the sewer passage, Chen Yang inhaled deeply and activated his camouflaging skill. If there had been any trace of his presence before, it had now vanished entirely, leaving only the unavoidable signs of life. At this moment, Chen Yang had nearly merged with the wall. A subtle sound of water approached, growing ever nearer. He slightly opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of shadow on the ground before swiftly closing them again. This was not merely to avoid reflections that might attract attention, but also to prevent the possibility of the opponent sensing his gaze with any mental acuity skills. A few dozen paces away from Chen Yang's hiding spot, Yamamoto Ichimu advanced step by step. His pace was measured, each footfall perfectly balanced. If one were to measure, they would find the distance between each step to be precise. His katana remained sheathed, not due to carelessness, but because of his unwavering confidence in his drawing technique, allowing him to unsheathe his sword and strike his opponent with devastating swiftness. In Chen Yang's mind, a virtual radar indicated the green that representing Yamamoto Ichimu drawing ever closer, approaching one of the traps he had previously set. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Yamamoto Ichimu stepped on something, reminiscent of breaking a bag filled with air. Startled, he instinctively leaped backward, fixating on the ground beneath him. After a moment of tension, he observed that the ground remained unremarkable. Releasing a breath, he was about to resume his forward movement when an unusual noise erupted from a nearby sewer outlet, followed by a rush of wind, as if someone were lunging at him from behind. With his hand on the hilt of his sword, Yamamoto Ichimu swiftly unsheathed his katana, wielding the force of the draw to slice at the assailant behind him. He cleaved a zombie in half from shoulder to waist. Even though the human body decays and the hardness of the bones diminishes upon transformation into a zombie, Yamamoto Ichimu's ability to sever it in two showcased both his strength and the sharpness of his katana. Just as he had dispatched the zombie before him, two more emerged from the darkened outlet, lunging towards him simultaneously. With both hands on his sword, he deftly maneuvered to decapitate the two zombies. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming number of zombies surged from the outlet. Driven by instinct, devoid of pain or fear, they maximized their advantage in the narrow confines of the sewer. Despite Yamamoto Ichimu's exceptional swordsmanship, each swing of his blade claiming a zombie's head, the onslaught continued unabated, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, Yamamoto Ichimu could no longer heed his footing. As he stepped backward, his foot suddenly tightened in a constricting iron wire trap, pulling him upward with great force. Reacting with remarkable agility, he swung his katana into the air, severing the wire entangling his foot, yet his shoulder remained firmly grounded. With a decisive severance of the barbed wire, Yamamoto Iki exerted force upon his shoulder and executed a somersault on the ground, seeking to create distance between himself and the undead. In that fleeting moment of his roll, he sensed the faint touch of a wire, and then abruptly, a water pipe as thick as a bowl fractured above him, drenching his face with foul, putrid water, rendering his eyes nearly unopenable. As the pipe burst, a barely audible sound resonated, and suddenly, a mesh of barbed wire sprang forth from the adjacent wall, revealing a series of sharp, jagged wire ends. Chapter 117. Execution. Just as the barbed wire was about to ensnare Yamamoto Kazuki, he suddenly unleashed a primal roar, his katana gleaming with fierce brilliance. In the blink of an eye, he had struck the barbed wire multiple times, severing it into fragments. Wiping the grime from his face, he panted slightly, clearly exhausted from this astonishing display of strength. Tensing his body, he gripped the katana tightly and spun rapidly in place, yet found no suspicious signs. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who had been quietly leaning against the wall, narrowed his eyes and observed Yamamoto. The moment Yamamoto turned his back, Chen Yang sprang into action. He crouched low and sprang forward, his hands gripping metal arrows that shot forth like lightning, piercing through the tops of Yamamoto's feet and anchoring them to the ground. Struck by this sudden blow, Yamamoto let out a pained scream, his katana slicing downward in a wild arc, carving a deep gash into the earth even without making contact. Chen Yang retreated several steps, and when he reached a corner, he pressed against the wall, steadying himself as he aimed the arrow tip toward the darkened passageway. Just as Chen Yang took his position, a fierce wind rushed past him as a zombie lunged from the shadows of the corridor. Chen Yang remained utterly still, his arm unflinching as he gripped the metal arrow. With the force of a zombie's charge, the arrow's sharp tip penetrated the creature's eye socket, emerging from the back of its skull. Releasing his grip, Chen Yang let out a roar reminiscent of a zombie's, and in response, a horde of undead surged from the dark corridor, heedlessly rushing toward Yamamoto. The metal arrow, embedded deeply, had pierced through Yamamoto's foot, leaving him pale with pain as he finally withdrew the arrow from his right foot, while the one in his left remained unyielding. Before Yamamoto could react further, the approaching zombies, driven by the scent of fresh flesh, growled ominously as they charged at him. Ignoring the arrow in his left foot, Yamamoto swung his katana with ferocity, cleaving the attacking zombies in half. In mere moments, he had dispatched 4 of them. It was evident that despite being hindered by the arrow, Yamamoto's ability to fight remained unaffected as he continued to slay the relentless undead. Before long, only 7 or 8 zombies remained from the horde Chen Yang had summoned. Suddenly, Chen Yang emerged from the passage, drawing back his black longbow and nocking an arrow. His gaze fixed on a zombie in the distance as he meticulously calculated its speed and trajectory, silently counting in his mind. Upon reaching the count of 7, he released the arrow, which soared through the air and pierced the zombie's back, emerging cleanly from its body. Yamamoto Kazuki had just severed the head of a zombie and was about to push the creature before him to the ground when, to his astonishment, the chest of the zombie suddenly bulged outward. A bloodied arrow shot forth from its torso, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Kazuki emitted a pained groan, and before he could react, 2 metallic arrows pierced through the zombie's body, embedding themselves in his chest. He let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf, and with a swift motion, he reversed his katana to sever the exposed shafts of the arrows. Using the weapon as a makeshift staff, he leaned heavily upon it to support his weight. From a distance, Chen Yang observed Kazuki, harboring no inclination to approach. After all, an evolved being like Kazuki often possessed hidden abilities, capable of dragging enemies down with him. Hence, Chen had no intention of engaging. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the passage, distinct from the shambling of the zombies. These footsteps were light and subdued, indicating that someone else had infiltrated the sewer. Chen Yang, alert, glanced into the distance, but suddenly felt an unsettling presence behind him, as though someone were standing there. However, the virtual radar revealed no green dots. Without turning to look, Chen swung his longbow behind him. He sensed that the bowstring had made contact with something, and, with a deft motion, he twisted his hand, ensnaring the object with the taut, sharp string. The black longbow swiftly rotated, securing the entity tightly. It was only at that moment that Chen Yang slid to the side and turned to face his assailant. To his astonishment, there stood a female warrior clad in armor. Despite her protective garb, her slender form and graceful presence were evident. Yet, what struck terror into his heart was the blankness of her face, devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth. It resembled a blank canvas. Encountering such a visage in the eerie confines of the sewer sent a chill down Chen Yang's spine, even after enduring numerous horror films. The warrior clutched an oddly shaped and remarkably thin katana, unlike the one in Kazuki's grasp. This weapon lacked any sheen and appeared almost pallid, its material a mystery. At that moment, the bowstring of Chen's black longbow had entwined around the warrior's hand, which grasped the katana, wrapping around it several times. With a twist of his body, Chen Yang managed to sever her arm along with the protective armor, sending it crashing to the ground. Even as he understood the lethal nature of the bowstring, the ease with which he had severed the warrior's arm and gauntlet left him astounded. Yet, what astonished him even further was the absence of blood at the clean break. The warrior's right hand reached out, grasping the severed left arm, and with a swift motion, she swung the katana at Chen Yang with a fierce diagonal slash. The katana wielded by the female warrior was mere steps away from Chen Yang, insufficient to strike his form. Yet, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, a neat gash appearing in his black combat attire, as crimson blood swiftly stained the fabric. A chill ran through Chen Yang. The katana seemed to possess an otherworldly ability to inflict harm from afar, akin to the sword energy depicted in martial arts novels. The female warrior continued to wield her katana with an air of detachment, as though performing on a grand stage. Yet Chen Yang dared not underestimate her. Any hesitation in his movements could result in the blade leaving a series of scars upon his body. Though not fatal, they would undoubtedly hinder his agility. After sustaining additional wounds on his calf and back, Chen Yang finally discerned the katana's peculiar trait. It appeared to disregard distance, striking true as long as the trajectory was correct. It was clear that only close combat would suffice. With a swift pivot, he twirled like a graceful butterfly, evading the warrior's strikes, inching closer to her. He launched an elbow strike toward her chest, then extended both hands, aiming to seize her weapon-bearing arm. However, as his arms rose, a hand unexpectedly emerged from her chest, wielding a paper cutter that slashed fiercely at his arm. She possessed a third arm. Suppressing his shock, Chen Yang deftly maneuvered to evade this attack, circling behind her. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground, gripping his ankles tightly, anchoring him to the earth while pulling his feet into the soil. In response, Chen Yang spread his arms wide, spinning like a whirlwind as he leapt into the air, pulling the underground assailant up with him. This slender woman clad in black was caught off guard by his unexpected action, and upon making contact with the ground, she vanished without a trace. It was Chen Yang's first encounter with such an ability, clearly a form of earth manipulation, and the woman must have been a ninja. A gust of wind swept past, and yet again, a fresh wound appeared on his arm. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 running steps, forcefully pushing off the wall as the female warrior swung her blade. In a sideways somersault, he soared over the katana, his body inverted. As he passed over the blade, he seized her arms, and upon landing, he exerted force, executing a powerful throw that sent her crashing to the ground. With his body lunging forward, he twisted her arms in a bid to subdue her. However, as his hands made contact with her armored limb, he sensed an anomaly. The gauntlet felt akin to steel armor, yet the tactile feedback suggested it was crafted from something resembling cardboard. The head of the female warrior suddenly executed a complete 180-degree turn, revealing her face as blank as a sheet of white paper, directly before Chen Yang. The arm that had been twisted behind her back now faced him, while her back transformed into her chest. A third hand emerged, wielding a paper cutter, aimed squarely at Chen Yang's heart. The moment the female warrior's face rotated, Chen Yang sensed imminent danger. Like a coiled spring, he sprang up from the ground, narrowly evading the blade that extended from her chest. Seizing her arm with both hands, he deftly maneuvered to redirect her sword toward the third arm of the female warrior. Chapter 118. Carnage within the confines of Restaurant B. The floor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of slain zombies. A mercenary named JD cursed under his breath while tearing at his sleeve, examining the wound on his arm inflicted by a claw. A female medic among the mercenaries approached to inspect JD's injury. Upon noting it was merely a series of scratches, she lacked any intention to treat it, for such minor wounds were inconsequential to mercenaries, in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the medic and her fellow mercenaries. 2 members of the reincarnation team regarded JD with suspicion, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Only Abe Saimai maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Does anyone know the purpose of these items?" Abe Saimai inquired, gesturing towards the ubiquitous petri dishes. A mercenary named Kaplan activated his handheld computer, scanning the information displayed. With a puzzled expression, he remarked, "The map indicates this is Building B's restaurant." The bald leader leaned closer to examine the electronic map, uncertainly suggesting, "Perhaps the map is incorrect." Matthew, whose hands were shackled, coldly interjected, "Or perhaps this company is concealing unspeakable secrets, deliberately setting it up this way to avoid detection." "It seems there is something within," Abe Saimai remarked, leaning closer. Do you not find these items resemble petri dishes? And these tubes on the ground are clearly intended for nutrient delivery, are they not? The head of the group stepped forward to obstruct Abe's simai, stating, "This may pertain to company secrets, and we have no authority to investigate." With a hint of playful intrigue, Abe Simai replied, "Are you not curious about what lies within?" After a moment's hesitation, the sharp-headed leader stepped aside but cautioned, "Our time is limited, and our primary task is to ascertain what has transpired here and report back." As if he had not heard, Abe Simai inserted his folding fan into his belt and pressed his hand against a petri dish. His hands, pale and slender, appeared delicate and somewhat feminine. Yet, with an effortless grace, he tore open the dish as if it were mere parchment. Witnessing Abe Simai's actions, even the bald leader and the other mercenaries, accustomed to violence, widened their eyes in disbelief. These petri dishes were evidently crafted from metal, yet here was a seemingly frail figure capable of ripping one apart with his bare hands. Abe Simai continued his task with swift precision, soon unveiling a horrifying creature within the dish. Upon recognizing the grotesque form, the mercenaries, despite their hardened psychological resilience, could not suppress their horror. The creature, flayed of its skin, was devoid of any intact epidermis, its blood-red flesh exposed. Moreover, the creature's unnatural appearance, coupled with the tubes embedded in its body, unmistakably indicated that it was a monstrosity of human creation. God, although Matthew was aware of the Umbrella Corporation's secret experiments, he never anticipated witnessing such a monstrosity. He gasped, "Is this the secret of your company?" Just as the bald leader was about to respond, the creature suddenly opened its eyes. Upon seeing the humans, it hunched its body and bared its teeth in a menacing display. With a deafening bang, a member of the reincarnation team fired a shotgun at the creature's face, scattering steel pellets and fragments that splattered across its visage. Remarkably, the creature only staggered back a single step. The next moment, it broke free from the tubes embedded in its body and lunged into the air. Abe Simai pointed his hand, and a cascade of blood-red cherry blossoms materialized in midair, enveloping the creature in a floral tempest. The blossoms arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing without a trace. However, the creature, suspended in the air, crumpled like a deflated balloon, softly plummeting to the ground. Even so, the members of the mercenary team were thoroughly shaken. With their keen eyes, they could discern the immense power contained within the creature. The fact that a shotgun blast at such close range failed to extinguish its life only underscored its resilience. If it were to pounce into a crowd, its sharp claws and teeth would undoubtedly become a living nightmare for all. At Abe Simai's command, the reincarnation team and the mercenaries each opened their petri dishes, methodically eliminating the feeders that were still connected to their nutrient tubes. Abe Simai gently waved his folding fan, but inexplicably, a sense of unease washed over him, as if some ominous event had already transpired. Noticing the pallor of Abe Simai's face, the reincarnation team member with the shotgun inquired, "Simai, has something occurred?" Abe Simai paused in his fan's motion, and after a considerable moment, resumed his gentle swaying, saying, "It should be fine. Though Yamamoto is hot-headed, with Daish and Matsushima alongside him, he should manage to escape unscathed." No sooner had he spoken than Abe Simai's complexion drained of color, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His grip tightened on the fan, his expression fluctuating between worry and dread. The shotgun-wielding member sensed something was amiss but dared not question further. He observed Abe Simai closely as the latter inhaled deeply and murmured, "Daish is in trouble. It seems this chosen one possesses considerable strength." The member with the shotgun also felt his countenance change. He had witnessed the supernatural prowess of Abe Simai, who could inflict harm from a distance merely with his sword aura. To think that someone could be slain in such a brief span was unfathomable. Seeing the two engaged in hushed conversation, the bald leader of the mercenary team approached and asked, "What exactly has transpired? Who was the individual that just fled?" Abe Simai wiped the blood from his mouth and turned to the bald captain of the mercenary team, stating, "The individual who just escaped is the only one among us who retains his sanity. If we can find him, We will uncover the truth of what has transpired here. The bald leader cast a couple of scrutinizing glances at Abe Simai. Despite the fact that this individual and his companions were security personnel from the company, who had just saved him and 3 other teammates from peril within the laser corridor, an inexplicable sense of distrust lingered in his mind. He felt an unsettling malice lurking beneath the man's smiling facade. This was an instinct born of a warrior's intuition, irrational yet impossible to disregard. Didn't your team just pursue them? Abe Simai maintained his smile, replying, "The terrain below is far too intricate. They have lost the trail. It appears we must go assist them." The bald leader tightened his grip on his firearm, pondering for a moment before declaring, "JD, let's take a look." At his command, the mercenary squad members promptly followed suit, with Alice and Matthew trailing closely behind. One of the reincarnation team members, wielding a shotgun, approached Abe Simai and whispered, "What shall we do, Simai?" Abe Simai instructed, "Ensure Alice's safety. As for the mercenaries, let them lead the charge." Understanding his intent, the other 2 reincarnation team members leisurely followed in Abe Simai's wake. Not far beyond the doorway, JD, who was forging the path ahead, discovered an entrance to the sewer. He gestured for the others to take cover and gently placed his hand on the handle of the entrance. Before he could exert any force, 2 muffled gunshots reverberated through the air. As JD prepared to push, he witnessed the alloy metal plate at the entrance suddenly bulge outward, revealing 2 small holes the size of ping-pong balls. In quick succession, 2 bullets erupted forth, nearly cleaving his robust frame in 2. The bald leader stood behind JD. The gunfire had come so unexpectedly that he had no time to react. It was only when he noticed the gaping holes in the metal plate and JD's body severed in half that he snapped back to reality, hastily grabbing JD's severed form and retreating. The mercenaries, each well-trained, sprang into action. Observing the bald leader pulling away JD's body, 2 of them retrieved grenades, pulling the pins with precision. One soldier used his firearm to flick the pin, creating a gap to toss the grenades into the sewer entrance. Beneath the alloy plate, Chen Yang took a deep breath. After dispatching the female warrior, he realized the situation had become rather precarious. The slain warrior had transformed into a paper figure, indicating that at least one psychic was present within this reincarnation squad. Moreover, the female ninja who had attempted to assassinate him had vanished, prompting him to rush to the sewer entrance to prevent her escape. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Yang heard commotion above. Someone was prying open the alloy plate. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an attack, killing DJ, the one who had opened the entrance. As the 2 grenades were tossed inside, Chen Yang showed no hesitation. He collided with the alloy plate, ready to charge forth, having just pried open a gap in the alloy metal plate. A forceful step upon it caused the plate to be pressed down once more, compelling Chen Yang to tumble back into the sewer. The individuals above appeared to have anticipated Chen Yang's reaction, perhaps even foreseeing his attempt to hurl the grenade once again. His shoulder throbbed faintly, revealing that his adversary had evidently enhanced their strength attribute, surpassing his own capabilities. With a swift roll, he regained his footing and bolted forward through the sewer, hoping to veer into a side passage before the impending explosion could ensue. However, before he could make the turn, a deep rumble of an explosion reverberated, and Chen Yang felt sharp pains radiate from multiple points on his back and legs, unmistakably the result of shrapnel embedding itself within his flesh. Grimacing in agony, his face contorted, he abruptly pressed his hand against the wall at the corner, using the momentum to propel himself back towards the entrance of the sewer. Chapter 119. The Hunt. As the acrid smoke from the grenade explosion lingered in the air, Chen Yang returned to the entrance of the sewer. Simultaneously, the alloy cover of the sewer was pried open from the outside, revealing the face of a blonde mercenary. Chen Yang recognized him. In the original film's narrative, this mercenary met his demise shortly after his appearance, severed in 2 by a laser passage. Yet, due to Abe Simai's intervention, he had miraculously survived the ordeal. Upon spotting Chen Yang, the blonde mercenary exhibited a momentary shock. However, being well-trained, he did not retreat in fear like an ordinary person. Instead, he instinctively drew his handgun, aiming it at Chen Yang. In stark contrast, Chen Yang was fully prepared. Almost as soon as the mercenary made his move, Chen Yang's hand shot out from below, seizing the mercenary by his collar and yanking him down forcefully onto the ground. In pain, the mercenary found himself incapable of further action. Before he could react, Chen Yang pressed firmly on the carotid artery in his neck, rendering him unconscious with little resistance. The mercenaries outside sensed something amiss but hesitated to fire, fearing the repercussions. Seizing this moment of indecision, Chen Yang deftly retrieved a grenade from the blonde mercenary, pulled the pin, and tucked the grenade beneath the mercenary's body. Having set this trap, Chen Yang quickly removed the earpiece from the mercenary's ear, sprinting down the passage until he vanished at an intersection. After catching his breath, he donned the earpiece and heard the grave voice of the bald leader. "Everyone, be cautious. The target is hiding in the shadows. Lei, prepare the flashbang. The rest of you, follow me." The moment Lei throws the flashbang, we charge in. With the leader's command, Chen Yang could hear objects hitting the ground, followed by a brief, sharp explosion. Concealing his Barrett rifle atop a pipe, he unleashed 4 small suction cups from his elbows and knees. After dispatching 2 rebirth team members, Chen Yang acquired 2 evolution points, which he allocated to his agility attribute, thereby gaining a capability akin to a gecko's adhesive ability, named Gecko's Walk, allowing him to traverse walls silently. Initially clumsy in his movements, Chen Yang soon adapted to this method of climbing. He quietly concealed himself in the corner between the wall and ceiling, closing his eyes to avoid detection, relying solely on his virtual radar to sense the enemy's positions. The grenade's explosion rang out suddenly, followed by groans and curses. It was evident that the mercenaries had fallen victim to the trap Chen Yang had just devised, though the extent of their troubles remained unknown. The successive explosions drew the attention of nearby zombies, several of which crawled from the low passages of the sewer. Rushing toward the scene, the mercenary team, having just reached the intersection, encountered the horde of zombies head-on, and gunfire erupted instantly. After a brief moment, the gunfire ceased, yet sounds continued to emanate from the depths of the sewer, indicating that a considerable number of zombies were emerging from the shadows. Several mercenaries instinctively huddled closer together. A female mercenary named Lei inquired, "Captain, what should we do?" The bald leader hesitated for a moment before responding. "We must locate that survivor. The events that transpired in the hive are exceedingly peculiar, and only by finding him can we unravel the truth of what occurred." Suddenly, Kaplan interjected, "Captain, have you noticed that group of Japanese individuals? Although I found their names on the company roster, don't you find them rather strange? They seem remarkably familiar with this place, yet they should have never been here before." The bald leader nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, these individuals are rather unusual. Just moments ago in the laser corridor, they could discern the shapes and alterations of those lasers, as if they had experienced it firsthand." Lei remarked, "Their mission differs from ours. They appear to be searching for something. On the train, they were rummaging through everything, displaying a rather odd demeanor, as if they had encountered something out of the ordinary." The bald leader nodded again. "I understand, which is precisely why I wish to keep our distance from them. Their intentions are suspect, and their combat prowess is formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid confrontation and focus on completing our task." As the mercenaries conversed, none noticed a butterfly suddenly fluttering into the damp sewer. Only Chen Yang, concealed against the wall, observed its entrance. In Restaurant B, Abe Simai blinked, his perspective allowing him to clearly witness all that transpired within the sewer and to hear their conversations, as though standing amidst the mercenaries. A member of the reincarnation team, armed with a shotgun, remarked, "Simai-san, Miss Matsushima has yet to return. Should we go check on her?" Abe Simai shook his head, replying, "Inu-kun, those mercenaries are not fools. They have already grown suspicious of us. If we force our way down now, they are likely to turn against us." The reincarnation team member named Inu scoffed, "Simai-san, if those mercenaries dare to turn against us, we can simply eliminate them. Our objective this time is the T-virus." Abe Simai shook his head once more. "It is not yet the time for confrontation. We can utilize them to probe the veracity of that chosen one." In the next moment, Abe Simai's expression suddenly shifted as a large hand emerged from the darkness, grasping the butterfly's wings. From his vantage point, he could only see the shadowy wall, Hastily, Abe Saimai severed his connection with his shikigami and gently tapped his other hand with his folding fan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems this chosen one is indeed a formidable opponent. However, if we manage to eliminate him, the rewards should be considerable. In the depths of the sewer, Chen Yang extended his hand and tore the butterfly asunder. As he had anticipated, the moment the butterfly was ripped apart, it transformed into 2 fragments of paper cuttings, an evident trickery by the psychic among the reincarnation squad. Discarding the paper remnants, Chen Yang swiftly ascended the wall, gliding along the ceiling of the sewer in pursuit of the mercenaries advancing ahead. Having deliberately waited for the mercenaries to gain some distance before making his move for the paper butterfly, Chen Yang observed that, despite their engagement with the zombies, the mercenaries were not moving swiftly. After navigating 2 turns, he had already caught sight of their figures. In the original narrative, when the mercenary team entered the sewer, only Kaplan and Lei remained, as the others had either succumbed to the zombies or perished within the laser corridor. Among the 2 survivors, Kaplan was a mercenary with a focus on computer technology, possessing limited combat prowess and wielding merely a handgun. Consequently, even though the zombies in the first installment of the Biohazard series were sluggish and weak, they still posed significant dangers, and Kaplan nearly met his demise at their hands. In contrast to the original plot, the intervention of the reincarnation squad had rendered the mercenary team considerably more intact. Thus far, apart from DJ and the blonde mercenary who had fallen, only Lei had sustained minor injuries from a recent explosion. With ample personnel and robust firepower, the group remained unfazed despite the continuous onslaught of zombies. The bald leader led the way, with Lei covering the rear, while Kaplan and the female doctor occupied the center of the formation as they methodically dispatched the approaching zombies while advancing. Chen Yang silently descended to the ground and approached Lei from behind. Before he could make his move, Lei seemed to sense something amiss. She abruptly executed a backward kick that struck Chen Yang squarely in the abdomen. This unexpected blow caught Chen Yang off guard. He had not anticipated such acute awareness from a mercenary like Lei. Reacting swiftly, he leveraged the force of the kick to retreat a couple of steps, then sprang upward with vigor. The sewer's height was merely 2 to 3 meters, and with his agility, he effortlessly vaulted to the top, securing his position with the suction pads on his elbows and knees firmly gripping the wall. As Lei turned around, Chen Yang was already firmly adhered to the ceiling, motionless as he activated his camouflage ability. Upon noticing Lei's sudden movement, the bald leader dispatched a bullet that exploded the head of a zombie that had just peeked around the corner, inquiring Lei what happened. With a hint of confusion, Lei surveyed the empty corridor before her and replied, "Someone was lying in wait behind me. I kicked him." The bald leader stepped closer, positioning himself beside Lei, and asked, "Was it a zombie?" Shaking her head, Lei responded, "No, it was a person. A zombie could never have made it to my rear. Perhaps you misperceived." The bald leader reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. "It's likely due to the tension." As he spoke, the bald leader feigned a turn. It was merely a ruse. His body twisted slightly, and his weapon suddenly rose, aiming upwards as it unleashed a volley of bullets. The muzzle of the assault rifle emitted a blue flame, and a magazine's worth of ammunition was expended with remarkable swiftness. Nevertheless, throughout the duration of the gunfire, the sewer remained eerily silent. With the bald leader's assault, the other mercenaries raised their rifles, directing their aim towards the obscured area above. However, the darkness overhead revealed nothing amiss. Noticing the lack of any visible threat, several mercenaries activated their tactical flashlights, meticulously scanning their surroundings. They were all highly trained soldiers, possessing unwavering trust in both the bald leader and Lei. Since both had detected something unusual simultaneously, it could not simply be a figment of their imagination. There was indeed someone lurking nearby. A faint sound emanated from beneath, causing Kaplan to pause momentarily. He slowly lowered his gaze, only to discover that his military boots were submerged in a pool of blood. Chapter 120. Ninja Kaplan's eyelid twitched, his body tensing as he followed the trail of blood. He beheld a dimly lit, narrow passage within the sewer, where the crimson liquid continued to flow unabated. Although a technically adept mercenary, Kaplan possessed considerable combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have been selected as one of the first to infiltrate the hive. His gaze shifted, and his handgun moved in tandem, always at the ready. A beam of light pierced the darkness as his tactical flashlight illuminated the area, revealing a shadowy figure on the ground. A shiver ran through Kaplan, and he instinctively fired, a series of bullets tearing into the shape below. The impact caused the figure to shudder violently. Convinced that it could rise no more, Kaplan ceased fire, observing a solitary figure sprawled on the ground, still trembling faintly. His commotion attracted the attention of the other mercenaries, who, trained and disciplined, maintained their positions instead of rushing towards him. Only the bald leader approached, peering over Kaplan's shoulder. They exchanged a glance, and Kaplan signaled a tactical gesture for cover. Cautiously, he reloaded his weapon and advanced. As he drew closer, Kaplan realized that the figure he had shot was one of the samurai-clad individuals among the Japanese. The ground beneath him was drenched in a vivid crimson, and he was uncertain whether it was a result of his own gunfire. He cautiously approached, intending to turn the fallen samurai over for a closer inspection, when suddenly he felt the ground give way beneath him. Before he could react, several outstretched arms seized him, and two frigid zombies lunged at his arms and waist. The mutated teeth of the undead pierced through his combat gear with ease, tearing into Kaplan's flesh as they devoured chunks of muscle the size of ping-pong balls. Kaplan screamed in agony, struggling desperately, brandishing his handgun. However, the confined space offered little opportunity for escape. Soon, one of the zombies sank its teeth into his neck, gnawing viciously. Gunshots rang out, and the bald leader stood at the edge of the trap, dispatching the zombies with precision shots to their heads. The stench of blood sprayed in every direction, splattering even onto his combat boots. As the heads exploded, the zombies ceased their movements, remaining frozen in the act of feeding on Kaplan. Summoning all his strength, Kaplan pushed the lifeless bodies aside. Under the glow of the tactical flashlight, it became apparent that nearly a third of his neck had been devoured, blood pouring forth in torrents. The bald leader regarded Kaplan with a grave expression. The spot where he had fallen was an outlet in the sewer, originally secured by iron railings to prevent falls, which had been deliberately removed, with two zombies thrown in for good measure. This is evidently a trap laid for unsuspecting victims, utilizing the corpse of a Japanese samurai as bait to draw individuals closer and ensnare them. Although the trap may appear rudimentary, the one who devised it is clearly not ordinary. They possess a profound understanding of human psychology and adeptly adapt their strategies to the environment, even incorporating the zombies lurking in the sewers as part of their scheme. Kaplan struggled momentarily before succumbing to stillness, while the irritable Ray unleashed a few curses, yet received no response. Only the echo of her voice reverberated through the damp tunnels. The bald leader restrained Ray's impulsiveness, but in that fleeting moment, ominous sounds emerged from the depths of the shadowy sewer, drawing nearer, indicating an impending convergence upon their location. The bald leader, disregarding Kaplan's lifeless body, gestured and forged ahead, eager to escape this dire situation. At that moment, an unexpected noise resonated from above the sewer, prompting the bald leader to shine his tactical flashlight upward, revealing two figures entangled in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, the figures separated. One plummeted from above, while the other darted like a gecko between the ceiling and walls, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the sewer. The flashlight illuminated the descending figure, a woman clad in black, her face now exposed as her mask had been removed. Her youthful visage, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a pallid allure. Her wide-open eyes lacked any spark of life, and with a mere glance, the seasoned leader discerned that she was irrevocably deceased. Despite not recognizing the woman's face, the bald leader inferred from her attire that she was among the Japanese, having previously assisted them in the laser corridor. Particularly, her remarkable ability to vanish without a trace had left a lasting impression on him. Yet he had not anticipated her demise in this forsaken place. The woman bore numerous wounds, and the locations of these injuries spoke volumes of the fierce battle she had endured. However, among the many lacerations, only two were fatal: a lengthy gash across her chest and a half-foot dagger embedded in her abdomen. though she lay lifeless. It was evident that she had inflicted considerable damage upon her assailants. Her black garments were stained with splotches of blood, some her own, while others were clearly from her killers. A soft rustling echoed through the sewer, revealing a swarm of rats. Perhaps due to the outbreak of the T-virus, these rodents had remained hidden in their burrows, for they appeared untainted by infection. Moreover, seemingly unaccustomed to human presence, these sizable rats ambled past a group of mercenaries with nonchalance, and one curious rat even paused momentarily. Intrigued, before Abe Simai in Restaurant B, a virtual display screen revealed the very image witnessed by the mouse. Upon seeing the corpse of the woman in black, two members of the reincarnation team could not contain their astonishment, and even Abe Simai ceased to wave his folding fan. Matsushima is dead. A profound unease surged within Abe Simai. Although he had heard from seasoned veterans that the Chosen Ones were not easily dealt with, he had not anticipated such formidable resistance. While he had contemplated allowing Yamamoto Ichiki, who typically disregarded commands, to be slain by the Chosen One, he had not expected this adversary to be so powerful. Having even dispatched Matsushima, among the entire reincarnation squad, aside from Abe Simai, Yamamoto, Ichiki, and Matsushima had experienced the most harrowing scenarios and possessed the strongest abilities. Now, with both of them dead in the sewer, it dealt a severe blow to the entire team. Holding a shotgun, the small dog briefly glanced at the virtual screen and remarked, "Simai, if Matsushima, equipped with her evasion techniques, could be killed by that Chosen One, it appears his strength exceeds our estimations." Abe Simai nodded and pointed to Matsushima's chest on the virtual screen, saying, "Matsushima even resorted to her modified active weapon. This was her trump card. If that could not vanquish the Chosen One, it is evident that his power is formidable, far surpassing the Chosen Ones we encountered in Blade Warrior." The small dog hesitated, then said, "Should we alter our plans? Since he could eliminate Matsushima, that mercenary team is likely no match for him." Abe Simai resumed waving his fan, replying, "That mercenary team was never a true match for him. At best, they can cause a bit of trouble. Once they are gone, we shall proceed, lest they witness us acquiring the T-virus and cause complications." As he spoke, Abe Simai glanced at Alice and Matthew, who were conversing in a corner, and added, "This mission is to protect Alice. We must eliminate every narrative character, including Matthew." The small dog appeared somewhat taken aback. Though he did not voice his thoughts, his expression revealed his surprise. Abe Simai elaborated, "In the second installment of the Resident Evil series, the Avenger was created using Matthew. If we eliminate him here, the Avenger may never arise. Understand that once a coherent narrative series like Resident Evil transitions from the first to the second film, it typically continues to the third. By neutralizing Matthew now, we can avoid the Avenger's emergence, thereby simplifying our task considerably." The small dog finally grasped the situation, nodding as he regarded Alice and Matthew briefly before diverting his gaze. In a narrow bend deep within the sewer, a dozen zombies lay sprawled across the ground. Chen Yang tore at his combat attire. Having successfully dispatched the female ninja who had suddenly ambushed him from the wall, he had nonetheless paid a dearly painful price. Chen Yang was stabbed in the lower abdomen. Though the wound was small, it penetrated deeply into the flesh. However, due to the surrounding muscles contracting, the bleeding had slowed considerably. In addition to the stab wound, Chen Yang's shoulder bore a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with the skin completely shattered, revealing the stark whiteness of his bone beneath. This gruesome injury was inflicted by a female ninja during their recent struggle. In the midst of their close combat, a large-caliber bullet had unexpectedly erupted from her left breast, resembling more of a miniature cannonball than a mere bullet, and caught Chen Yang off guard, delivering a devastating blow. Chapter 121. Massacre, although severely injured. Slaying the female ninja bestowed upon Chen Yang a novel capability, the heavy projectile assault, wherein each bullet he discharged doubled in kinetic energy, amplifying its destructive power. For Chen Yang in his current state, this was an exceedingly practical ability. He retrieved his hastily prepared coagulant and sprayed it on the wounds at his abdomen and shoulder. The alcohol within the solution ignited a searing pain at the site of injury. The mercenary squad was not far from Chen Yang, and he could hear their voices through the wall. leaving him no time to tend to his wounds. In that moment, he deeply yearned for Zhou Maxin's healing arts. The footsteps gradually became clearer, slow, and measured. Perhaps due to their previous ambushes, the mercenaries exhibited a newfound steadiness, reflected in the rhythm of their steps. Chen Yang methodically loaded bullets into his magazine, inserted it into his modified pistol, and aimed at the wall before him. He found himself in a room akin to an electrical supply room, separated from the sewer outside by merely a wall. Beyond that wall, the bald-headed leader led the way, illuminating the ground with the tactical flashlight affixed to his firearm. Perhaps due to the increasing depth of the sewer, the accumulation of water on the ground had intensified. What began as mere puddles had merged into a substantial expanse, directly hindering the mercenaries' speed. After all, none could ascertain whether the murky waters concealed traps beneath. Suddenly, the dark-haired mercenary trailing closely behind the bald leader sensed a tremor emanating from the wall beside him, as if something were burrowing through it, causing the wall to bulge outward. Then, debris from the shattered concrete rained down as 2 bullets pierced through the wall, severing him in 2. Simultaneously, 2 resounding gunshots echoed in the ears of the mercenaries, the sheer volume rendering their ears ringing. The unexpected gunfire left the others momentarily stunned, instinctively retreating while raising their weapons towards the source of the bullets. However, their shots failed to penetrate the solid concrete wall, merely stirring up clouds of dust. The bald leader hastily recoiled until his back met the wall, only to instinctively distance himself, as the wall no longer provided any sense of security. The tactical flashlight illuminated the wall, revealing dozens of bullet holes. Yet, apart from the 2 that had struck the dark-haired mercenary, none of the holes allowed light to pass through. This realization weighed heavily on the leader's heart, for it was evident that the adversary wielded modified weaponry, signifying that they were left vulnerable to assault without the means to retaliate. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over the bald leader, disregarding the water pooling beneath him. He executed a roll to evade the bullets fired from the wall. The bullet narrowly grazed the shoulder of the bald leader, striking the wall behind him and creating a shallow crater the size of a football. Had his reflexes been a fraction slower, the projectile would have found its mark. After rolling to safety, the bald leader knelt on one knee, his weapon trembling in his grasp as he unleashed a barrage of bullets into the very spot from which the previous shot had originated. The rounds penetrated the area, distorting the cement wall, which soon succumbed to the relentless assault, yielding a gaping hole, with additional bullets piercing through. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. He was taken aback by the mercenary's swift ingenuity. He pressed against the wall with force, executing a backward somersault to exit the room. Just moments after his departure, the sound of 2 grenades detonating reverberated from within. Had he not hastened his exit, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Before the echoes of the explosions had faded, the bald leader crashed against the fragmented wall, bursting into the now deserted room. Only a few scattered shell casings littered the floor. He picked one up, running his fingers over its surface, his expression darkening. Without needing to look closely, he discerned it was a .50 caliber round, and the markings on the casing indicated it had been modified. Yet, the formidable power of this bullet was not solely attributed to its design, but rather suggested that the adversaries possessed some extraordinary capabilities, much like those mysterious Japanese individuals that had appeared. A sense of foreboding enveloped the bald leader. As a seasoned mercenary, he understood that such abilities could yield unexpected advantages in battle, igniting for the first time a feeling of trepidation within him. Amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder, a faint metallic odor of blood wafted through the air. He sniffed, reaching down to touch the ground, immediately feeling a viscous, dark substance. The beam of his tactical flashlight cut through the airborne dust, illuminating the bloodstains on the floor, rejuvenating his spirits. Every couple of steps revealed more droplets of blood, indicating that his opponent had sustained significant injuries, likely more than one bullet wound. Otherwise, the blood would not have been so profuse. More critically, this was the first evidence of injury since the onset of hostilities, suggesting that his opponent's stamina and reflexes were beginning to wane. The bald leader gestured for the female medic and lay to follow. At this juncture, their pursuit was driven not merely by duty, but by a profound vendetta. Guided by the blood droplets, he felt assured he would not lose the trail. After navigating several turns, he found himself in the sewers. Yet the blood trail began to dwindle. No longer did he encounter a drop every couple of paces. Now, he had to traverse 7 or 8 steps to spot a single droplet. Suddenly, the bald leader halted, sensing something amiss. The shape and placement of the bloodstains seemed off, as if deliberately left behind by his adversary. The bald leader abruptly turned around, only to witness a shadow descending from the murky heights of the sewer, directly above the female medical officer. Chen Yang, with his knees firmly braced against the edge of the sewer, pressed down with his hands, allowing his body to hang inverted. With a swift motion, he seized the medical officer's head and forcefully twisted it. A distinct sound of cracking bones echoed through the air as her body slumped lifelessly, her head contorted at an unnatural angle that defied the limits of human anatomy. Having dispatched the medical officer without hesitation, Chen Yang swiftly maneuvered his body to the top of the sewer, resembling a lizard as he adeptly crawled with both hands and feet, rapidly pursuing Lei, who was positioned in the center. Chapter 122. The eerie geisha. From the moment he killed the female medical officer to his subsequent stealthy maneuvering, Chen Yang required little time. Yet it was ample for Lei to react. She instantly turned her head, and upon seeing the bald leader gazing upwards, she promptly realized that someone was above. Her battle-hardened skills, honed through countless trials, allowed her to evade this assassination attempt. Rather than panic and look up, Lei moved swiftly forward without raising her gaze, vacating her previous position while simultaneously pulling the trigger of her firearm. Almost as soon as she shifted, Chen Yang descended from the ceiling, landing precisely where she had stood moments before. As he missed his target, Chen Yang prepared to pursue, but a deep gunshot suddenly reverberated in his ears, accompanied by the sensation of being struck squarely on the shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Before Chen Yang could regain his footing, a sharp, whispering rush of wind pierced the air from behind, sending a chill down his neck. As if his body had lost its equilibrium, he stumbled sideways, extending one hand rapidly to seize the bald leader's wrist, twisting it forcefully. With a cry of agony from the bald leader, the dagger was dislodged from his grasp. Having disarmed the bald leader, Chen Yang propelled himself upward, his legs clamping around the leader's neck in a bid to subdue him. The bald leader, seasoned in the ways of a mercenary, retaliated by striking Chen Yang's leg with his remaining hand, defying the pain in his wrist as he forcefully leaned backward. With a resounding thud, both men crashed to the ground, splattering muck across the floor, their bodies entangled in a fierce struggle. Amidst their grappling, Lei aimed her firearm back and forth, attempting to align her shot with Chen Yang's movements. Yet she hesitated to pull the trigger, wary of the potential consequences. In that moment, as if to create an opportunity for Lei, Chen Yang's body was suddenly flipped by the bald leader. Seizing the moment, Lei immediately squeezed the trigger, unleashing a burst of blue gunfire. In the next instant, her heart sank as Chen Yang's form sprang upright like a coiled spring, his grip still firmly ensnared on the bald leader's wrist, whose face flushed crimson, clearly under Chen Yang's control. With a powerful shove, Chen Yang maneuvered the bald leader, constrained by the hold, had no choice but to advance toward Lei, heedless of the impending danger. A crimson spray erupted from the leader's chest, yet the force of the bullet did not fell him. Instead, he continued his relentless charge toward Lei, realizing that Chen Yang was orchestrating the bald leader's movements from behind. Lei could only retreat, her firearm aimed continuously. However, the imposing figure of the bald leader obscured her view of Chen Yang, rendering her unable to take aim even when parts of his body were briefly exposed. "Fire!" urged the bald leader, aware that his only option was to move forward under Chen Yang's command. A decisive man, he understood that if this continued, it would spell doom for Lei as well. As the sound reverberated, Chen Yang crouched low, shouldering the imposing figure of the bald leader and forcefully tossing him aside, sending the leader crashing towards Lei. In the same motion, he lunged forward, swiftly drawing the gun from the leader's waist and firing repeatedly. The gunfire echoed through the narrow confines of the sewer, while Chen Yang wiped the filthy water splattered across his face, half squatting as he gasped for breath. gazing at the fallen figures of the bald leader and Lei. The bald leader lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, facial muscles contorted in a grotesque scream of death. Lei, on the other hand, had collapsed backward, her chest and abdomen riddled with 4 or 5 bullet holes, the crimson blood thoroughly soaking her black combat attire. Her vacant eyes stared upward, her limbs twitching sporadically. After catching his breath for a moment, Chen Yang approached cautiously, firing a shot into Lei's forehead to ensure both were deceased. He squatted down, meticulously searching their hands. Throughout the skirmish, both the bald leader and Lei had exhausted their ammunition. Chen Yang managed to retrieve only 2 magazines. To his surprise, he discovered a pack of cigarettes and a windproof lighter on the bald leader. He pocketed the magazines, lit a cigarette, and took a couple of puffs before applying a hemostatic spray to the wound on his shoulder. Leaning against the wall, he inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming thirst. Despite his enhanced physical attributes, the series of high-intensity battles had left him fatigued. As he finished half a cigarette and exhaled a substantial cloud of smoke, he was about to discard it when an almost imperceptible shriek pierced the air. Fatigue dulled his reflexes, and before he could react, he felt something sharp pierce the wound where he had just applied the hemostatic spray, sending waves of numbness and pain coursing through his body. Lowering his gaze, he caught a glimpse of a long, dark object resembling a whip piercing through his shoulder, reflecting dimly in the water. The whip suddenly lashed out, flinging Chen Yang violently against the wall, where he rebounded and crashed to the ground. Bare feet gently grazed the surface of the sewer water, perfectly proportioned, smooth, and glistening. Chen Yang slowly lifted his head to behold the owner of those feet. Before him stood a Japanese man adorned in a vibrant kimono, reminiscent of geisha. The pronounced Adam's apple indicated his masculinity, and he stood at about a meter tall, his face heavily powdered, resembling a lifelike doll. His movements were not hurried, but rather graceful, akin to a dance, as he elegantly extended his limbs through various poses. Strangely, as he lifted his feet from the filthy water, not a single drop clung to them. Chen Yang leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the object in the man's hand, a black whip distinct from an ordinary one. The whip's end was sharp and slender, dripping with fresh blood, swaying rhythmically with his movements, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. The geisha's arms danced gracefully like a blooming flower, swaying rhythmically before suddenly retracting. She scrutinized Chen Yang with keen eyes and spoke, "Indeed, the strength of the chosen one is remarkable. I wonder what your mission entails. Are you tasked with eliminating Alice?" Just as Chen Yang was about to respond, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled away swiftly, narrowly escaping the descent of a long blade, measuring over a meter in length that struck the ground where he had just been. The blade shimmered with a chilling sharpness, droplets of water cascading swiftly down its edge. When Chen Yang turned to gaze back, his eyes widened in astonishment. The wielder of the long knife was, astonishingly, another geisha adorned in a resplendent kimono. Unlike her counterpart, she lacked an Adam's apple, and her facial features were notably softer, indicating she was indeed a female geisha. Similar to the one wielding the long whip, she stood at approximately the same height of around 1 meter. Chapter 123. Sudden mutation of abilities. As Chen Yang beheld the 2 unexpectedly appearing diminutive geishas, a cold sweat surged down his back. Their arrival bore no forewarning, no sound whatsoever. The male geisha wielding a long whip stood barefoot in the water, while the female counterpart brandished a long knife, both utterly silent. It was as if he had lost his sense of hearing entirely. Yet, it was not a complete loss. He could still perceive distant sounds with clarity. But the vicinity of the 2 geishas was enveloped in an eerie silence, rendering their presence akin to a scene from a silent film. These 2 geishas possessed the ability to suppress sound. Realization dawned upon Chen Yang as he observed the geishas, their brows arched in a mocking manner, lips curling into an enigmatic smile, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Their expressions grew increasingly uncanny until, astonishingly, the corners of their mouths stretched to their ears, their mouths widening as they unleashed 2 visibly dark whirlwinds. Despite the complete absence of sound from the geishas, the force of the 2 whirlwinds striking him was undeniable. The two black whirlwinds converged in midair, entwining to form a dazzling arrow of darkness, hurtling toward Chen Yang. The suddenness of the event, coupled with their proximity and his muted hearing, rendered his reaction sluggish. He was swiftly struck by the dark arrow, plunging him into a void of blackness, as if a dark curtain had descended before his eyes. Though he could still see, it was merely a haze of gray and black, with only indistinct shapes emerging. First, he lost his hearing, then his vision faltered, despite his extensive battle experience. A flicker of panic gripped him. Instinctively, he retreated until his back collided with the cold wall behind him. Just as he halted, he felt a chill on his forehead. Alarmed, he bent his knees, lowering his body to absorb the force of a blade aimed at him, simultaneously raising his hands to catch the knife striking his forehead. With a powerful flick, he hurled the knife and the female geisha holding it away from him. However, as soon as he expelled the female geisha, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder, inflicted by the male geisha's long whip. Reacting swiftly, Chen Yang grasped the whip, only to find it lined with fine barbs that sank deeply into his palm. Though his hearing was muted and his sight obscured, his other senses remained intact, even becoming heightened, particularly his sense of touch. The moment he gripped the whip, he could vividly envision its form in his mind, along with the contours and lines of the surrounding environment. Yet, unlike the colorful world visible to his eyes, his mental image was rendered in stark black and white. The monochromatic realm within Chen Yang's mind remained utterly silent, yet for him, it was more than sufficient. With the aid of his virtual radar, everything around him was vividly reflected in his consciousness, including the movements of the two performers. The female performer was violently hurled against the wall. Although the impact did not inflict significant harm, it caused one of her dark brows to fall away, leaving the other drooping and swaying on her pale visage, which now appeared oddly disfigured without the embellishment of her brows. The male performer clung to his long whip with one hand while gripping a straight pencil in the other, contorting his body in an unsettling manner, akin to a yoga master twisting into an intricate pose. He thrust the pencil towards Chen Yang's waist. With a faint sound, the pencil pierced a blood vessel, and before it could be withdrawn, blood erupted under pressure. The male performer extracted the pencil, preparing to strike again. But amidst the splattering crimson, Chen Yang's fist clenched tightly, striking his face with a force that sent the male performer soaring into the air, spinning multiple somersaults before crashing to the ground. As the male performer struggled to rise, he not only lost his brows, but also his nose and mouth, leaving a stark, featureless face with only his eyes remaining, which now appeared eerily unnatural. From those remaining eyes emanated confusion and shock. Despite having successfully muted Chen Yang's hearing and obstructed his vision, how could Chen Yang ascertain his position? Chen Yang deftly twisted the long whip lodged in his shoulder and swung at the male performer's eyes. The male performer let out a cry of agony as his face, now devoid of human characteristics, bore only a pair of eyes. Desperately, he brandished the pencil, attempting to assail Chen Yang, yet he was still more than 10 paces away, unable to even graze Chen Yang's attire, let alone land an attack. After several futile attempts, the male performer unexpectedly reversed the pencil, applying it to his own face. He first drew an oval, then added a dot in the center, sketching a crude semblance of an eye. Though irregular, it resembled an eye at a glance. Witnessing the male performer's plight, the female performer emitted a strange shriek, brandishing her long knife in a flurry to impede Chen Yang's advance. The remaining brow above her eyes swayed ominously, flung away amidst the flashing blades. Chen Yang deftly evaded her pursuit, and with a sudden flick of his whip, it made a soft sound as it coiled around her knife-wielding arm. The female performer, quick to react, tossed her knife and, with her other hand, slashed the whip, severing it cleanly. With a forceful release, Chen Yang stepped back 2 paces, his arms straining as he hurled the remaining length of the whip like a spear, which accurately pierced the throat of the female performer amidst a flurry of blades. She fell backward, her body transforming into a delicate silhouette that fluttered gracefully to the ground. As the female performer was reduced to her true form, the male performer, who had been attempting to sketch facial features upon his own visage with a pencil, collapsed like a deflated balloon, similarly morphing into a fragile paper-cut figure. Chapter 124. Extraordinary Perception in the Shadowy Recess of a Sewer. Chen Yang leaned against the damp wall, having dispatched 2 geishas transformed from paper cutouts. His auditory and visual faculties had returned to normal, and he took a deep breath to begin tending to his wounds. The relentless battles had drained his stamina and exacerbated his injuries. Shrapnel from grenades had torn into his back and legs, a female ninja's dagger had pierced his abdomen, and a male geisha's whip had impaled his shoulder. The most grievous of his injuries was a deep gash on his forehead, which, had he not reacted with remarkable agility to crouch at the critical moment, could have cleaved him in two. Despite his battered state, Chen Yang had gleaned considerable rewards. He sensed that from the continuous skirmishes and the demise of the reincarnators, he had accumulated 9 reward points. Unlike before, these evolution points did not await his allocation, but were automatically distributed to his perception and defense attributes during combat. The substantial reward points elevated both his perception and defense to the 3rd tier. His 2nd tier perception ability, the virtual radar, had evolved directly into the 3rd tier perception, extraordinary perception. It was this newfound ability that enabled him to reverse his dire circumstances and eliminate the male and female geishas despite nearly losing his sight and hearing. In addition to the upgraded extraordinary perception, a brand new 3rd tier defensive ability emerged, rapid recovery. Unlike previous abilities, which require the expenditure of reward and evolution points in the main god space, these 2 capabilities had manifested automatically in the heat of battle. Chen Yang intuitively grasped that the moment he chose to become the Chosen One and departed from the main god space, he had irrevocably altered his evolutionary path, diverging completely from that of previous reincarnators. The muscles in Chen Yang's back writhed, resolutely expelling the grenade, shrapnel embedded within. As each shard was pushed out, the wounds on his back visibly healed at a remarkable pace. Aside from the skin appearing somewhat paler and tenderer, the injuries were scarcely discernible, showcasing the efficacy of his 2nd tier defensive ability, rapid recovery. After extricating the shrapnel from his back and legs, Chen Yang was drenched in sweat, and the healing of his other wounds had noticeably slowed, indicating that this new defensive ability had its limitations and could not be employed incessantly. He paused to catch his breath, applying a rapid hemostatic spray to his shoulder and forehead wounds. After moving his limbs experimentally, he found that, aside from a slight discomfort, his mobility was largely unaffected. Gazing at his metallic wristwatch, he noted that only 2 hours remained on the countdown. This meant he must complete his task within that time frame. Otherwise, he would miss the final opportunity to board the hive. Inspecting the tasks displayed on the watch, he saw that he had fulfilled the first objective of eliminating at least 1 reincarnata, the inscription now dimmed. However, the 2nd task remained bright. Main storyline task in the Resident Evil narrative world initiated. Eliminate Alice. Completion reward, 3 evolution points. Chen Yang glanced once more at the main quest of the Resident Evil storyline, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Resident Evil is a series of films, spanning 6 installments from Alice's entry into the Hive to the eventual destruction of the T-Virus. Alice is the unequivocal protagonist throughout these films. Yet here he was, at the very first film, and the prospect of killing her would render the ensuing narrative utterly unfeasible. From this perspective, the reward of merely 3 evolution points for her demise seemed rather paltry. Moreover, Chen Yang noted that this particular main quest offered rewards without any accompanying penalties, a notion previously inconceivable within the framework of missions issued by the Overseer. The established principle had always dictated that rewards and penalties are proportionate. The magnitude of the reward directly correlates to the severity of the punishment upon failure, ranging from the forfeiture of reward points to outright obliteration. The absence of penalties indicated that this was a voluntary task, although the reason remained elusive. The trifling reward for killing Alice led Chen Yang to a semblance of understanding. After assessing his own condition, he found that while his attributes had not returned to their peak, they had exceeded half of their former capabilities, sufficient for enduring a high-intensity battle. Chen Yang gently closed his eyes. Although enveloped in darkness, Upon activating his extraordinary perception, the surroundings materialized vividly in his mind. Compared to visual observation, the clarity offered by his heightened awareness was unparalleled. Unlike the limited 120-degree field of vision afforded by sight, his extraordinary perception had no blind spots. Everything within a 3-meter radius of his body was vividly present in his consciousness. He took a step forward, and the environment shifted seamlessly with his movement, maintaining that same 3-meter distance. The countdown on his metallic wristwatch continued to tick away relentlessly, yet Chen Yang showed no inclination to act. Though unaware of the specific mission assigned to the reincarnation team, it was easy to deduce that since they had allowed, even encouraged, the mercenary squad to ambush him in the sewers, their objective was unrelated to that mercenary group. Given the main quest issued by the Overseer to hunt down Alice, it was most likely that their mission pertained to her. Aside from Alice, the most valuable asset within the Resident Evil narrative was undoubtedly the T-virus. This was particularly alluring to reincarnators. After all, by becoming a T-virus mutant, one could theoretically transcend the limitations of ordinary humanity, akin to Alice herself. Presently, the container housing the T-virus had already fallen into Chen Yang's possession, resting in a secluded corner of the sewer. If the reincarnation team were unable to locate the T-virus, it would be only natural for them to suspect him, the chosen one, of having interfered. From the moment Chen Yang acquired the T-virus, it signified that he had seized the initiative on the battlefield. He could strategically select the terrain and timing of combat to his advantage. He executed this plan meticulously, commencing with his initial hunt in Restaurant B, gradually luring the mercenary team and the members of the reincarnation squad into the meticulously crafted traps within the sewers. He systematically annihilated the entire mercenary team and had already eliminated a significant portion of the reincarnators. From the onset of this confrontation, Chen Yang transitioned from prey to predator. As the countdown continued to tick, when only half an hour remained, he finally made his move. He walked slowly through the sewers, his feet submerged in shallow, murky water, with the sounds of his footsteps and the water echoing throughout the narrow passageways. The confined space amplified the echoes, growing increasingly louder, while chaotic footsteps emerged from the dim corners. After navigating 2 bends, a long line of zombies trailed behind him. When the T-virus outbreak occurred, the Red Queen assumed command of the entire underground facility. To prevent the virus from escaping, she resorted to extreme measures, sealing off a portion of the staff within their respective offices. However, the outbreak coincided with work hours, meaning not everyone had entered their designated areas. Upon witnessing the Red Queen's merciless onslaught, the staff at the Hive, left with no alternatives, fled into the sewers, subsequently succumbing to the T-virus and transforming into zombies. This explains the overwhelming presence of the undead in the sewers within the original narrative. The number of Hive employees exceeded 500, with at least half congregating in these sewers. Chen Yang's previous movements had only stirred the zombies near the sewer exit, leaving those deeper within undisturbed. Yet now, under Chen Yang's deliberate actions, the dormant zombies hidden in darkness emerged like serpents roused from their winter slumber. In comparison to the apocalypse depicted in World War Z, the zombies from the first installment of Resident Evil could be considered rather tame. Unlike the more aggressive zombies that followed, those from the first film moved at a lethargic pace. If one were to quantify the agility and speed of zombies on a scale, the undead from World War Z might be classified as Tier 2, the zombies from Resident Evil 2 as Tier 1. While those from the first installment scarcely merit a classification, possessing only the advantages of insensitivity, fearlessness toward death, and high transmissibility, with sheer numbers being an additional factor. Chen Yang's agility had advanced to Tier 1, allowing him to outpace the zombies before him by at least double. As long as he avoided being encircled by them, he would remain unchased. The throng of zombies trailing Chen Yang continued to swell, the cacophony growing louder, which in turn attracted even more undead. Upon reaching the entrance of the sewer, he had managed to lure nearly all the surviving zombies into the open. Along the way, Chen Yang readjusted the longbow and barret, which he had concealed in the shadows, onto his back. In addition, he now held a small box in his hand, containing the T-virus and its antidote from the narrative world. The exit of the sewer remained securely shut, and Chen Yang activated his extraordinary perception, instantly reflecting the movements within a 3-meter radius into his consciousness. He gradually calibrated his senses within his mind, transforming his perceptive range from a circular area to a fan-shaped expanse, extending his sensing distance nearly twice as far, between 5 and 6 meters. This innovative application of his extraordinary perception was discovered during his wait. By sacrificing a comprehensive 360-degree observation, he could broaden his observational distance. When he concentrated his awareness into a straight line between his eyes, his observational range could expand beyond 10 meters. After utilizing his extraordinary perception to survey the sewer exit for a while, Chen Yang discerned a reincarnator nervously clutching a gun, fixated on the entrance of the sewer, evidently alerted by the sounds emanating from within. Chapter 125. A new journey. The reincarnator stationed at the sewer exit was clearly no novice. Though his demeanor displayed a hint of tension, his finger, resting on the trigger, tightened and then relaxed repeatedly. This was not the bewilderment of a rookie facing their inaugural battle, but rather a controlled tension aimed at maintaining combat readiness, a suitable anxiety that enhances focus and allows one to harness their full potential. Having traversed the trials of 2 films, he was far from inexperienced. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the critical task of guarding the sewer exit after the Shikigami of Abe no Saimai had been successively vanquished by adversaries. He possessed the capability to alter the tide of battle in an instant, and he was confident that once he communicated with the captain and another teammate via his communicator, they would hasten to his side with utmost urgency. A faint tremor resonated from within the sewer, followed by a resounding explosion as the exit was shattered into fragments. Subsequently, a gleaming green syringe, exuding a distinctly technological aura, was propelled from the opening, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing with a soft thud, spilling its verdant liquid across the ground. The reincarnator's gaze momentarily faltered, having seen the film Resident Evil. He immediately recognized that the green syringe was unmistakably an antidote to the T-virus. In the original narrative, it was Spencer, Alice's false husband, who obtained the box containing the antidote. Not everyone infected with the T-virus could, like Alice, transcend ordinary humanity. Throughout the Resident Evil series, apart from a handful of bioweapons engineered by the Umbrella Corporation, Alice remained the sole survivor endowed with extraordinary powers. In such perilous circumstances, possessing an antidote equated to preserving a life. Although the thrown antidote momentarily diverted his attention, the reincarnator kept his weapon trained on the sole exit of the sewer. Realizing that the object cast forth was an antidote, he instinctively pulled the trigger. If the enemy sought to distract him with the antidote, they would surely seize the opportunity to rush out from the sewer. A faint smile graced the corner of his lips. Indeed, as he anticipated, a white figure swiftly emerged from the sewer exit. Just as it burst forth, he struck true, sending the body crashing to the ground. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. What he had hit was undeniably a zombie. Following the emergence of the first undead creature, a second, then a third, surged forth. Instead of the formidable adversary he had prepared for, he found himself besieged by a horde of zombies, positioned merely a few paces from the exit. And having misjudged the situation, he was suddenly engulfed by the tide of the undead. As a magazine's bullets swiftly ran out, a flicker of despair appeared on the reincarnator's face. His exposed skin hardened at a visible pace, transforming from what could have been described as smooth to a texture resembling the growth rings of bark. A flush crept across his visage as he opened his mouth and expelled a stream of blood. The crimson droplets morphed into delicate pink cherry blossoms, and in an instant, the surrounding environment shifted. Centered on the reincarnator, a 10-meter radius was enveloped in a flurry of pink petals, drifting gracefully through the air, evoking a dreamlike reverie. Were he an ordinary individual, his mind might have been captivated by the blossoms. However, regrettably, the cherry blossoms shrouded only a horde of zombies, creatures stripped of intellect, driven solely by instinct. Though the blossoms were exquisite, none of the zombies possessed the capacity to appreciate their beauty. The reincarnator let out a piercing scream as he struck an approaching zombie, biting at his neck with his elbow, sending its body flying. Yet in the next moment, More zombies lunged at him. With a thunderous roar, the reincarnator unleashed a forceful gust, causing the cherry blossoms to rain down more rapidly, enveloping the zombies gathered before him in a sea of petals. Several blossoms converged instantaneously, then fell to the ground, transforming into pools of mottled blood. In mere moments, the zombies cloaked in cherry blossoms had been reduced to mere skeletal remains, the swirling petals slicing through flesh and bone with the precision of sharpened blades. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the now skeletal zombies crumbled to the ground, only for another wave of the undead to surge into the floral tempest, rapidly meeting the same fate. Within a brief span, dozens of zombies had succumbed to the reincarnator's deadly blooms, yet the zombies remained oblivious to fear, pressing forward relentlessly into the sea of blossoms. As this cycle continued, the swirling cherry blossoms diminished, and the reincarnator's complexion grew increasingly pale. He conjured this lethal floral array using his own vitality, each zombie slain draining a fraction of his essence. Yet his life force was not infinite. When the first zombie broke through the flowery barrier and lunged at him, it signified the reincarnator's inability to sustain the deadly array, causing the remaining blossoms to dissolve into a torrent of blood that rained down. Suddenly, a peculiar zombie, clutching a box, emerged stiffly from a sewer, with an expressionless gaze. It surveyed the scene of the reincarnator being overwhelmed by several undead before ambling toward the direction of Restaurant B. This zombie was Chen Yang. At the moment of being surrounded by the horde, activated his color-shifting mimicry ability, transforming into the guise of a zombie. Had this been the context of the third installment of the Biohazard narrative, where the zombies began to evolve, such a ruse would have been quickly uncovered. However, in the initial outbreak of the T-virus, the first-generation zombies, recently transformed from humans, were incapable of detection. Amidst the vast sea of corpses, Chen Yang spotted Abe no Saimai making his way toward him, still holding an ornate folding fan, exuding the charm of a dashing gentleman. Though the panic on his face shattered his carefully crafted persona, the gazes of the two men met across the sea of corpses. Abe no Saimai's face was contorted with hatred, while Chen Yang remained expressionless, merely forming his fingers into the shape of a pistol and mimicking a firing gesture towards Abe no Saimai. The wide sleeves of Abe no Saimai's robe billowed like sails in a tempest, creating a fierce rustling sound as he angrily snapped his folding fan, causing his entire figure to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, a solemn voice resonated in Chen Yang's mind. Mission accomplished. Eliminate at least one reincarnator. The primary mission of the Biohazard to hunt Alice remains incomplete. In a moment of disorientation, Chen Yang's vision blurred. In the next instant, he found himself withdrawn from the world of the Biohazard mission, having returned to the post-apocalyptic setting. However, unlike the desolate landscape he had previously encountered, he now discovered himself in a small town. It appeared that, unlike the domain of the main deity, the entry and exit points in the post-apocalyptic environment were not necessarily the same. It remained uncertain whether such changes were random or adhered to a specific pattern. This town resembled a quaint settlement from the Western medieval era, modest in size, divided by a narrow street running from south to north. Despite its diminutive scale, the town was replete with essential establishments, such as blacksmiths and mills. Yet, what perplexed Chen Yang was the alarmingly sparse population. Merely 5 individuals congregated in the town's central square, seemingly engaged in discussion. However, the moment Chen Yang appeared, all their gazes converged upon him. Observing closely, Chen Yang noted that the clothing of these individuals did not harmonize with the town's environment, but rather bore similarities to his own attire. Moreover, most of them were armed with firearms that were distinctly not of the medieval era. This was clearly not an authentic medieval town. The nature of the place remained a mystery. Contemplating his situation, Chen Yang took measured steps towards the square, and as he did, the individuals standing there subtly adjusted their stances. Though the adjustments were minimal, merely slight shifts such as turning sideways or altering foot positions, Chen Yang could sense the instant readiness that enveloped them. Maintaining his calm pace, Chen Yang approached within 10 steps of the group when a tall man, seemingly the leader among them, finally spoke. "Friend, from which film do you hail?" If you possess any valuable intelligence, we can negotiate an exchange. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, discerning from their words that these 5 individuals were not natives of the post-apocalyptic environment, but rather chosen ones like himself. Yet, how had they discerned his identity? The first installment of Biohazard, he replied. Upon hearing Chen Yang's response, the group's posture remained unchanged, yet he could distinctly feel their tension ease. The leader in the center even appeared somewhat disappointed, flashing a smile as he said, "Was the mission to obtain the T-virus or to eliminate the lickers? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not misuse the T-virus. For we are in a post-apocalyptic environment where we cannot continuously heal in the main deity space. Once infected with the T-virus, without an antidote, one truly risks transforming into a zombie." The robust man's words were evidently well-intentioned. Chen Yang, having ascended to the 3rd tier of perception, could even sense the goodwill he was attempting to convey. Thus, after a momentary hesitation, he shook his head and replied, "That is not the case. My mission is to hunt down Alice." The man, who had been smoking, widened his eyes in astonishment, oblivious to the cigar that had fallen from his mouth to the ground. He gazed at Chen Yang, dumbfounded, stammering, "Your mission is to hunt Alice? How could such a task exist?" Noticing Chen Yang's silence, the man struggled to suppress his astonishment and said, "I am Chen Dashin. You may call me Dashin." The last film we experienced together was Jurassic Park. Chapter 126. The Ability Project. Upon hearing Chen Dashin's words, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you all entered Jurassic Park together and subsequently returned as a group? Isn't that the case for everyone?" Chen Dashin nodded, glancing at the bow and Barrett slung across Chen Yang's back. A sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The levity he previously exhibited when discussing the biohazard crisis had vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. As the leader of a small squad, his combat prowess was commendable, and his experience was ample. The Biohazard series, a quintessential representative of zombie films, was one of the most frequently encountered horror narratives among reincarnators. However, whether from his own experiences or those relayed by other chosen ones, he had never heard of anyone assigned the task of hunting Alice in the Biohazard series. This fact left him utterly astonished, prompting an immediate, unfiltered response upon hearing Chen Yang's reply. Chen Dashin's 4 teammates mirrored his shock. Though they did not fully grasp the implications, they understood a fundamental truth. In films like Biohazard, the most formidable adversary was neither the lickers, nor the vengeful ones, nor even the so-called ultimate boss, but rather the protagonists themselves. No matter how powerful the vengeful ones, or how invincible the final boss appeared, the protagonists invariably triumphed in the most improbable circumstances, buoyed by their fortuitous destiny, the so-called protagonist's halo. It was precisely for this reason that the tasks issued by the main deity in the horror films experienced by reincarnators were framed from the protagonist's perspective. If a mission targeting the protagonist was ever assigned, it typically signified one scenario, a team battle. Chen Dashin swallowed hard, asking, "Did you just endure a team battle? And you were the only one to return?" Chen Yang nodded, replying, "I entered alone, and naturally, I returned alone." As he spoke, Chen Yang felt a twinge of perplexity. The situation before him seemed to deviate from his expectations. This group did not appear to be seasoned reincarnators who had faced the brutal trials of life and death. Otherwise, they would not be posing such peculiar questions. After all, how could one qualify as a chosen one without undergoing a team battle? A thought struck Chen Yang. If this group was not what he presumed to be reincarnators, then the only remaining possibility was that they were survivors of a post-apocalyptic world, or perhaps natives. Strikingly, they were unlike any natives he had encountered previously, and even more intriguingly, how had they managed to enter the cinematic realm? Upon hearing Chen Yang's declaration, Chen Dashin's face reflected both surprise and delight. "You are a chosen one?" Chen Yang remained silent, observing the group. His posture had not shifted from before. The only discernible change was that his clothing fluttered as if caught in an unseen breeze. In contrast, the individuals before him assumed defensive stances, instinctively placing their hands upon their weapons. Among them, a woman clad in combat armor took a step back, abruptly drawing her gun and aiming it at Chen Yang, poised to pull the trigger. "Hold your fire." Chen Dashin let out a thunderous roar, abruptly positioning himself in front of the woman, creating a barrier between her and Chen Yang. The moment he interposed himself, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, palpable as if it were a solid entity. Instinctively, he stepped back and adopted a bow stance, leaning forward. Yet, he could not withstand the oncoming force that struck him like a shockwave. With a fierce shout, Chen Yang bent his legs halfway, his feet sinking into the ground beneath him, while behind him loomed a rugged, ethereal peak. This peak was not a true mountain, but rather an image depicted on a screen, and from the corners of the screen, it was evident that there was more than one such depiction. The armored woman, shielded by Chen Yang, could clearly see the shape of the screen, leaving her utterly astounded. Chen Yang's ability was known as the 9 screens, which, as its name implies, consists of 9 distinct screens. This was his ultimate ability, possessing tremendous power, which he would not readily unleash unless faced with peril. Yet, to his astonishment, merely upon their first encounter, and without even engaging in battle, he was compelled to activate the screen of Flying Peak. Chen Yang regarded Chen Yang with a cold gaze. When he first entered the apocalyptic realm, he had witnessed survivors hunting the chosen ones for their powers, and had even taken the lives of some of these survivors himself. Consequently, he was on high alert against the individuals before him, unleashing his full strength from the outset, though he had not anticipated that they would be so feeble. We mean no harm. As the image of Flying Peak behind Chen Yang grew increasingly vivid, the grotesque rocks appeared almost tangible, revealing intricate patterns upon their surfaces. It was evident that he had pushed his ability to its limits. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang nodded gently, prompting Chen Yang to feel a sudden release of tension, the oppressive weight that had enveloped him dissipating instantly. Having exerted all his strength against it, he found himself unable to control his own force, causing him to surge upward, displacing a considerable amount of dust in the process. A middle-aged man with a pale complexion reached out, placing a hand on Chen Yang's shoulder, stabilizing him and preventing any embarrassment. However, the man himself was forced back 2 steps by the force of Chen Yang's exertion before he regained his footing. Chen Yang struggled to maintain his balance, having heard tales of the Chosen One's formidable prowess from others. Previously, he had deemed such accounts exaggerated, but now, facing one himself, he comprehended the terror of the Chosen Ones. "You are not the Chosen Ones," Chen Yang remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Yang. "You must be survivors from the apocalyptic world. But how is it that you have entered the cinematic realm?" With a wry smile, Chen Yang explained, "An invasion by extraterrestrial beings led humanity to the brink of extinction. In a desperate bid to eliminate the alien threat, governments worldwide resorted to nuclear weapons, nearly obliterating the planet. The conditions for human survival became unprecedentedly dire. Amidst this chaos, a new breed of evolved beings emerged among humanity, endowed with astonishing abilities. They are referred to as the empowered. The individuals endowed with abilities are regarded as the final hope of human civilization. However, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Following a series of investigations, a collective of researchers led by Chen Han discovered that these abilities often manifest at the precipice of life and death. Regrettably, such individuals are few. The majority perish before they can evolve into their potential. In an effort to empower more ordinary people, they devised the ability program, allowing common individuals to enter cinematic realms and activate their abilities through the undertaking of perilous tasks. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang began to grasp the underlying concept, remarking, "This ability program must be the precursor to the Savior program, correct?" Chen Yang nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, the ability program at that time was not sufficiently refined, and as the number of survivors dwindled, it could not sustain the program's progression. Thus, the Savior program was born, no longer relying on us, the survivors of the apocalypse, but rather on you. Despite the establishment of the Savior program, the ability program likely continues to operate. In fact, those who have previously acquired abilities from this program have constructed simulated environments akin to film studios to train ordinary individuals, enabling them to adapt to the cinematic world more swiftly and effectively. This small town is one of the simulated bases they have established. At this juncture, Chen Yang fully understood. The individuals before him were undoubtedly the executors of the ability program, making them, in a sense, reincarnators. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang inquired, "How many individuals are involved in the ability program?" Chen Dashan replied, "Currently, there are approximately 700 to 800 survivors participating in the ability program. But this figure is ever-changing, as new participants join while others meet their demise in the cinematic world." New participants are continually joining? Chen Yang, having witnessed many newcomers nearly succumb to terror upon realizing they had entered a horror film, expressed his confusion. "Did you all voluntarily join this program?" "Why?" Chen Dashan explained. "For survival. After the nuclear war, although the extraterrestrial invaders inflicted considerable damage, many still remain on Earth. In the radioactive aftermath, ordinary individuals without abilities find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Participating in the ability program is our sole hope for survival, albeit a brutal one. Nevertheless, many have indeed acquired abilities through it." Chen Yang nodded and continued, "How do you enter the cinematic world? Is an entry ticket required?" Chen Dashan replied, "An entry ticket is a viable method, though difficult to obtain. Our primary means of entering the cinematic world is through Shangri-La." Noticing Chen Yang's perplexity, Chen Dashan elaborated. Shangri-La is the location where the ability program is conducted. Periodically, the program activates, and as long as one is in Shangri-La, there exists a possibility of being randomly selected to enter the cinematic realm. And upon returning from the cinematic world, do you appear back in Shangri-La? Correct. In a back-and-forth dialogue that persisted for half an hour, Chen Yang finally grasped the essence of the ability user program. In truth, the ability user program is a simplified iteration of the savior program, or perhaps a castrated version of it. Within the cinematic realms encompassed by the ability user program, there exists no supreme deity space, nor is there a mechanism for exchanging reward points for abilities. Instead, participants must engage in relentless battles to fulfill missions and earn evolution points. From this perspective, the reincarnators of the ability user program are akin to the chosen ones. However, the chosen ones have already undergone significant augmentation of their abilities through the supreme deity space prior to their selection, thereby greatly enhancing their survival probabilities. In contrast, the reincarnators of the ability user program are unceremoniously cast into the fray. Chapter 127. Candor after a moment of contemplation. Recalling the group of soldiers who hunted the blue upon entering the apocalyptic world, Chen Yang slowly remarked, "I previously encountered a group of soldiers. Their prowess was commendable, yet they were rather unfriendly. They are likely survivors of the apocalypse as well. Is there any connection between them and you?" "There is none," Chen Dashan replied, shaking his head. "In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, soldiers are the most prevalent survivors. They are, after all, well-trained, armed, and most crucially, they understand the importance of collaboration and know how to maximize their combat potential. Thus, they form one of the largest groups of ability wielders. However, there are many such military factions. What makes them significant?" Chen Yang held a vivid recollection of the individual named Major Vaughn. He detailed Vaughn and his companion's attire meticulously, pausing only when he felt he had nothing further to add. Upon hearing Chen Yang's description, Chen Dashan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He exchanged glances with a middle-aged teammate, who twitched the corners of his mouth and inquired, "Did they have a fallen angel tattoo on their arms?" Chen Yang strained to recall the scene, affirming he had indeed seen a partial tattoo on Vaughn's arm, and nodded, saying, "The Major likely had a tattoo, though I did not see it clearly." The middle-aged man nodded, affirming, "That is unmistakable. It must be the fallen angel. Their territory is centered around the remnants of old New York City, where a massive meteorite crater lies, and they're one of the organizations most hostile to reincarnators." "Fallen angel?" Chen Yang frowned, inquiring, "Is that their name?" The middle-aged man confirmed, "The fallen angel is the successor to the U.S. Delta Force and Marine Corps, from which many ability wielders have emerged. They have also established specialized genetic laboratories, aiming to uncover the genetic basis for the emergence of abilities and even replicate them. Thus, they specifically target reincarnators like us. My previous team encountered them. We were a total of 13, and I was the sole survivor. These beings are not human. They are devils. Observing the middle-aged man's struggle to maintain composure while his lips twitched, Chen Yang fell into silence. It was evident that the fallen angel was akin to a nefarious villain. The middle-aged man bit his lip with intensity, producing a grating voice. If you encounter these individuals, do not fall into their clutches. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death. This admonition was clearly directed not only at Chen Yang, but also at his fellow teammates. Chen Yang nodded, asking, "Are there many organizations like the Fallen Angel?" The middle-aged man hesitated before replying. "That is somewhat unclear. The nuclear war has obliterated the old order, and the current conditions of communication and transportation are incomparable to those before the apocalypse. The circles we can access are quite limited. Nearly all the land 200 kilometers east of here is under the dominion of the Fallen Angel." Chen Yang felt a tinge of curiosity and inquired, "Given that we are less than 200 kilometers from the territory of the Fallen Angels, why have they not sought to expand their domain?" Aware that Chen Yang had recently entered this apocalyptic world and was yet unfamiliar with its environment, Chen Yang elaborated. The existing road networks were largely obliterated during the nuclear war. The roads near the Angel City, where the fallen angels reside, are relatively better preserved, with some portions of the highways still intact. In contrast, there are areas where the roads have vanished entirely. Thus, in the current context of transportation, 200 kilometers is indeed a considerable distance. Furthermore, nuclear radiation serves as another deterrent. Although the surviving humans possess a modicum of resistance to radiation, the epicenter of a nuclear explosion remains a no-go zone for life. The fallen angels have refrained from further expansion precisely because the peripheral areas are tainted by the aftermath of nuclear devastation. Unlike humans, extraterrestrial beings exhibit a remarkable capacity for environmental adaptation and evolution. Some can even undergo transformation in the face of extreme nuclear radiation. Hence, this heavily irradiated zone has become a veritable paradise for these alien entities. Recalling his earlier encounter with the xenomorphs upon entering the apocalyptic realm, Chen Yang could not help but ask, "What precisely do you mean by extraterrestrial beings? Are you referring to the xenomorphs I encountered previously?" Chen Yang nodded before shaking his head in response. The xenomorphs are merely one type. According to other reincarnators, there exists a plethora of extraterrestrial species. Beyond the xenomorphs, we have at least identified the predators and other aberrations. Predators and aberrations? Chen Yang felt an odd sensation and queried, "Shouldn't these be the monsters from films? Are these the extraterrestrial beings that have invaded Earth?" With a wry smile, Chen Yang replied, "It's somewhat convoluted, but indeed, most of the extraterrestrial entities that have invaded Earth are reminiscent of the monsters depicted in films. This served as the inspiration for the ability users and savior programs. For through various horror films, one can not only acquire abilities, but also gain combat experience against these extraterrestrial beings." A middle-aged man interjected, "Surely you have seen a film called The Cabin in the Woods?" Having watched a myriad of horror films in the main god space, Chen Yang naturally recognized the title and nodded. The middle-aged man continued, "In The Cabin in the Woods, there exists a faction of scientists who have constructed an experimental facility focused on various horror film monsters, whether renowned or obscure. Nearly all horror film creatures make an appearance in this movie. Would you not agree that our current predicament bears a striking resemblance to it?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment. If Chen Yang's assertion held true, and the extraterrestrial beings discovered thus far were indeed monsters featured in films, then the present apocalypse bore an uncanny similarity to that film. The middle-aged man added, "Therefore, we might boldly hypothesize that those creatures we deem extraterrestrial may have been conjured from our own imaginations of monsters." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang and Chen Yang were taken aback. Chen Yang exclaimed, "Oh Yang, do you mean to say that monsters like the xenomorph are merely cannon fodder, or perhaps mere playthings, and that the true extraterrestrial beings have yet to make their appearance?" Yang nodded, saying, "Although I find this notion somewhat absurd myself, it is the only way to explain why these so-called alien creatures bear an uncanny resemblance to the monsters depicted in films. At times, I even suspect that we are currently living within a movie, albeit one devoid of a director or protagonist, with the audience no longer being humanity, but rather the extraterrestrial beings who have unleashed these monsters upon Earth. If the previous revelation had been shocking, Chen Yang now felt a chill run down his spine. Though reluctant to admit it, Ouyang's assertion held a certain validity. Ouyang sighed, "I hope I am merely overthinking this. But I cannot fathom why these alien beings would manifest as the very monsters previously confined to the realm of cinema. Such a phenomenon cannot simply be attributed to coincidence. After all, these creatures are merely products of human imagination, enhanced by artistic interpretation." Chen Yang managed a wry smile, remarking, "In my previous research endeavors, my favorite saying was dare to hypothesize boldly and verify meticulously. Yet I must ask, Ouyang, why have you never shared these thoughts with us before?" Ouyang glanced at Chen Yang and replied, "Had I not encountered the chosen one before me, I would have refrained from speaking. Given our current capabilities, it would be folly to seek verification. We are no match for organizations like the Fallen Angels, let alone formidable teams like the Thunder Warriors. Instead, we find ourselves driven to this cursed place to fulfill their missions." Chen Yang sensed that every word Ouyang spoke was laden with purpose, and his singular aim was to seek Chen Yang's assistance. However, Ouyang's manner was not off-putting. Thus, even with this understanding, Chen Yang felt no inclination to be angered. Instead, he regarded Ouyang in silence. Initially, Ouyang maintained his composure and even managed to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Yet, under the penetrating scrutiny of Chen Yang's discerning eyes, Ouyang's gaze faltered first, diverting to the side, and his demeanor grew increasingly awkward, culminating in a small gesture akin to stroking his chin. Though Chen Yang's scrutiny was brief, it soon caught the attention of Chen Yang and the others. In their previous encounters, Ouyang had been a person of considerable poise, embodying the tranquility of a mountain that remains unshaken by impending disaster. Even during their last ordeal with the undead, he had shown little emotional fluctuation. "My name is Chen Yang," he finally declared, retrieving his gaze from Ouyang. He bore no malice. His intent was merely to convey that he was not easily led astray. To a certain extent, Chen Yang found himself in greater need of the company of others, particularly that of Chen Yang and his companions. After all, he is utterly bewildered in the face of this apocalyptic world. Although he could gradually explore his surroundings through his own efforts, the assistance of indigenous individuals like Chen Yang would undoubtedly expedite this process significantly. Upon hearing Chen Yang introduce himself, Ouyang let out a sigh of relief and stated, "I am Ouyang Qinghong. The abilities I have exchanged are marksmanship and inner strength, along with the arcane ballistic techniques from the Assassin Alliance and the Seven Injuries Fist in the realm of reincarnation. Each individual's abilities are often their greatest secret. There is no perfect power. Thus, to know a person's abilities is to comprehend their vulnerabilities. By revealing his capabilities, Ouyang Qinghong intended to foster a spirit of mutual honesty." Chapter 128. The eagle soars through the sky upon hearing Ouyang Qinghong announce his abilities. Chen Yang exhibited a momentary surprise. After a brief hesitation, he divulged his own powers. "My ability is the 9-screen fan. At present, I have only comprehended 3 of its screens: Flying Peak, Fierce Tiger descending the mountain, and Eagle soaring through the sky. Flying Peak enhances my defensive capabilities. Fierce Tiger descending augments my strength, and Eagle soaring enhances both my speed and attack power." Aside from Chen Yang and Ouyang Qinghong, the remaining 3 individuals also revealed their abilities. The sole female among them, named Li Yun, had exchanged for a suit of armor known as the Amazonian battle armor. According to her, donning this armor significantly elevates both defensive and offensive capabilities. The other 2 men presented abilities that were relatively mundane in comparison. One was notably portly, resembling a door frame with his substantial girth. Standing under 5 feet 7 inches, he appeared to weigh no less than 200 pounds. His name was Fei Bo, and his ability was rather amusing. Essentially, a glutton's power, enabling him to convert consumed food into defensive or offensive strength. The more he eats, the greater the energy he can transform. In stark contrast, the slender man standing beside him resembled a mere bamboo pole, an exaggeration perhaps, but his name, Zhu Ganlu, aptly earned him the nickname Bamboo Stick. His ability was equally formidable. He could absorb an opponent's attacks and convert them into wine. Upon hearing the reported abilities, Chen Yang hesitated before speaking. My abilities are rather complex. In simple terms, I currently possess third-tier defense and second-tier strength. Furthermore, I also have long-range sniping capabilities. Though the individuals before him appeared devoid of malice, Chen Yang was cautious and chose not to reveal the entirety of his powers, opting instead to disclose only the most observable attributes of defense and strength. He intentionally concealed his evolved third-tier perception. Despite his expectations, when Chen Yang disclosed his physical attributes, Chen Yang and the others were subtly taken aback. The mere mention of his attributes suggested he possessed at least 10 evolution points. In the apocalyptic world, while many had developed abilities, the vast majority had merely attained first-tier powers from a single evolution point, with most remaining stagnant throughout their lives. This scarcity of evolution points was precisely why organizations like the Fallen Angels relentlessly hunted reincarnators, hoping to extract evolution points from them. Having revealed a portion of his physical attributes, Chen Yang inquired about the question that lingered in his mind. Where is Shangri-La? Through Chen Yang's explanation, Chen Yang came to understand that Shangri-La was not the geographical location he had previously imagined. According to Chen Yang, Shangri-La was a magnified version of the main god space, where the majority of reincarnators resided, awaiting the main god to issue tasks before venturing into the cinematic worlds. Unlike the team mode in the Savior plan, the reincarnators in the Ability User program operate entirely as individuals. While they can form teams within the cinematic realms, they do so without the protection of the main deity. Chen Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, if that is the case, why did you choose to leave Shangri-La? Chen Yang appeared somewhat embarrassed. He exchanged a glance with Ouyang Qinghong, and after a moment, he responded, we inadvertently implicated a reincarnator in Jurassic Park, only to discover he was affiliated with the Night Knights. We were no match for them and had no choice but to flee. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, are you implying that within Shangri-La, you're not under the main deity's protection? Chen Yang nodded, offering a wry smile. Indeed, to survive in horror films, most reincarnators tend to band together for mutual support. Ouyang Qinghong interjected, in truth, the Night Knight strength is merely average. However, their leader is a formidable Tier 3 powerhouse, and none among US can contend with him. Thus, I hope you'll join us. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang gently shook his head. In response to their disappointed gazes, he stated, I am not accustomed to teaming up with others, but I will assist you in resolving this predicament, provided that you escort me to Shangri-La. For Chen Yang, this was not the ideal outcome, yet it was still somewhat satisfactory. According to him, Shangri-La was not far off. They were currently on its outskirts. Along the way, various monsters occasionally appeared, most of which were mutated due to radiation and posed little challenge. Before Chen Yang could take action, Chen Yang and the others swiftly dealt with the creatures that emerged before them. Chen Yang felt as though they were endlessly circling, akin to wandering within a labyrinth. When they finally halted, they were merely a little over 1,000 meters from the town they had departed. Chen Yang paused before a cliff, and Chen Yang's instinct stirred. Activating his extraordinary perception, he was surprised to find that the cliff was enveloped in a thin outer layer. Yet his perception could not extend further. Behind the cliff lay an impenetrable mist. Chen Yang observed Chen Yang's expression and, seeing his impassive demeanor, felt a twinge of disappointment. He took a deep breath and stepped directly through the cliff. Watching Chen Yang's form gradually disappear into the rock face, Chen Yang displayed no surprise. Although his extraordinary perception could not discern what lay beyond the cliff, it had already provided him with the answer. Behind the cliff undoubtedly lay the Shangri-La spoken of by Chen Yang and his companions. Without waiting for Ouyang Qinghong and the others to remind him, Chen Yang followed suit. As he traversed the cliff, Chen Yang experienced a fleeting sensation akin to traversing a temporal passage, and then, as he emerged, he beheld a vast plaza before him. Above the square floated a luminous sphere, revealing that he was indeed in a space reminiscent of the main deity's realm, albeit significantly larger in scale. In the vast expanse of the square, though the crowd was not insignificant, the sheer size of the area rendered it sparse. What astonished Chen Yang was the multitude of street vendors scattered throughout, with the sounds of haggling echoing intermittently, resembling a somewhat chaotic marketplace. Chen Yang stood in the square, surprised to see Chen Yang following closely behind him. However, he refrained from voicing his astonishment, appearing somewhat anxious as he scanned his surroundings. As Ouyang Qinghong and Fei Bo joined them, Chen Yang promptly took the lead, opting for less crowded paths, indicating his desire to avoid trouble. Yet, contrary to his intentions, after walking a mere 100 meters, Chen Yang sensed something amiss. With his extraordinary perception, he felt the presence of individuals gradually encroaching upon their group, forming an indistinct encirclement. Suddenly halting his stride, Chen Yang fixed his gaze upon a nearby stall. There stood a middle-aged man, aged around 40 to 50, his hair slightly thinning and his eyes clouded, gazing forlornly at his modest display. On the stall lay several hand-drawn maps, faintly inscribed with text, likely offering guidance and information. Chen Yang scrutinized the middle-aged man, realizing that the individuals he had previously noticed possessed a unique method of communication. They neither spoke nor gestured, yet each one strategically positioned themselves along his path, ultimately directing all attention toward the man before him. From this middle-aged figure, Chen Yang sensed a vague yet potent aura. He discerned that this man was at least a third-tier ability user, though other details eluded him. Unbeknownst to the others, who were oblivious to their surroundings, some were instinctively aware that something was amiss, yet they could not comprehend the source of their unease, leaving them unable to respond adequately. As Chen Yang drew closer to the middle-aged man, the latter cast a casual glance at him. In that instant, Chen Yang was seized by an immobilizing sensation, and tiny white crystals began to manifest on his exposed skin. A wave of dread washed over Chen Yang. He recognized it as the third-tier ability known as Ice Sealing Eye, capable of instantly freezing an individual's body. His own 9-panel shield required a method to activate, yet his opponent was evidently well-versed in his abilities, thwarting any potential counters. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of Chen Yang, blocking the frosty gaze aimed at him. It was Chen Yang. As he stood there, layers of white crystals swiftly enveloped his form. Chen Yang's muscles quivered at a minuscule frequency, and with each tremor, the frost that clung to him fell away, cascading to the ground beneath him. Upon escaping the perilous situation, Chen Yang immediately activated his 9-screen fan. Behind him, a colossal golden eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, was majestically flapping its wings. Beneath its expansive wings, dark clouds billowed ominously, interspersed with flashes of white lightning. As the eagle soared high, one of the screens within the 9-screen fan allowed Chen Yang to harness the strength and agility of the majestic bird. The moment the eagle's screen manifested, a howling wind enveloped the surroundings, and amidst the gusts, a flicker of white lightning surged forth, aiming directly at the head of the middle-aged man. Witnessing the flash of white lightning, Chen Yang felt a mix of astonishment and elation. He had always relied solely on the power of the golden eagle, yet, under unprecedented pressure, he discovered he could also wield the formidable force of lightning hidden within the fan. Chapter 129, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Upon witnessing the screen that emerged behind Chen Yang, along with the flickering white electric light within, the middle-aged man, standing before the stall, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, a dozen figures were tightening their encirclement. At that moment, a brilliant flash emanated from the luminous orb above the vast square, followed by a beam of light descending to the center of the plaza. The master was about to issue a new mission. Why was the task arriving so swiftly? It had barely been 3 days since the last one. What kind of mission would the master announce this time? Perhaps it would be akin to a monstrous film like Jurassic Park. It was quite possible that this was the sequel to Jurassic Park. Assassin Alliance is here. Dear friends, please make way. Retribution will surely follow. What audacity! The timing of this new task clearly caught most of the reincarnators off guard, leaving many unprepared. Some were still busy packing up their stalls, while the majority reacted by surging toward the plaza's center. The orb above projected a constantly shifting image onto the square, transforming into a monstrous figure clad in a red sweater, its face grotesquely disfigured by burns, and ominously brandishing 5 long iron claws. Upon seeing this horrific visage, the reincarnators, who had been moving toward the center, scattered like sheep startled by a wolf. Despite knowing that the master selected reincarnators at random, panic ensued, and screams echoed throughout the square. This was the A Nightmare on Elm Street series, truly lethal, renowned for its reputation as a film of total annihilation. Indeed, the last time the Thunder Squad entered the second installment of A Nightmare on Elm Street, none had emerged unscathed, and each member of the Thunder Squad was formidable in their own right. As he beheld Freddy's sinister grin, Chen Yang, who had just unleashed his electric powers, felt his complexion drain of color, muttering, "Oh my goodness, please don't let me be chosen." Chen Yang was well acquainted with the horrors of the A Nightmare on Elm Street series. After enduring several horror films, he had long since shed the naivete of a novice. He understood a crucial truth: the greater the risk, the higher the reward. As if several loudspeakers blared simultaneously, the Master's solemn voice resonated throughout the square. The plot task of A Nightmare on Elm Street is about to commence. Reincarnators will be selected at random. With the Master's grave announcement, the once boisterous plaza fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere became palpably strange. Some even closed their eyes or clasped their hands in silent prayer. In that moment, one could hear a pin drop. Unlike previous entries into the horror film world, each flash of light signified the disappearance of an individual. Radiant beams of light flickered incessantly, even near Chen Yang, where a middle-aged man standing in front of a stall vanished alongside the luminous flashes. The next moment, Chen Yang felt a wave of dizziness and, upon reopening his eyes, found himself on an elongated street. Judging by the surroundings, it was evident that he had arrived in an American small town. The roads were flanked by trees as thick as an embrace, and beyond the street's foliage lay a series of 2-story villas. This was unmistakably Elm Street, the very setting where the events of the horror narrative unfolded. The sky had darkened, and aside from Chen Yang, the lengthy street was devoid of any other soul. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang recalled vividly that before his entrance, several individuals had inexplicably disappeared ahead of him. Did this imply that the locations from which they entered the narrative world were not synchronized, but rather random? As he pondered this, the middle-aged man who had previously been setting up his stall materialized before him, seemingly having descended from the heavens. The man appeared taken aback to find Chen Yang so near, his eyes widening in surprise. Had it not been for his commendable control over his composure, he might have exclaimed in shock. Unlike Chen Yang's initial entry, the middle-aged man was well aware of the circumstances. The order in which reincarnators were thrust into the narrative world was based on their strength. The more formidable individuals typically entered first. With Chen Yang being the sole occupant of the street, it was clear that, in the eyes of the overseer, he was the most powerful among them. With the middle-aged man's sudden appearance, one after another, reincarnators emerged until the number reached 11, at which point no further individuals entered. Unlike Chen Yang's prior experience, all present in this scenario were reincarnators, devoid of any newcomers. Consequently, there were no sentiments of doubt or hesitation. Instead, each reincarnator wore a grim expression, fully aware of the nature of the horror film they had just entered. Amid the crowd, a tall, burly man with a bushy beard exuded a distinctly masculine aura. "I am San, the captain of the Rolling Stones. This horror film is Elm Street, and I propose that we band together," he declared. Clearly, San possessed a notable reputation among the reincarnators, for as soon as he spoke, several individuals immediately agreed. Before long, 6 people stood beside him. Chen Yang cast a cursory glance at the 6 flanking San. Their strength was evidently lacking, prompting their desire for camaraderie. Among the remaining 4, aside from the previously encountered middle-aged man, there were 2 unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. The man, average in appearance, wore a pair of tortoise-shell glasses and remained silent, fixated on the villas flanking the street, seemingly absorbed in his observations and devoid of any inclination to acknowledge the others. Compared to men, women possess captivating physiques. She is adorned in a crimson battle armor, consisting of elbow guards, gauntlets, leg armor, and a breastplate designed to shield only the most vital areas. Her long, fair legs are left bare, continuously drawing attention. Unlike the men, who are fixated on the villas by the roadside, the woman merely glances at her surroundings before shifting her focus to the other reincarnators. San casts a lingering gaze at the woman's long legs and inquires, "What do you think, Senna? Shall we form an alliance?" Senna dismissively curls her lip and retorts, "I'd rather not. I fear not the godlike adversary, but rather the pig-like companions. Aligning with you, I worry I might meet my demise." A fleeting shadow of dismay crosses San's face. However, he appears cautious of Senna, opting instead to direct his attention toward Chen Yang and the middle-aged man, stating, "It's either friends or foes. How do you choose?" Chen Yang disregards the inquiry, meticulously surveying his surroundings, attempting to correlate the present environment with scenes he has encountered in films. As a seasoned individual, he is acutely aware of the significance of both time and place upon entry, and his current objective is to ascertain the specific time and location he has entered. Since entering the realm of horror films, the middle-aged man has kept his gaze locked on Chen Yang, similarly ignoring San's threats. He mutters to himself, "The plot of A Nightmare on Elm Street is rather straightforward. It revolves around a small town named Elm Street, where a group of youths share the same gruesome nightmare. In their dreams, they encounter a figure clad in a red sweater, bearing a scarred visage, with fingers as sharp as razors, relentlessly pursuing them. Gradually, the youths realize that their plight transcends mere nightmares. The figure begins to inflict real harm upon them, even attempting to take their lives. What terrifies them further is that the injuries sustained in their dreams manifest on their physical bodies. One by one, the youths fall victim to the figure, leaving the remaining ones too fearful to sleep, dreading the possibility that slumber would lead to their demise within the dream realm. Observing the middle-aged man earnestly narrating the plot, San grows impatient and interjects, "Come on, there are no newcomers here. A Nightmare on Elm Street is a quintessential horror film every reincarnator must be familiar with. You need not flaunt your knowledge here." The middle-aged man maintains his steady pace, unperturbed, and replies, "Despite my lengthy exposition, my point remains clear. In this horror film, we are not confronted with ordinary monsters. For Freddy, numbers are inconsequential, as we cannot escape the necessity of sleep. When we succumb to slumber, we are left utterly alone." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, San's expression shifts in concern. At that moment, a bespectacled young man, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, adjusts his glasses and states, "In my view, this horror film should be rather easy. As long as we refrain from sleeping, Freddy shall have no power over us." Upon hearing his words, including San, they all gazed at him with an expression of disbelief. San, his face shadowed with gloom, remarked, "We are all aware of what you say. However, can you truly refrain from sleep?" The bespectacled man nodded in affirmation, stating, "The longest record for staying awake is 40 days. As long as we supervise one another, I cannot guarantee 40 days, but I believe 10 days should be entirely feasible. Therefore, we must remain together to support each other through this horror." Just then, a faint vibration emanated from the metallic watch on Chen Yang's wrist. He looked down to see a series of small characters emerging on the watch. Main Quest 1. Survive for more than 10 days in the world of Ghost Street. Main Quest 2. Eliminate Freddy at least once. Chapter 130. Dreams unlike the previous missions completed as a team of reincarnators. This time, due to the random entry of all reincarnators, the units for task completion shifted from teams to individuals. While every reincarnator was assigned the same task, it was undeniable that in this mode, each person's self-interest would be magnified to its utmost, making it impossible for anyone to go to any lengths for the sake of completing the mission as before. As Chen Yang reviewed the task, the other reincarnators were also eagerly examining the mission issued by the main deity. Upon comprehending the task, the middle-aged man sneered coldly. Raising his wrist, he remarked, "You see, not only must we stay in Maple Street for 10 days, but we also need to kill Freddy at least once. In light of this, do you still believe teaming up is advantageous?" After speaking, the middle-aged man ignored the others entirely, glancing around before swiftly departing in a specific direction. Watching the middle-aged man leave, Two among the remaining group seemed restless. San, with a pale countenance, remarked, "Sticking together provides some safety. At the very least, if you fall asleep, someone can wake you from your dreams. Alone, you might not even manage to awaken." Senna rolled her eyes and replied, "That method might work in the beginning, but will be utterly useless later on. By then, not only will waking you be impossible, but a knife might not suffice to rouse you." The bespectacled man, who had been fixated on a villa, suddenly interjected, "Have you all noticed that villa? If I'm not mistaken, that is the residence of the protagonist, Nancy." Chen Yang glanced at the villa the bespectacled man was observing. To him, the row of villas along the street appeared quite similar, and he could not discern how the bespectacled man identified this particular villa as Nancy's home. The bespectacled man pointed to his glasses, leading the others to believe they were some special item exchanged from the main deity's realm, and they fixated on his black tortoiseshell glasses. San hesitantly inquired, "Are you suggesting that your glasses have some unique function? Can they scan? Or do they possess laser vision like the X-Men?" The bespectacled man shook his head, removing his glasses to wipe them, saying, "My memory is exceptional. Anything I have seen, I can remember. If you look closely, you can also tell that Nancy's house differs in shape from the others, especially the windowsill." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang indeed noticed slight differences between the houses, though they were subtle. In this light, the bespectacled man had not exaggerated his abilities. His memory and observational skills were indeed extraordinary. "Is that Nancy's home?" Upon hearing the bespectacled man, the other reincarnators expressed interest, turning their attention to Nancy's residence. From the exterior, it was evident that someone was inside, as dim light filtered through the windows. Senna, initially intending to leave, halted upon realizing that Nancy's house was right before them. The individuals present were not novices. They all understood that comprehending the current timeline and the progression of the plot was of utmost importance. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air, as a reincarnator standing beside San was abruptly suspended in midair, as if lifted from the ground by unseen hands. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves from the levitating figure, their gazes tinged with uncertainty. After advancing to the third tier of perception, Chen Yang's vision had surpassed that of an ordinary person. He scrutinized the floating reincarnator and immediately sensed something was amiss. The reincarnator's eyes were tightly shut. San, standing closest to the reincarnator, also discerned the anomaly. He called out loudly, "Hey buddy, wake up!" The levitating reincarnator remained utterly unresponsive, maintaining his motionless, suspended posture. As the captain of a small team, San was naturally decisive. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he stepped forward and reached out to press down on the floating reincarnator. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. The reincarnator suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream, thrashing his limbs in a frantic struggle, yet his eyes remained firmly closed. Gritting his teeth, San seized one of the reincarnator's legs in an attempt to pull him down. However, as he applied force, to his horror, the leg came away in his grasp. Severed completely, the floating reincarnator let out a wretched scream as blood gushed from the stump, splattering San's face. For a moment, San could barely open his eyes. Wiping his face, he noticed that the reincarnator still hung in the same position, but the source of the screams now emanated from beneath him. Looking down in confusion, he was astonished to find the reincarnator's head inexplicably rolled to his feet, facing upwards, eyes shut tight, with a contorted expression. The screams were issuing from that severed head. Astounded and furious, San, having endured 3 horror films as a reincarnator, was not rendered panic-stricken. To him, the head at his feet appeared to be a dangerous explosive. Thus, he kicked it away with all his might, sending it flying like a ball. In his rage, San exerted all his strength, and with a single kick, the head shot off into the void, disappearing entirely. Only then did the headless body of the reincarnator crash to the ground with a thud. San gasped for breath, the incident having unfolded so suddenly that he could not comprehend what had transpired. It was merely an instinctive reaction. Not only was San bewildered, but all the reincarnators, including Chen Yang, were equally perplexed. The state of the reincarnator clearly indicated he was unaware of being trapped in a dream, where he had been slain by Freddy. Yet, Upon entering the narrative realm, the reincarnator had shown no signs of distress, and since they had only just entered, there was no reason for him to have succumbed to slumber so abruptly. Chen Yang's ears twitched slightly as he caught a faint whisper of the wind. A stirring sensation prompted him to glance in the direction from which San had just kicked a head away. He concentrated his extraordinary perceptive abilities into a slender line, probing the distance. Upon discerning the source of the wind, even with his current composure, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. It was indeed the very head that San had just sent flying, now soaring back towards him. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Yang's figure flickered as he swiftly tore the clothes from the corpse on the ground. With a deft motion, he enveloped the returning head and discarded it onto the ground. The head emitted a pained cry, yet continued to gnash its teeth, seemingly intent on seeking vengeance. A fellow reincarnator turned pale, his teeth clattering in fear, as he pointed shakily at the head, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" At this juncture, it became abundantly clear to everyone that the situation was dire. The events unfolding were utterly inexplicable. They had entered a narrative world inspired by a nightmare on Elm Street. Not a ghostly tale akin to a Chinese ghost story or The Ring. Freddy was a nightmare incarnate, not a ghost. How could a head exhibit such predatory behavior? Chen Yang regarded the corpse of the reincarnator, and then the incessantly rolling head, suddenly recalling Li Guofu's abilities. An epiphany struck him. He must be ensconced in a state akin to a double dream, as such absurdities could not occur otherwise. But when had he actually fallen asleep? The bizarre occurrences before him were overwhelmingly surreal, compounded by the tension that had gripped him since he learned the title of this horror film. Some of the less resilient reincarnators were teetering on the brink of collapse. After all, dealing with Freddy was already a formidable challenge, and what transpired now exceeded their wildest imaginations. San's expression turned grave as he produced a small, golden bell, roughly the size of a fist, from his pocket. He gently flicked it, causing a clear, resonant chime to echo softly. The sound of the morning bell and evening drum brought clarity to Chen Yang's mind, calming him significantly. As the other reincarnators also regained their composure, holding the bell aloft, San declared, "Do not lose your composure, or we shall meet the same fate as those who came before us." Though not part of the same reincarnation team, they were currently united in their plight. As the bell fell silent, Chen Yang swiftly remarked, "The situation is precarious. We are likely ensnared in a dream." San blinked in surprise. "We are asleep?" Chen Yang nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Otherwise, it is unfathomable how that reincarnator unknowingly succumbed to the trap. We had just entered the horror film, our minds taut with tension. How could we have inexplicably fallen asleep? Furthermore, the head can still speak and even return. I cannot fathom such events occurring outside the realm of dreams." Chen Yang's judgment is undoubtedly grounded in reason. It is widely acknowledged that dreams are inherently absurd, devoid of any logical structure. Furthermore, the majority of dreamers remain oblivious to the fact that they are dreaming, often perceiving the events unfolding as entirely real. This state of mind persists until awakening, at which point individuals reflect upon the dream's occurrences and realize, "Ah, I was merely dreaming." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, a group of reincarnators exchanged glances, pondering the profound validity of his statement. However, they were left to wonder, when exactly did they fall asleep? I possess a small device. Perhaps its use could reveal whether we are indeed in a dream. Chapter 131. Unexpected events. As she spoke, Senna reached in her pocket and produced a small spinning top. Upon seeing the object in Senna's hand, someone exclaimed, "Is that the totem from Inception?" Chen Yang gazed at the diminutive top, resting in Senna's palm for a moment. In theory, the likelihood of being chosen by the main deity in a sci-fi action film like Inception was minimal. Hence Chen Yang had merely glanced at it before setting it aside. Although he had only seen the film once, the top had made multiple appearances, allowing Chen Yang to immediately recognize it. This was the very totem used by the protagonist, Dom Cobb, to distinguish between reality and dreams. If the top continued to spin, it indicated a dream. If it toppled, it signified reality. Upon witnessing the small top, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, including Chen Yang. At this juncture, discerning whether they were dreaming or awake was paramount. Otherwise, any subsequent actions would be moot. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Senna gently set the top spinning, and it began to twirl on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. 3 minutes passed, and the top showed no signs of ceasing its rotation. At that moment, it dawned on everyone that they were indeed ensnared in a dream. How is this possible? One reincarnator, pale-faced, cried out, if we're dreaming, then what about that unfortunate fellow? Can he dream within a dream? Senna, fixated on the ever-spinning top, remarked, a dream within a dream, also known as a layered dream, is a concept explored in Inception. Despite having encountered numerous horror films, San, who had maintained a confident demeanor since entering the horror narrative, now appeared ashen, pressing a hand to his forehead, incredulously stating, what on earth is happening? Did we not just step into a horror film? How can we be trapped in a dream upon entry? Chen Yang quietly observed the group. Most shared San's incredulity at their inexplicable descent into a dream, with only the bespectacled man and Senna appearing somewhat composed. Adjusting his glasses, the bespectacled man stated, we need to clarify one crucial question. How is it that so many of us find ourselves in the same dream? Or to phrase it differently, are we within the dream of a single individual, or are we all experiencing the same dream? One reincarnator, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, does it matter if it's one person dreaming or a group? The most pressing issue is how to escape this dream. I refuse to be killed by Freddy without understanding why. The bespectacled man remained remarkably calm and replied, it matters greatly. If we are within the dream of a single person, then the demise of that individual will awaken us from this dream. However, if each of us is dreaming independently, we can only manage our own fates. Senna evidently grasped his meaning and pondered for a moment before articulating. The A Nightmare on Elm Street series offers a different interpretation of dreams compared to Inception. In Inception, there are specialized dream architects, whereas A Nightmare on Elm Street lacks such figures. Moreover, the film features a scenario where a person, trapped in a dream and unable to awaken, has a friend who deliberately falls asleep to enter the dream and rescue her. This suggests that we must have entered the dream together. The bespectacled man furrowed his brow and remarked, this complicates matters. If one person is dreaming, then killing them within the dream should bring it to an end. We must devise a long-term strategy now. Upon hearing his words, the others regarded him with a hint of trepidation. It was clear that this bespectacled man was formidable. To understand that killing someone in a dream would result in their demise in reality is no trivial matter. He fell into deep contemplation, and a peculiar silence enveloped the others. Though he appeared ruthless, his clarity of thought was unmatched among them. There seemed to be an odd charisma about him. His impassive visage had the power to quiet those around him. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the distance. Following its trajectory, the group was astonished to witness the lights of Nancy's house suddenly blaze to life, casting several silhouettes against the window. Alongside this revelation, the sound of barking dogs echoed nearby. In this deserted town, the sight of figures should have sparked joy among the group, yet none felt elation. Rather, two of the reincarnators instinctively stepped back. Chen Yang understood the reason. They had realized they were ensnared in a dream. What, then, could be transpiring within Nancy's abode? And who might be present there? Most shared Chen Yang's thoughts. Some hesitated, while others steeled themselves to confront the unknown. Without glancing at the others, Chen Yang boldly advanced towards Nancy's house. Senna swiftly stowed away her spinning top, casting a scornful glance at the indecisive reincarnators. San hesitated briefly, then glanced at the already advancing bespectacled man, deciding to follow suit. He was no ordinary reincarnator. He understood that in such horror scenarios, the more one fears death, the swifter it comes. Conversely, embracing danger could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. When Chen Yang was within 10 meters of Nancy's house, he halted, finding himself in a position where he could clearly see 3 figures through the glass of the window. It was Nancy and her 2 friends, seemingly alerted by some sound, crouching behind the window, peering outside. At this moment, Chen Yang stood beside the house, while the 3 figures were fixated on the front, clearly unaware of his presence. Was this where the plot commenced? San maintained a distance of 5 steps from Chen Yang, a safe measure for reincarnators. Any closer might provoke hostility from others. Chen Yang cast a penetrating glance at San, recognizing that this individual was far more complex than he appeared. His rugged exterior was merely a facade. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. If this was indeed a dreamscape crafted by Freddy, then why create such an environment and allow them to encounter characters from the narrative? Was it Freddy's intention, or was there another reason? Or perhaps Freddy never anticipated that they would possess the ability to discern the dream world and realize their current state. Much like the original plot, Nancy and her companions seemed to notice something amiss outside and ventured out of the room. Among them, the only boy bravely checked the situation, only to be playfully tackled to the ground by someone, startling the trio. The 4 exchanged a few words and returned to their respective rooms in pairs. Shortly thereafter, the lights in the room dimmed once more. Everything transpired just as it did in the original storyline. San, perplexed, muttered a few curses in dialect, exclaiming, "What on earth is going on? Is Freddy toying with us?" Chen Yang was equally bewildered. He had experienced numerous horror films. Yet even in terrifying tales like the Grim Reaper, he had never felt quite like this, caught between wakefulness and dreams, in a state that was neither entirely dreamlike nor fully real. According to the earlier analysis by the bespectacled man, they were indeed within a dream. But what was the significance of Freddy orchestrating events from reality to unfold again in the dream? Gazing into the murky darkness of the room, Chen Yang felt at a loss. If everything continued as per the original plot, then shortly after the upstairs couple had their revelry, the short-haired woman would meet a grisly fate at Freddy's hands in the dream, while her boyfriend would find himself in a police station, ultimately perishing in a cell. San beckoned Chen Yang, who glanced back to see that the bespectacled man and Senna had returned to the main road. After a moment's hesitation, he too stepped back onto the path. As Chen Yang and San rejoined, the bespectacled man moved closer, sniffling slightly, and began to speak you. However, before he could finish, his voice abruptly faded. Chen Yang and San exchanged puzzled glances, only to be astonished to see that in an instant, the eyes hidden behind the glasses had closed. This was no trivial surprise. The bespectacled man had apparently succumbed to sleep in the same inexplicable manner as the recently deceased reincarnator, having uttered only 2 words. "Subdue him." Realizing this, Chen Yang alerted San and took a couple of steps forward, extending his finger towards the man's philtrum. He was uncertain whether this method would be effective, but he was at a loss for any alternative means to awaken him. Despite it being their first collaboration, San exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly maneuvering behind the bespectacled man and encircling his upper body with his arms. His intention was to restrain, not to bring harm. As soon as San's fingers grazed the body of the bespectacled man, he recoiled as if he had touched a searing iron. In the next instant, wisps of green smoke emanated from the man's form, and his exposed skin darkened and dried, permeating the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Chen Yang, intending to pinch the man's philtrum, immediately withdrew his hand upon witnessing the scene. The tortoise-shell glasses perched on the man's nose began to warp and subsequently melted, dripping onto the ground. At that moment, the bespectacled man abruptly opened his eyes and, with a sudden gasp, seemed to attempt to utter something. However, as he did, flames erupted from his mouth. With a resounding bang, the man first knelt and then collapsed to the ground, his body continuing to emit smoke, the odor of burning lingering in the air. Chapter 132. The death of Freddy. Only when the bespectacled man collapsed did Chen Yang retract his outstretched hand. With a grave expression, he gazed at the lifeless body, his mind awash with perplexity. If the demise of the first reincarnator, who fell victim to a dream within a dream, was due to the collective unawareness of their dreamlike state, then the death of the bespectacled man was utterly unforeseen by all. After all, based on the man's prior demeanor, it was evident that he was no weakling, and his mind was lucid. Logically, he should never have succumbed to a double dream and met his end so abruptly. As they beheld the body of the bespectacled man, 2 other reincarnators turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Unlike other horror films, where they might buy time or manipulate characters to achieve their goals. In a nightmare like A Nightmare on Elm Street, particularly under the current circumstances, there were no alternative strategies to consider. They were undeniably trapped within a dream. Sweat beads, as large as mung beans, dripped incessantly from San's forehead as he paced anxiously, muttering, "Something is amiss. There must be a flaw." The Master God would not present an unsolvable horror. Where exactly is the discrepancy? Suddenly, a reincarnator let out a frantic scream, exclaiming, "I can't take this anymore. I want to leave." With those words, he dashed down the long street in a panic, the first to crumble. He triggered a wave of despair among the others, who were equally on the brink of collapse. Recognizing the deteriorating situation, San once again summoned his golden bell, snapping his fingers to produce a clear, ringing chime. The nearly broken reincarnators finally steadied their emotions. In this turmoil, San, with his golden bell, emerged as the de facto leader, drawing the anxious gazes of his companions. Acknowledging the responsibility of leading a team, San endeavored to maintain composure, constantly encouraging those around him. Amidst the surrounding chaos, Chen Yang remained in his previous stance, fixated on the corpse of the bespectacled man. Suddenly, he recalled the twitching of the man's nose just before his death, his eyes still wide open. What was he trying to convey in his final moments? Contemplating the bespectacled man's meticulous nature, Chen Yang was struck by a bold hypothesis. Had he uncovered some clue before his demise, thus becoming Freddy's target? If so, had he sensed something, most likely linked to Freddy himself? Chen Yang's perceptive abilities had advanced to the third tier, granting him the power of canine scent detection. As his thoughts coalesced, he activated this extraordinary ability. Under the influence of the canine scent, his olfactory senses transcended those of an ordinary human. Almost instantaneously after unleashing his power, a pungent, charred aroma invaded his nostrils. For an average person, such a burnt scent would induce discomfort, but for Chen Yang, enhanced by the canine scent, this sensation intensified manifold, compelling him to stifle his nose. Aside from the acrid scent of burning, perhaps it was due to the freshly trimmed grass of the roadside yard that a waft of grassy aroma mingled with the charred odor, filling Chen Yang's nostrils. This led him to increasingly question whether he was indeed ensnared in a dream. If it were a dream, how could the sense be so vividly palpable? Was it possible that he was not within a dream at all? All evidence seemed to suggest that he was grounded in reality. When all possibilities were eliminated, it was often the most improbable scenario that turned out to be true. If he was not dreaming, then what did the dream-stealing top in Senna's possession? Why did it continue to spin incessantly? Could Senna be behind this? Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yang glanced at Senna, who maintained an expression of unflappable calm. Since the onset of the horror film, she had not altered her demeanor. Yet, perhaps due to his heightened perception, he sensed a subtle undercurrent of triumph lurking beneath her serene facade. When the bespectacled man perished, Senna had been the closest to him. This thought prompted Chen Yang to recall that the last time the man approached him, his footsteps seemed hurried, and rather than moving towards him and San, it appeared he was evading Senna. Perhaps the crux of the matter lay with her? Chen Yang scrutinized Senna intently, and suddenly recalled a similar scene from the original narrative. After Nancy dragged Freddy from the dream realm, his prowess in the real world seemed significantly diminished compared to his omnipotence in dreams. Yet, despite this, he could still assume the guise of Nancy's mother. And the circumstances at that time were certainly not a figment of Nancy's imagination. This realization sparked a possibility in Chen Yang's mind. Could it be that they were not in a dream, but rather that Freddy had breached the threshold into the real world? If everything was orchestrated by Freddy, then all would make sense, having witnessed Freddy's form, coupled with the complexities of the dream-stealing top, led everyone to believe they had plunged into a dream upon entering the horror film, leaving them in a state of perpetual anxiety, teetering on the brink of collapse, precisely as Freddy intended. It was this unrest that rendered each reincarnator incapable of rational thought, causing them to overlook other details, let alone verify certain aspects. This was likely why the composed, bespectacled man became Freddy's initial target. Chen Yang cast another glance at Senna. If his suspicions held merit, then she was undoubtedly Freddy's avatar. As for her ability to produce the dream-stealing top so purposefully, it was evident that she had gleaned pertinent information from the dreams of the first fallen reincarnator. Freddy's powers predominantly manifested within dreams. Although he retained a fraction of his abilities in the real world, they were undeniably diminished. In other words, if one wished to eliminate Freddy, the present moment represented the most opportune chance. With a resolute heart, Chen Yang approached Senna with an air of nonchalance, cautious to avoid any missteps. He observed that the closer he drew to her, the more pungent the scent of charred remains became, mingled with an unsettling odor. At this juncture, Chen Yang was 80% certain that the figure before him was the embodiment of Freddy. In the original narrative, Freddy met his demise at the hands of enraged parents, having been brutally burned alive for his heinous acts against children, corroborating the acrid and foul sense that enveloped Senna. As if sensing Chen Yang's advance, Senna suddenly turned to face him. At the moment their gazes locked, Chen Yang felt a disorienting spell cast upon him. Her eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure, drawing his eyelids heavier until they gently lowered. Observing Chen Yang's eyes fully shut, Senna's corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a subtle expression of triumph. Yet, at that very moment, Chen Yang, eyes closed, took 2 decisive steps forward, colliding his shoulder forcefully against Senna's chest. Senna was propelled backward by the impact, but Chen Yang did not falter. With a deft push off the ground, he swiftly pursued her airborne form, his hand transforming into a lethal claw that viciously grasped her throat, tearing it asunder. Struck by such a grievous blow, Senna was rendered devoid of life. Yet Chen Yang remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on her lifeless body, his muscles taut with tension. The suddenness of the event left the surrounding reincarnators bewildered. As in the blink of an eye, Chen Yang had brought Senna to the brink of death, her body quaking uncontrollably. Shersan bellowed, "What is happening? Do you harbor a grudge against each other? Once we exit, you may resolve it as you wish, but our priority now is to escape this wretched dream." Before he could finish, Shersan's mouth fell agape. Senna's body had ceased to tremble, transforming into that of a middle-aged man, clad in a red sweater. His face grotesquely burned, Freddy himself. Kill Freddy once, complete main quest 2. In that moment, Chen Yang finally heard the solemn voice of the main deity. He exhaled softly, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. Senna was indeed Freddy's manifestation. Glancing back at the ground, he noted that Freddy's body had vanished without a trace. Chen Yang sighed, recognizing that this was merely Freddy's initial display of power. The true challenges lay ahead. Shersan stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "What in the world is happening?" Chen Yang shrugged, replying, "It's quite simple, did you not see?" Shersan, not a novice, had pieced together the situation with remarkable clarity. He inhaled deeply, regarding Chen Yang with a complex gaze, and inquired, "How did you recognize him?" Once the facade was unveiled, everything became evident. Chen Yang articulated his judgment one by one, stating, "That rotating object is likely a unique apparatus. Freddy's aim is to lead us to believe we are ensnared in a dream. He then employs hypnotic techniques or conjures illusions to swiftly plunge individuals into slumber and eliminate them within a dream, thereby inciting panic amidst the crowd and picking us off one by one." Shersan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "He possesses hypnotic abilities. How did you break free?" Chen Yang gestured towards his own head and replied, "A steel will. His hypnosis is mere child's play to me. Regardless, the ability to vanquish Freddy even once is a cause for celebration among all reincarnators, particularly upon realizing that they are not currently trapped in a dream. What shall we do next?" Shersan pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "Do not be modest. My survival thus far is not due to my prowess in combat, but rather my understanding of my own capabilities. If there is anything you require assistance with, do not hesitate to express it." Chapter 133. Annihilation. Your mission should be akin to mine, to endure for 10 days in the realm of nightmare on Elm Street and to vanquish Freddy once. To Chen Yang's astonishment, apart from him, the other participants' tasks solely entailed surviving 10 days in the Nightmare on Elm Street narrative, with no obligation to slay Freddy. Having already fulfilled the task of killing Freddy, Chen Yang realized that for the remaining duration, He and the other reincarnators merely needed to persevere for 10 days to safely return from this sinister world. Understanding Freddy's tricks and being wary of his hypnotic powers, it became increasingly improbable for Freddy to dispatch them with ease once more. Likely, he would resort to luring individuals into dreams before striking, as depicted in the films. 10 days may not be excessively long, yet it is not insignificant either. Under normal circumstances, the physiological limit for humans without sleep is approximately 48 hours. In certain scenarios, such as during a gaming addiction episode, this limit can be stretched. Naturally, after all the reincarnators settled into an inn within the town, they decided to band together to survive, attempting to remain awake. As time progressed, everything appeared remarkably tranquil. Aside from the arrival of the group causing some curiosity among the residents of Elm Street, nothing untoward transpired. According to the narrative, Freddy was supposed to eliminate Nancy's 3 friends over the course of 3 days. Yet it seemed that the plot had shifted, and those expected events did not unfold, rendering Elm Street eerily serene. This state of affairs persisted until the 4th day. After 4 consecutive days without rest, everyone was utterly exhausted, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. Chen Yang's eyes were bloodshot, yet he too pressed on. Although he had previously slain Freddy in the real world, he did not dare to grow complacent. After all, Freddy's abilities were significantly diminished in reality, and once they entered the dream realm, Freddy's powers would be fully restored. Having gone 3 days and nights without sleep, even with enhanced attributes, Chen Yang felt the weight of fatigue. He dared not sit, remaining in constant motion, finding trivial tasks to occupy himself. He feared that if he paused, even while standing, he would succumb to slumber. At long last, after persevering until midnight, having just splashed cold water on his face, Chen Yang was suddenly jolted by a scream. Startled and wide awake, he was immediately robbed of his weariness. The deceased reincarnator had perished in the restroom, having unknowingly dozed off while seated on the toilet, only to be slain by Freddy in his dreams. The restroom was drenched in blood, the lifeless body pale, marred by dozens of wounds, nearly drained of blood. A sense of shared dread enveloped everyone, as they realized the next to succumb to sleep might very well be themselves. A solution was imperative. San was the first to propose such a notion, quickly garnering agreement from others. However, there were those who doused the enthusiasm with cold reality. What can we do? Freddy cannot be killed. As soon as we fall asleep, he will appear without fail. What can we possibly do? San coldly stated, "We must leave this place." In the film, Freddy was killed in Elm Street. He can only exist within it, and he is unlikely to appear elsewhere. If we manage to escape, there may still be a chance for survival. Upon hearing San's words, someone immediately concurred. Indeed, the movie does not confine us to Elm Street. If we can get away, perhaps Freddy will cease to exist. After scrutinizing the task twice, even Chen Yang had to concede that there were no such restrictions on the metallic wristwatch. Yet, he could not shake off the feeling that matters were not as simple as they appeared. After all, if the task were indeed so straightforward, it would feel almost too quick. Nonetheless, to the reincarnators, this was a semblance of a plan, prompting immediate action. They sought out a minibus in the town, purchased a map, and prepared to leave Elm Street under the cover of night. Following the map's guidance, the minibus jostled along the road, heading towards the nearest city. Elm Street was merely a small town, its expanse limited. The minibus traveled for just over 10 minutes, and the houses on either side of the street gradually diminished, giving way to a more open landscape. At this juncture, no one dared to let their guard down until San, holding the map, confirmed that they had exited the administrative zone of Elm Street. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and settle into their seats. As fog began to roll in, San cautioned, "Drive slowly." Chen Yang glanced outside and indeed observed a thin veil of mist rising. Fortunately, despite the fog, visibility on the road remained sufficient for travel. After covering some distance, Chen Yang, who had been keenly observing their surroundings, made a startling discovery since departing Elm Street. Not a single vehicle had been spotted. In fact, there was not even a soul in sight. A jolt of alarm shot through Chen Yang as he abruptly stood from his seat. It was only then he realized that all the other reincarnators on the minibus were sound asleep, either leaning against the windows or reclining in their seats, completely oblivious. Chen Yang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and contemplated as he walked forward to offer the driver a smoke to keep him alert. Due to the nighttime driving, the headlights had been turned off to avoid blinding glare, and despite Chen Yang's heightened awareness, the abrupt transition from light to darkness caused his vision to blur momentarily. He closed his eyes and reopened them, allowing his sight to adjust to the dim surroundings. Just as he was about to hand the cigarette to the driver, an icy chill enveloped him from head to toe, though he could not discern the driver's appearance. A faint odor of burning and decay reached him, an unmistakable scent associated with Freddy. At that moment, the driver slowly turned his head, revealing a face marred by burn scars, adorned with a triumphant grin. It was none other than Freddy. When had he fallen asleep? Chen Yang was taken aback, his hand instinctively reaching for his gun. Yet in an instant, he felt his entire body stiffen, rendering even his fingers immobile. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of Freddy's power, which in the realm of dreams was far more formidable than in the waking world. In this dire moment, Chen Yang subconsciously activated his iron will, alleviating the paralyzing sensation slightly. Yet his movements remained painfully sluggish. Freddy rose with a sinister laugh, his elongated iron claws scraping against the walls of the vehicle, sparking with each deliberate step towards Chen Yang. Fear and dread washed over Chen Yang as he witnessed Freddy brandishing his iron claws, poised to strike at his face. At that moment, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his waist, eliciting a cry of agony as he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He removed the needle from his waist, a mechanism he had devised to prevent himself from succumbing to sleep. It was intended to rouse him if drowsiness threatened to overtake him. Yet unexpectedly, it had saved his life at a critical juncture. The interior of the vehicle was shrouded in darkness, and Chen Yang twitched his nose, detecting the heavy stench of blood permeating the air. He illuminated the surroundings with a tactical flashlight, and even with his fortitude, he could not suppress a shudder, nearly dropping the flashlight in terror. Before him stood a reincarnator, their eye sockets transformed into two gaping voids, yet eerily maintaining a gaze fixed upon him. Taking several deep breaths, Chen Yang cautiously moved the flashlight, revealing the small compartment drenched in blood, with even the windows on either side smeared with crimson. The reincarnators who had entered Nightmare Street alongside him lay lifeless, each meeting a grotesquely tragic end. A faint sound suddenly emanated from the driver's seat, jolting Chen Yang's heart and inexplicably recalling the nightmare he had just endured. Could it be that Freddy was still at the wheel? Carefully sidestepping a severed head, he inadvertently stepped on an eyeball, causing a mix of white and red liquid to splatter against the nearby wall before trickling down the glass. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort rising within him, Chen Yang approached the driver's seat. Upon realizing that it was not Freddy but San occupying the driver's position, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel a fresh wave of alarm as he beheld San's head bizarrely lodged within the steering wheel, only to retract back out of it. San's body continued to convulse, and though Chen Yang was not an expert, he understood that at this point, San was beyond salvation. No one wished to remain inside a minibus replete with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. Chen Yang shattered the window with a punch and leaped out. It was only at that moment that he realized the minibus had stopped at a location he recognized from his memory, an area shrouded in fog, at the boundary of Yushu Street Town. At last, Chen Yang comprehended why the Master of the Realm had imposed no restrictions on distance. In this film, the Supreme Deity does not impose a restriction mandating that everyone must remain in Maple Street Town. However, it achieves the same objective through an alternative means. Anyone who departs from Maple Street Town will immediately succumb to slumber. Had Chen Yang not fortuitously possessed a device to prevent his own sleep, the outcome would undoubtedly have been catastrophic. It is no wonder that even reincarnators like San, who are capable of exchanging information, remain oblivious to the fact that leaving Maple Street Town is forbidden. Even those who have survived the perilous endeavor of escaping have never divulged this information, as all who attempted to flee from Maple Street Town fell into a deep dream, where they met their demise. Chapter 134. Awakening from the Dream. Conclusion. Upon returning to the quaint town, it felt as though nothing had transpired. The only difference being that Chen Yang was now the sole survivor among the cycle of horror, as all the other participants, including San, had met their demise within the film's nightmarish grasp. The town of Yushu Street was shrouded in an eerie silence, having recently been plagued by a series of heinous murders. The darkness of night compounded the desolation, leaving the long streets almost devoid of life, save for the melancholic glow of streetlights casting lonely shadows upon the ground. As Chen Yang traversed this forlorn avenue, he was suddenly enveloped by a surreal sensation, as if reality and dream had become indistinguishable. It felt as though, since the moment he had decided to embark on a skiing adventure, he had unwittingly stepped into a dreamlike state. In this horror narrative, he experienced a profound reflection reminiscent of Zhuang's butterfly dream, and he felt an overwhelming sense of enchantment enveloping him. An unsettling feeling that seemed to take root and follow him relentlessly. Was he, perhaps, trapped in an unending dream? If so, how many layers of dreams had he traversed? The surrounding environment grew increasingly silent, an unsettling quiet that sent shivers down his spine. As he rounded a corner, he was taken aback to find not a road before him, but a dilapidated factory, exhaling plumes of white vapor. This scene was strikingly familiar. It was one frequently depicted in the film, a vision that haunted many youths of Yushu Street in their nightmares. In a sudden panic, Chen Yang turned around, only to discover that the path behind him had vanished into an impenetrable darkness. At that very moment, the world around him morphed anew. To his left, a raging inferno blazed, molten lava flowing like a river, while to his right stood a towering black cliff from which grotesque creatures, familiar and unfamiliar alike, leapt into view. Though a mere dream, Chen Yang understood the peril was real. Should one of these beasts sink their fangs into him, the consequences would be dire. The only escape lay along a narrow path leading towards the decrepit factory, as all other routes had been swallowed by the encroaching shadows, as if an unseen monster stalked him, ever present in the darkness. With each step he took towards the factory's entrance, the path beneath him was gradually consumed by the blackness, as if an invisible predator was lurking just behind. Upon stepping through the factory's threshold, the environment transformed once more. The fiery lake and its monstrous inhabitants dissipated, revealing a landscape of rusted machinery and sporadic bursts of white steam. Within this forsaken factory, Freddy could materialize at any moment. Yet, after Chen Yang circled the premises, Freddy remained conspicuously absent. Gazing at his metallic wristwatch, he noted with astonishment that only mere seconds had elapsed, while his perception suggested that over an hour had passed since he entered the factory. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength and bellowed Freddy's name, the echo reverberating throughout the industrial space, until at last, Freddy, clad in his signature red sweater, made his long-awaited appearance. A jarring metallic scraping sound reverberated, as Freddy's iron claws glided incessantly across the apparatus, his charred visage betraying a sinister smirk. Observing Freddy's grotesque grin, Chen Yang could not help but offer a wry smile. Ever since he had stepped into this dilapidated factory, he realized that his sudden suspicions were evidently true. He inquired softly, "I have been dreaming all along, never truly awake. Have I?" Wielding his iron claws, Freddy chuckled maniacally. "Indeed, you have remained ensconced in dreams since your arrival here." Chen Yang shook his head, retorting coldly, "No. What I mean is that from the moment I entered this so-called realm of the main deity, I have been ensnared in a dream. The cinematic portrayal of you dictates that you can only manifest within dreams, and in reality, the act of dreaming is not within your dominion. This elucidates why you can appear at will." Freddy, wearing a perplexed expression, chuckled once more. "I don't quite grasp your words. Yet regardless, this time you cannot escape." What a tiresome exchange. It was even more abysmal than the dialogue from a third-rate television drama. Chen Yang grew increasingly resolute in his hypothesis, laughing as he mused. "I had overlooked a crucial detail. You are merely a fragment of a dream, utterly oblivious to your own existence or purpose. Inquiring of you is akin to playing a lute to a cow." Disregarding Freddy, Chen Yang abruptly closed his eyes. Within the narrative realm of phantom shadows, he found himself alongside elite soldiers confronting ethereal entities and dismantling machines at critical junctures. In the world of the Lord of the Rings, he hunted the Fellowship with formidable orcs. In the realm of the Ring, he encountered a ghost for the first time, experiencing the terror of horror films. Scenes from various horror films flashed through his mind, and as the final film concluded, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. The environment around him evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. It was the very room he had previously rented. In the corner, the computer screen emitted a blinding white light, revealing an open page of the novel Infinite Horror. Beside the novel's page, a game window hung, displaying a simple scene, accompanied by bold text. A dream of yellow millet is now live. Click to enter and experience your dreams come true.